HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and the Mac Man, Jody Mac, in for John today. It is 94 WIP as we broadcast from the beautiful Borgata, our home base, every Friday morning. Wonderful to be with you. And, of course, wonderful to be approaching the summer. Memorial Day weekend obviously beckons. We like that. We like when the Phillies enter it in first place. They do. And we love being with you. So welcome, 215-592-9494. Look, we got a lot to get to today. Obviously, Phil's, I think, in many ways, top of mind. I mean, I know these games out in Colorado, perhaps not as watched as some other games. Although this, one yesterday was an afternoon game, so maybe you caught it. But, the later games, nighttime, earlier in the week. But they're on a roll, guys. Major. 7 in a row, so we'll talk about that, what they've been doing first 2 months, how they project moving forward. A lot today still in the Tush Push, residual stuff. Jason Kelce, who was obviously in the room 2 days ago when this all went down. Kelsey will join us at 7:30. We look to talk to him. Beat the Hammer today. Phillies tickets on the line. We got a lot to do. All of it with you on the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Mac Man in for John. How are you, pal?
Very good. And yourself, Mr.
Good.
DeCamara? I think you and I did a Friday Memorial Day show 2 years ago. Last year, no, but the year before, leading into the summer. And it was an okay summer for the Phils.
Yeah.
Good year. It came up a little short in the NLCS, but not too shabby.
No, not at all. And we good here on audio? Just because
Jody's mic doesn't sound on.
Say it again, James.
Jody's mic does not sound on.
Jody's mic
Sounds
doesn't
like Jody's
sound
mic
on,
is
so
coming through another mic or it's incredibly low.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so I'll do some talking while we get that resolved. Jody, tap that thing every once in a while. We'll make sure we get that better. Devin, how are you? You good?
I don't.
Okay, Devin's mic's
Same
not
with
on either,
Devin.
so we'll get that taken care of as well. All right, well, let's. Let's get to it here, guys. So let's start Phil's. And also, let's get my microphone, maybe James, turned down a little bit, or am I over?
No, you're good. You're perfect.
I'm good.
Everyone needs to match you.
Understood. Okay. So here's the deal, guys. Phil's are a great team.
Honestly,
All right.
a little louder for Joe. We're
Phil's
good.
are a great baseball team. And, I'm curious if anybody objects to that as I state that this morning. Obviously 4 in a row versus Colorado, but 7 in a row overall. Let me give you 3 straight facts. Fact number 1, Phils are 2 games up on the Mets entering Memorial Day weekend. 2 games up for first place in the division, which is fantastic considering where they were, 3-4 weeks ago. Second factor, 1 game up on the Dodgers for the best record in the National League. I mean, as of right now, you'd have home field advantage in the playoffs in the National League portion. And the third fact is they're only a half a game behind, believe it or not, the Detroit Tigers for the best record in all of baseball. So, they are totally where I think you should want them to be entering Memorial Day weekend. I mean, 2 months in, and I know it was a circuitous route to get there, okay? Because we all know, from, I don't know what the date was, April 15th through, May 10th or whatever it was a little squirrely in there. But holy mackerel. I mean, they are on frickin' fire. So, as we enter this tremendous weekend and the 3-day weekend and all that, and a lot of people, coming down the shore, and I'm sure some already down the shore, we ask you today at 215-592-9494 for your reaction in the first 2 months of the Phillies and your sense of where this thing goes from here, because obviously I think they deserve a tremendous amount of credit. Luzardo, who we barely talked about in the offseason, has been an incredible addition. I think the biggest negative has been Nola. I think the biggest negative in the first 2 weeks is totally, it looks like, worked itself out, and that would obviously be Romano, who got in there and closed that thing down yesterday. Bullpen, we still have our concerns. The Alvarado thing is not something to ignore. It's a problem. But there's a lot more good on this team than bad. I mean, they're a great baseball team. So if you agree with me that they're a great baseball team. Want to hear from you, 215-592-9494. If you disagree with me, certainly want to hear from you as well, and I'll ask you, what you're talking about, Willis. I mean, here's the deal, guys. They cannot prove in April or May. They cannot prove in April or May, or, by the way, June or July. They simply cannot prove that they will win the World Series. It's unprovable. It's not possible. But what they can prove is that they're a great baseball team. And in my opinion, they have. And I understand all the residual frustration of past years. And, guys, I share it with you. Of course I do. We all know the way it ended the three Octobers in a row was crushing. And it kind of hurt our Philadelphia sports soul. I get it. But, I mean, I think they're answering the bell. Jody, I think they're answering the bell in a really big way that they deserve tremendous credit, especially for how it got a month ago and how they came through that.
Last time I was here on WIP was Monday night, so the weekend sweep and the first game in Colorado, and I still had the field calls about, but who are they beating?
Yeah.
And, yes, they're playing bad teams right now. That's what the schedule is all about. That's what the season is all about. When you're playing a bad team, you wipe them off the floor. You win 7 straight games, and that's exactly what they've done. So for the excuse makers who want to just, wait till they play a real team. Okay, yeah, they're going to play a whole bunch of real teams between now and the end of the season. Everybody has the soft underbelly to the schedule. And when it pops up, you need to take advantage of it. And I'd say 7 wins in a row is pretty much taking advantage of it.
Totally. And I'll add this. I mean, does anyone, and I'm going to a number that they are more than 10 games away from projecting to, but does anyone think they're going to be under 90 wins? I mean, guys, they're projecting right now, and I have to do the math. I know as of 2 days ago it was 101. I mean, I guess at this point they're probably projecting a 102 or 103 games. I mean, they're going to win somewhere between 90 games, and I'll just give you a really high extreme number, 105. I don't think they're going to win 105. But the bottom line is they're probably going to win between 90 and 100 games.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Go to 91.
Why?
Because I got them at 90 and a half. So start with 91 going up to 105.
Jody, you're good, man. How many shekels on that one?
A couple, yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Dude, let me tell you something. I'd be very happy with that bet right now. Now, then again, last year, they look like they're on pace for 163 wins at this point. And, no, they finished above 91, but it wasn't exactly, like the one freaking 15 they were, projected to or whatever it was. Look, we'll take your reaction at 215-592-9494. I mean, it's really been, I just think it's been something to see and behold. And maybe you think it's an overstatement on my part, but, I mean, hasn't almost all of it rounded into form? Now Marsh is still not a great center fielder, and it's a weak position, okay? Bohm, I'm not sold on. But, I mean, Bryce is back to being Bryce. He gets you, I think it's fair to say the biggest hit of the game yesterday. It's the only one you really needed because it scored the only run of the game they needed to win the game, and ultimately Kepler gets a double as well, and they win 2-0. But, I mean, and I come back, it's like every time we talk about the Phillies, I come back more than anything to this reality. My team, on an almost daily basis, puts out a better starting pitcher than the other team. That's like almost every day. And Jody Ranger yesterday, and there may not be a spot for him next year in the team, and there probably won't be, and we'll talk about that. But, I mean, my God, Ranger Suarez, if he's the 5 or the 4 or, like, whatever he is, like, I love that guy. The guy's unbelievable.
And, oh, by the way, they don't always put out the best starting pitcher. I watched it over the weekend with Paul Skeens.
Of course.
Oh, man.
I know.
Does he have nasty stuff?
He does.
But, sure enough, Philly scratch a run, and that's all they need.
That's right.
And they win the game.
Because here's the other thing. Even if they don't have a better starting pitcher, and occasionally, certainly they won't, and they did not in the Skeens game, although he pitched better, but, Skeens is a better pitcher. But here's the thing. For all of the discredit that this lineup gets based on inconsistency and all that, and obviously October flameouts, the reality is even this, at times, highly frustrating lineup at times is still better or much better, as in case in point the Rockies series, than most teams they face from that standpoint. I mean, guys, even last year, as bad as it got in October, and it was horrible, let's not act like the Phillies lineup was bad. They scored the 5th most runs in baseball. So I have a team that projects to probably be a top 5 to 10 run-scoring producing team this year, and a top, 2 or 3, if not 1, starting pitcher team this year. I mean, I just think, Devin, this team and the rebound, and Devin, you know how, kind of nasty the conversation was a month ago.
Yeah.
Devin's mic's still not on, so we really got to get that resolved. Look, 215-592-9494. Highly impressive what they've done, so we'll take your reaction on all that. Seltzer, talk to me, my man. How impressed are you?
I'm really impressed. And look, I get it. I think there are two caveats that are going to come up in this conversation right now. One, they're beating up on bad teams. We get it. Two, it only matters what happens in the playoffs. We get it. But all we can do is judge what we're seeing right now. And to Jody's point, how many years have we talked about this team like failing against the Marlins or not getting it done against the Nationals or on West Coast trips or whatever? Like, they're handling business right now. And they're doing it in the exact way that we asked for. I would even say in the last 2 weeks or so, this might be the best that this group of guys as an offense has looked together. The whole Castellanos, Harper, Trey, Schwarber, Bohm, like the whole group, like they're all hitting, they're passing the baton. That was something they talked about in spring training, the idea of passing the baton. Just get up, get a hit, get on base, keep it moving. They're doing that. They're spraying the ball around the field. Trey Turner's stealing bases. He's hitting with a little bit of power. Harper's hitting with power. Like, I get it. They're playing bad teams, but they're handling their business. Like, none of these games were close. Like, 2-0 yesterday was the closest of any of these 4 games.
Right.
Like, they're doing what we could. And to your point, amazing pitching. Obviously, the bullpen's an issue. They're going to have to figure something out, even though Romano, my guy's been awesome. But, I don't know how you could ask for more right now from what this team, for what they're doing. Like, in the moment, like, give them credit where due. They're playing really good baseball.
Big time, man. Look, 215-592-9494, your chance to react. So talk to us. Where do you stand on that? When I tell you that, again, they can't prove in May that they're going to win the World Series. They can't. And you know that. Everybody knows that. But here's where I'm at, and I'll view it from an emotional standpoint. All in. 100% in. I know I might get my heart broken in October. I accept that. Now, I'm not happy that it might happen, but I know this. I'm a lot happier than in 2016 when I knew my team was out of it by Memorial Day. Out of it, right? So I'm all in, 100% emotionally in on the team in the season, impressed by them, encouraged, hopeful, and really, frankly, very happy.
Quick question to make your point. Who right now, if you say, you can't win the World Series in May, okay, fine. Who has?
Right, exactly.
You can only do it in comparison with everyone else playing baseball at this time.
Right.
You want to say you think the Dodgers have a better lineup, a better roster, whatever. Okay, fine. Who else?
Listen,
Silence.
I
Silence.
hear you. And I'll add this. No team in baseball history has won the World Series in May. It's never happened. All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction on all this. We're going to get it more into the Tush Push. There's still a lot there. Some of what Jahad Campbell said to us when he talked to us yesterday, we'll get to that. Phone calls on all this, how you can win Phillies tickets for a game coming up in a few weeks. That and more from Borgata. Joe DeCamera. Now, Richie's out, Rhea's out, Devin's in, Jody's in, and great to have you with us as well. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on all this on 94 WIP. And let me tell you about United Tire and Service, and they are just phenomenal. Let me put it another way. The best in the business. United Tire and Service, amazing. And they're doing something really amazing this month for the community and really by extension, for Children's Hospital and by extension for the community. So United Tire and Service has partnered with CHOP, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and, of course, to brighten days. Whether you need service for your car or not, this May, please consider stopping in to your locally owned and operated United Tire and Service. You can donate to Children's Hospital, and this is what's really cool. United Tire will match your donation dollar for dollar. Trying to help out, obviously, the kids and the great support staff at CHOP that supports them. Matching dollar for dollar your donation, and they will give you a voucher. That is, United Tire will give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. You guys know the deal. I tell you all the time. I get my car service at United Tire and Service. You can as well. Whether it's service, whether it's tires, they cover it all. For the location nearest you, find the closest location to you at unitedtire.com. There are 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Find the one nearest you at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94, WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs, Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick and Springfield, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Shop the Delaware Valley's largest selection of craft beers, specialty brews, and fine cigars at B&B Beverages. Conveniently located just off the 611 and 202 bypass in historic Doylestown. This summer, live every moment with Peroni 12-pack bottles, just $17.99. Or grab a 12-pack of Miller Lite 12-ounce cans for only $12.99. Perfect for the next Phillies game. And check B&B's website for their sampling events. BNBBeverages.com. Celebrate responsibly.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's time to find out who is in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. This year's basketball playoffs have provided a level of excitement that we haven't seen in a long time. With upsets brewing all over the league, one team has been on an absolute tear through the first 2 rounds. After handling Milwaukee in 5 games, Indiana has put on a show to take down Cleveland as they head to the conference finals. Will they be able to keep up the pace? In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Today, partly sunny with an afternoon shower, high 66.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie. Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Memorial Day doorbuster deals are here at Lowe's. Right now, Rewards members save $80 on the Master Forge 4-burner gas grill, now just $149. Plus, Rewards members save $900 on the Lowe's exclusive Hisense French door refrigerator, now only $999. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but two of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Visit Delco. Phillies swept the Rockies in their 4-game series in Colorado, as well as the 7-game series against the worst team in baseball, making it the first time in franchise history the Phils have completed a 7-game sweep of a single opponent in a season. The Phillies head to Sacramento to face the Athletics tonight. And in case you missed it, the Tush Push is here to stay, at least for one more season, thanks in part to Jason Kelce. Kelsey joins the morning show at 7:30 a.m. today. Delco is a lot of awesome sports bars and restaurants, a lot of live music and arts, and a lot of parks and trails. Online at visitdelcopa.com. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 54 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Now the music's not working.
All right, good morning to you. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie, ordinarily from Borgata, but we got the Mac man today. Jody Mac in for John. We're having a few technical difficulties, but we're working through it. Tell you what, Phils are having difficulties. Much like the Eagles in September, early October. Eagles worked through it. So far, so good from a Phillies working through it standpoint. So a lot to get to today, and obviously you can weigh in 215-592-9494. By the way, I got to say that Devin had a sentence there, and unfortunately Devin's mic isn't working, so she can't react. But Devin had a sentence in that sports update I've never heard before. The Phillies head to Sacramento to play the A's.
Yeah,
Jody. I mean, like, what is up with sports these days? I got the freaking A's playing in Sacramento.
I've seen some. I don't know that I've seen an entire game that the A's have played. I've seen highlights from the ballpark. They're packing the house at least. I know it's only 10,000, but they used to get like hundreds at the Oakland County Coliseum, whatever the hell they called that dump that was in Oakland. So at least I'll give the people of Sacramento credit because they're showing up. They got Major League Baseball. They thought they were never going to have Major League Baseball.
Think about the odyssey of the A's real quick. So they go from Philadelphia to Kansas City to Oakland to Sacramento, and apparently, maybe, likely, it's going to be Las Vegas in a couple years. Wild. All right, 215-592-9494. So you can certainly react to everything going on with the Phils lately and kind of how you project moving. Can start. Put another way, has it begun, James?
It's a great question, Joe. I mean, I think it's I know it's not great, but I think it's individual for everyone. I think it's when you're done work on Friday. And if you're off today, it has started. But I think it starts for us at 10 o'clock. Is that fair?
Well,
I mean, we have the kind of job where it's a fun job anyway, but
yeah,
we have a fun job. So for us, it does. Like, I came in today feeling like summer, but I think like for people who got to work till 5 today or whatever it is, I think once they're done work, it's go time.
What's the ruling, Jody?
I was bummed out today driving down to the Borgata. Usually I come and stay, but wife's away, so I got to watch the dog. So I drove down in the morning, and I'm listening to WIP, and they have the advertisement that, hey, if you're going down the shore between 4 and 5 o'clock, Chicky and Pete's will be picking up your tab, which is great. They've been doing it forever. We're very friendly with Chickies and Pete's. It's a great place. And I thought to myself, did they say PM? because I'm coming down the Atlantic City Expressway, and it's 4:20 a.m. I'm going, they're going to pick up my tab, right? Yeah, no such luck.
Yeah.
So it starts when Chicky starts picking up the tab at 4 o'clock, as far as I'm concerned.
I like it. All right, so here's the deal. In honor of the summer, which obviously beckons with Memorial Day weekend, we will ask you your chance to win the Phillies tickets for the June 11th game. Of all the great summer movies, or not great summer movies, but you think more in terms of the good ones, best summer movie character of all time. Who is it? Summer-oriented movie. Who is the best character ever from a summer movie? Now, let me just give this one disclaimer. The entire movie does not have to happen in the summer, but there has to be at least enough of a, because sometimes it's like summer and then start of the school year. And that can work as long as you have enough summer in there to qualify, as we determine it, to be a summer movie. So who's the best movie character ever from a summer movie? Best answer, whoever wins it, wins the Phil's tickets, 215-592-9494. Mac, man, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need a ruling.
Yes, sir.
I know that it's like you said, summer into fall. This is spring into summer, and I don't know if it qualifies as summer. And again, they never state what day it is, but you can certainly come up with an opinion because of certain things happening.
Yep.
Ferris Bueller.
No, because he's in school. No, he's a school kid. It's at least September. It's not summer.
But aren't they
Seltzer, that is
graduating?
That's the worst answer I've ever heard. And then it's freaking May.
No, it may be May. Yeah, I thought
It's
it was
either
like
September
I
or
thought
May.
it was April May range for it, but it is not.
Yeah, it's probably
not
April,
exact.
May. Jody, what are you, bozo?
But
is-
hold on,
is-
does
is
Memorial Day
baseball-
count? Like, if Memorial Day weekend is the thing,
Right.
You know,
Joe DeCamera just
that could have been a
deciding
Memorial
when
Day parade
Memorial
in
Day
Ferris
counts.
Bueller.
20 minutes ago, he was going, it's already kicked in.
All right. Weird technicality, but I'm certainly not voting for it.
All right.
I'll write it down. So who am I writing
just
down?
needed
Am I
to
writing
know.
down?
Ferris. Oh, he's a star. Of course he's a star.
Sloan Peterson over. Yeah. Anyway, all right. 215-592-9494. Devin, a summer movie character. Who we thinking here in terms of? I need you to get up here. Summer movie character. Who do we got for a great character through the year summer movie?
I feel like I'm a contestant on a game show right now. I'm going to go with Matt Hooper from Jaws.
Well, Jaws is absolutely
answer.
a summer movie.
Probably
to say
better
the
character
least.
from Jaws.
And
though,
there
so.
are multiple answers from Jaws. That's a very interesting answer right there. I hadn't thought of that. I'm thinking more in terms of like kids and summer.
I mean, Jaws is the
camps
ultimate summer movie.
And there's a couple of tremendous ones there. Seltzer, summer movie character. Who do you got?
I will not take a haymaker, but it's a haymaker movie that you need to see. You got to see Dazed and Confused. We've been telling you this forever. I'll go with Don Dawson, who I think is the most underrated character in that movie.
Okay, Don Dawson it is. Look, hit us up, 215-592-9494. I'm going to take a really notable summer movie character, but I just don't think she's that great. So I don't feel like I'm actually taking a Mount Rushmore off the board when I say Baby from Dirty Dancing.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have voted for it. So.
Yeah, she's really not that great a character. But she is one of the most famous summer movie characters. I mean, 3 weeks there at that spot, the Catskills. That's big time. All right, give us a great answer. 215-592-9494. Summer movie character. Who do you got? You can win the Phil's tickets. Let's get to Gary in Whitehall kicking us off. Gary, good morning.
Morning. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
Absolutely, Gary.
Hey, I tell you what. Have you ever seen a baseball roster with a starting pitching roster like they have?
No. Actually, no. I mean, I guess maybe the Braves, depending on who the fifth starter was. There might have been some years with Kent Merker. Or I guess Charlie Leibrandt early when they had Avery as their 4 and Leibrandt was their 5.
Millwood for a minute.
Millwood in there somewhere. So, yeah, I would say yes, but not. And look, I would add the Phillies in 2011 when Vance Worley cracked it up.
I was going to say, didn't we call them the 4 races for a reason?
No, but I'm going to 5. And here's what makes this one, I think, particularly unique. I actually think they can go to 6 to 7. I mean, once you add Painter and theoretically Abel, I mean, I actually think this one, look, I don't know who the Braves, I mean, I guess the Braves maybe had Millwood in the minors while they had the other guys in the majors. But Gary, part of what makes this so unique is just the utter excellence, and then I think it actually expands beyond 5. I mean, I've never seen a situation where you feel like a guy in the minor leagues could bump out a guy like Ranger for a playoff spot who yesterday pitched 6 2/3 shutout innings and has been a stalwart for this team for like half a decade now. It's unbelievable.
I mean, so who's the odd man out then?
Well, to be determined. I mean, as of right now, it would be Aaron Nola, and it may be Ranger Suarez, but I don't know. I mean, you got to play that out and see where it goes. Jody, what's your gut feeling there?
Do you dangle Ranger for
You might.
or Ben?
Here's part of what makes you more inclined to dangle Ranger. I don't think he's back. So, you know, if I can trade Ranger. Now, look, I don't think you're going to get a ton for him because he's on the last year of his deal. So whoever acquires him is acquiring a guy on the last year of his deal. But, like, could I get a center fielder on the last year of his deal or maybe with 2 years left? Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, that's certainly possible. I mean, let me put it this way, man. If I'm a playoff team, and don't kid yourself, playoff teams love gobbling up more pitchers. If I'm a playoff team, would I be interested in acquiring Ranger Suarez? Absolutely. You kidding me?
Right. Hey, that was a nice ass whooping yesterday with Rhea, and Elliott didn't stand a chance from the get-go. Well, when he won the option to go first, that was his downfall because he always let ladies go first.
I actually thought the same thing. Gary, give me, and we're going to play some of that audio. That was historic yesterday. Gary, give me an answer for a great summer movie character.
How about the Jet Rodriguez?
You got it, bud. Appreciate the phone call.
Sandlot. It's a great
All right,
answer.
215-592-9494. The rotation and more. Also, Tush Push. Some residual stuff with that. We'll address that. Phone calls on all of these topics. From Borgata today, we got the Mac Band. Jody Mack in for John on 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Phillies won their 7th straight game and swept the season series against the Rockies with a 2-0 victory in Colorado yesterday. The first run was thanks to Bryce Harper, who was 14 for 28 with 4 doubles, a homer, and 9 RBI through the Phillies' 7-game winning streak. Guess that haircut certainly working for him. The Phillies are now 2 games in first place over the Mets in the NL East. And in case you missed it, the Tush Push is here to stay, at least for one more season, thanks in part to Jason Kelce. Kelsey joins the morning show coming up at 7:30 this morning. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at aa.com. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 54 degrees. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on this Friday morning from Borgata. Jody Camera and the Mac Man, Jody Mac, in for John. Boy, did Jody get me in a technicality. If Memorial Day is the start of the summer, and if Ferris Bueller was going to that game in late May or early June. But here's the problem with it, James. It's just...
It doesn't feel like a summer
It doesn't feel like a summer
Yeah,
movie.
I get it.
Because they're still in school.
Oh, by the way, for the baseball scene, all of them in shorts and short sleeves, that was not an April game at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, I think Jody's
you're,
got
you're
you on
wearing
this.
a parka in that game.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. All right, we're going to get this segment to some audio from Saquon Barkley talking about the Tush Push. We got a lot up ahead. By the way, Jason Kelce in an hour will join us at 7:30.
That's awesome, man. I can't wait to go inside that room. You know,
the man was in the room. I mean, he and Jeffrey. It was Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce against the world. And you know who won? Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce.
Representing us as
That's
Philadelphians.
Right.
Like, I'm so proud.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hey, look, you guys know I thought the Tush Push should go, but I am like legitimately excited it stays because I know it helps the Eagles. Jody, I said yesterday I think it actually is worth at least a win or two, maybe even 3. Probably not 3, but a win or 2. Do you agree with that?
No.
You think it's worth 0 wins? I don't buy it. And I'll tell you why I don't buy it. It's the fourth down conversions in the second quarter, man. It's the times when they go for it, when ordinarily teams would punt. I have seen them, I'll use the word manipulate. I'll use that word. I don't know if it's the right word. Manipulate game flow based on an ability to do something that other teams can. I fundamentally believe the last couple years, it has won them an extra game or two per season based on retaining the ball when teams would normally punt. I really believe that.
You have to take it game by game. If you're trying to project it over an entire season, there's a chance that no games do they make a key.
But I don't think so. I see them score on possessions when other teams would punt, and then they win the game by 4. I've seen it.
All right, but let me ask you this. And again, judging by what the Philadelphia Eagle Nation thinks, when it seemed like it was going by the boards.
Yep.
Because you felt that way, right?
I thought it was likely to go. Yes, I thought it was likely gone.
The amount of response that I got on, well, Hurts is going to take it over anyway. All right, fine. They don't want to give us a tush push. He's going to just push it in anyway because he's Jalen Hurts. You have to take that into consideration, too.
Well, that's a factor. I'm not saying it's not. I agree. The Eagles would still be a much, I'll say, better or much better quarterback sneaking team than most. But I'm telling you, man, I've seen them do stuff. It's almost like the way it factors into strategy also. I mean, how many times on 3rd and 5 do we see the Eagles run because they then get that to 4th and 1 and then convert? Whereas a 3rd and 5, I don't know what the percentage is on that. Is that a 50-50? Is that like a 40% chance they convert on 3rd and 5? I'm not quite sure. But they take a 3rd and 5 to a 4th and 1. They take a 4th and 1 to a 1st and 10, and they still have the ball. I feel like we see it happen a lot.
And maybe Kelsey can give us his feel. I don't know if he got any feedback from anybody else who was in the room. He got to hear everybody else. I think part of why they got 22 votes, why they almost pulled it off and ran the tush push out the door was they've been doing this now for several years. So the whole, hey, just stop it argument is, well, they've been trying and they haven't been able to do it.
That's
so
right.
they threw up their hands and go, if you can't beat them, vote them out.
Yeah, no, Jerry Jones all but admitted it. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Talk to Dan in Philadelphia. Daniel, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, bud.
Joe, can you do me a favor?
No.
Can you switch mics with Devin?
Good call. You're not kidding.
Dude,
You're not
sound
kidding.
so mad about our success with the Tush Push.
No, I'm not. No, that's not. I'm not mad at Dan. If you don't hear legitimate excitement in my voice that it's retained, then you're missing what I'm saying, man. I would have voted it out, but I think it's great for the Eagles that it stayed.
I think it's amazing for the Eagles, but it just
I agree.
Super annoyed.
I'm annoying?
No, that you're super annoyed by like the success of it or something because you hate.
No. I'm not annoyed by it. It's just one of those things. It's almost like when the Sixers were tanking. And they were benefiting by getting these high picks. And I thought, the league shouldn't incentivize teams to tank that much by giving you that high a percentage. Not that it was like 50% first pick, but, it was weighted in a different way than it is now. And sometimes I feel like a situation's a little dirty-ish, I mean, I'm just telling you, straight up, I don't think the tush push should be allowed, but because it is the Eagles benefit, I'm glad they benefit.
Yeah, I don't find anything wrong with the play. We'll just go back to the simple basis of it. If you don't like it, stop it. So, as for the Phillies, right? They're great. They're rolling. But what are we going to do about Alvarado? What do we trade? What do we?
It could be as simple as they don't have to, because Ranger could be that guy in the playoffs. So let's just start with that. I actually don't think they have to trade for someone. I don't. But I think they probably will. But I mean, Dan, I think it's pretty clear that the Phillies are extremely likely to make the playoffs as is.
Of course.
So, I mean, imagine a scenario where, they could have 3 starting pitchers enter the bullpen in October. They could have Ranger. They could have Painter. They could have Abel. I'm not kidding. They could have 3 starting pitchers enter the bullpen in October.
So do you think they're high leverage guys?
I think they're guys. I think Ranger would come into a dirty inning where there's guys on base and the innings be gone. I think Painter and Abel would probably not. I think they'd be the guys that come in, start of the 6th, start of the 7th, start of the 5th. So, yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of an issue there, but my God, they do have options.
I mean, I feel good about it, but I know Ranger could do the high leverage thing, but I don't know about the other guy. I don't think Nola could do a high leverage situation for sure.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, for what it's worth, we saw Brett Myers move from a starter to a reliever and be really good. We saw John Smoltz do it.
I think they have
the
different
biggest key. I think the biggest key for Aaron Nola is just to get right, wherever he's pitching. Dan, give me an answer, man. A great summer movie character.
How about Al Zarvik from Caddyshack?
You got it. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's Rodney, right?
That's Rodney. Al Zarvik is Rodney.
Holy
yes.
mackerel. That is a monstrous answer. Jody, where do you stand on all that Philly starters to the bullpen stuff? Where do you stand on all that?
Well, first things first. Do we know that Caddyshack is a summer movie?
Hold on. Devin's microphone is...
Am I back?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I'm back.
Oh, my God. We do know it's a summer movie. Yeah, we do know it's a summer movie because the kid's trying to get the scholarship to go to school.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
and they're all at the pool.
Yeah, and they're at the pool.
Don't you get scholarships much earlier than July?
Well, not in this movie.
If you're going in September?
No, this summer movie
Jody,
character.
it's about feel. You know,
it's about feel.
Yeah,
okay.
it's about
you
feel.
didn't feel, so you didn't feel Ferris Bueller.
No,
So for what it's worth, I
Okay.
wasn't going to jump in with this, but we had someone call up and say that the Ferris Bueller Parade is the Von Steuben Parade, which happens in Chicago in September every year.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
interesting.
I'm trying to do a little research on it. There's not as much as you would think. but
Interesting.
I'm researching it.
Okay. No, I think
and
that
oh, by the
works.
way, if it's September 3rd and Labor Day doesn't come till the 6th, it's the summer.
Doesn't have the feel. All right, Devin, hello.
Hi, guys.
Wow.
This is crazy.
Yeah, you sound good.
Do I?
Yes,
That's
very
good.
much so.
That's good. Happy to join you. I do think Ferris Bueller is a summer movie.
No
for what it's
way.
worth.
Absolute
You the
garbage.
woman, Devin.
It's just the vibe. It's the overall vibe of it.
Turn your mic back on. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Horrendous. Devin, the Phils.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
what a turnaround.
Yeah. I mean,
it is kind of Eagles-esque.
I'm not willing to go that far yet.
Well,
I
they
think the
can't win it all yet, but I mean,
Yeah.
from the struggles of the Eagles,
They did
to
just
what
play
they became.
the two worst teams in the league, but
They did.
Yeah, they did exactly what they should do with two sweeps of the Pirates and the Rockies. So I'll take it. I mean, even a game like yesterday, they didn't have as many hits as they had earlier in the series, where they were putting up like double-digit hits. But 4 hits is enough to get it done. Bryce Harper. Clearly, the buzz cut is working for him. He took a note from Nick Sirianni's book. He's heating up at the plate, and I think everything is starting to click. The big question now is just, what happens with the bullpen? Do they continue to perform as well as they have? I mean, you mentioned Romano, earlier in the show, and he's really turned it around. Even my guy, Ryan Kirkgreen, has been doing pretty well. Just one pitch, but it was enough to get him out of the inning yesterday. So I just hope that they can keep it up when they start to play, better teams as the season goes on.
Yeah.
Because they have the Braves coming to Citizens Bank Park next week. That's going to be a big series.
Absolutely.
And oh, by the way, Acuna is supposed to come back tonight. Today,
is he?
Today is supposed to be first game Acuna activated for the Braves. Yeah, so he'll be here for the Phils next season. Now on the pitching, if anybody who listens to me knows, I'm probably as big an Aaron Nola fan as there is here in town.
Yep.
I've been calling him an ace, which I get a lot of feedback for, a lot of grief for. I think the Phillies had, coming into the season in previous years, 2 aces. It's nice when you have 2 aces.
Yeah, it is.
I never said he was better than Wheeler.
Right.
I just said I believe they have 2 aces, and certainly he's the second one slotted in. I will say this. I think there's about a 0.4% chance that he goes to the bullpen, like next to nothing. That's not going to happen. I don't think he'd be able to do it in the bullpen.
Yeah.
He's never done it before. I don't think they want to try that. Big problem for Aaron this year, and it's been a problem for most of his career, but more so this year, he gives up the home runs. You can't do that out of the pen. You have to come in and you have to be able to get guys out, not give up home runs, not multi-run home runs, which he does as well. There's no chance. I'd go so far to say, because you said early, Nola could be out of the rotation. I don't think that's happening until the playoffs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying put Aaron Nola in the bullpen in freaking July.
Okay.
I mean, the bottom line is some starter and maybe multiple are going to the bullpen in October. Just are.
And I'm telling you, I don't think Aaron Nola will be one of them. That would be the third option. First option is, and I apologize, Aaron, because I'm a big fan. I think he could be Taijuan Walker and not pitch.
Wait, who?
Nola.
He's saying.
Like not on the roster?
It depends. It depends if he bounces back. I mean, he's got to bounce back.
Well, we
I
don't
don't
know
think
if
he's
he's
a
going to bounce
bullpen
back or
guy.
not yet.
Is that to Jody's point? Like, I don't think his stuff plays in the bullpen.
No.
I don't buy that as much as people say. I mean, if you're a good pitcher, you're a good pitcher, man. I don't buy that nonsense. I just don't.
Well, I don't know if Aaron Nola's a good pitcher right
I mean,
now.
Joe,
No, I don't know that he is either. I mean, number one, he has to bounce back.
Yeah.
How many great bullpen guys can you think of who throw 92, 93?
John Franco.
Yeah, dude, that was a long time
A while
ago, man.
ago.
Tug
yeah,
McGraw.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm with you,
And
man.
Nola can
That's a long
develop
time
a
ago.
frickin' screwball. All right? That was
You
one of the
gotta
best pitches
believe,
ever.
Joe.
You got to believe. All right, Twitter poll question of the day. It actually is about whether you believe or not in a very prominent Phil who's played very well lately. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you believe in Trey Turner moving forward this season? Now, we're not putting it, 8 years from now when the contract's still going, okay? We're not, talking about that. We're saying, do you, because he has played really well lately, do you believe in Trey Turner moving forward this season? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's listen to Saquon Barkley. He joined that Reed Blankenship, Cooper DeJean podcast talking about a number of things, one of which, of course, is the Tush Push, which we know this week stays based on the advocacy of Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce. Kelsey will join us at 7:30 today to discuss it. Let's listen to Saquon on the Tush Push, and he's got an interesting fact in here I didn't know, wild fact. Listen to Saquon.
We saw you interview on ESPN, right, about the Tush Push and people banning it. So, what's your thoughts on that?
For me, personally, as a player, I know if I don't want to do a Tush Push on the 1 yard line, make sure I score. I think I got tackled at the 1 yard line 11 times. But the banning thing of it, I think it's soft, to be honest. And the teams that want to ban it, because everybody can do it. It's not like a play that we only can do. Everybody can do.
Trademark.
Yeah, and we happen to have one of the best and biggest O lines, and Jalen Hurts can squat 600 pounds. That's not our fault. Josh Allen is super big. They're not successful with it. Lamar Jackson is one of the best running quarterbacks of all time. They're not successful with it. So it's not something that everyone can't do.
Right.
So them try to eliminate it. It's just I think that's kind of lame.
Look, I mean, it's an interesting perspective and one that most people in Philly would share. I knew he got tackled at the one a lot. I didn't know it was 11 times.
It seemed like quite a few.
It did.
It's funny to me that he remembers that, and I think that's the type of thing you say. A player he won't care a player like him because he's a team guy. I'm not saying he's not a team guy, but it's funny that he was aware. And
Well, just
he's
imagine
kind of in
if
on the joke too.
imagine if 8 of them. Let's not give him 11 for 11 conversion from the one. Him specifically, because it could be Hurts, it could be a different running back, it could be a pass play. But imagine a scenario where, because this is what most NFL teams would do, they'd hand it to their best back, especially if he's a star from the 1 yard line. Imagine a scenario where he scores 8 more touchdowns. That's an MVP.
Yeah, but did he say that? Do we have to listen to it again? I think he said, I was tackled 11 times at the 1 yard line. Well, the play could have started at the 9.
No,
and
I'm
he
saying
ran it down to the 1.
No, I'm saying the next play, he'd get the ball.
give
and
it to
score a
him
touchdown.
again.
Yeah.
Except you got Jalen Hurts
No,
who's better at it than he is.
Well, yeah, especially when
they wouldn't have had to even do the Tush Push had he not been tackled at the 1 yard line.
Yeah, I mean, think of it this way. Derrick Henry is going to get those carries because Lamar Jackson's not going to quarterback sneak as much as Jalen Hurts. So there's multiple factors. There's Tush Push, and then there's Jalen would just be a really good quarterback sneak quarterback. Anyway, Carson was a good quarterback sneak quarterback. I mean, bigger guys can be better at it, and technique is part of it. But, I mean, if he had scored – I mean, look, James, you were saying it back in October. Saquon's not going to win the MVP because of the quarterback thing, and you weren't wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
sadly. I mean, I wanted him to.
He
but
should have won it.
It's just the way it is now. It's stupid. I
It is
agree with
stupid.
you, but I knew it wasn't. I was like, he has to break the record, and they have to have the best record, and then maybe he'll win it.
Yeah, and if he had 25 touchdowns, then maybe they would have given it to him. But it is amazing that it was 11 times at the 1. I mean, that is something. Let's go to Margie right now. Margie, good morning.
Good morning. I am offering up Will Smith as Steve Hiller in Independence Day.
Great answer. Yeah. That's another one. Margie.
Punching aliens.
That is summer vibe.
Punching aliens.
I like that answer.
That's a good answer right there.
Nobody can debate that's a summer movie since it's July 4th.
It's called Independence Day, so yeah, I think so.
All right, Margie, outstanding answer. You're certainly you want to win these Phillies tickets, right?
I sure do.
Now, let me ask you this, because I'm just curious. Will Smith in Independence Day or Rodney in Caddyshack? What do you really think?
I got to go with Will Smith.
I would think that would be your answer.
Good answer.
All right, Margie, good call right there. Excellent. 215-592-9494. Coming up, an early drop of the week. We don't normally do it so early, but we've had so much that we're going to do a little snippet of drop of the week next. Phone calls, a reminder, Jason Kelce at 7:30 today. And your thoughts on the Fightin' Phils, what they've accomplished, and where you think it goes from here. From Borgata, with all the microphones working. This is beautiful. Joe to camera. We got Jody. We got Devin. We got Seltzer. Wonderful to have you with us as well on 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Yeah, baby! Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at EliteAcura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same.
Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man.
No, wait, my phone, come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All of his records over 22 seasons in exchange for winning one Stanley Cup in Boston. Big time. In a second, he responded, not surprising to me, adding, individual trophies are great, but hockey's a team sport, and he is so right. So set your DVR to catch my entire interview with Ray this weekend on Game Time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tell you what, Macman has some beers and ballads to this song. Is it Albany State, Jody?
Yes.
That. I still remember from our days and, was producing your show in 1983, Albany State, right?
And the name of Albany State?
The Macmans.
No, the team.
Well.
Albany State what? Like Penn State Nittany Lions. Albany State.
Albany State Bears.
Close. It's an animal, but not a bear.
Anyone got a guess?
Tigers.
Mountain Lions.
0 for 2, 0 for 3.
Mountain Lions.
Cougars.
Otters. The Great Danes of Albany State.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, from the tournament. That does sound familiar.
I do remember that as well. All right, 215-592.
Oh, by the way,
yes,
the
sir.
old coach of Vermont, who I couldn't stand, because he used to call Albany State the what was the the Scooby-Doos.
Mm-hmm.
Like Scooby-Doo was supposedly a Great Dane. Shut up! Don't you be calling my. What's that?
I think he was a Great Dane.
I don't care.
He's
the
definitely
name
a
is Great Dane.
Definitely a Great Dane.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
People are getting testy on.
I mean, just a fact.
Holy mackerel. All right, I'll give you another fact. We normally do drop of the week only near the end of the show on Fridays. And by the way, we're from Borgata today, and hello, and hope you're having a good start to the day and Memorial Day weekend. Beautiful thing Got the Phillies in first place. They're a half a game behind the freaking Tigers, for the best record in the whole world. Come on, man. It's great. But also, while we normally do drop of the week only at the end of the show, we're doing an early one this week. Because, Seltzer, you're saying there's a lot this week, right?
Yeah, we had like a week and a half extra, a couple weeks, because we didn't do it last week. Yeah. So, yeah, a little extra.
So we're going to break drop of the week into two parts. We'll do a portion here now, and then we'll do a portion at the regular time around 9:10. Let's crank it up with the early portion of the drop of the week.
Hallelujah. It's the drop
Shashesky
of the week.
Did it fall? I think most people listening probably know how this goes, but if you don't, here's how. We play some audio that happened on our show in normally the last week, sometimes 2 weeks, and we're listening for the poignant, the funny, the ridiculous, whatever it may be. And by the end of the show, we determine which is the best piece of audio. Then they're in the running for drop of the year, which, by the way, MacMan won 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
We're going to have to play that audio later, James. Around 8 o'clock or so, MacMan winning drop of the year was his story.
Pull that up.
All right, so we'll get to that maybe in about an hour. But Seltzer, drop of the week this week, what are we looking at?
All right, let's dive in. Joe, you've been doing this kind of weird thing lately where people will be talking sports and you'll drop one of these.
Oh, yeah.
Like, very guess what? You did it again.
Like we're saying, the starting pitching, for one, is, I feel like the best it's been since 2011. But also...
Oh, yeah. It's not as good as the first one.
No, it's not. It's not.
And the first one's historic.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when I was a kid, I'd watch Chris Evert play tennis.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of us being children.
Jody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jody does, for sure. Yeah, not Jim Everett, Chris Everett.
That's
All right. Speaking of us being children, a life advice question last week was asked to you, Joe, about how you give the birds and the bees talk. Obviously, not a particularly great answer from you, but then John Ritchie decided to jump in and help out, talking to his son about it, and this is what happened.
Not only extremely uncomfortable, it just had no idea what I was even talking about.
Yeah, I get it.
I pulled out, and I waited until the next year. So you gotta be sure. You gotta be sure it's the right time, and then it's just got to be blatant and brutally honest. That's the best way.
You know what you said, right? I just want to make sure you know.
No, what was it? What did I say?
Unbelievable.
We're such children. I love all of us just cackling underneath as he's talking. We can't contain it.
Yeah.
Great stuff right there.
Yeah. I kind of thought he knew at a certain point, but he denied it.
He clearly, I don't know if he did.
Unbelievable.
It was great.
Okay.
That line, of course, as we continue to talk the birds and the bees, led to Rhea to, go for it.
So, look, I did my best. It wasn't a very good effort by me. I've never even thought of that question.
I think it all worked out.
Obviously, as a non-parent, you like to think you have.
I think what the bottom line is: when in doubt, pull out.
Yeah, that's another way.
I didn't expect that.
No, that was quite a line as well.
That's a great
All
line.
right, we got some strong contenders so far.
All right, let's keep it rolling. MacMan, this might shock you. It might not. You've known Joe for a long time. But Joe had never heard of a pomegranate. So Ava Graham decided to bring in 3 fruits and show them to Joe. And this is a little edited together of how it played out.
So I don't know what any of them are. Now I have some guesses. Let me be honest. I have some guesses. I think this one, I'm going to hold this up for YouTube over here. I think this one might be a radish.
Okay, good.
Is that what it's called? A radish?
Yeah, good.
R-A-D-I.
Go with that.
I like that.
Can I keep the radish?
That's the
You
radish.
can keep the radish.
That's the radish.
Because the seeds inside a pomegranate are delicious, and that, my friend, the large radish,
Ray.
was the pomegranate.
I love that the one you're like, it's definitely not.
I can't believe I got a pomegranate out of this.
David.
I love to.
When did this happen? I'm so sad I missed this.
Last week.
Yeah, it was great.
I feel no shame either. That doesn't bother me
He
at all.
takes the pomegranate, holds it up, and he's like, well, this one is definitely not a pomegranate. I think it's a radish. And the funniest part of that is he decides to spell radish. He's like, it's a
Multiple
radish.
times.
R-A-D-I-S-H.
I kept spelling radish. I don't know why. I just kept spelling it. Like probably 3 times.
Oh, how did you not know what a pomegranate?
I don't know what any of it is.
Clearly
I have so many questions.
I got the apple
and
and
banana.
There was a mango in there. He didn't know what that was. There was
What?
I don't know those things.
It was really great.
Yeah, I don't know what a pomegranate looks like either.
Thank you, Jody.
I've never had
Jody.
one. But I'll tell you one thing. I know what a radish looks like. That I could have been able to tell you if a radish was in the mix. But I'd be with you on pomegranate. I didn't know. What the hell
Have you ever eaten a pomegranate or a mango?
No.
Well, you're missing out because they're two of the best fruits.
They're delightful. Delightful.
I love how excited Richie is in the background of that.
I know. We're talking about a pomegranate. That was the other part. All right, let's keep it rolling. Speaking of Richie, Ben Davis in studio. Joe, we would not have known this. I appreciate you pointing this out. Some of the weird things that happened during the break, including you heard this question asked by Ben Davis to John Ritchie.
In the commercial break, Ben Davis looked at John Ritchie and said, "Do you want to buy a cow with me?"
Where the hell did that come from?
It's look, they're weird people, both of them.
If you've ever talked to Ben Davis for more than like 5 minutes, you'll learn that he loves farming.
So Ben Davis, when he is in, because I can see his computer when he's on it.
He watches tractor videos.
He watches tractor videos. Or like other farming videos.
Yeah.
I'll look, I'm like, and he's like talking about baseball in the air while there's like farming videos going on. It's hilarious.
That's great.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Mark Recchi was on, and a lot of great stuff to say. I appreciate this little piece of audio because he gives us, Joe, a double organization.
Mr. Helferty, they're trying to do the right things here and get this organization back on track when I think they're doing a terrific job. And by hiring Talk, I think just, solidifies a lot of things for the organization, and it's really exciting.
So good, right? It's so good.
It is such a Flyers thing.
Totally.
The organization.
I
love it.
Yeah,
All
it's so
right,
good.
good
All right.
work.
From the funny to the poignant, just a little taste of it. I probably could have played the entire hour that Brian Dawkins was with us as drop of the week, and it would have been awesome. But here's a little taste. Tom from Alabama called up and told him about some of the struggles he had. This is just a little piece of Dawkins reacting to that.
But if I can be a better me, and that helps people like that individual who just called. What is his name? Tom. Yeah. Thank you again for the call. To fight, to fight just with a passion, with a fervor, whatever comes my way. I don't care how bad it feels and how bad I don't want to do it. I'm going to continue to fight. If I can help people do that, and then they, are here for their loved ones a little, longer, then I'm going to continue to do it.
Yeah, that's great, man.
So the whole hour just felt like
it was great.
Yeah, it was special. All right, couple more pieces of audio. Joe, I hate to do it to you, but you lost in Beat the Hammer. And we could go through all the complaining, but we don't have to because we could just play you losing and you complaining immediately.
So it would be, in the Eastern Conference Final, they beat them in 82. In the Conference Final, it's one. Yeah, that's garbage. That's a garbage question. Yeah, James, I might object to that question. Read that question. First off, how many did he get right?
He got 3 right. He beat you 3.
Read the question. Read the question.
In the 1980s. How many times? Yeah, they beat them in 1980.
Read the question.
You're so intense and so funny.
The immediate reaction, that's a garbage question.
I know.
That's garbage.
I know.
Well, I was really tripped
Let me
off
just
on
tell you,
whether-
I really buttoned up my questions this week.
Yeah.
I spent extra time locking them down, Joe. All right, one more. If you lose, we play it. Another thing I could have probably taken the whole debate and just put it in because it pretty much all sounds like this, but here's a little taste of Rhea and ESP.
Oh, let me just say, this is going to win.
I think it's going to win. Yeah.
This is going to win.
They might not be friends after this.
This went on, just so people know, Rhea and Elliott in the debate. What you're about to hear, level of back and forth went on for 5 to 7 straight minutes.
Yeah, so
this was Hagler Hearns, but this was 2 rounds in a row.
I had like 5 different cuts this morning that I could have chosen from. Yep. You're exactly right. Here's a little taste of the ESP debate.
The team wins. The Devils win.
Again,
the Sixers
you
win.
think bringing up Washington is a positive?
It is a positive.
Makes him a good Sixers
because
owner.
It shows
We're talking about as a Sixers owner.
And as a Sixers owner, you're ignoring the on.
So because Washington is good, it makes him a better owner. You're an idiot.
No, if you want to ignore
a flat-out
if
moron.
you want to ignore
if
the
you think a
on-the-court
single
product, you can
Sixers
do
fan
that.
is going, gosh, Washington's good.
You are an idiot.
And that was nothing compared
Dude,
to
the
what it
venom
was.
with what she said of your.
Yeah.
I'll have another piece for the second job of the week, so we get a little different pieces if you want tatted in. But
that was
yeah,
wild. Well, that
they
to
were
me that
going
advances
at it.
I mean that's got drop of the year. I mean it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. All right, that advances, right?
I mean, the
Yeah, I'm good with
pomegranate's
it.
pretty good, but
Yeah, and I think the pulled out stuff's pretty funny. But I agree.
they're
I
all
think this
good, but
wins.
yeah.
Yeah, no, the Rhea and Elliott things it was a historic argument. All right, look, 215.
Anybody who votes for anything else is an idiot.
An idiot. Exactly right. All right, up ahead. More on the Phils. Obviously, they're rocking and rolling these days. So we'll get to, not only yesterday's game, but the first 2 months and how they project moving forward. It's been quite a journey already. So the whole Phils thing on the table. Saquon, more of what he said this time about joining the Eagles and kind of his decision-making that went into that. We'll get to that. Beat the Hammer at 7:45. And prior to all that, Jason Kelce, who was in the room 2 days ago when the owners did their thing, and he made the impassioned plea along with Jeffrey Lurie to keep the tush push. Jason will join us at 7:30 to tell us how it all went down. Joe DeCamera, we got the Mac Man, Jody Mac in for John today from Borgata on 94 WIP.
If you're thinking about getting engaged, you have to check out Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store last week and had the best experience with Paul Cozy. Such a great guy. I learned all about their stunning engagement rings, their in-house process, and the passion behind this amazing family-owned business. You won't find a more knowledgeable or trustworthy team than at Cozy Jewelers. So if you're ready to pop the question, you need to step up to the fifth C. That's cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Go to cozyjewelers.com.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
He's back at the track, at the wall. He leaps. It's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Others came and went. But Jack Dell has stayed in it. And he and the team at Dell Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Dell Toyota. Plus at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles
vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conicelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conicelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conicelli is a nice place to do business.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. Savings section not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Admission service required and sticker fee additional pass fail. See store for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Roto-Rooter. Phillies swept the Rockies in their 4-game series in Colorado, as well as the 7-game season series against the worst team in baseball, making it the first time in franchise history that the Phils have completed a 7-game sweep of a single opponent. The Phillies head to Sacramento to face the Athletics tonight. In case you missed it, the Tush Push is here to stay, at least for one more season, thanks in part to Jason Kelce. Kelsey joins the show to break it all down, coming up next at 7:30. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 54 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Weekend obviously upon us here, knowing that the Phillies are in the spot that they are in, entering Memorial Day with 2 months down, 4 months to go in the regular season. Guys, they're only a half a game. Let me say this: they're only a half a game behind the best record in baseball. I know for a lot of people might not have felt that way or feel that way because of, what parts of April and parts of May look like. They're a great baseball team. All right, we'll take your reaction. Also, as Devin said in the update, Jason Kelce joins us in about 10 minutes. Lot to get into, man. Tush Push. Philadelphia's hero, Jason Kelce. Not since, Jody, you'll appreciate this, not since Hulk Hogan and Mr. T. No, that's not even the right analogy because people were, I was going to say Hulk Hogan and Mr. T. Who'd they take on? Roddy Piper and, was it the Iron Sheik back in the day?
No, I don't think it was the Sheik.
Who'd they beat?
Hulk and Mr. T against Roddy and somebody, but it
Paul
wasn't
Orndorff?
Sheik. No.
Well, here's the point.
Shame on me for not knowing this.
Someone help us out. The point is, it was Kelsey and Jeffrey Lurie against, the world the other day. And Kelsey and Lurie won, which was awesome. I mean, it's great for the Eagles. So, Jason breaking it all down in about 10 minutes. If anyone knows who Mr. T and Hulk beat, let us know. It's definitely Roddy Piper and somebody. All right, all of this. Jody, how impressed are you with the Phils?
Very. Well, yeah, I'm impressed, but I thought they were going to be this good to begin with. I thought they were, I told you, easy, 90 and a half. I thought they'd be closer to 100. Now, they've had a little assistance that the Braves have been hurt. Because I thought the Braves and the Mets and the Phillies would do battle all year long, that they would so far distance themselves from the Marlins and the Nationals it would become laughable. And the Braves, to their credit, after starting 0-7, 0-8, lose their first two series, have now gotten back to 500, and they get Acuna back. But I really believe that the Phillies were 95-win team, so they're on pace to go beyond that. So, yes, that I'm impressed by. But the fact that they're in first place, no, I thought they had a very good chance to be in first place.
Yeah, well, they are. All right, one more thing before we go. Let's two more things before we go to the calls. First off, congrats to all the grads out there. A lot of people graduating this weekend, or maybe you already have. And congrats to the parents. That's a big accomplishment. The college grads all, you get a couple weeks here in May where, this stuff happens. And I know a lot of them are this weekend. So first off, if you've graduated and are listening to us, shame on you. You should be sleeping in, right? But then also get ready to work for the next 50 years. And that part's no fun. Unless you get a really cool job and then you enjoy it. But no, all jokes aside, congrats to the grads. It is great stuff. One more thing. So Jody in for John today. Jody, we like to do 5 questions with you when you're in.
Yeah.
Each question today will be a debate topic this week on WIP, or a variation of it. So here's the first question I'm going to pose to you, and I'm curious which way you come down on it. Should the Tush Push have stayed?
Yes.
You think the league got it right?
Yes. Because to take it out was wrong. We're talking right and wrong here. Here's why it had to stay, in my opinion. The arguments that were being made leading up to the actual vote. We don't have any data that shows that it's injury riddled, but we believe it will be injury. Shut up.
Well, they did, but I'll say this. The language of the ultimate proposal that was voted on 2 days ago got away from that. It was just to the basic, should you be allowed to push a player? Which I thought they should not be allowed to push a player, but the league determined you're allowed to push a player. That's what it came down to. Should you be allowed to push a player, yes or no?
I say yes because they changed it. There were rules forever. You couldn't push a player.
Yeah.
And then they decided, no, let's give him that chance. Let's let him push. And now you want to take it out again? And no one can look at me with a straight face and tell me that it doesn't have to do with the fact that the Eagles are just so much better than anybody else. You're changing a rule just to handicap a team because they're too good within the rules. BS.
All right. Well, listen, Kelsey, who obviously yet again is the hero of Philadelphia. The man has had many heroic moments, and this was another one. He'll join us in about 5 minutes. Let's get to Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, morning crew. How are you guys today?
Good. Fantastic, buddy.
Good. Happy Memorial Day. I lived in two places in my life that are connected to Memorial Day. Waterloo, New York is the birthplace of Memorial Day. And then Doylestown, PA is the longest continuing Memorial Day parade in the country. So
wow.
I grew up in Doylestown, and I did not know that. So thank you. There you go.
Yes, absolutely. 1868 was the first parade there. They've been doing it ever since.
How about it?
Big shout out to them. And I'm kicking off the weekend with Metallica tonight. I can't be more pumped for it.
Good man.
Nice.
Did you win those tickets on our show?
I did not, but I am so persistent. I'm going to win the tickets to see you guys play. If I don't win today, I'm going to keep trying.
Good deal, man. I like it.
So I just, real quick with the Phillies, they are lighting it up, and they're actually fun to watch now. I had a hard time watching them all of the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and everything's coming together. It's just a lot of fun to watch. So
well, big
good way to
time.
start.
And it all starts with the starting pitching. It just does. I mean, they've been clobbering the ball lately, not yesterday, but they've been clobbering the ball lately. But the bread and butter of this baseball team is exceptional starting pitching. And I don't mean good. And I'll say this, I don't mean great. I mean exceptional. Exceptional starting pitching. It's unbelievable.
It's a lot of fun. And I just want to give you guys my answer of the day, because this is, to me, the ultimate summer movie and a character that I wanted to emulate when I was a kid.
Yep.
Chris Chambers, River Phoenix, and Stand By Me.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
I
great
think it's got a
answer.
shot to win.
I
That's
agree.
a big one. I didn't know his name, but I did have written down before earlier, I have literally River Phoenix, Stand By Me. I mean,
It's a great character.
it's a great character. All right, Eagles, Shirley is with us. What's going on, Shirley?
Oh, good morning, my family. Oh, my goodness. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
To you
and I like
too.
what you said, Joe. Congratulations to all the graduates and to the parents and the
Hey.
people that helped them out.
Let me
along
tell you
the
something,
way.
Shirley. In many ways, bigger congrats to the parents and the kids.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right
I'm
about that.
just saying.
That-
The
that-
Preach, buddy, preach.
Put it this way: the parents have worried more about the kids, than the kids have worried about the kids.
Exactly. Trust me. I live around
Exponentially
Temple
more,
University.
yes.
I know. So I was just listening in, and I've been wanting to call in. People has been riding my back. They haven't heard my voice. Listen, I started a new job. Well, I still work with the city of Philadelphia, but I'm in a newer role in management. So, it's just a little bit harder. But I'm going to press on because I do want to. I miss calling in.
Yeah, call them
I've
anytime
been-
you can. Sure.
Yeah, I'm listening to them talk about the tush push before the vote and all that stuff, and all the analytical people. Like we've been to talk for the last couple of weeks about this. So I'm so glad to hear that Jason Kelce played a big part in why they got it right.
Well,
And-
Shirley, one of the many things, and he might not know the answer to this, but one of the things certainly that we'll look to ask him in the next couple minutes is, does he think that his words and Lurie's words swayed voters in the room? I mean, one thing we don't know, he may or may not know, did all 32 owners go into that room knowing what they were going to do, or were there 2, 5, 10 owners that walked in open-minded that got swayed based on what was said?
Yeah, you know what I was thinking also? This could probably, if they would have said to vote it off, not to do it, could this possibly have hurt, the running backs? You know what I mean? So in other areas.
Well, in
and
what
then-
regard? What do you mean by that?
And them. So I don't know all the rules of what they can't touch, how they can't touch a runner, this, that, and the other. So it would have spread it across, and I think.
Well, yeah,
there's
there's the possibility they could have taken away, and John Runyon was a pro at this, and some Eagles do this as well, pushing a running back down the field to give him an extra 2 to 4 yards near the end of the play. That's
Exactly.
something that happens sometimes also, and they could have taken that away.
Yep, that would have got hurt. And also, if whatever the rules would have been, I thought about this, would the referees have gotten it right? I think we would have been getting so many penalties because they would have said, oh, the hands is there. Oh, did you touch this person? No. So the fact that they said yes and got it right, Alexa, tell me about the weather while I'm on the phone with y'all. Cancel. Oh, my goodness. Like, that never happens. She just in my conversation. Oh, my God.
All right.
This is ridiculous.
All right,
So
Shirley,
I
you can
wanna
win
hear
the Phillies
something.
tickets. I need a great answer for a tremendous summer movie character.
So I have Phillies tickets, so I want to give that to somebody else. And I'm into Marvel and DC Comics. So can I still give an answer?
Sure.
Because every summer a Marvel movie come out.
Okay.
A tent pole, as we like to call them.
We do like to call them tempos because that's what they call them. That's
All
the
right,
word
what's
for
the
them.
answer, Shirley?
Spider-Man, baby.
All right, you got it. Now, just one disclaimer for everyone listening. It's not a movie that necessarily came out in the summer. It's a movie set in the summer. The entire movie doesn't have to be set in the summer, but at least a chunk of the movie has to be set in the summer that you would consider it a summer movie. Movie could come out Christmas time. But if it's summer camp movie, then it's a summer movie. All right, let's talk. And I feel like it's like the 37th time he's the hero of Philadelphia. He got the job done. He and Jeffrey Lurie a couple of days ago got the job done. By the way, Beat the Hammer coming up in about 15 minutes. Let's welcome to the show yet again the hero of Philadelphia, Jason Kelce. Good morning, Jason.
How's it going, Joe?
I mean, a lot of smiles, man. I mean, you did it. I mean, you and Jeffrey frickin' did it, Jason. How'd you do it?
I don't know. I think, I don't know. We went in there. It was a wild experience. It was a wild experience. It really was. I mean, I didn't know what to expect. I've never been in one of those meetings. I was just talking to Seltzer before we hopped on here in the whole back call thing, and like, dude, I'm in a room full of like all these owners and billionaires, and you're seeing take place the legislative process in the NFL and the game of football in a lot of ways. And it was awesome to just see how the proposals work, how guys take the floor. There's back and forth. The Rogers obviously leading everything, and then there's like the committees and the Dr. Alan Sills and the health aspects of it. And I don't know, I really enjoyed the entire thing. It felt really surreal to even be in that room. Like I was in some like very inner sanctum, like, I don't know if the Illuminati is real, but I feel like that room was probably as close as it's getting. So it was wild. It was wild.
Well, Jason, you're the only 6th-round pick from the 12 draft? 2012 or 2011?
2011, yeah.
Yeah, you're the only 6th-round pick from the 2011 draft that got in that room. So you've come a long way, my man. All right, so Jason, there's a lot to break down. Let's just start with this. How can you just give us a sense of how impassioned was Jeffrey's speech, his remarks? How strong did he go?
He went very strong, stronger than and we talked about. The day we kind of met for breakfast and kind of had a plan of what we were going to do and an order of how we were going to say things, and he was even more impassioned in the room. And I think that you try not to take a lot of this stuff like it's an attack on you and personal and things, but I think that the reality is, a lot of this proposal was there because of the Tush Push and because of the success that the Philadelphia Eagles had. And I think that, it feels a little bit like it's an attack on your organization and what you guys are doing well. And I don't think that that's necessarily the meaning behind it. You know what I mean? But certainly I think Jeffrey, voiced some opinions and was very passionate about everything. And, it was definitely, he made his point well known for sure.
What would you say, Jason, was his main argument? I know in a 1-hour speech, it's probably hard to boil it down to one main thing, but what was the central theme you would say he circled back to the most as his main argument?
I think he went a lot of places, and this is one of the things, like, I didn't talk to the media after. I don't really know what, like, I went into there like, man, I don't know what to share. I didn't even know media were going to be there. So I don't want to, like, go too much into what was said, but I think Jeffrey's main thing was really to kind of talk about the safety issues of the play, and one of the reasons that he thinks that's not a concern with this play in particular, and why it might be more safe than potentially other plays. And I think that was
probably the main thing directly associated with the play itself. So yeah, I would say that would probably be the main thing I'd say.
Jason, after the vote had gone down, it was reported that some suggested that the Tush Push contributed to your determination to retire.
Yes,
Did that
yes.
happen
That's
in the room? Did
Oh, yeah.
someone actually bring that up to you while you were in that room? Jason, you walked away because of the Tush Push. Did that happen there?
It did. Well, first of all, it happened the last meeting, and that's why I was there. You know, it felt like the Eagles felt numerous coaches and owners at the previous meeting had alluded to me stepping away from the game because the play was what it was doing to my body, and saying that, the play, I had numerous media things where I was relenting running the play. And I think that the main reason I was there was to really dispel that stuff, right? Like, I think a lot of that stuff gets said in jest, right? Like, there's a quote of me before that play that Lane Johnson said. I said, "F my life," right? And we would do that sporadically, not even just around that play, but that was like a running joke. We do it in practice. If I had to, you got to block man in pass pro, that was more of like a joke, but it gets kind of taken out of context into a, like, oh, this guy really doesn't want to run this play, or it's unhealthy for him to run this play. And I think for me, that's why I was there. I was there to kind of tell them, listen, it's a grueling play. I'm not going to negate that. Like, there's a lot of energy expenditure. You have some of the biggest and best athletes in the world competing for, and sometimes less than a yard, like 6 inches. And it's so impactful, but there's no momentum build up. So it ends up just really being like energy exertion and pushing. It's not high impact. This isn't like a play that you're going to see these large injuries on, in my opinion, because it's just not what it is, right? I have a much better chance of getting hurt out in the open, running full speed with a lot of momentum and pace, as opposed to being right next to somebody and just pushing as hard as I can against them.
Makes sense. No, that makes all the sense in the world, for sure. I mean, look, the biggest collision a wide receiver has is when he's in open space and guy comes flying at him. I mean, it makes sense.
Correct. I mean, and one of the things they changed for, like, they just changed the kickoff rules back because in part they brought those guys closer together, right? You when you reduce distance and you reduce the ability to build up momentum and speed, you generally are going to see less, major injuries. Now, I'm not going to say you're never going to see it. It's still a game of football, right? But I think that was important for me to dispel, was that notion. And it was funny, man. Some of the owners were a trip, and they were playing back and forth with it. Right, the moment I sat down, the first one of the I don't really want to go. Again, I don't know what to share, but
Sure.
It was, people were definitely playing around with me being in the room and some of those comments. But at the same time, and this is one of the things that was awesome, was just how serious the whole proceeding was, how thoughtful, and not just the proposal to ban the, pushing or assisting the runner, but just how they go through each proposal, how things morph, how you can see that, oh man, maybe this is not happening now, maybe they're going to get back to this one's going through, and there's really an open dialogue that is fun to witness, especially with some of the characters and personalities in that room, for sure.
I mean, that makes sense, for sure. Jason, how tense would you say it was at times?
It was really tense. It was really tense after Jeffrey went because of how passionate he was, right? And I think that, I'm never in those meetings, so I don't know how typical it is that it gets that way. You know what I mean? But I think that it was tense because, Jeffrey, again, is passionate, and he made his point clear and known, and felt like the Eagles had not been really a part of the process along the way. You know what I mean? It felt like he felt like, his perspective and the Eagles' perspective had been left out. And I think that he made that known to the league, and it was a little bit tense at that moment. But it came back. I think that all these guys have been in rooms like this and have been a part of I'm sure, some very heated discussions. But it got, I wouldn't say, trying to think on a level of 1 to 10, I'd say like a 7. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it was like, I don't know that blows were getting ready to be thrown, but it was, it was definitely, passionate from Jeffrey.
Jason Kelce with us here, obviously this morning on WIP as we get ready for Memorial Day weekend. Hope everyone's getting ready for a great 3-day weekend. By the way, reminder, contest line for Beat the Hammer, which will be in about 5 minutes, maybe a smidgen longer, but Beat the Hammer coming up shortly. We'll take the 5th caller in the contest line, 215-988-1258. You can compete and beat the Hammer, and I need a win after my loss last week. 215-988-1258, Beat the Hammer shortly. Jason, could you tell if you changed you and Jeffrey, if you changed some owners' opinions, and if you couldn't tell, do you guess that you did? Because one thing we've wondered is, did 32 guys walk into that room, guys or gals, walk into that room knowing for sure which way they would vote, and like it didn't matter what you said? Or do you think that what you said and what Jeffrey said swayed some opinions to change opinions?
I could tell one that I don't know if we swayed anybody's opinion, but I could tell just in the way the back and forth went that there were people that were still up in the air on it, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like if everybody would have been decided on it, there wouldn't have been any questions asked, right? Like, it just would have been like, all right, we already know we're voting on this. We're not listening. It felt like there was an open dialogue on the floor, which to me made it feel like there were people genuinely still trying to decide, right? And I went into it, to be honest with you, I don't know, it felt like we went into it feeling like there was some level of optimism with the votes, and I don't know how they, Ferrari and the Eagles kind of knew which people were already definitely going to be voting for it and which ones weren't, and they kind of knew there was some stuff there, but for me, I thought for sure it was going to get banned. It felt like with all the reports coming out, Dr. Alan Sills saying what he said, and the competition committee all voting to get rid of it, I did think it would probably get banned and the proposal would pass. But once I was in the room and we were talking, it felt like there was sufficient back and forth that there were people that were still kind of willing to listen, and that usually lends itself to, the fact that, maybe they're not as hardened in their position as one would seem.
Jason, when I think of you, the first thing I think of is maybe the best pulling / downfield blocking center in the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. But you're also the guy who starts the Tush Push, which has become this huge talking point in the National Football League. You're tied to both, but they're very different plays. They're divergent. How much pride do you take in the Tush Push?
You take a tremendous amount of pride in anything you do really well, and you do a lot better than anybody else, right? I think, and especially now, like, teams have had opportunities to replicate this thing, and it's showing that the Eagles just happen to be really freaking good at this play. And, when you're the best in the world at something, when you line up and you know that there's nothing another team can do to stop it, when you know that other teams are trying to do the same thing you're doing and they can't do it as well, you take a tremendous amount of pride in that. I know Jeffrey alluded to it with saying he didn't, whether it gets banned or not. In some ways, once it probably does get banned, I would assume that, it was close this time, and there's going to be lobbying again next year, I would assume. To be about part of a play that, largely people have an issue with because of the competitive advantage, supposedly, but really the only team that seems to have that much of a competitive advantage is us. It feels pretty dang cool. How many teams have had a play taken away solely because they were that much better at it than anybody else?
It's incredible.
So,
it is.
I take a pretty sufficient amount of pride in that.
You should, Jason. You really should. All right, Jason, a couple final things, and Jason Kelce obviously with us here on WIP. So a couple final things. When you win the vote, who was the first person that you texted, or, Jeffrey? Like, you text Nick? You text Stoutland?
I'll tell you.
Who do you reach out to first?
I'll tell you exactly about this. So, first of all, I didn't find out the results of the vote because they went into another session that they're like, hey, get this flappy out of here, and everybody else. Right? So
Not of the real business.
That's right.
Correct. They went into like, this is the true inner sanctum moment, right? And I didn't know how it went. I was going back up to my hotel room, and I got a text from my man Jordan Malata, who found out before me because he found out from, I'm assuming, Twitter or something like that. And Jordan Malata said, thanks for your service. Another year of pushing Tush.
That's awesome.
So,
that is great.
That was the first person. That's when I text. That's when I text the other guys like, hey, has that really been? Are the results in? Because it felt like they were still talking about it, but that was fun.
Makes sense. All right, Jason. How proud were you flying home?
I would say I was proud, but again, like, it was weird. I went not necessarily. I'm very happy that the play's remaining, and I think that I get both sides of the argument, though, if I'm being honest. And I tried to make that apparent even when I was there. Like, I think the league definitely made an effort to really attack aiding the runner downfield, which is illegal on pulling and lifting them. And the pushing aspect was the key word that they removed a few years back because it's hard to officiate. So, I'm very happy that it remained just because it felt like the reasons being given just weren't that sufficient. It felt like there was a lot of, let's face it, if the Tush Push wasn't as successful as it is, then they wouldn't be changing the rule. And and I think that's, and the reasons being given for that just didn't feel sufficient and felt like it was, everybody working around it to try and push it to get banned, right? And I think that, while I get all of the concerns completely, and I think that by and large, and I opened my remarks with that place, I really consider it a privilege to be there. That room, even in my 13 years in the league, all of those owners in there, Roger Goodell, the competition committee, the health and safety board, or whatever that's called with Dr. Alan Sills, they've made the game so much safer for players. And I think that a lot of these decisions that they've made have been vastly in the better, have improved the game for players. And I think it's an awesome thing that they've done there, and they've all taken seriously, and they've done an incredible job with it. And I wanted to go there and be a part of it, but also just kind of, understand that all of these decisions being made are done with good intentions, either for the betterment of football, for the betterment of the NFL, or for the betterment of player safety. And I'm very proud that, we get to run this play again, but I'm also, was not going into it necessarily with that being the ultimate goal, even though that did occur.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Of course. No,
Yeah.
and listen, we hear your sense of, I don't know if all is the word, but your sense of appreciation for the process, and that you were invited into the process. I mean,
correct.
Listen, we hear it. We hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that, like, even if we would have lost, I would have still had appreciation for how that occurred. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like, I completely get the sentiment that other owners are coming with, and that other people have that don't want the play to be run anymore. Other than the ugly one, like, to me, I don't think we should start banning things that are ugly in the NFL. I would have never been allowed to play football in the NFL. Ugly things can't go in there. Like, I think that's just a flat out bad reason to not allow something. But I think that most of the, like, reasons that people were giving were like, let's assisting the runner. When the offensive players push on a runner, they get that yardage gain. When defensive players compile and push backwards a runner, they don't get the negative yards, right? They only get where that ball led up to. So there is like a level of, is it, what is fair? And for 60 years or whatever it is, you weren't allowed to do it. And then they changed it a few years back. So I get a lot of those concerns. I get the safety stuff because of the posturing. I get everybody's frame of reference. And, definitely happy the play is going to be run again. I think that there was a sufficient amount of owners that didn't think that was enough. But at the same time, I would have understood if it was.
Sure. Jason, final thing here. I'm curious, I made this statement yesterday on the show, and I'm curious if you agree with this sentiment. Because, obviously the Eagles dodge a bullet for a year, but we don't know where it goes, 2026 and beyond. And it could circle back. I mean, it was a very close vote. Tell me if you agree with this statement. The bigger threat regarding the tush push in future years is less about if defenses can't stop the Eagles, which clearly to this point they haven't stopped. Stopping the Eagles 5% of the time isn't stopping them. To me, it's less about if defenses can't stop the Eagles. The bigger threat, in my opinion, is more about if the other 31 teams' offenses figure out how to successfully do it themselves. Do you agree with that?
I don't. No, I think that the biggest threat to the tush push is if somebody gets injured.
Exactly.
That'll be the thing that pushes it over the hump. And listen, it's football. It's a largely safe play, and I think the numbers have shown that. We've been running it now for 3 years, and we've been running quarterback sneaks in Philly for quite a while since Jeff Stoughlin's been here, even dating back to the year we won the Super Bowl. It's a largely safe play, but somebody is going to get hurt inevitably, and that's going to probably be the last thing that people are like, all right, we're probably done with this. Because I didn't get the feeling in there, and I know Jerry Jones said something differently after the fact. He kind of alluded to he doesn't know how much the competitive advantage plays into his reasoning for the vote, but I really didn't get the feeling in that room that people were voting against this solely because the Eagles were great at it. I think that there is a genuine argument from owners on just the concept of assisting the runner, but the safety thing is probably, as with a lot of the rules that have changed, the number one thing that'll change it if that happens.
Jason, let me thank you, my man. I mean, big time for carving out some time for us today, but also as an Eagles fan, as you know I am, and we are, for your dedication to the Eagles. Needless to say, it has gone into the retirement phase where you've got another win for the Eagles. And I think it could create, literally additional wins for the Eagles. So great job, man. And again, thanks for being a huge part of the show, and have a great Memorial Day weekend, man. I mean, get yourself a brew this weekend and toast your accomplishment. You got another win. Get some garage beer this weekend.
Oh yeah, we're actually we're going to be doing something with garage beer down in Florida. It'll be a lot of fun. So all right, I appreciate you guys having me on, and
Jason, final thing: who you rooting
Go
for, the
Birds.
Hammer or the contestant who's about to lose and beat the Hammer?
I always root for the contestant.
That's
Always.
my guy.
man.
Right. Thank you,
This is the
Jason.
part where I hang up on you.
Perfect
Say
answer.
goodbye. Say goodbye. All right. Hey, Jason, good stuff, man. Thanks so much, and really, congrats. It was well done.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate
You
it.
got it, bud. There he is, Jason Kelce.
Awesome. Also,
Lot of intel in
said play looking ugly as a stupid reason to get rid of a play, Joe. I
Right.
hope that
It
resonated
is.
with you.
It is.
And I think if I had to say the biggest, let's call it news piece in there, in my opinion, he can't prove that they swayed votes, but the fact that he thinks people were open-minded tells me they probably did.
I agree.
And I figured that would be the case. My sense was probably a lot of people went in that room knowing which way they would vote, but some went in being open-minded, and if you change just two or more, you can win the vote, and I tend to think that's what happened.
And I completely agree with Jason. The thing that could potentially move the needle down the road is there's a big injury. Key player, offensive lineman, goes down, rest of the season, whatever. You just have to hope it's one of the 22 teams that already voted against it. You can't vote twice. You don't get a second vote for it. But I do believe that could be the biggest thing because you're going to analyze it for the entire year, and they're going to bring it up, and they're going to vote again.
But, Jody, you know what the shame of that is? And I would say big shame is let's just say one guy gets hurt. Let's just say it gets run 77 times next year. And let's say one guy gets hurt, and one guy got hurt after it's been run 300 times over 4 or 5 years. Well, imagine 300 plays over 4 or 5 years. How many more guys would have gotten hurt if it was a traditional football play?
You never know.
No, but you know this. It'd be more than one. I mean, it would be. I mean, 300 freaking plays? Yeah, the more injuries than one happen. So Jason may be right that could be the fastest path to it. But I would almost consider that shameful because I would advocate that players get less injured on this play than a normal play. All right, beat the hammer. I need a win. I lost last week. If you missed it last week, I lost. I wasn't happy about it. I thought it was pretty squirrely. I still think it's squirrely. We asked Ruben Amaro yesterday upon reviewing it. I said, Ruben, I'm putting the ball in your court. If you say I got to accept this L and not contest it anymore, I won't contest it. Ruben truly believes I should drop my protest.
And he's correct. Thank you, Ruben.
And so I accept the loss. But it does go on the ledger of annoying Hammer losses that I feel were unjustified through the years.
Oh, didn't he just say he was going to give it up?
Well, no, I mean,
he couldn't. 10 seconds later, he went back in again.
Jody, we'll be doing this show in a decade, and he'll call out that one time that thing happened. Don't worry.
Official Hammer record. Official. So I do accept it. 283 wins, a mere 45 losses. Let's play a little game we call Beat the Hammer.
Beat the Hammer. It's time for Beat the Hammer. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, we got a prize today for Beat the Hammer, and that prize, as I quickly scroll through my phone, that prize is, I don't have that prize.
It's a $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice.
Oh, tremendous for the summer.
That's a more perfect gift today? I don't think so.
That's a whole family with 3 trips, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Depends how big your family is, but that's good work for the summer. All right, and happy summer to everyone. Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully some of you are already driving down the shore. All right, our contestant today for Beat the Hammer, his name is Mike. He hails from Newtown. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, Jeff? How you guys doing?
Hopefully I'm about to go on, and win this thing. But I got to tell you, when you lose, it affects the confidence. And so I'm not quite as confident as I typically
like that.
am.
Okay.
Mike, do you feel
I
like
that.
do you know a lot about sports?
Yeah, I listen every week. This is the first time I got through.
Wow.
I'm usually decent. It's all about the topic, as everybody knows, but I'm just happy to get through. But I'd like to give you 2 losses in a row for sure.
Well, sure. Here's the only thing I disagree with you on. It's not actually about the topic. It's about the contestant. See, that tells me right. That tells me. I mean, like, did Michael Jordan say it's about whether it's on a Tuesday or a Thursday that we play? No. No. Did Michael Jordan say it's about the first quarter or the fourth quarter? No. Michael Jordan said, I'm Michael Jordan, I win the game. So, I mean.
I hear you. Well,
yeah, well, you hear me, but you don't think like me, and that's why you're not going to.
You don't have to entertain.
And he's back. And he's back.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, let me sneak in quickly here, and then we're going to get right to Beat the Hammer. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. Armin's inventory, of course, you can see it all at arminchevy.com. Poll question, do you believe in Trey Turner moving forward this season? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. By the way, reason I said that, we get that Twitter poll question in once an hour, and we had 1 minute left.
So I was going to say, honestly, I'm a little nervous for Mike. You're locked in getting that at 7:59. That was impressive.
I mean,
that was good work by you.
Went a little longer
yeah,
with
it was
Jason,
good. No, you got it in when you had to. It's good work.
It's what I do. All right, it's what I do. Beat the Hammer. Let's crank it up. I'm going to Seltzer rest step. Did we play the Open yet? I don't even know.
Yes, we did. We're good.
All right, I'm
you
heading
can
down
get
the
out of
hallway.
here.
Good luck,
Scram!
Mike.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. You got a good luck. That's rare.
Let's do it.
All right, Devin. Obviously,
Yes.
with Richie out, you will be on timekeeper duty.
I'm on it.
Yeah, I trust you implicitly. You've done a nice job
you.
with this, far better than Elliot when he's been tasked with
Oh, yeah.
the timekeeper duty. All right, so Michael, have 55 seconds. How are we looking? Is this hammer safely ensconced?
He's gone.
He's jogging.
He gone. Nice job there, Jody.
He's jogging. All right, now he is.
All right, we
safely
feel good.
away.
All right, Mike, you ready to play a little game we call Beat the Hammer?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go for 2 straight losses for the Hammer. Our category for the week, and And I feel ashamed to admit that this has never been a category on Beat the Hammer before. But what better time after the guy gets a brand new contract as a Super Bowl winning head coach? We're doing a little Nick Sirianni trivia today. You ready to roll, my friend?
Let's do it.
Clock will start as soon as the first question is asked. 55 seconds as soon as the question is finished being asked. Here we go. Question number 1. Nick Sirianni is one of 3 active NFC head coaches who have been a head coach in more than one Super Bowl. Name one of the other 2.
McVay.
The Chiefs are one of 2 teams Nick Sirianni has faced in the playoffs twice. Name the other.
I'll pass.
Nick Sirianni and Andy Reid are 2 of 6 active NFL head coaches with a career winning percentage above .650. Name one of the other 4.
Sean Payton.
In addition to the Eagles and Colts, Nick Sirianni has worked for 2 other NFL teams in his career. Name one of them.
The Chiefs.
Nick Sirianni and Doug Peterson are 2 of 4 Eagles head coaches to win an NFL championship with the Eagles. Name one of the other 2.
Pass.
The Chiefs are one of 2 teams Nick Sirianni has faced twice in the playoffs. Name the other.
Time.
Okay, we got 2. Not bad, Mike. 2 is okay.
It's tough.
They're tough when you're on the.
man.
I know. I always say it.
So much harder.
I always say it. The clock, the music, the whole thing. That's why people got to play twice. But look, for a first time, 2 not bad. We're gonna wave the hammer back in.
He's on his way.
He's
jogging. He's making good time.
He is
Pumping his fist.
Oh, wow. Fist
Like
bump
he
the
knows
person.
that the previous caller got all 5 right, which is going to absolutely blow
Yeah,
his
right.
mind.
Let's do this. Oh, the contestant just hung up.
That was my fault. I was trying to put him on a hold. Call back. We'll put you right back on, Mike.
All right. By the way, shout out to this dude over here. He said Redemption Week for me, and I agree with him. Thank you, sir. A Hammer fan. Thank you. By the way, it's 94 WIP, HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today away from the Tasty Cake studio. We are at Borgata. All right. What was our contestant's name?
Mike.
How did Mike do?
Don't tell him.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, he's trying to sneak information?
All right, here. Hold on 1 second. Lewis, come here. Grab his number while I'm talking and call Mike back to get him back online. All right, Joe, you ready to roll here?
Yeah, well, that tells me Mike got more than 0 because you wouldn't be making such a big effort if he only got 0.
Well, I like to get people back on the line no matter
Yeah,
what.
maybe he got
That's how
0
we
and
do
and
the
I
game.
humiliate this fool. Maybe I win 5-0. I really shame this guy. All right, let's go.
All right, here we go. Our category for the week, I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm ashamed that this has never been a category on Beat the Hammer before. But if there was no better time than when our guy gets a big new contract as a Super Bowl winning head coach, we're doing a little Nick Sirianni trivia.
That is hard to believe. Okay. Sirianni
You would have thought at
trivia.
some point we would add a Sirianni category.
Is it Union? Is it Mount Union?
It is Mount Union. You ready to roll?
Oh, that's not a question then. You already said it. No. Okay, wide receivers coach.
All right, here we go.
The Chargers.
Clock will start as
The
soon as the
Colts.
first question is asked. 55 seconds. Here we go. Question number 1. Nick Sirianni is one of 3 active NFC head coaches who have been a head coach in more than one Super Bowl. Name one of the other 2.
Well, I'll come back to that.
The Chiefs are one of 2 teams Nick Sirianni has faced twice in the playoffs. Name the other.
Say it again.
The Chiefs are one of 2 teams Nick Sirianni has faced twice in the playoffs. Name the other.
Tampa Bay.
Nick Sirianni and Andy Reid are 2 of 6 active NFL head coaches with a career winning percentage above .650. Name one of the other 4.
McVay.
In addition to the Eagles and Colts, Nick Sirianni has worked for 2 other NFL teams in his career. Name one.
In addition to who?
The Eagles and Colts.
Chargers.
Nick Sirianni and Doug Peterson are 2 of 4 Eagles head coaches to win an NFL championship with the Eagles. Name one of the other 2.
Neil. All right, and I got to come up with more than one Super Bowl.
NFC head coach has been to more than one Super Bowl, along with Sirianni. A 3-2 victory.
Wow.
That was tight.
Got it, though.
That was till you pulled it out.
That was tough.
So
guys.
Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan are the 2 coaches who've been to more than one Super Bowl. You got
I thought
the
about
Bucks.
guessing McVay, so he coached against. Okay.
Yeah, because he won one and lost one.
Actually. He won.
Yeah, he won one. Harbaugh, LaFleur, McDermott, and Kevin O'Connell are the 4 coaches who have above
They
650
were not
crew.
easy. I mean, they were good
I
and
thought
fair.
by far that was the toughest question. The Harbaugh, LaFleur, McDermott, O'Connell one's a tough question.
You know who I was thinking about guessing was Vrabel, because he did have success in Tennessee for a couple years, but I just wow. Well, this guy didn't call back, so I win. But wow.
No, he's here. I got him. Just let me put him up.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm trust me. I feel shaky. You're like I can't whoop it up with this one.
Mike's
this
here.
one, all right, Mike. I don't know if you got to hear. I'm glad you called back, bud. You lost, I won, which is how things should go. But it was very close.
I'll definitely be back, Hammer. I'll be back. This is a debut. I took you to the wire, so
I like this.
We'll see going forward.
I do
We'll
think Mike will
see.
do. I'm predicting Mike's going to do better next time. That's my prediction.
Well, listen, those questions were tough. 2 out of 5 ain't bad, man.
They were tough, and like I said to James, when you're on, I mean, every day I'm driving 95, I'm banging 4 out of 5, and today you get on the hot seat, and it is a little different, but I got it under my belt.
All right, Mike, we're going to give you one bonus question. If you get this, you get the $50 Doritos.
I like
Little
this.
Rice.
This is good work by you.
If you don't, it's
Okay.
going to go to someone on the contest line. All right, one of the answers today I gave was for a coach that won a championship in Philadelphia with the Eagles is Neil. Now, 99% of the audience is thinking, who the hell is Neil?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mike, you need to give the first name and the nickname for the Eagles coach named Neil.
Or
that
just
won.
a nickname. I would.
No.
I think just
First
a
name
Okay.
and nickname, Neil. Who is he?
When you said that answer, I didn't. I assume that's the guy in 1960. I don't know anything.
He's
about
not
it.
actually.
No, it's the guy in 49 and 48.
Do you know
Buck
the guy
Shaw
in
was
There you go.
60.
Yep.
Okay, Mike, it's
Okay.
Earl Greasy Neal. And he won a
Greasy
Super Bowl.
Neal.
He won a championship with Van Buren, 48-49. Hey, Mike, thanks for being a good contestant, man. Well done.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy. You got it.
I wouldn't have gotten that.
Earl Greasy Neal.
I knew Greasy.
Yeah.
I did not know Earl. I couldn't have given his actual first name. I would have gotten half credit.
I
at
would have
best.
felt so bad for him if he was like Greasy and he couldn't get Earl.
That was me.
All right, here's the deal on the contest line. We'll take caller number 3 in honor of the red-hot Bryce Harper, who has really heated up. Caller 3 on the contest line. Whoever is the third caller, you're going to win the $50 Rita's Wood Rice gift card, 215-988-1258. And with that, victory 284, a major sigh of relief for me. We shut it down.
Yeah.
Beat the Hammer on Sports
They were
Radio
tough,
94
They
and
were tough.
WIP.
I thought it was going to be a tie for a little bit. He had you in the first half, but you eventually got that third one that put you over the edge.
They were tough. They were very tough.
Very disappointing celebration from you. Though,
No,
so
I
have
was
to say.
I was too nervous. I'm unsettled.
We know you lost last week. You
Shut.
take it way too seriously. We know.
We haven't taken a phone call in close to an hour. Let's get a call in here. I apologize to everyone on hold. We haven't been coming to you. Obviously, we had Kelsey for a while. Beat the Hammer. Let's get some calls right now. Seth in media. Seth, good morning.
Good morning. That was the most gracious win I've ever.
It was. You know what? That's a good way to put it.
I was off kilter. Seth, I'm still off kilter.
The two words, the camera and gracious, have never been said in the same sentence before.
One might say he's been humbled.
Oh, look at that.
Now he hates that word.
Yeah.
Well done, Devin.
Not my style. All right, Seth, what do you got on our first place fighting Phillies, who, by the way, are a half a game behind the best record in all of baseball? Talk to me.
Yeah, I definitely want to get on that, but real quick about the Tush Push thing. I heard somebody say, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, explain this whole thing, the physics of it, and saying that like it's less about the push from behind, especially when you get a guy as strong as what Jalen is. It's more about the guys up front and the technique, right? And exactly what Kelsey was saying. I mean, they're just driving lower and getting underneath. They say he's basically just like riding on a magic carpet over the yard.
Well, listen, so Jason might be right. The biggest threat is an injury. I might be right. The biggest threat is if offenses get successful at it. Because here's the deal, Seth. I mean, take 2 Eagles that did it this year that are now on different teams. Becton, now he was on the other side of the line, meaning the right side. They don't normally go there. But Becton is on a different team. Fred Johnson is on a different team. I mean, I would think one of the first things a good coach on the other teams are going to say to these guys is, hey, tell us the technique. Now, you might not have a dude as big as burly as Malott and Dickerson or Hurts, right? But I find it hard to believe that offenses can't at least get pretty good at it. I really mean that.
I agree totally. I think it's more about I think they get it even on just a quarterback sneak without the push from behind. I think they could still do it.
Well, they do that too, but one of my arguments has been, and I think this is where it'll become a mockery, and I think this is a big threat. What if instead of putting Dallas Goedert back there, you put Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter back there to be the pushers? I mean, I'm being serious. What if you're watching a Bucs game and Vita Vea is lined up behind the quarterback, or a tight end and now gets the snap, and Vita Vea and some other 350-pound guys start pushing? That looks ridiculous.
Yeah, but with that analogy, I mean, what happens if you just hand the ball off to Mailata in some weird formation?
Well, you know what I mean? You could.
I actually want them to try that. I would love to see that.
I think we all have. Yeah. So with the Phils, man, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier on in the season when they were, struggling a little bit. Is I would rather see a slow swell to them, gaining momentum and gaining this type of firepower, where they're realizing that, they're winning these games on consecutive hits, not long balls constantly.
Yeah, they really haven't hit that many homers this year.
No.
They really have not.
No.
Yeah, outside of Schwarber.
Exactly.
He's it.
Yeah, but this is what you want, though, right? This is how the teams, we saw what happened last year when they came out of the gate hot, man. They just ran out of steam.
And they have made an adjustment to how they play offense. They have.
You want both. Yeah. You want power and that. But, Joe, I think you made a really good point a while back saying it as this is something they have in their bag. If they can get good at this, when the playoffs come around, and if you're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark, you can spray the ball around the field. Is such a massive thing to be able to do.
Look at the double steal 2 days ago. It created 2 runs. It created 2 runs. They probably end that inning with 0 runs if not for that double steal. It created 2 runs. So that's part of all this. All right, Seth, I got to move. Give me an answer. You can win Phillies tickets. The best summer movie character.
Oh, man, who didn't want to go on vacation with this guy? Clark Griswold.
I've been waiting for it. I think that's a big time answer.
That is.
Great movie.
That is. Now, does he get dinged at all for being part of other movies? Probably
no, because it's summer vacations. Especially because Vacation is the first one.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, up ahead, more of what Saquon said in a recent interview. We'll get to that. A lot more. The Phils, all these topics. Your reaction to what Jason Kelce said, plus Shahad Campbell, some of what he said to us yesterday about coming back from the injuries and more. All of that on the table from Borgata today on 94 WIP.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs, Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less. Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nairabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. PGA Tour rookie and New Jersey native John Pack, a diehard Knicks fan, watched his team lose an overtime heartbreaker Wednesday night to the Pacers. I was a little PO'd about that, Pack said, whereupon he holed in an eagle on the first hole en route to a 7-under 63 for an opening round lead at the Colonial. That's how you bounce back. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Phillies won their 7th straight game and swept the season series against the Rockies with a 2-0 victory in Colorado yesterday. The first run was thanks to Bryce Harper, who's 14 for 28 with 4 doubles, a homer, and 9 RBI through the Phillies' 7-game winning streak as the haircut is really working for him. Ranger Suarez had another good game in the Phillies' 2-0 win, pitching into the 7th inning, striking out 6 and allowing no runs. The Phillies are now 2 games in first place over the Mets in the NL East. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 56 degrees. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pitch. Harper swings, lines one down the left field line. That's a base hit. Stott around third. He's going to come home and score. Harper trying for second. The throw is not in time. A double for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies are on the board. It's 1-0.
A great job by Bryce Harper in recent weeks. I guess it's been about 2 weeks, maybe 2.5. He is, my God, he has really locked it in. And biggest hit of the game yesterday, obviously. The only one technically they really needed because they could have won the game 1-0. In fact, they turned out they won it 2-0. Matter of fact, as we're playing the highlights, Seltzer, since we're playing the highlights, let's play the other one as Max Kepler later in the game got the Phils with another run.
The pitch. Kepler swings, rips it to right field down the line. It'll go for extra bases. Schwarber on his way into third. They're going to wave him to the plate. Ball picked up on the track by Freeman. The relay home is not in time. And the Phillies have a 2-0 lead on a double by Max Kepler.
So great job by the Phils, 7 in a row, and obviously first place in the division now by 2 games of the Mets who were off yesterday. But really, we celebrate those guys, Kepler and Harper, and what they did, Harper especially lately. But the real star of the game was Ranger. 6 2/3, no runs, totally looks locked in. Other than that first start he had this year when he just got bombed, he's rounded right on back to his typical form of very quality starting pitching. And it's going to create some really interesting dynamics with this team and probably that clubhouse later this year when you figure out who's in and who's out for the rotation in October. And I do think they'll make it to October, but it's no sure bet. I mean, we saw in April and early May the Phillies can struggle and could, play their way out of the postseason. But the way they're playing right now with this starting pitching, it's hard to imagine that that's likely. They should make it. And they're going to have some real decisions to make with some outstanding starting pitchers. Look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. Also, as we broadcast from Borgata, entering Memorial Day weekend, if you want to react to the Jason Kelce interview and what stood out to him with what he said. And great to have the Mac Man, Jody, in today for John here with us.
As a matter of fact, I got a text right after we finished the Kelsey interview. I didn't realize that you got the same text, and James got the same text. He sent it to all three of us. John Brazier, head of fun and games for the Phillies.
Of course.
Followed up with Kelsey saying, it'll be an injury. If they vote it out in the future, it'll more be likely because of an injury. And he remembered back to the Buster Posey injury at home plate.
Yeah.
You could kill ask Pete Rose, you could kill a catcher at home plate.
Bob Fosse will tell you, or Ray Fosse,
Ray
will tell
Fosse,
you. Yeah.
Exactly. Until Posey got hurt as badly as he did. Star player, went down, lost for big time. We better change the rules. So if the Tush Push gets overturned, I would think the most moving thing will be because of a major injury on that play coming up this season.
All right, let's rock a lot of calls this hour. We will play some audio of Jahad Campbell. He joined us pretty early in yesterday's show. So if you missed that, we'll give you some of the highlights of that coming up shortly because, the big thing is him on the injury. what's going on, but also his sense of excitement to join the Eagles, who, of course, he grew up as a fan of. Let's go to the phones. Ken in Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Good, buddy.
Good. So, Joe, how are you feeling about Benedict Arnold now I'm sure you finished the
Yeah, I
entire
finished the book. So I think to a large extent he kind of got jobbed by history. Obviously, he's a turncoat, and in the end, he turned against our nation. So, we can't have all warm and fuzzies about him. But I do think there were decisions that led to him turning against the nation, and I don't think history over 250 years has recorded that well. Do you
It's
agree?
not black and white. History is not black and white. Did you ever read The Demon of Unrest? The book I made you carry around?
I did, and I am sorry to tell you, I honestly did not enjoy it. I am, and I really appreciate you gave it to me, man. That author, I was all in on his book on the Lusitania, and the other ones I've really drifted on.
That's unfortunate. I think
Yeah.
he's the best. So, listen, on the Phillies, obviously they're beating up on some Double-A clubs here.
Yep.
I mean that Rockies team is even worse than like the team that Ryan Sandberg was the manager here in Philadelphia. That's a pretty high bar. So it's great. They've got the best record in National League and they're cruising along. But it's the 162 game marathon where you have to kind of strap in for the journey. We do this to ourselves when we get down in the dumps when they're not playing well, and we get, now they're a great team again. And as soon as they hit another 5 or 6 game skid, they're not going to be a great team again. And I would just caution everybody, look, I want the Phillies to win. I want the Phillies to win the World Series. I am not I would not rather be right than see the Phillies have a parade. But, it's a long season. It's only May, about to be June. Rob Thompson is still the manager, and this team still has fundamental issues with
So
hitting
you're
quality.
still worried on the Rob Thompson front, aren't you?
Well, I will always be worried on the Rob Thompson front until Rob Thompson's no longer the manager of this baseball team. And I still do not think that this team is equipped to hit quality pitching. I mean, they haven't really seen any quality pitching in a couple of weeks now.
They faced Paul Skeens like less than a week ago.
And they scored 1 run.
And won.
It required Mick Abel to come up and, kind of put himself
Well,
back
to
on
be
the
fair,
map.
Ken, Paul Skeens faces a lot of teams and gives up 2-0, 2-1 or 0. I mean, it's
Well,
not.
I mean, his
shameful.
ERA is 2.5, so he can be hit. And look, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that I'm not ready to take a week and a half of playing really weak teams to say, oh no, they're great.
Well, another way to look at it is it's 2 months of baseball because the season started in early March. It's 2 months of baseball, and they're half a game behind the best record in baseball.
I want to see what they do in Atlanta because especially the teams that they seem to struggle with, offensively. And I really, what will be a marker for me is if they play the Mets the next time they play them, and I don't know when. I don't even know when that is. It's probably
the
not
end of
for a while.
June.
But if they hang crooked numbers on the Mets, then I'll say, okay, yeah, this team has changed.
Can I ask kind of quick question?
Yeah.
Sure.
He pretty much said, if Rob Thompson's the manager, I don't think they can win. Who would you prefer? What manager in baseball would you rather have than Rob Thompson right now?
Well, I mean, Jody, how long do you have to have this conversation? I mean, my preference for the manager right now would be Jim Leland, but he's 90 or whatever he is. So it's nothing. but it's just somebody other than Rob Thompson, somebody who is not going to be the guy that hands out orange slices at the end of the day. I have never picked up the sense of urgency from Rob Thompson. I don't feel like he manages with a sense of urgency. And I know it's 162.
He was different last October. I'll say that, Rob.
And I actually think for a regular season manager, he kind of does. Like a lot of regular season managers give games away, decide, all right, we're down 6-0. It's time to bring in the long guy and eat up some inning. Like that's baseball. That's 162. I actually think watching Topper the last 2 years, I don't think this was the case in 23 and 22. But I think in 24 and 25, I think he's actually managed like pretty aggressively.
I agree.
He lets pitchers go deep. He brings the infield in early in games.
Look,
all that type of stuff.
He benched Bohm in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, so I don't agree with this.
All right, Ken, I need an
Neither do
answer.
I.
Ken, I need an answer. A great summer movie character.
So I have a question because Devin said the movie, but she said the wrong character.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
can I
that's
get the-
on the board.
I need a character that hasn't been said.
Okay. Yeah, Quint from Jaws is the great.
You got it.
That
man.
is the correct answer.
That's
from
a
Jaws.
big answer. That's well, Jaws from Jaws. But- Let's go to Steve in Willow Grove. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Just, real fast on the Eagles, I feel Jeffrey Lurie pulled a Michael Corleone and bringing in Frankie Tangelo's brother with.
Wow, that's a great analogy.
That is
man.
a great analogy, dude. That's
Except-
awesome.
Except Frankie, how do you say the name again?
Pentangeli.
Yeah, Pentangeli's brother didn't speak.
Yeah, they didn't need to. All you do is look at him and be like, all right, whatever you want, pal.
But he had the secret weapon.
Yeah.
Joe, just like you have the secret weapon with this hammer, and hopefully the Phillies are going to take a, read from you and put the smack down on the rest of the season. You can't think about the minor league teams. They're teams. We're beating them. We're beating them 2-0. Come on.
Well, and
It's
let's also
working.
not act
It's
like they've only
working.
beaten bad teams. I mean,
It's working.
come on.
But look, hey, everybody has their opinion. And just the other thought, I had a question for Kelsey. Wanted to find out what his vanity plate's going to say, Tush Push or Ass Man.
Little Kramer reference right there.
Look
That's
at
good.
you, Steve. Look at
That's
you.
a Seinfeld reference.
Steve, would
you
your
know?
wife, I've met your wife. She is lovely. Would she approve of such chatter from you? I mean, there are children
Actually,
listening,
she-
sir.
She suggested it, so
yeah.
following the leader, dude.
I mean,
Come
it's a pretty famous Seinfeld
No,
reference.
I'm
yeah.
playing around. I got you. All right, Steve,
You know,
excellent call as always. Let's
I'm
get you
not
some
that-
Phillies tickets.
I'm not that smart, Joe. I need help,
Wow, yeah. All right, Steve, let's get you Phillies tickets. Best summer movie character ever is who?
Wendy Peppercorn.
Help me out. Who's that?
Sandlot, the
that's right.
lifeguard.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Oh, man. Bring that kind of stuff up. Now you're bringing up Lacey Underall.
Oh, Lacey.
Jody.
Lacey.
God bless her. She died about, a year or two ago?
Yeah, Cindy Morgan was her name.
Yeah, Cindy Morgan. The scene where Ted Knight is chasing, is that his name, Ted Knight? Yeah.
Yeah,
Ted Knight,
Smells. Yeah.
is chasing around his nephew. Or no, her nephew, the kid, whatever.
Noonan.
With
Noonan.
the freaking
You're
golf
nailing it right
ball.
now.
Noonan.
Oh, my God.
Noonan.
It's an all-timer. All right, Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, long live Lacey Underall. Good morning.
Long live indeed. It is a good morning. I think I haven't mentioned the biggest fan of the Tush Push. It's not Jason Kelce. It's not Jeffrey Lurie. It's Madeline from Phoenixville. She's sitting in the back seat. It's her favorite thing to say. She says, "Tush Push."
There you go. Excellent.
Yeah. So, and as long as I don't get a call from daycare saying she's actually trying to run the play, that would be a problem. But so I had mentioned earlier when Alvarado went out that maybe some positive could be that, it's kind of, you have limited options, but it would allow guys like Romano and Strom to settle into more of a regular role. It's not a large enough sample size, but I think this could potentially play out as a.
I don't buy it. I think the
would love-
bigger thing is Romano had already started pitching well. I don't buy that it's a positive. I don't buy it.
Well, I mean, just make the best out of a poor situation.
Well,
I guess
yes,
is what I'm
correct.
Driving
Make the
at.
best
But,
of it you can.
And I know it's not as big of a relative need as a bullpen arm, but Brenton Doyle for the Rockies, I mean, they're certainly not going to be buyers at the trade deadline. He's a really good player. I think he could be got for less than one of our top prospects.
I
What do you
don't.
think, James?
I don't. I think they have high hopes for Brenton Doyle. I mean, he's a lot of team control. And I'm with you. I think he's a center fielder. He's a phenomenal center fielder. He's got a nice bat. Like Brenton Doyle would be a perfect fit for the team, but I think he would cost a lot more than like just McAble or something like that.
Yeah. I mean,
All right, Ed, give me a
kind of-
summer movie character.
Has Johnny Castle from Dirty Dancing
Has
said
not been
yet?
said. Absolutely. Totally available. You got it, man. Johnny Castle from from Dirty Dancing. Good answer. All right, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by, that was a shame, man, when Patrick Swayze died. Was that about 15 years ago?
Horrible.
Jody?
Not quite that long, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it feels
At least
more
10.
recent than
I was
that.
thinking like
I
a
think it's
decade.
been a while.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's a while. I was thinking like a decade. I'll look it up.
All right, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again to be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now
Right,
in
Jeff.
stock. Huh?
You were right.
Oh, wow.
15?
It was
16 years ago.
Wow.
Jody, Seltzer has an inability to not interrupt when he wants to say something.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
my fault. I shouldn't have jumped in. That was my
find the
fault.
sweet
My
spot when there's a
fault. My
pause?
fault.
Bad job by me.
My
'Cause now
bad.
I got to start the whole thing all over again. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. Do you believe in Trey Turner moving forward this season? A, yes, or B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, Jody, so...
You know what? And who writes the trivia question? The
Twitter?
poll question.
Well, me or James, typically.
Okay. Who wrote that one?
James first. James came up with it.
Okay. What I would have asked instead was, will Trey Turner be the starting shortstop in the All-Star game again this year? Because he was the starting short. 3/4 of the infield were all Phillies. Bowman getting third base.
Right. The only
Harper probably could get
only
first
problem with
again.
that poll is it's swayed by, my team's got 40,000 fans and the other team's got 15,000 fans.
Also,
Like,
no offense, Judy. It's just not as interesting, in my
It's not.
opinion. I'm more interested in if people believe
how
in
he'll-
the guy again.
Yeah, how he'll do and what we think of it. Exactly. I agree. All right, Jody, we're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man today, and we're basing them either directly on or related to debate week questions and topics that happened this week on the station. Jody, question number 2 for you. There was a should the Phillies move Andrew Painter to the bullpen for the playoffs question. I'm going to broaden it out. Painter, Abel, Nola, Ranger, the whole gamut of all these dudes. How many of them do you think realistically can go into the bullpen for October? And let me put it another way. The starting pitchers are, I think we can all agree, should be, as of now, Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, and then you got to figure out your fourth.
Mm-hmm.
So do the rest go in the bullpen, and does that include Andrew Painter? Or does Andrew Painter supplant someone like Sanchez, and Sanchez goes to the bullpen?
Really debatable.
That's why it's debate week.
Exactly. If you're asking me who do I think could make it to the bullpen and strive out there and be really good, Ranger. Period.
Well, for sure.
Done.
But let me ask you this, Jody. Take Painter. Let's say Painter pitches well when he comes up, but doesn't pitch well enough that they say he is going to start one of our 4 games that a starter starts. Like, would you really rather have Joe Ross or Ruiz or Andrew Painter?
Outstanding question. The Phillies have somewhat addressed it because they've said, no, he's a starting pitcher. And we look at him as a starting
But
pitcher.
so
We want him to
are all
continue
these
to be
guys
a
until
starting pitcher.
October. I mean, at some point in October, if I have 7 starting pitchers, I don't give a damn what anybody says. I really don't. I'm not using frickin' Joe Ross instead of Andrew Painter in the 3rd week of October if I have a chance to win the World Series. I'm not. But Andrew Painter can go right back next February and March to being a starting pitcher.
But you
I'm
don't
trying
know-
to win a
but,
World Series.
Like, the kid had Tommy John surgery, so I think that's a big aspect of their decision there, where, like, when you come out of the bullpen, you don't get nearly as much warm-up time as you would get as a starting pitcher. Like, it's totally different process, and I think in order to keep someone like him, he's only 22 years old, healthy, they wouldn't do that.
But
They wouldn't
especially he's
risk it
never
all.
pitched in the bullpen. It's a different thing when you're going max effort for a full inning. Like it is actually more dangerous to his arm to go out and try and do something like that and just throw as hard as he can or try and ramp up the velocity for an inning for big outs than it is to start a baseball game and pitch the way he always has.
Look, I just have a problem with that one. I do hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to be ignorant. I guess what I'm saying is I'd like him, for instance, in August and September then, or September especially, or the final 2 or 3 weeks of September, to morph into the role so he learns it and can do it.
So I'm generally all right with this. Like I like moving starters to the bullpen. I have no issues with it. But in this specific case with Painter just coming off Tommy John and with how important he is, like I don't think I would do it with Painter.
Let me ask you this, James. Let's say he shows he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Then how about you start him and you move Sanchez in the bullpen.
Wow.
I mean, so here's my point. I'd rather have all the good pitchers.
Of course,
than
I
three
get
of the
it, Joe.
scrubs.
But you have to take the context of the situation and be real about it. Like I'm with you.
But
Like
I'm also trying to win a World Series.
I know. So
This
am
isn't-
I.
this
I'm
isn't
with
about a
you.
game
But
of-
Painter as a starting pitcher could also help you win a World
Right.
Series.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I
but-
recognize that, but some combination of these guys aren't going to start. Can
And
Mick Abel do it?
Agree. Well, I think Abel is a much better viable bullpen piece.
Transition,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that makes so much more sense.
And by the way,
I'm fine with putting Abel in the bullpen. I'm fine with it.
This is going to sound very anti-Phillies, and I sure as hell don't mean it to be. Right now, Painter has got the same amount of outs in Major League Baseball as you have, Joe DeCamara, as
Yeah.
I have, Jody McDonald, as James has. He hasn't gotten a Major League out yet, and we're already arguing. He must
Right.
be on this team. He must be in the. Can we wait until he actually gets here?
We
before
can,
decide?
but I also think they have to project this out because it does relate to whether you have to make trades for the bullpen, and those decisions will happen in the next 2 months. So, all right, I'll tell you what I have, Jody, because you're right. I give Painter and Abel and all those guys; they're better than I am at baseball. But you know what I got? They don't got, and
What's that?
And it kind of made me. I'm going to be honest, feel a little crummy yesterday. Yesterday was the 25th anniversary of my college graduation.
Really?
Ooh.
25,
Yeah.
huh?
Like not. I mean, Devin, you're about what, halfway there?
I don't even know, which is sad. Like I would have to do the math.
I mean, you don't know.
Like I have to do the
Well,
math.
right, but it's like 10 or 11 or 12 or whatever it is, based on how old you are. And
Yeah, I've passed 10. I've passed the 10 year
Okay,
anniversary.
all right.
So yeah.
I'm just saying, like, and here's the thing. And let me say this, the kids that just graduated or graduating this weekend, and God bless you, major accomplishment. Trust me when I tell you, I don't care if you become a talk show host. I don't care what you become. It's all downhill.
What?
It's all downhill.
No, it's not.
There was nothing in my life that was greater than my senior year in college.
That
That was
sucks.
greater.
I disagree.
Nothing. I mean,
That's a bummer, man.
oh, James, it's what it is.
Not for
That's
me,
sad.
man.
I
Not-
appreciate your honesty.
I love my
yeah.
life
It's
so
pretty
much
damn
more
depressing,
now
but
than I
it's very
did then.
honest.
Me too,
I'm
James.
so much happier today than I was as a 21-year-old kid or whatever. Like, it's not even in the hemisphere. My life is so much better today.
Like
Well,
I
mine's not.
I loved college, but I've never been of like those were the greatest years of my life. Like I feel like
Oh,
now
my
is the
God.
greatest years of my life.
Oh, boy.
I had
Well,
as much
I'm
fun in
ha- I'm
high school as
happy
I did
for
in
you.
college. Like,
I'm
high
happy
school was
for you,
wild.
But I can't begin to tell you how different my experience was.
Maybe I should have gone to Fairfield.
Maybe
I
you
don't
should
know.
have. I got my reunion coming up. Oh, my God. It's going to mess with my head. It's going to be horrible. I'm going to be back in that scene.
Why is it going to mess with your head?
Because I'm going to be back there for 2 days. I'm going to have to drive back here. Like, all right, back to the routine. I don't want the routine. I want that.
Man,
You go to like 2 classes a day. You
See,
barely do any
I'm
work.
totally okay with
You
a
do
fully
any- you
adult
do
routine
anything
these days.
you
Yeah, this
want.
is great.
I'm
Anything you
okay
want.
not being a disgusting college student.
No. Sign me up.
Worrying
I'm-
about papers and this.
Look,
And I know you didn't worry about them,
If I'm
Joe,
a
but-
good enough human, so says God, to go to heaven. If I am, all I ask is just to return to being 21. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Not happening.
No, I don't think so. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Diane in Penn Valley. Good morning, Diane.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm on.
Hello, Diane. How you been?
I am great.
Good.
Unfortunately, somebody gave my movie that I
Oh.
was thinking of, but I had a different character in the movie.
Well, that's okay. You can say that character then.
Okay, Baby, Frances Houser.
I said that one.
Oh, I
That's a
didn't
good
hear you say
Yeah.
that.
I like it.
Now you can pivot to her sister, who was really annoying.
I don't think that's going to be a winning answer.
She was brutal. Or that guy, what's that punk that cheats on? Not cheat. Well, I don't know if he cheats, but the punk that the brunette likes.
Yeah, but I forget his name.
Ronnie or whatever that guy. I hated that guy. And great for Patrick Swayze to punch that guy. Whatever that guy.
Well, it was a great summer movie. Anyway.
Tremendous.
Anyway, I think that Topper is doing a great job as the manager. I like the lineup, and I think the Phillies are going to be playing in October. I've
I
been
do too.
following them since, really giving it my age. I went to games at Connie Mack Stadium with my father,
Wow.
and my husband and I went to the first game at Citizens Bank Park.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Veterans Stadium.
I got a question for you, Diane. Now that you go back, so you were at the first Veteran Stadium game, you're saying, right?
Veterans Stadium. Yeah,
All
they
right,
played
were
yesterday.
you, because this is like the most underrated moment in Philly sports history, Were you at the last game at Connie Mack Stadium?
No, I was not.
All right, Jody, do you know what happened at the last game at Connie Mack Stadium?
No.
Devin, do you
Other
know
than
what
they
happened?
took
I don't.
liberties after the game was
Yeah,
over?
that.
Okay.
For those that are too young to know this, when the final out at Connie Mack Stadium happened, the whole stadium got ripped up by the fans.
True.
Everybody ran on the field and grabbed everything.
I think I heard that.
The bases, the home plate, everything. Like the chairs got ripped out. It is the most and that's why since then, like the Phillies were didn't they hire John Nash? Wasn't it John Nash?
The mathematician, John Nash?
No,
like the
John
genius?
Nash, the former Sixers GM. I think he was overseeing. I think it was
So
him.
you're talking about a beautiful mind over here.
No, well, yeah, because what they did is they wanted to. They had 75,000 seats, and if you go, so many restaurants and bars in the area, and people in their basement that had these seats, they they had extra security. They made sure that they documented everything, and then some stuff got donated to charity, some stuff got sold. And it was really cool. Because remember, at the end of the vet, it ended as blue seats. Jody, you had yellow for a while, you had maroon.
And yellow was ugly.
And with the maroon,
terrible.
that was horrendous. But then they went all blue somewhere, I think, in the early 90s, or maybe late 90s. And anyway, it's a different way to do it. I think, look, if it wasn't John Nash, I apologize. But I think it was the former Sixers GM that oversold the economics of how to deal with all that. All right, Diane, do you want to pivot away? You can still give us a different character.
I can't really think. I'm trying to think. I don't know. But Joe, I do know that you're a very big Phillies fan because I heard that you golfed in your Phillies attire.
I did do that last year. Who'd you hear that from?
At Dallas Golf Club.
Yes. Do you know someone there?
Yeah, my husband works there. He met you.
Yeah. No, well, your husband, a fine man. Let me say
My
that.
husband Bruce, and you know his brother Bennett from the radio.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. No, that was
Classic.
ridiculous because that was during the playoffs. And I had to wear the uniform every day, and I just figured I wouldn't take it off. And I just wore it while I golfed, which was absurd.
Well, he told me when he came in that you did really. I listened to you every morning, so I knew you were going to do it, but he said it was true.
All right. I love it. Diane, thank you for the phone call. Excellent call.
All right, thanks. Have
You
a
got
good
it. Happy Memorial Day. She should have pivoted to Baby's dad. It was a good character.
Jerry Orbach, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good character.
Guy was great. Except,
I mean, it's a horrible movie, though, is the problem.
James.
So.
It's not horrible.
James, it's beyond a 10 out of 10. Beyond. It's beyond a 10 out of 10.
All right.
Yeah, but see, I think of Jerry Orbach as
Law and Order.
Mr. Law and Order.
Of course.
but,
Lenny Briscoe.
Lenny.
Yeah, well, I like him as Mr. Houseman. All right. I also like Jahad Campbell. He's going to be an Eagles player, hopefully for a long time. He joined us on the show yesterday, talked about a lot of different topics, one of which, of course, is joining the Birds. Let's listen to what he said. What is it like to be drafted by the team that you loved growing up? That 3 months ago, as a Bama guy, you see the Eagles win the Super Bowl. You join all that. What's that like?
I mean, it was an honor, really. Just to come to, a team that's a winning program, and I just came from that, which was Alabama. So, I mean, my mindset just fits right in with, my whole style of play and, my whole just journey of life. So, I'm really excited, and I just keep going to get to work.
Jody, did you like to pick for the Eagles?
Yes, I learned to like it. I didn't think it was happening.
Ooh, that's interesting.
But as the fit became the fit, and they I think they played really smart, and we'll see how it plays itself out. The hedge between linebacker and edge rusher, keeping open possibilities and flexibilities, which you may need if Nakobe Dean's not back. When it happened, I thought the Eagles were going to go in another direction. I didn't think they were going to take him, but it's grown on me, and I think you've got a chance to be a really good player in this town.
We asked him about that yesterday, the edge thing versus, off-ball inside linebacker, and he was not disclosing which way it'll be. He may not even know. I mean, to your point, Jody, it may be to be determined based on Nakobe's status and a number of other things.
Sure.
But he also may be under, order to not spill the beans. I mean, that's also possible. So we didn't really get a specific answer on that, but we did get other answers yesterday, including what his first month has been like. Here's what he said. What has the first month for you as a pro? You haven't played in a game yet, but you've been in the facility. You've been around some of the guys, the coaches. What has the first month as a Philadelphia resident and Philadelphia athlete, what's it been like for you to be a pro?
It's just been amazing. Just being around all the other rookies and all the other vets. Just understanding what they do in their day. To keep them going, to maximize every opportunity that I have, and the bottom line is just keep the main thing, and always stay focused.
Quoting Jalen.
Yeah, I wondered three things. There's three possibilities here. One, he said keep the main thing because he's been an Eagle for a month and has heard it from Jalen. Two, he said it because he's an Eagles fan over the last number of years, his whole life, has heard Jalen say it the last 5 years. Three, it's just coincidental that he said it.
I think it's unlikely it's coincidental. I think it's one of the first two. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, and let's get to really the most important thing because, this was the heart of the matter that, I think we were most curious about, the injury situation. We know that's part of how the Eagles got him. Let's listen to what he said about how you feeling physically. Obviously, you would not have gone with the 31st pick if the league viewed you as fully healthy. How's your body feel these days?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Just making sure that, I take the right recovery steps. I'm just taking care of my body and, talking to, different vets to see, what they do in their plan and also, with the training staff and, just helping me out, understanding how to recover my body the best.
Do you think you'll be a full go for training camp? Do you think you'll be a full go for the start of the season? Do you project to be ready to go when those two things happen?
Right now I'm just staying with my feet at, just taking it day by day. Me personally, I don't like to look too far ahead, because I can get, I can just pass by these days. So I think, the biggest thing for me right now is just staying with my feet at and, just trying to maximize today, honestly.
All right, James, I need a rolling. Concerning answer or trust that it's more about the day-by-day thing, be where your feet are?
I think it's slightly concerning. I'm not overreacting to it. I think that's the proper type of answer to give. We know the Eagles don't like to put injury information out there and all that type of stuff. So I'm not super concerned, but I would have loved it if he was like, yeah, I'm feeling great. I think I'll be ready. So
because if you asked Jalen Hurts today, are you going to be you're going to be healthy for September? He'd say yes.
Yeah. So it was slightly concerning.
I agree with that.
And oh, by the way, I'm impressed in that he's never played it down in the National Football League, and he already knows how to not answer questions.
He does.
That's pretty good.
That's a good
That's
point,
pretty
Jody.
damn good.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to remember, he came from Bama, so he had a couple years of Saban before, Saban hopped town. All right, 215-592-9494. More calls up ahead, more on the Phils, obviously, who have been excelling lately. Drop of the Week Part 2 up ahead. That and more on a busy Friday as we send you into Memorial Day weekend from Borgata on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. I'll ask you this rhetorical question. Isn't it time you invest in yourself? Isn't it? If you've got an issue with your teeth, and I know a lot of people do, isn't it time you invest in it? I think so. Look, start with PI Dental Center. They're the best in the business. That's why I've been a patient of PI Dental for the last 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for the last 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that deliver fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're struggling with your teeth, perhaps major pain, maybe for you it's more of a self-esteem issue. I know for some people that is the case. Well, know that if it is, PI Dental Center can fix you up. They can make you look different. PIDentalCenter.com is where you can request your new patient evaluation. Get yourself for that new patient evaluation to PIDentalCenter.com.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Others came and went. But Jack Dell stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This former Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Today's birthday shout out goes to Aaron Donald. Now, I usually don't celebrate the birthdays of defensive linemen, but the 34-year-old quarterback's worst nightmare was just introduced as a member of the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame class of 2025. The rampaging Ram is sure to be a first ballot Pro Football Hall of Famer as soon as he is eligible. Meantime, he says he's planning to become an actor. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
This sports update brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies swept the Rockies in their 4-game series in Colorado, as well as the 7-game season series against the worst team in baseball, making it the first time in franchise history the Phils have completed a 7-game sweep of a single opponent. The Phillies head to Sacramento to face the Athletics for a 3-game series starting tonight. The Tush Push is here to stay, at least for one more season, thanks in part to Jason Kelce, who joined us earlier this morning. In case you missed that interview, you can catch it again coming up at 9:30. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 56 degrees. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. And Odyssey Sports.
Your favorite summer ever? And question 2, is it a factual truth you pretty much have to be single to have your favorite summer ever?
Ooh, that's I don't like the way you asked the second half of that question.
That is a loaded question.
Absolutely right.
But
I
isn't
could
it true?
shoot myself in the foot here.
Right? It's like I was just talking last segment. The moral of last segment was you guys didn't go to Fairfield University. You missed out. The moral of this segment is, I mean, doesn't everyone have their best summer when you're single? Come on. Who we kidding? Who we kidding? Seltzer, who we kidding?
I have my best summer on Fish Tour. How about that?
Yeah, and oh, by the way, for the record, everybody already knows. How long you been married?
How long have I been married?
He's
0.
not married.
Then that's why you can ask that question the way you asked that question. I'll pass on answering it. Thank you very much.
I hope Amy's listening. Okay.
Well,
He's still single.
Yeah, he's
That
not
doesn't
back
change the
in
answer to the
town.
That's
question.
a different kind of single. I mean, I don't consider myself single.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not married.
Yeah.
I guess in the technical sense, when you check that box.
Yeah.
What do you do that box for? What is that like when you do the census or something?
Yeah, among other things, sure.
So your options are single, married, or divorced, right? Or widowed, maybe.
I don't know.
I think they're your 4. I don't know. Who the hell knows? All right, drop of the week. But I'll say this: I certainly don't consider myself single. I mean, All right, to the phones we go. Drop of the week coming up shortly. By the way, as Devin said in the update, we are going to re-air the Kelsey interview. Guys, if you missed it, I really thought something. I mean, we covered a ton of ground with him obviously in the room, riding shotgun with Jeffrey Lurie as those guys made their plea to the NFL and what went on in that meeting and his reaction to it. You'll hear it all coming up at 9:30. Really good stuff. All right, to the phones. Mike in West Philadelphia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Mike, what a voice, man. Deeper than deep.
Well, that's because you had me waiting for like 2.5 hours. You know what I mean? I fell asleep. You know what I mean? Listen, I'll tell you something, Joe. See, you so against Jalen Hurts that you mad that they didn't ban the Tush Push.
Not true.
Yes, it is.
Mike, if you haven't heard my genuine... Hold on, Mike, real quick. Hold on, Mike.
I heard you.
You don't think I'm genuinely excited for the Eagles that the Tush Push remains? Have you not listened the last 2 days?
Because you was pompous about it. You was all, they're going to ban it. It's a bobo play. It's the same as a regular quarterback sneak, except that they push it. They reinvented something.
What's a big difference?
You're mad because it makes Jalen Hurts look good.
I'm not mad. When I advocated
you're a hater.
Against it, I advocated against it because I do think it's a bobo.
You're a hater. Talking about bobo play. Come on, we're talking about a quarterback sneak. Don't nobody know when they doing it. Come on. Everybody know when they doing the
Mike,
quarterback.
Richie was dead wrong about that because for all those times that Tom Brady ran 3rd-and-1 quarterback sneak or 4th-and-1 quarterback sneak, there were plenty of times he handed it off or passed it, especially on 3rd-and-1. I mean, I think it was really ignorant of John to act like it's so obvious when a quarterback does a regular QB sneak on 3rd-and-1. Absolutely not.
No.
And here's the deal. Maybe there's a nanosecond before the ball snapped where you see the quarterback in a certain crouch position. But what's very different about this one, there's 15 seconds where you have on this now tush push type where there's two guys lined up directly behind the quarterback for 15 seconds. There's no doubt what's likely coming.
Right. So just stop it. I mean, like,
I'll stop it. I see you, Mike. I won't.
No, I'm talking
Mike
about
Wentz. He's talking about the defense.
I'm talking about the other team. Stop it. That's what I'm
well, I don't think
about.
that's the issue. The issue is for them to do it. The biggest issue is going to be if other offenses can do it.
How can
because they're not going to stop the Eagles. They're not going to.
They tried it, but they failed in a championship game, and then they're going to be the ones that complain it. Come on.
Yeah.
And I do have a character.
Please tell me, who do you got? Let's get you these Phillies tickets.
The mayor.
Who? I'm sorry, who?
Do the right thing. The mayor.
Oh, man.
That's great. I didn't think about Do the Right Thing. That's
What a
absolutely
great
a summer,
movie.
maybe the best summer movie. I mean,
It's one of the best
It's one of
ever.
the best movies ever made. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an outstanding movie, Mike. And some of the Larry Bird scenes, Jody.
I might have gone with a different character. The mayor's great. I might have gone with a different character, but an amazing answer.
What a great speaking, because I think that was 90 or 91.
It was
Maybe
1989. Do the Right Thing is 1989.
So I texted a buddy yesterday. I said, I think in the 80s and 90s, probably close to 200 movies, both decades, better than 20 movies this decade.
I think it might be more than 200.
I mean, think about that.
Well, that's objective.
No, of course it's objective, but the reality is...
You mean subjective.
I'm subjective.
Yeah, it's not objective.
Sorry.
Yes.
But
Not
the
objective.
reality,
Absolutely not objective, yes.
But the reality is, like, think of it, like, Do the Right Thing, a lot of people might not consider a top 20 movie from that decade. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is.
I think people consider it maybe the best movie of that
No,
decade.
some do, but if you rank 100 people, many would not have it in the
sure.
top 20. Because you could have a million movies.
You need to tell me those 100 people's ages, because that'll be a big determining
Well, I
factor.
guess I'm also talking about those of us that lived through it. I mean, the reality is, guys, take the 90s for a second. Schindler's List, Unforgiven.
Oh my God!
Usual
Usual
Suspects.
Pulp Fiction, Matrix, Jurassic Park, T2, Shawshank, Goodfellas, Silence of the Lambs,
Right.
A Few Good Men. Like, there's a million of them.
Correct. I mean, that's just like 10.
Forrest Gump, Toy Story, 7, Reservoir Dogs, Good Will Hunting. You can go forever.
Correct. That's my point. We don't have that now. All right, what we do have is Drop of the Week, and in this case, Drop of the Week Part 2. We did a little bit earlier. Let's crank up another edition. Hallelujah.
It's the drop.
Shishesky. Shasheshvi
of the week.
Whoa. Did it fall? Whoa. Now, full disclosure, speaking of movies typically bad, we actually have one that should be really good coming out today. And that is Mission Impossible.
Damn, I'm going on Monday with Emily. I can't wait.
So I am excited for that because that's been a great franchise.
So good.
And the first, because this is part 2 of this.
The Dead Reckoning was the first part, and
Yeah.
this Final Reckoning or whatever.
Yeah, this looks like it should be good. All right, Seltzer, drop of the week, part 2. What are we looking at?
All right, let's dive in. We had the
So Rhea versus Elliott advanced earlier to the
without
finals.
a doubt, yes,
Yeah.
a clear advance. And we had the president of the Flyers in, also a former WI employee. Jonesy said a lot, but I thought this was pretty strong. So we've talked a lot about when is the time for this team to start to turn the page. And Jonesy said this.
I think it's important that, not just we understand, but the league and players understand that the Flyers are going to be in play again.
Damn straight, buddy.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
I agree. By the way, let me drop of the week brought to us by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination. Keep going, James.
Let's go from one former WI employee to another, as Joe Wechter called in when we had Jonesy on, and Wechter had some jokes talking about you calling Hugh a small G Eagles great. Here's what happened.
Wechter, the Shores going. What?
I'd like to tell you, just say Hugh, his name does have a lower G. So
yes, it
that's
does.
True. Yeah.
But the bigger issue is that the camera has a capital D in it.
Wechter came with jokes today. I love it.
Jody,
Pretty good joke.
This guy, man. And you know what I came back with. I mean, it's as predictable as can be. Damn right, I got it.
No, don't. Stop. All right, we're moving on. John Ritchie.
But his line was good.
It was very good. John Ritchie decided to tell us how he talks to his dog. Oh, Louie, let's go have fun.
Just
oh, Louie, let's go have fun. Does he really talk to him that way?
That's incredible.
I know, it's really good. All right, let's keep it rolling. Joe, you came up with a new name for the afternoon show, taking some shots at our guy Fritz. This is what happened.
And I'm going to be on that show later today, that Spike, Ike, and Boban show.
That show?
Yeah.
Oh, my
I'm on with
gosh,
those
man.
guys
You
later
can't
today.
say Spike, Ike, and Boban.
Man. Went for it.
Remind me to bring this one back tomorrow. It is a good one.
Oh,
Boban.
you
I
can't
like
say
it.
that.
All
You
right.
can't do
All
it.
right, Chuck, I need a quick. Go ahead.
He should want to whip you for calling him Boban. Seriously. That's a horrible
It's
comparison.
bad, man. That is bad.
Not exactly a compliment. I'll agree with that. Look at
Jody,
Fritz. That's all I got to say. Look at Fritz. Guy's a frick. He's a walking oaf.
Come on, man.
He
Just
was
kept
upset
digging
by
the hole a
that.
little bit deeper.
I'll be
Just
honest.
kept going and going
The
and
oath.
going.
It was
Yeah.
more so the oath comment than the Boban comment.
But
Jack's
Devin,
pretty
you've
good
told
about.
me private, and Devin, you know this to be true. You've told me privately you completely agree with me.
I did not.
You know you did.
I did
On
not.
both fronts.
You can't do
The
that.
Boban thing and the walking off, and I appreciate that support privately, Devin.
Okay. Well, that's
That's
not
really
true.
funny.
That's
That's really funny. Yeah, I know Jack's pretty good about turning the other shoulder or brushing it off his shoulder or whatever. I think you got to him with this one, John.
Oh,
think
I
you found
agree.
one. Yeah,
I could tell I did.
I don't think he likes the oaf Boban stuff. So
Yeah. Well,
keep it going.
Yeah, he shouldn't like it. It's not a compliment.
All right. Well, speaking of not liking, Chuck from Maneri did not like the question you asked him.
Chuck, final thing. Who's going to win? Me versus Elliott. Tush, push, and stay or go. Who's going to win?
I'm going with Elliott. You're an idiot.
Nice. Very nice.
Wow.
Didn't pull any punches there.
Idiot being thrown around a lot.
Yeah,
this week.
idiot is the word of the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we have two more, and then we'll see what's going to square off against Rhea and ESP. Jahad Campbell, we played some of the audio before, but had a really funny line when Richie asked him if he played basketball.
Like those basketball movements on the field, I think they helped me tremendously a lot in my career. And
You
know,
played
I mean, like,
basketball
once I got
also?
to Yeah, I played basketball when I was younger. So, I mean, you know,
You
just
good?
now, then moving to defense. Yeah, of course.
Exactly right.
That's awesome. That was great. I love the comment. It's like, yeah, but what
I
kind
think
of
as a
question is that?
pro athlete, as an edge rusher in football, you think he
Yeah.
wasn't a good basketball
That's great.
player?
Almost
He's
like
like, of
offended by
course.
the
I
Like,
mean,
what kind
he
of
might not
question
be a
is
good
that?
golfer, but I mean, of course he's going to be a great basketball player.
I've actually been in his high school gym.
Yep.
Because my daughter used to play Timber Creek, his high school. So I've been in that gym many a time.
Nice.
She was a little ahead of him, so don't know if they put up any accolades for what he accomplished when he was a basketball player. But that's a pretty good basketball school, Timber Creek.
Good.
Love it. All right, one more. Our guy OG Wade gets asked about a plot twist. Our side topic yesterday had a good answer.
Give me a plot twist.
The plot twist is for y'all to stop babying Spike Eskin and kick his ass like I do. That's it.
Baby him.
There's a lot of good ones in here.
I think it's the walking off Boban versus Rhea and ESP
I did
person.
too.
Yeah, I think that's a clear 1-2.
All right, so play the Rhea and Elliott thing earlier, and then we'll see which one we want to vote for.
Team wins. The Devils win.
Again,
the Sixers
you
win.
think bringing
So if you
up
wanna say-
Washington is a positive.
It is a
makes
positive.
him a good
It's
Sixers
because
owner.
it shows.
We're talking
no.
about as a Sixers
Yes,
owner.
and as a Sixers owner, you're ignoring
oh my
the
God.
on. You're,
So because
you're
Washington is
ignoring
good,
the
it makes
on
him
the-
a better owner. You're an idiot.
No, if you want
are
to ignore,
a flat-out
if
moron,
you want to ignore
if
the
you
on the
think a
court
single
product, you can
Sixers
do
fan
that.
is going, gosh, Washington's good.
You know, you're normally supposed to not like talk at the same time as other people
Yeah.
in radio. That totally works for some reason. I don't know why, but it totally works.
All right, Jody, which would you vote for? The Boban Oaf thing or Rhea versus Elliott?
Rhea's use of the word idiot.
Oh, with the venom, right?
And with the venom. That's a good word, James. Yes, far outweighs Mr. DeCamera. So I'm voting for Rhea and ESP.
Devin, what do you think?
Well, you know, they say normally if you have to sling a insulting word in a debate, it means you're losing. But in this case, I don't think that applies. Rhea with the idiot and then followed up quickly by a moron is gold. So I have to go with her.
James, you agree?
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Much conviction there.
Joe,
when
you
she
were
says
great.
it.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice, Joe. Trust me.
Well,
like in a lot of weeks, you win, but that you know sometimes you
hear ya.
run up against a buzzsaw. You know.
I was mesmerized. I mean, I just sat there and watched it, and I was like, you know what? I'll take the next 10 minutes off. You guys have at it. That was something. All right, excellent. So Rhea, and look, that'll probably be in drop of the year, I would imagine later this year. By the way, speaking of drop of the year, we do have to honor the Mac man. I mean, when he's here, it is. Jody won drop of the year in 2023.
Going away.
This was like. I was going to say Corey Clement, but that's not the right analogy because Corey Clement played the whole season for the Eagles, but then started in the Super Bowl. I don't know what the right analogy is. I mean, Jody came in out of the bullpen.
It's like if Donnell Ellerbe had a great Super Bowl.
Correct.
You
It's
know?
kind of like Marty Bystrom in 1980 for the Phillies. It wasn't in the World Series, but like he went 5-0 down the stretch. Let's put it this way. Jody delivered 2 years ago on one of the days he was in for John and one drop of the year. Let's listen to what happened a couple years back. Richard, let me ask you a question because I've long wondered this. I mean, I get like Bill and William.
Oh, we're not going there.
How does Richard become Dick? Like, the caterpillar and the butterfly still confuse me, but how does Richard become Dick?
I have no idea. I think people just, like to pick on people named Richard.
I mean, you got Richard Nixon and he's Dick Nixon. Like, I don't understand. Like, how? Jody, Devin, Rhea, who knows the answer?
I have a brother, Richard, but he never went by it,
It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like,
I
James,
think
Richard and
it's
Dick
from
nowhere
Rick,
near each other.
and then they took another step, but I have no idea how that
Bill
step
and
was
Billy.
taken.
Bill and Billy. Richard and Dick? Anyway.
Here's where I would take it. At some point, you have a choice, right?
Yes.
Your name is Richard, and someone decides to call you Dick.
I don't think anybody.
I put up my hand and go, no.
Right, I can't.
No.
It's not like a baby's
Rich,
born and you're like, this
Richie,
is baby.
Richard,
I can't imagine
Ricky.
anybody's
There's
under
like
the age of
92
50.
choices.
Well-
choices. Why would you accept Dick?
Whenever I'm called
Cut
that,
that
it's not
audio.
By the way, John has a theory that after Richard Nixon, people stopped referring to themselves as Dick.
Probably.
And so, to your point, Rhea, it is probably like 50 and younger.
Never go by
Probably
it.
no dicks.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
What is happening right now, guys? Can we rein this conversation in?
Somehow we got on Dick removal conversation.
Dick-
I don't think
No,
we need to
Vermeil's
continue
Dick
this.
Vermeil and Dick Vitale are both in their 80s. Anyway, Richard, go ahead.
I
Pal.
might have to turn all your mics off at this point. Oh, it's so good.
It's an all-timer.
Jody just goes off. Phenomenal, Jody.
Jody, you knew
really,
you'd nailed
yeah,
it in the
that
moment,
was
right?
phenomenal.
That was like Jordan sticking out the tongue. You know you're about to dunk.
Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah.
Hey, let's get to the Got It During window to the weekend with no money down. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest free. Call Got It During window. Make sure you call them today at 1-877-GO-GOTTA or visit GUIDA.com. Well, the weekend, obviously, from our vantage point, is largely, from a sports standpoint, about the Phils. New series up ahead. But let's be real. What the weekend really is about is the start of the summer.
Feels weird. It does not feel like Memorial Day.
Weather-wise, not even close.
Well, but also I think the early May thing, not early May, but earlier in May.
Yeah, like earlier this week when I was in, Joe, you and Elliot were talking about like, oh, are you going anywhere this weekend? I'm like, why are you guys going anywhere? What's happening this weekend?
Yeah.
Like, I totally forgot it was Memorial. I'm also working, so I feel like in our field you don't really have that luxury.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So Monday is the actual Memorial Day, which is what, the 26th? So I guess it's not as early as it could be because
it feels early.
You could have 7 days before the 31st or 6. I guess you could have it on the
24th, right? Or 25th, right?
25th.
Yeah, it have to be the 25th. So it's pretty close to as early.
So 25th on a Monday, yeah, so it could be 1 day earlier. Anyway, bottom line is it is on the early side, that's for sure.
But the good aspect of that is later Labor Day.
Yeah,
the earlier you have Memorial Day, the later Labor Day kicks.
Well, it means you get the extra summer weekend.
Yeah.
Which is great for the vendors down the shore.
Mm-hmm.
Tremendous when they get the extra. It's like a whole extra weekend of making money. And people being down the shore to, have ice cream and water ice and all that good stuff.
And coming here to the Borgata.
That for sure as well. All right, 215-592-9494. The Jason Kelce interview. We covered a ton of ground. Kelsey in the room, the owners meeting the other day. What he said about the experience and the vote and the whole deal. You hear that next. Kelsey on the Tush Push next from Borgata on 94 WIP.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
He's back at the track, at the wall. He leaps, it's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Knicks suffered one of the worst losses in NBA playoff history on Wednesday, but I expect them to bounce back in a big way in Game 2. New York is a 5.5-point favorite, and I'm betting them to win big against the Pacers. This series is far from over. I'm Ryan Horvath from BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please get
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Shop the Delaware Valley's largest selection of craft beers, specialty brews, and fine cigars at B&B Beverages. Conveniently located just off the 611 and 202 bypass in historic Doylestown. This summer, live every moment with Peroni 12-pack bottles, just $17.99. Or grab a 12-pack of Miller Lite 12-ounce cans for only $12.99. Perfect for the next Phillies game. And check B&B's website for their sampling events. BNBBeverages.com. Celebrate responsibly.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but two of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Labor's District Council Lesset Fund. Phillies won their 7th straight game and swept the season series against the Rockies with a 2-0 victory in Colorado yesterday. They're now 2 games in first place over the Mets in the NL East and half a game back from the Tigers for the best record in baseball. They head to Sacramento to face the Athletics for a 3-game series starting tonight. And in case you missed it, Jason Kelce on the morning show earlier today, breaking down everything that went down in that NFL owners meeting about the Tush Push. You can catch it again coming up right here on WIP in a few minutes. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Weather today, clouds with a high of 67. It's currently 57 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the summer. Let's hope it's a great one for the Phils. They head into the summer in first place in the division, which is great. We broadcast from Borgata today. Happy to do so. Happy to bring you that Jason Kelce interview in just a moment. All right, so no time's yours today because we want to prioritize this segment, giving you the full Kelce interview. But when we do time's yours, of course, it is always brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Let me also tell you the Twitter poll question of the day today, which has been brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question, do you believe in Trey Turner moving forward this season? 77% of people do. We'll see if that holds as the season progresses. But as of now, a lot of belief in the Phillies shortstop. All right, let's get to Jason Kelce. We talked to him earlier. We covered a ton of ground on the Tush Push, the vote, the whole deal, the meeting. Let's listen to Kelsey. Let's welcome to the show yet again the hero of Philadelphia, Jason Kelce. Good morning, Jason.
How's it going, Joe?
I mean, a lot of smiles, man. I mean, you did it. I mean, you and Jeffrey frickin' did it, Jason. How'd you do it?
I don't know. I think, I don't know. We went in there. It was a wild experience. It was a wild experience. It really was. I mean, I didn't know what to expect. I've never been in one of those meetings. I was just talking to Seltzer before we hopped on here in the whole back call thing. And, like, dude, I'm in a room full of, like, all these owners and billionaires, and you're seeing take place the legislative process in the NFL and the game of football in a lot of ways. And it was awesome to just see how the proposals work, how guys take the floor. There's back and forth. Rogers obviously leading everything, and then there's like the committees and the Dr. Alan Sills and the health aspects of it. And I don't know, I really enjoyed the entire thing. It felt really surreal to even be in that room. Like I was in some like very inner sanctum, like, I don't know if the Illuminati is real, but I feel like that room was probably as close as it's getting. So it was wild. It was wild.
Well, Jason, you're the only 6th-round pick from the 12 draft? 2012 or 2011?
2011, yeah.
Yeah, you're the only 6th-round pick from the 2011 draft that got in that room. So you've come a long way, my man. All right, so Jason, there's a lot to break down. Let's just start with this. How can you just give us a sense of how impassioned was Jeffrey's speech, his remarks? How strong did he go?
He went very strong, stronger than and we talked about. The day we kind of met for breakfast and kind of had a plan of what we were going to do and an order of how we were going to say things. And he was even more impassioned in the room. And I think that, you try not to take a lot of this stuff like it's an attack on you and personal and things, but I think that the reality is, a lot of this proposal was there because of the Tush Push and because of the success that the Philadelphia Eagles had. And I think that, it feels a little bit like it's an attack on your organization and what you guys are doing well. And I don't think that that's necessarily the meaning behind it. You know what I mean? But certainly I think Jeffrey, voiced some opinions and was very passionate about everything. And, it was definitely, he made his point well known for sure.
What would you say, Jason, was his main argument? I know in a 1 hour speech, it's probably hard to boil it down to one main thing, but what was the central theme you would say he circled back to the most as his main argument?
I think he went a lot of places, and this is one of the things, I didn't talk to the media after. I don't really know what, I went into there man, I don't know what to share. I didn't even know media were going to be there. So I don't want to, go too much into what was said, but I think
Understood.
Jeffrey's main thing was really to kind of talk about the safety issues of the play, and one of the reasons that he thinks that's not a concern with this play in particular, and why it might be more safe than potentially other plays. And I think that was probably the main thing directly associated with the play itself. So yeah, I would say that would probably be the main thing I'd say.
Jason, after the vote had gone down, it was reported that some suggested that the Tush Push contributed to your determination to retire.
Yes,
Did that happen in the room? Did
yeah.
someone actually bring that up to you while you were in that room? Jason, you walked away because of the Tush Push. Did that happen there?
It did. Well, first of all, it happened the last meeting, and that's why I was there. It felt like the Eagles felt numerous coaches and owners at the previous meeting had alluded to me stepping away from the game because the play was what it was doing to my body, and saying that, the play, I had numerous media things where I was relenting running the play. And I think that the main reason I was there was to really dispel that stuff, right? I think a lot of that stuff gets said in jest, right? There's a quote of me before that play that Lane Johnson said. I said, "F my life," right? And we would do that sporadically, not even just around that play, but that was like a running joke. We do it in practice. If I had to, you got to block man in pass pro, that was more of like a joke, but it gets kind of taken out of context into a, oh, this guy really doesn't want to run this play, or it's unhealthy for him to run this play. And I think for me, that's why I was there. I was there to kind of tell them, listen, it's a grueling play. I'm not going to negate that. There's a lot of energy expenditure. You have some of the biggest and best athletes in the world competing for, and sometimes less than a yard, 6 inches. And it's so impactful, but there's no momentum build up. So it ends up just really being like energy exertion and pushing. It's not high impact. This isn't a play that you're going to see these large injuries on, in my opinion, because it's just not what it is, right? I have a much better chance of getting hurt out in the open running full speed with a lot of momentum and pace, as opposed to being right next to somebody and just pushing as hard as I can against them.
Makes sense. No, that makes all the sense in the world, for sure. I mean, look, the biggest collision a wide receiver has is when he's in open space and guy comes flying at him. I mean, it makes sense.
Correct. I mean, and one of the things they changed they just changed the kickoff rules back because in part they brought those guys closer together, right? You when you reduce distance and you reduce the ability to build up momentum and speed, you generally are going to see less, major injuries. Now, I'm not going to say you're never going to see it. It's still a game of football, right? But I think that was important for me to dispel, was that notion. And it was funny, man. Some of the owners were a trip, and they were playing back and forth with it. Right, the moment I sat down, the first one of the we want to go again. I don't know what to share, but
Sure.
It was people were definitely playing around with me being in the room and some of those comments. But at the same time, and this is one of the things that was awesome, was just how serious the whole proceeding was, how thoughtful, and not just the proposal to ban the, pushing or assisting the runner, but just how they go through each proposal, how things morph, how you can see that, oh man, maybe this is not happening now, maybe they're going to get back to this one's going through, and there's really an open dialogue that is fun to witness, especially with some of the characters and the personalities in that room for sure.
I mean, that makes sense for sure. Jason, how tense would you say it was at times?
It was really tense. It was really tense after Jeffrey went because of how passionate he was, right? And I think that, I'm never in those meetings, so I don't know how typical it is that it gets that way. You know what I mean? But I think that it was tense because, Jeffrey, again, is passionate and he made his point clear and known, and felt like the Eagles had not been really a part of the process along the way. You know what I mean? It felt like he felt like, his perspective and the Eagles' perspective had been left out. And I think that he made that known to the league, and it was a little bit tense at that moment. But it came back. I think that all these guys have been in rooms like this and have been a part of, I'm sure, some very heated discussions. But it got, I wouldn't say, trying to think on a level of 1 to 10, I'd say like a 7. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it was like, I don't know that blows were getting ready to be thrown, but it was definitely, passionate from Jeffrey.
Jason Kelce with us here, obviously this morning on WIP as we get ready for Memorial Day weekend. Hope everyone's getting ready for a great 3-day weekend. By the way, reminder, contest line for Beat the Hammer, which will be in about 5 minutes, maybe a smidgen longer, but Beat the Hammer coming up shortly. We'll take the 5th caller in the contest line, 215-988-1258. You can compete and Beat the Hammer, and I need a win after my loss last week. 215-988-1258, Beat the Hammer shortly. Jason, could you tell if you changed you and Jeffrey, if you changed some owners' opinions, and if you couldn't tell, do you guess that you did? Because one thing we've wondered is, did 32 guys walk into that room, guys or gals, walk into that room knowing for sure which way they would vote, and it didn't matter what you said? Or do you think that what you said and what Jeffrey said swayed some opinions to change opinions?
I could tell one that I don't know if we swayed anybody's opinion, but I could tell just in the way the back and forth went that there were people that were still up in the air on it, if that makes sense. I feel like if everybody would have been decided on it, there wouldn't have been any questions asked, right? It just would have been all right, we already know we're voting on this. We're not listening. It felt like there was an open dialogue on the floor, which to me made it feel like there were people genuinely still trying to decide, right? And I went into it, to be honest with you, I don't know, it felt like we went into it feeling like there was some level of optimism with the votes, and I don't know how they, Ferrari and the Eagles kind of knew which people were already definitely going to be voting for it and which ones weren't, and they kind of knew there was some stuff there. But for me, I thought for sure it was going to get banned. It felt like with all the reports coming out, Dr. Alan Sills saying what he said, and the competition committee all voting to get rid of it, I did think it would probably get banned and the proposal would pass. But once I was in the room and we were talking, it felt like there was sufficient back and forth, that there were people that were still kind of willing to listen, and that usually lends itself to, the fact that, maybe they're not as hardened in their position as one would seem.
Jason, when I think of you, the first thing I think of is maybe the best pulling / downfield blocking center in the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. But you're also the guy who starts the Tush Push, which has become this huge talking point in the National Football League. You're tied to both, but they're very different plays. They're divergent. How much pride do you take in the Tush Push?
You take a tremendous amount of pride in anything you do really well, and you do a lot better than anybody else, right? I think, and especially now, teams have had opportunities to replicate this thing, and it's showing that the Eagles just happen to be really freaking good at this play. And, when you're the best in the world at something, when you line up and you know that there's nothing another team can do to stop it, when you know that other teams are trying to do the same thing you're doing and they can't do it as well, you take a tremendous amount of pride in that. I know Jeffrey alluded to it with saying he didn't, whether it gets banned or not. In some ways, once it probably does get banned, I would assume that, it was close this time, and there's going to be lobbying again next year, I would assume. To be about part of a play that, largely people have an issue with because of the competitive advantage, supposedly, but really the only team that seems to have that much of a competitive advantage is us. It feels pretty dang cool. How many teams have had a play taken away solely because they were that much better at it than anybody else?
It's incredible.
So,
It is.
I take a pretty sufficient amount of pride in that.
You should, Jason. You really should. All right, Jason, a couple final things, and Jason Kelce obviously with us here on WIP. So a couple final things. When you win the vote, who was the first person that you texted, or, Jeffrey, like you text Nick, you text Stoutland?
I'll tell you.
Who do you reach out to first?
I'll tell you exactly about this. So first of all, I didn't find out the results of the vote because they went into another session that they're like, hey, get this Flappy out of here, and everybody else, right? So
Not of the real business.
That's right.
Correct. They went into this is the true inner sanctum moment, right? And I didn't know how it went. I was going back up to my hotel room, and I got a text from my man Jordan Mailata, who found out before me because he found out from, I'm assuming, Twitter or something like that. And Jordan Mailata said, "Thanks for your service. Another year of pushing Tush."
That's awesome.
So,
that is great.
That was the first person. That's when I text. That's when I text the other guys like, "Hey, has that really been? Are the results in?" Because it felt like they were still talking about it, but that was fun.
Makes sense. All right, Jason. How proud were you flying home?
I would say I was proud, but again, it was weird. I went not necessarily. I'm very happy that the play's remaining, and I think that I get both sides of the argument, though, if I'm being honest. And I tried to make that apparent even when I was there. I think the league definitely made an effort to really attack aiding the runner downfield, which is illegal on pulling and lifting them, and the pushing aspect was the key word that they removed a few years back because it was hard to officiate. So, I'm very happy that it remained just because it felt like the reasons being given just weren't that sufficient. It felt like there was a lot of, let's face it, if the Tush Push wasn't as successful as it is, then they wouldn't be changing the rule. And and I think that's, and the reasons being given for that just didn't feel sufficient and felt like it was, everybody working around it to try and push it to get banned, right? And I think that, while I get all of the concerns completely, and I think that by and large, and I opened my remarks with that place, I really consider it a privilege to be there. That room, even in my 13 years in the league, all of those owners in there, Roger Goodell, the competition committee, the health and safety board, or whatever that's called with Dr. Alan Sills, they've made the game so much safer for players. And I think that a lot of these decisions that they've made have been vastly in the better, have improved the game for players. And I think it's an awesome thing that they've done there, and they've all taken seriously, and they've done an incredible job with it. And I wanted to go there and be a part of it, but also just kind of, understand that all of these decisions being made are done with good intentions, either for the betterment of football, for the betterment of the NFL, or for the betterment of player safety. And I'm very proud that, we get to run this play again, but I'm also, was not going into it necessarily with that being the ultimate goal, even though that did occur.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, of course. No,
Yeah.
and listen, we hear your sense of I don't know if all is the word, but your sense of appreciation for the process and that you were invited into the process. I mean,
Correct.
Listen, we hear it.
And,
we hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that like even if we would have lost, I would have still had appreciation for how that occurred. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like I completely get the sentiment that other owners are coming with and that other people have that don't want the play to be run anymore. Other than the ugly one, like to me, I don't think we should start banning things that are ugly in the NFL. I would have never been allowed to play football in the NFL if ugly things can't go in there. Like I think that's just a flat out bad reason to not allow something. But I think that most of the reasons that people were giving were like let's assisting the runner. When the offensive players push on a runner, they get that yardage gain. When defensive players compile and push backwards a runner, they don't get the negative yards, right? They only get where that ball led up to. So there is like a level of, is it, what is fair? And for 60 years or whatever it is, you weren't allowed to do it. And then they changed it a few years back. So I get a lot of those concerns. I get the safety stuff because of the posturing. I get everybody's frame of reference. And, definitely happy the play is going to be run again. I think that there was a sufficient amount of owners that didn't think that was enough. But at the same time, I would have understood if it was.
Jason, let me thank you, my man. I mean, big time for carving out some time for us today, but also as an Eagles fan, as you know I am, and we are, for your dedication to the Eagles. Needless to say, it has gone into the retirement phase where you've got another win for the Eagles. And I think it could create, literally additional wins for the Eagles. So great job, man. And again, thanks for being a huge part of the show. And have a great Memorial Day weekend, man. I mean, get yourself a brew this weekend and toast your accomplishment. You got another win. Just get some garage beer this weekend.
Oh yeah, we're actually we're going to be doing something with garage beer down in Florida. It'll be a lot of fun. So
Good.
All right, I appreciate you guys having me on, and
Jason, final thing: who you rooting
Go
for,
Birds.
the Hammer or the contestant who's about to lose and beat the Hammer?
I always root for the contestant.
That's
Always.
my guy.
man.
Right. Thank you,
This is the
Jason.
part where I hang up on you.
Perfect answer.
Say goodbye. All right. Hey, Jason, good stuff, man. Thanks so much. And really, congrats. It was well done.
All right, thanks, Joe.
All right, that was Jason Kelce earlier today. Obviously, we covered a ton of ground there. Of course, Beat the Hammer's not coming up. That was from 2 hours ago. But we wanted to give you an encore of that because
Yeah,
there's a lot
Jason
in there.
took an L. You were calling him Mr. Winner all day. He took an L rooting against you, bud.
That's right. All right. We got to quickly come up as we broadcast from Borgata today with a winner for the Phillies tickets for the June 11th game. Got it narrowed down to 3 for best summer movie characters. There were about 10 great ones said, but I think there's a clear top 3. There's Clark Griswold, Summer Vacation. Others, but Summer Vacation. There's Chris Chambers. That's River Phoenix's character in Stand By Me. One of the youngest that was said today, and he was tremendous. And Rodney Dangerfield's character in Caddyshack, I think you say it's
Cervic.
Okay. Seltzer, who are you voting for?
This is really hard. They're all great, but I'm going to go Clark Griswold.
Okay. Jody Mack.
Because it's acting, I'm going to go River Phoenix. I think he did the best acting job in his movie.
Okay. We're not specifically asking acting. We're asking for character, but River Phoenix is a fun answer. Devin, who do you go with?
I have to go with Clark Griswold. I mean, it's literally called Vacation. It screams summer, so we got to go with it.
I was going to go with Rodney or Chris Chambers, so I guess I lose. If I say
Either
Rodney,
way.
well, if I say
If
Rodney.
you say Rodney, you lose. If you say Chris Chambers, then, maybe I'll ask Joe Gilio, who's looking at me right now in the other studio.
Okay, I'm going to.
Okay, say Chris
Hold on,
Chambers.
hold on. Let me give an honest answer. Do I think Rodney or Chris Chambers? I guess Rodney.
Ah, well, there we go.
That's it. Seth, you've won with Clark Griswold. I would have taken the other two both over Clark Griswold, but my honest answer would be Rodney. They're all awesome. Maybe I should have said Chris Chambers. Hey, everyone have a spectacular rest of the day and really have a great Memorial Day holiday weekend. Enjoy it. Enjoy the summer. Get down the shore if you can. Thanks to Kelsey for joining us earlier and you for listening to our program. Joe and Jody Mack for filling in for for Rich today.
Always fun.
Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Check out Memorial Day savings all month long at Elite Acura. Lease a 2025 RDX for $459 a month or an MDX for $559 a month.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 6/2/25.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95. Plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor?
One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save. Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter? Save up to $12 on that bundle. What about brake pads and rotors? Bundle those and the brake pads are free. Can't save more than free. You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty-free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge. Defending champion Carlos Alcaraz and world number 1 Arina Sabalenka are the betting favorites at the French Open, which gets underway this Sunday. Other leading contenders to watch include Iga Swiatek, who seeks her 5th crown in 6 years at Roland Garros. World number 1 Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic. Joker's last Paris match resulted in an Olympic gold medal for the 24-time major winner. Good luck to all. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-0. Swung on, hit in the air, left field shallow. Kepler broke back, now comes running in. He's there, and he's got it. And the ball game is over, and the Phillies, for the first time in franchise history, have swept a season series against a team 7 or more games. As the Phillies blank the Rockies today, 2-0 the final. Rangers Suarez the win and Jordan Romano the save, and a couple of timely hits from Harper and Kepler, and the Phillies have won their 7th game in a row.
Franchise history, 7 in a row over the Rockies, a 7-game winning streak. Welcome on in. It is a midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us, 215-592-9494. How about those Phillies who are 32-18 as we head into Memorial Day weekend? Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. They went back-to-back, Joe?
They went back-to-back.
Back-to-back. Well, that's hard. That's hard to do, but they did it. Congratulations.
What a win. What a week for the Phillies here. We're 32-18. All right, we got a lot to get to today. We will discuss the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be on the in-season Hard Knocks, which I find really interesting. Scott Fransky joins us at noon for the first time since the great midday flood of 2025 when he was on the air with us last week.
The great midday flood.
Yeah, and we survived. All right, Jason Kelce, what he told the morning show about his role in getting the Tush Push saved, and a wild 1 o'clock hour to come. Good morning, you. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, listen, everybody. If you don't have to drive this weekend, don't. Don't take any penitentiary chances, man, especially if you're a little older. If you're younger, if you have a DUI or something, that's like 10 grand out the gate. And not only that, you might hurt somebody. So just do everything that you have to do to enjoy your weekend and not get into any trouble.
I like that. Well, yeah, everyone should enjoy this weekend. Memorial Day's coming up. We hope everyone out there has a great time. And enjoy yourself. You know what I'm enjoying right now, Hugh? Watching the Phillies. They're 32-18. They really have taken care of business here against the worst teams in baseball. The Pirates, the Rockies, especially the Rockies. You heard Scott say it. Hugh, for the first time in the history of the franchise, they swept a season series over an opponent, anyone, ever, of at least 7 games. Like this, even when teams are bad, usually you'll go 6-1, 5-2 against them. I mean, they didn't just beat the Rockies, and the Pirates are for it, and the Rockies earlier this season. They've mopped the floor at these teams. And Hugh, you look up now, and the Memorial Day is always kind of the time where people look up and say, look at the standings.
Yeah.
They're 32-18. They're a half game off the pace of the best record in all of baseball. They have the best record in the NL. Hugh Douglas, are you buying what you're seeing as the Phillies continue to roll and now are 2 games up in the NL East?
I am, but I'm pretty sure for a lot of people that they're going to say with that Mets series still has a little bit of a stink for a lot of people.
But they've been great since then.
They have, but they haven't seen the Mets.
Yep.
So there's that. And the hitting has been where it needed to be. They've been pretty good. Last night, they got 2, but still. It's one of those things where we have a job, and we're in a city where saying be patient is not, that dog is not going to hunt, because we are passionate about this team. We live and die with every pitch that's thrown, and we've had a lot of controversy. So for me, it was like this, Joe. When I looked at the standings, watching the games, it didn't dawn on me until I pulled back a little bit and looked at the whole National League and saw where they were. I'm like, man, they've been pretty good. And I don't know if John Clark's not in town, but if he is, John, you need to apologize, man. Matter of fact, I might just go ahead and shoot you a text. Apologize to Bryce Harper.
Well, the Bryce Harper with the shaved head is a different Bryce Harper.
Yeah, it is. And it's funny how, now everybody's talking about, since he shaved his head, he's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's just, baseball is just a fickle mistress, man. And you have to wait to see how it's going to play out. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. It's different when you only follow your team and you're not looking at the league as a whole. Everybody has warts.
Of course.
It's just that when we talk about our team, we talk about the warts that they have and the certain things that happen. And the great part about it is most baseball players, good thing they don't listen to us and have, mentally weak, because if they were, we'd be in trouble.
Well, yeah, because we react to everything every day, and it's 162, and their first 26 or whatever were not good, right?
Yeah.
They were about 500. But their last 24 have been remarkable. The Phillies are playing really good baseball, and we should be excited that this season's got a lot of promise. The starting pitching is excellent. The bullpen without Alvarado this week, again, they're playing the Rockies, had a good week, and including Romano. Romano's been good now for a while, to the point where we got to start believing we're seeing with Jordan Romano. And Hugh, I am excited for where the season is going. They are certainly putting themselves right back in the mix to be a contender to win it again, or to get back to the playoffs to compete to win it. And that's great. But allow me to do something that you always seem to do around here.
Long talk.
A long talk, but I also have to be the drunk uncle at the barbecue.
Drunk uncle.
Well, look, I'm not knocking the way the Phillies are playing. They are playing. I'm not trying to poke holes in how they're playing, but can I poke holes in who they've played? I mean, they've built this up. Yeah, they've built this up, and it's good on them. This is exactly what you're supposed to do. But the Phillies have built up the best record in the National League on legitimate tomato cans. Not like when you called the Ravens tomato cans. Like the Rockies and Pirates are tomato cans, okay? And if you go beyond that, the Phillies this season against the Rockies, who they beat 7 in a row, against the Pirates, who they beat 3, the Rays, who aren't good this year, the Nationals and the Marlins, they are 17-3 against those teams. They're 15-15 against everyone else. Now, I think they're better than 500, and I'm not trying to take away credit for what they've done. They've beat up the bad teams they should. But I sat here a year ago, and I got a little fooled early in the season, and I said, this is the best Phillies team I've ever seen. Well, they weren't. And as the season went on, they fell down a little bit. And they still made the playoffs, still won 95 games, but they weren't an all-time great team. I guess the way I'll frame it is this. I like what I'm seeing. I'm not fully buying this yet. They're on pace for 102 wins. I don't think they're a 102-win team. Now, they're good? Yeah. Are they a playoff team? They absolutely should be. And are they right there with the Mets? Is the gap not as big as it seemed a month ago? Yeah, that's clear. But I'm looking at a team that really has beat up on tomato cans here. 215-592-9494. I like what I'm seeing. I feel really good about where this team is going, and it should continue this weekend. The A's, who they play this weekend, they've lost 9 in a row heading into the series. So let's keep piling those wins up and banking those wins. But I just got to say, I'm not fully buying they're this good yet. I mean, this is a lot of tomato can stuff they're beating up on. Well, that's all right. So, someone's got to say it. I mean, the Rockies might be the worst team ever. They've been playing baseball for like 125 years, and that team's really bad. 215-592-9494. Let's hear Topper. He seems pretty happy with the sweep over Colorado.
This club hasn't necessarily played that well here at Coors Field. Given not just that you hit, you pitch, I mean, how pleased are you with a 4-game sweep?
Yeah, really pleased. You know, like I said at the start of it, we haven't played very well here, but we played well. You know, the day we don't necessarily score many runs, we really pitched well and played good defense. So, yeah, it was very satisfying.
Well, he's right about that. Hugh, usually in Coors Field, even if the Rockies are bad, you need to score, right? It's a hitter's park. You need to. They won yesterday 2-0 in Coors Field. I mean, that does not happen very often. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on the Phillies? Are you fully buying what we're seeing right now? Because it's a heck of a month. They're 15-5 in May. They have been, I think they fell to about 13-13 after the Mets series or somewhere in there. So you look at their record since then, and they've played great baseball now for about 5 weeks. Are you buying what the Phillies are selling here? Because the record looks incredible. Kyle, where are you at as the Phillies sweep the Rockies and they're 32-18?
I think you have to be buying it. Like, I understand they're playing tomato canes, whatever, however you want to say it, however he wants to say it. But they're leaving no doubt in these games.
Yep.
I mean, they're making the Rockies look like the Rockies. They're making the Pirates look like the Pirates. And I think the biggest thing that you need to be buying right now is the fact that the best player, the best hitter on this team is starting to look like it. And I agree, Hugh. Some apologies might need to be thrown out there to Mr. Bryce Harper after he shaved his head. I'm about to join him in shaving my head. And it looks like the stats could be going, too, by the end of the season with the way he's playing. Bryce Harper being back, I think, is the biggest thing that everybody needs to buy. The pitching staff is still just as good, if not better, now that Aaron Nola is out of the rotation.
I think it's better without him.
It might be. And the bullpen's rounding into form, too. Like, and I understand what you said about the record against the Rockies, Pirates, and whoever in 15-15. I don't think that's telling the whole story, though, because they had a very bad stretch for, like, I think, what was it, mid-April or something like that when they played the Mets?
They left the Mets 500, yeah.
But they went into Chicago and beat the Cubs.
Yep.
The Diamondbacks aren't great, but they're not a tomato can, I don't think. They took care of business against them. The Cardinals won, like, 9 in a row before they played the Phillies, and we beat them. I mean, we're not just handling tomato cans. We're handling business against everybody right now. I mean, we look like a team that should have and does have the best record in the National League right now. And, like, if you're not buying the Phillies, I don't know who you are buying, because the Mets stink right now.
So that's fair. Look, the Mets are not as good as they looked a month ago. They've struggled, and the Soto thing looks like it might just become a disaster as this season goes on, especially as the New York media gets their teeth in that. That could be a disaster for them, and which would be great. And the Dodgers are pitching. I agree, guys. I'm not saying the Phillies aren't as good as those teams right now. They are. Right now, they're better. I'm just saying, can I see it against a little bit of better opponents? I mean, we are doing damage to tomato cans here, and everyone else has been a little more up and down. 215-592-9494. We were here last year. I mean, it's kind of amazing because we didn't start off super hot this year, but Hugh, Memorial Day last year, this is where the Phillies were, right? Best record, looking like they're better than everybody else, and then we know what happened. It fell off from the rest of the season on. Now, this doesn't have to fall off. Starting pitching's really good. And Bryce is coming around. Are you fully buying what you're seeing from the Phillies, who are 32-18? Let's go to Chris in Middletown, who's up on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy Memorial Day weekend, man.
What's up, Chris?
Guys, first of all, let's do this right. Let's thank all those soldiers that lost their lives for serving our great nation. Thank you.
Well said, Chris. Glad you said it.
Other than that, fellas, I pulled my wallet out. I got it open. I'm asking, what do I owe you? I'm buying. I'm in. The reason I'm buying is we have the best starting pitching in Major League Baseball. And pitching is what wins championships. It's offense is a luxury, like Hugh says, all the time. It's pitching, guys. It's pitching, it's starting pitching, and we have that. That's why I'm so optimistic, as well as the other downfall to us, and all these other people are going to chuckleheads are going to chime in and say, "Oh, but the batsman cold in the playoffs, and that's why we lost," and blah blah blah. Well, that's changed this year. Their whole hitting approach has changed, and you're seeing the leaders embrace it. Brittany Bryce is no longer trying to swing out of his shoes every single at bat anymore. He'll do it on rare occasions from time to time, but for the most part, these guys are just trying to make contact, keep the line moving, it's a next man up mentality. Joe's favorite players also embrace this, Trey Turner. He's no longer. I haven't heard Joe talking about the wand coming out of the box lately.
No, I've been mostly Trey's offense. I've been fine with this year. The defense. I have my issues, but the offense. I've been fine with it. Yep.
I agree. So, and here's the other thing: he's doing what we've been screaming forever. He's stealing a bunch of bases. That's what we've wanted forever. And then here's the other guy. I don't really hear anybody talking about that. That's also embraced this approach. Castellanos. Castellanos is kind of quiet because he's a slugger that gets streaky. He'll get hot for a month and a half. He would normally carry his team, but then he would go ice cold. And it's because, again, he takes that same slug approach of trying to tear the cover off the ball. And I'm seeing him be more level. And it's not, if those core guys are doing it, and then what they're doing is they're just leaving it to Schwartz. They're like, dude, let him be the cleanup guy. Let him be the big machine that's mashing, everything. So, guys, we've got to have a chant on the way out the door. All right? We have to, because it's Memorial Day. But here's what it's going to be. I'm B-U-Y-I-N-G by the field, World Series bound.
Chris, love you, man. Appreciate the phone call. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. So he's buying. Spelled the whole thing out for us.
Yeah, you know what, man? I was sitting here and thinking about what we were talking about and whether or not I buy into this. And I just went back and I looked at the standings from the last 3 years.
Okay.
And the one thing that jumps out to me is that the Phillies have been pretty consistent in where they've been as far as the standings concerned. You talk about all these other teams. I'm looking at the 2022 season. The Braves, 101 win. The Mets, the Phillies were right there with a 87.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I look through this list, you have your usual suspects in the National League.
Sure.
The Cards and the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
So that they've been consistently one of the better teams
they have
in Major League Baseball for the last 3 years.
I think it's 87, 90, 95 the last 3 years?
Yeah, man. And I'm looking, and even I'm looking at the AL. You have some of the usual suspects. But here's the thing, like every year, there's somebody that jumps like in the other divisions that jump in and they get more wins and everything like that. Because just like this year, the standings are a little bit different than they were the last year because the Cubs are doing really well right now. And you talk about last year, it was the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
The Phillies have been consistently one of the teams that give you at least 80 wins in the last 3 years.
Yeah, look, they're having a great run. This is one of the better runs they've had. They've won the World Series and NLCS and playoffs and 95 wins. At the beginning of this year, I looked choppier. And I said, this doesn't look good. I think a lot of us did. Look, they've played great baseball for a while. I just need to see him do it against the best teams. I also would like them to hit more home runs, which they haven't yet. Now, they've done a lot of good things. And our last caller, Chris, brought up the approach. The Phillies have one of the best walk rates in baseball, one of the best strikeout rates in baseball. They have changed their approach, and let's hope it continues. Let's hope it continues throughout the season and the postseason. Look, there's a lot of reasons to feel good, led by the starting pitching. I'm taking a deep breath this time. Last year, I was all in. This is special, and then they fell off. Maybe because they fell off, age, whatever.
But the one thing that gives me hope when it comes to this team is that it's in the back of their mind every day about the failures that they've had.
October failures.
Yeah. And I said that, and I cringed a little bit when I said it because I don't.
You're right. They failed in October.
You're right,
but
I'm trying to be nice when I talk about it because it's one thing to be said about knowing where you fail and trying to correct those mistakes, but the positive is they've been consistently right there as far as the National League teams are concerned every year for the last 3 years.
Look, and although I'm saying that they've done most of this against tomato cans, you can make the playoffs beating up tomato cans, right?
Yeah.
You go back.
If they're bad, beat them because they're bad.
Yeah, and the Phillies aren't just beating them. 17-3 against the 5 worst teams they played. They're bludgeoning these teams. That's leaving no doubt. They have dominated some of these bad teams.
And you've got some really good pitching. Really, really good pitching.
Great pitch. The pitching staff, Kyle said it, he's right. The pitching staff's better without Aaron Nola right now. Because every fifth day, Nola would stink, and then we'd probably lose that game. They don't have that anymore. Taiwan has been better. Ranger's been better. I mean, I think Aaron's supposed to pitch this weekend, like off just like throwing.
Mm-hmm.
Take your time. Just take as much time as you need. Let's keep rolling.
What was
here.
it? Tighty back? Was it tighty back
No,
or
ankle.
the knee?
Ankle.
Knee. Oh, the ankle.
He
ankle.
twisted his
Gotcha,
ankle.
gotcha,
They
right.
say that or whatever.
No,
they
he's
say.
coming back to the rotation.
No, I'm sure he is. I'm just saying if he needs to take his time. Is anyone clamoring for Aaron Nola to come back right now? I feel fine. I'm good. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Tomato cans need love too, Joe.
Tomato cans.
At least these are actual tomato cans, unlike when Hugh Douglas called the Rams, the Commanders, and Ravens tomato cans.
Yeah. So, Hugh, initially I was shocked and appalled that you're asking Johnny Airport for an apology tweet, but that just goes right with your pettiness. So it's cool. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's the weekend. I got to stay on brand. I got to stay on brand.
We might need to put the poll up. Should John Clark apologize to Bryce Harper?
Exactly. So here's the thing. These guys are pretty much all playing up to their capabilities right now. And if it takes tomato can teams to get right, then that's what it takes. I think some of these guys that were struggling, like Turner admitted it yesterday, that he had gotten hit by a pitch, and it caused him to do a few things at the plate mechanically that was throwing him off. And I think a lot of times we fail to realize that some of these guys are playing hurt, and they're struggling through it. They're still better than their replacement, even if they're injured. So I'm totally okay with that. Look, the pitching staff is really what's been keeping them in these games. Especially that kid that came up and pitched against Paul Skeens. I mean, how do you figure?
Because his mama was in the stands.
It's amazing. It shows how deep their rotation is, Jeff, that a guy that we didn't even think would contribute this year could come up and basically throw a shutout. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah. So you take advantage of those things, and when you get to the bigger or the tougher teams, and you're going to play 500 or just above 500 ball, you've got you've padded your stats, so to speak, as a team record to keep you above, keep you staying on top.
Yeah, that's the great. You're right, Jeff. You're right. That they've banked enough wins here that even if they have a cold stretch at some point, they're still going to be, they're 14 games over. So like, even if they have a tough 2 weeks, they're still going to probably be, 9 games over or whatever.
And how many complaints would there be if we went 500 or even just like 2 games over 500 against these tomato cans? People will be jumping off bridges.
Of course.
So I'm in.
Well, you're right about that, Jeff. And look, there's nothing wrong with banking these wins. It's the right. It's what they need to. Jeff, good phone call. We appreciate it. Look. Last year, I was all in, and the team's record was pretty similar to what it is right now. And then we know it wasn't quite the same as the season moved on. I like the way they're playing. I love the starting rotation right now. Bryce has gotten going. John Clark, I agree with you, should offer a public apology to Bryce Harper for the buzz cut that he didn't think worked, which obviously has. Bryce is on fire right now. Are you fully buying in on what the Phillies are doing right now? 32-18. They have the best record in the NL. I think it's snuck up on people. We've been all in on the Tush Push stuff and the Eagles and the schedule coming out. And meanwhile, the Phillies just haven't lost. When was the last time they lost the game? I think did they lose the finale of this doubleheader last week to the Cardinals? I think that might have been the last loss.
That was the last one.
It's like last Wednesday. I mean, they haven't lost in a long time.
And that was the Nola game.
It was you're right.
Yeah, they've been on a nice little tear.
I mean, I don't know the numbers on this. Take out Nola, all of his starts. What's the record?
Yeah, that was the last loss.
Well, I can tell you this: that Aaron Nola's personal record is 1-7. The Phillies are 32-18, so that's easy math. 31-11 when Aaron Nola is not part of the decision. That's pretty darn good. 215-592-9494. The Phillies have won 7 in a row. Are you buying what they're selling? Are you fully buying this? I learned my lesson last year. I need to see more, especially against the non-tomato cans. Phone calls coming up. We'll tell you what we want for Tri-Day. It's a Tri-Day Friday. What a great prize to give away. Plus, we got to react to a funny story from before the game yesterday. 215-592-9494 for the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fee. See dealer for details.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us today for one of the great shore traditions, Free Toll Friday. We'll kick off summer with the South Jersey Transportation Authority. Chicky and Pete's pays your $5 Egg Harbor toll on your way to the shore from 4 to 5 p.m. Plus, stop at the Frank S. Farley Plaza for free world-famous crab fries and lots of family fun. Free Toll Friday today from the SJTA, the AC Expressway, and Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select Favorite Day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Harper swings, lines one down the left field line. That's a base hit. Stott around third. He's going to come home and score. Harper trying for second. The throw is not in time. A double for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies are on the board. It's 1-0.
How about Bryce Harper? This guy has raised his average from 228 to 275 in 2 weeks. Yeah, Kyle, that hair's got to be buzzed right off.
Not a problem with me.
No, I know. Well, I didn't think it would be, but he has been on fire since shaving his head. You ready for this? 15 hits, a .417 batting average, 9 runs batted in, .611 slugging, an OPS of almost 1,100 with the buzzed head. And it's why John Clark needs to issue that public apology. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. As we discuss the Phillies, are you fully buying what you're seeing? As the Phillies are 32-18, I think it snuck up on everyone. They have the best record in the NL, and they're a half game off the pace of the Tigers for the best record in all of baseball. And they get to play the A's this weekend. Hugh, the A's have lost 9 in a row.
They're just tomato can. Did they move yet? They're going. Where they're going?
Kinda.
Where are they going? They're going to
Vegas.
Okay,
but that park's not going to be ready for 3 years. But the lease or whatever happened in Oakland, that ended.
Yeah.
So they're basically just like without a home for 3 years, and they're playing in a minor league park. Yeah, they're displaced. They're in Sacramento in a minor league park in California. So that's where the Phillies go this weekend.
You know what I remember about the A's? That couple.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's the most memorable thing that they've done in a long time.
Yeah, most people think the Bash Brothers. You think about something else going on.
No, I'm just saying that's wild. That was a bucket list thing.
Yeah,
that was a bucket list thing.
Yeah.
Gross.
Of course it's gross. You're watching the game, you see that up in the upper deck, it's gross. I mean, that's gross.
Yeah, it depends on who you're talking to.
Well, not for them, but it's gross for everyone else.
It's just like it's a lot. It's a lot.
That's a good way to put it. It's a lot. All right, 215-592.
Exhibitionist.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. 94-94. Yeah, I mean, the Phillies could come home on Tuesday to play the Braves with the best record in all of baseball.
That should be interesting because the Braves are surging right now. They're almost 500. Yeah. They're almost at 500.
Do you know who's back tonight, by the way? Ronald Acuna Jr.
Acuna.
Acuna's back tonight. They got Strider back. Yeah, that'll be a fun series here next week against the Braves. But the Phillies could go into it with the best record in all of baseball. Are you fully buying it? Yes, no. Where do you come down on the Phillies here? Before we continue the discussion, it is a Friday, Hugh, and we do have a great prize to give away today. We have a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Get the highest low performance out of your car with 94 octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas station in Philadelphia. $100 gift card to give away. And I think I'm going to speak for everyone. I think everyone needs a little break from Hugh's Clues. Is that fair?
Wait a minute, what I do?
Well, it's not your fault. Well, it kind of is your fault. I just think people are mad at you for the clues, and why don't on a Friday?
They're mad at me every day.
Yeah, well, most of the time it's
they'll be okay.
Why don't we try something else on a Friday? It's a Try-Day Friday on the Midday Show.
It's a Try-Day Friday. It's Try-Day, Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, Hugh, it is a Try-Day Friday on the Midday Show. And recently, I think we told the audience, we saw the window washer hanging up on the 4th floor here.
Yeah.
On our building, and you
Yeah.
said you wouldn't do that
I
for $1 million.
Not for $1 million, no.
All right, so here's what we're looking for today on a Try-Day Friday. A job, a wild job that you think it'd be funny to imagine either Hugh or I doing. So an example, obviously, would be a window washer in a big high-rise building. Okay? Window washer, high-rise building. That's kind of a wild job. I think the old Mike Rowe show with the
I just thought of one. I wonder if somebody's going to say it. I'm going to tell you in the break.
Are you kind of doing Hugh's Clues in your own head without doing it?
No, but I just
Kinda
thought of one that I would say that I definitely wouldn't do, but I want to hear somebody say it, but I'll tell you in the break and see if they say it.
All right.
It's a wild job.
Best one we get today, wild job that you think it'd be funny to imagine Hugh or I doing, will win the $100 gift card to Sunoco. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Will is in the Northeast talking about the 32-18 Phillies.
Come on, Dream Team. Listen, man, I understand y'all saying these are tomato can teams, right?
Yeah, well, the Rockies are the definition of a tomato
they
can.
are. But what you supposed to do to tomato cans?
Beat them.
You're supposed to cook them, right? Cook them and get them out the way. So this is what we doing. See, I'm not buying. I've been selling the whole season, man. I've been saying everything that's just going to happen is happening. I didn't say anything about Bryce. Only thing I said, you got to bring that leadership back in, Bryce. And that's what I knew he was going to do. I said Bryce is doing something that a lot of people is not paying attention to. He's hitting the ball. He know he can hit a homer damn near whenever he feel like it. But the whole thing is he want to get in the rhythm of just hitting the ball in field. And bringing runners in.
I would like a few more home runs, though. That'd be fun. I like home runs.
Coming.
Okay.
Worry.
All right. I'm just asking. I'm not worried. I'm asking.
Okay, but you know what I want to say? I want to say I believe that the whole team is starting to mentally get involved and stay focused on what they need to do. I'm trying to tell you, man, a lot of time I've been saying this about the Eagles, and I'm saying this about the Phillies. It was the same type of thing. They've been in the run the same as the Eagles. Everything that I look at, I compare it to the Eagles season, man. And guess what? It's going to end just like the Eagles season. We're going to I thought of something the same time you thought of something, right? It may not be it, but I'm going to say you being a lifeguard.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
I could not imagine Hugh as a lifeguard. Yeah, well, he doesn't love the water.
It's not wild, but it's wild for Hugh.
Yeah, it's wild for Hugh. It's pretty normal, but it's wild for Hugh. You think he'd be a good lifeguard?
Yeah.
I don't know.
In a pool, at a pool, but not an ocean.
No, well, lifeguards could work anywhere.
No, I'm not. I just stay at
You're
the pool.
guarding life.
I'd be a pool guard.
A pool guard. I mean, that's still important.
Get out the water.
Well, no.
Get out.
You have to get them out.
What you doing? Get out the water.
Anyone could do that. You got to jump in and rescue someone.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, well, you just didn't get the job. If that's you in the interview, you're not getting the job. All right, Hugh Douglas as a lifeguard is our first submission. That's a darn good one. All right, so Will said there a couple things. One on Bryce Harper and his power. Now he's hit a lot, but the power hasn't really arrived yet. I think it will. I mean,
yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, I mean Bryce Harper
he's
typically
making contact. Yeah, he's making contact. It's coming.
It'd be very odd to me to see a full season of Bryce Harper healthy without 27 to 30-something home runs.
Yeah,
that's usually where he is. I think he'll be fine power-wise. The team, though, they haven't hit many home runs. It is bizarre that they're this good without as many home runs as you would typically think from a team that's winning. I mean, they just haven't.
But that's a good thing, though. I think that's a good thing, though, because you're not doing it in the way that we're accustomed to.
I agree. That's true.
And it's a good chance that the power come when you need it the most at the end of the season. You know, because that's been a little bit of a problem for us.
I like that they've clearly the approach they talked about in spring training. They've done it now for 2 months, right? They've put the ball in play more. They've struck out less, better at bats. I like all that. And there's no part of this team that right now I don't like what I'm seeing. I like the way the at bats are going. I love the starting pitching. I actually also think the bullpen has settled down for a while now. Now, when they face better teams, we're going to need Alvarado or the approximation him. We're going to have to figure it out and replace him. But bullpen had a pretty good week. Even Kerkering, who has a big good this year, got out of that jam yesterday. So far, so good. But I'm taking a deep breath, and I'm not fully buying they're this great right now because a lot of this is against tomato cans. I mean, real tomato cans. Not fake tomato cans, not Ravens, Commanders, Rams tomato cans. as we know someone around
mentioned
here.
the fact that the teams that the Eagles have
They
played
were
throughout
from
this
Medicaid.
8-game
They
win
were
streak
not.
have been to Medicaid.
Couldn't score in the third quarter.
The Ravens were one of the best teams in football
They couldn't score in the third.
because they were facing us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kameda we made them look like Kameda Tan.
Well, no, but that's not what you said.
I mean, I know I said I'm playing semantics right now. I'm trying to
You're
see.
just
Because
spin
you keep, you know what I mean? You keep bringing up the
Benedict
past. Why you
Arnold
keep
us.
bringing up the past? I don't understand.
Well,
Why we always talk about the past?
just wait till Scott Fransky's on, and we bring up what happened last week while he was on the air with us.
Well, just wait till the Rockies make it all the way to the NLCS.
Yeah, that's not
and
happening.
then we'll look back on this similarly.
We would. I mean,
don't understand.
honestly,
Why
if
I
that
keep bringing up past stuff?
Well,
man?
I just
'Cause
can't.
it's funny.
Always living in the past.
Yeah, I can't wait to get Scott's take on what you did last week during our interview with him.
I'm pretty sure we're going to probably lead with that one.
Yeah, I think we are. All right, let's go to Kyle in South Jersey. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, guys. I just first want to say thanks for taking my call. Definitely favorite show on the station.
Well, thank you.
We
for that.
appreciate you, Kyle.
that.
Yeah, but we're happy to have you part of the show. What's up, man?
So I definitely am buying in. It is the bullpen's been the big question, and I looked it up. We are leading the league. The next team behind us in strikeouts is 20 behind us with the Yankees. And then there's like 3 strikeouts, 4 strikeouts there for the following teams. We're just crushing the league in strikeouts, and the bullpen was the big question. The bats are heating up. I'm with you. Sign Schwarber. We got to get it done.
It's crazy to me, Kyle, that there's anyone out there like Spike Eskin who does not want to sign Schwarber right now. It's just crazy to me. Like the idea of letting that guy get to free agency just makes me scared every day.
Yeah, he's an ageist. That's what it kind of sounds like to me.
Spike's an
Yeah, it's a
ageist.
little bit
Yeah,
ageist.
Spike might be an ageist. You're right about
He's a
that.
I
little bit- sounds a
refuse to
little
call
bit
him by Spike. That's not his name.
What's his name?
But no,
His name is Brett.
And so,
Brett?
I also think
That's his
you
real
guys
name.
need to listen to Kyle a little more. There's something with the name, man.
I agree.
He knows what he's talking about.
This is
Wow.
Wait a
this is
minute.
a fantastic point.
Yeah.
Brett Eskin?
That's his name, yeah.
Is that with 2 T's?
Well, yeah.
Huh. I
You
don't know.
just
know
found
where-
this out?
I don't know where
Yes.
Spike comes from. I don't know.
I
if it's
thought
the
his name was
tattoos or what.
Spike. I thought his name was Spike.
You thought his parents named him Spike from birth?
Yeah, because I thought maybe, I don't know, he had spiky hair when he was young, whatever. Came out, it was real spiky. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's
He went
it.
through a phase where he used to wear spiky though, right? That's why, I thought that was, I don't know.
Well,
I thought his name-
Hughes learning new things every day here.
Brett.
Yeah, but Kyle, this is a great call, except you telling us to listen to Kyle Quinn. I mean,
I think he's right.
yeah, he's had a good week, but for the most
Great
part,
week.
come on.
I'm on a heater.
All right, go ahead, Kyle.
No, that's really all I got for now. But and then for the job thing, you got me started with 30 Jobs. Grew up watching that, and man, I don't even know if I can say it on the air, but the horse inseminator, man, that'd be a weird one for Hugh to be there.
You know what's funny about that, Kyle, and why you're going to be at the top of the list? It's going to be tough to beat you. Off the air, Hugh started telling us about the first thing that popped in his head. You know what it was? Exactly what you're talking about.
You know what? Lather Vaseline on me. Because I take great pride in the fact that you listen to the show and you somewhat know your host.
Yeah.
And that was the first thing that I thought of. And I was
'cause
waiting to
you're
hear.
different.
Yeah. Because I was like, that's a job that I wouldn't do, but I want to hear somebody suggest it.
Well, Kyle just said, Kyle, good phone call, man. All right, horse inseminator is.
You know how much they make a year?
No.
Like it all depends. Because I looked it up. It just all depends on your experience, the location that you're in. Because I sent y'all the one for the bovine.
I got the
bovine.
I got a text. Bovine semen collection salary.
$44K. That's like, listen, kids.
$44K.
We
Like you
are
make
at
it,
work.
Wait a minute.
you make it
I'll
sound like
think-
that's going to get people to run out of their job today to go take this job.
But listen, there's some kids out there probably looking for a job.
Well, it's better than nothing.
It's
sure,
better.
yeah.
Like $44K a year, and it all depends on how many times that you have to do your job. It can vary. You can make $50K a year. Some of them it all depends on how good you are. You can make up to $100K.
Yeah, but is there upward mobility, or do you just start when you're young and you do this your whole life?
Well,
there's
it
room
just
to
all
grow.
depends. Yeah, that's a good one. Walked right into that one. Walked right into, I mean, that's a good one. That's a real good one. Yeah, we made started listening to Kyle. But yeah, like
There's no shot I would do this
in
job.
this economy. If you're looking for a job,
No shot. You would do this?
no,
Okay.
no. But I'm saying, I am not. I am at that age and at that point in my life where that's not what I'm going. I got what they call a 401k. It's probably looking kind of anemic right now. It's hemorrhaging.
Yeah.
But
Not what it was a few months ago.
At some point, it's going to be all right. But if you're a young person starting out, You do what you got to do, man. I wouldn't tell anybody.
I'm imagining the conversations tonight. Young people going home for Memorial Day weekend, see their parents. You know what? I got a new idea for a career. I heard you, Douglas, on the air telling me it's a good idea.
It's not so much. Say, like, if Max was my son and Max needed a job, I'd be like, Max.
Poor Max.
I'm just saying, because, Max, I give Max advice every day. And a lot of it I probably can't share.
And he's not asking for any of it.
No, he doesn't. It's unsolicited, but I feel like that's what I'm here for.
So Max, who's running our YouTube, if he was your son, you would tell him to.
I'd say, listen, Max, if you needed a job, I don't, $44K a year to, do the.
You would encourage your son to take this job.
To be a horse inseminator.
As your father, like, listen, the hustle, like, you got to hustle to get some bread, man. If you don't have a job, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, I'm saying, somebody's doing it. Somebody has to do it.
Yeah, but do they hire random people, or do they?
No, but you learn. I guess you have to learn. There are certain techniques and things that you have to do.
No, I know.
And I think y'all thinking about this the wrong way.
Well, what way am I supposed to think about it?
You're thinking you're gonna have to go manual. I don't think you go manual.
They have machines.
Yeah, they got machines, but you just have to be the guy that facilitates and collects.
But I thought of this as more as like someone who works on a farm. This is part of the job. Rather than like, hey, I'm replying to an ad because I just need a few bucks for the summer.
Well, I'm pretty sure that
it's not like a short order cook.
Well, it's probably a lot more to it than that. But if you're good at it, you could make upwards to 50 to 100K.
If you're good at it, there's varying degrees of good.
This is a field.
Is nature going to decide who's good and who's
not? This is a field that I know nothing about.
Well,
but
for now,
I've seen. Watch my algorithm be just.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, my algorithm is a joke because of you this week with the trials going on and stuff. No, I can't even open up my phone.
We're not going to go into detail.
Don't.
But there's a lot. This trial that's going on in the public that we're not going to talk about. It's a lot going on, man. I'm not going to mention. I didn't say anything. People are grown. They know something going on. I ain't got to mention nothing specific.
Move on.
I had to turn my phone off because of you, Brian, in Bucks County. What's up, Brian?
Yo, what's up, Joe?
Hey, Brian.
What's up, you?
Hi.
What's up, Brian?
No, because
hey, Jay, I can take care of Bryce Harper's not hitting home runs. You know what we do?
What's that?
We sit him down and don't think about it.
Oh, he's coming after you.
Oh, because I wanted to give him a day off?
Yeah, how about that? You want to give a day off?
Well, I mean, if we're playing semantics, Brian, they had a rain out that day, and then he's hit since then.
Oh,
well, day off might have helped. Cleared his head, Brian.
Oh, stop. Just stop. You're out of your mind. I wanted to call to tell you how bust your chops. You wanted to sit him down and look at him now. He's on fire. You don't sit a man like him down.
All right. So what do you think? What do you think is the biggest reason? You think because they didn't sit him down because he buzzed his head,
shaved his head,
or because John Clark called him out on Twitter and never apologized?
No, I think him and his wife made up.
Now we're calling Hugh out.
His wife made up.
His wife made up.
Well, I think that you have to adjust. She's pregnant, so you have to adjust to that.
The last time she was pregnant.
Was the last time he was in a slump when she was pregnant?
Yep, he went like that a couple years ago.
Is that right? The one like this? You mean the one the longest slump that he's been in? That we've basically said that this was the longest one.
He went through a bad period when she was pregnant.
Before. Not with this type of length.
Oh, I don't know how long it was, but it was bad.
See, but I do. That's why we take notes.
Yeah, Baseball Reference hasn't updated those stats. Like, and they do like April, May, June. Someone's pregnant. Those things. Brian, you got a guess for us, or an odd job for us? What is it?
Well, I gotta go off. I don't know about you, Joe, but Hugh, a professional sleeper.
Oh, get paid to sleep.
They got. Is that a job?
Well, they do like sleep studies.
Sleep studies.
Professional sleeper. Yeah, they actually pay you to sleep. Yeah.
That's too easy for Hugh.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Hugh doing it. Brian, good phone call. Brian came in. He came in to needle us, right? Because we, last couple of weeks, and we weren't the only ones. And to be fair, about a month ago when we first brought up Bryce, I said I wasn't really concerned at all. Then a couple more weeks went by. And I said, I'm starting to get a little concerned. I wanted to sit him down for a day, give him a day to clear his head. Obviously, he didn't need that, but he did get the rain out. Whatever, you call that for what it is. But Brian called both of us out. You were saying about the home situation. I was saying maybe a day off. He's been red hot. Here's the question: is Bryce shaving his head? Is that the Phillies moment, like Sirianni? Like, is this thing just going to roll?
Yeah, it is. I saw somebody had a parallel to that same thing. It might be, and a professional sleeper can make anywhere from $32 to $47, with the averages being 38. So that's not a bad job.
But I think you have to go somewhere. You can't just sleep in your home.
This is supposed to be a wild job, not like the easiest job.
Well,
in the world.
I'm just saying. I was just looking it up. It's not. You can make like $1,500 a week.
Yeah, but again, I think don't you have to go where they could do the studies on you?
I guess you do. You just can't sleep in your bed.
Yeah, I don't think it's like just you go. Because otherwise, wouldn't everyone be a pro sleeper? Like, hey, I'm ready for bed. I'm clocking in. I'm going to lay down for 8 hours or 6 hours or whatever. That doesn't work. All right, before we go any further, we need to react to the Johan Rojas story yesterday. Hugh, yesterday before the game, it was an afternoon game out in Colorado. Johan Rojas, let me pull up the Matt Gell tweet with the story here. Hugh, Rojas left the field for a couple minutes to make a phone call.
Yeah.
And the security at Coors Field didn't think he was an actual baseball player when he tried to get back on the field, and they didn't want to let him. And I believe it was Zach Wheeler who had to go save him. What did you think about all that?
Do you really want to know what I thought about all that?
Well, I did ask. I did.
You know what? I decided I don't.
No, okay. I will clean it up for the purposes of this show because we don't want you people to get all in their feelings,
they're gonna
or whatever. I think that they need to hire better security because I'm pretty sure that he wore some clothing items, especially if it's before the game and they're out there warming up, that were pretty familiar to what everybody else had on.
Phillies gear.
Yeah. Because it's kind of standard. That's like when I think about when you used to go out for warm-ups. Eagle shorts, maybe an Under Armour top, but you look like somebody who belonged on the field.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure that he looked like he belonged on the field.
Now, I'm not trying to let the security guard off the hook, but Johan Rojas is like 5'11", 160, 65. Like he's pretty normal looking compared to star athlete looking. You think they just thought he looked like a normal guy?
I don't know.
Because he's not built like a you know what I mean? Like if Bryce Harper's there or Aaron Noel, like they're bigger, right? They look like they're probably a pro athlete. I don't know. It does fit with the Rockies, though. They do everything wrong. From the security guards to the team, that team is terrible. 215-592-9494. Are you buying what the Phillies are selling? Are you believing this right now? You're fully buying into the 32-18 Phillies. Team's on pace for 100 wins. We were here last year. I got all excited about it, and then they came back down to earth. Look, I like what I'm seeing, but I'm taking a deep breath on this. They have beat up on a lot of legitimate tomato cans. I mean, they've won 7 in a row here against maybe the worst team I've ever seen in this Rockies team. They beat up the Pirates last weekend. It's fun. It's awesome. Keep doing it. But I'm not fully buying in yet. Hugh's there. Where are you on the Phillies? Plus, for a $100 gift card to Sunoco, wild jobs you'd like to see us do. That wins you a prize. The best one we hear. 215-592-9494. On the other side, we got to get into the second biggest story with the Eagles this week. Not the Tush Push is the biggest one, but the second one. Do we like what is happening here? I do. I'm not sure Hugh does. 215-592-9494. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field, people. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, which is this weekend, you can save up to 70% warehouse-wide. Mattress Warehouse, check this out, has mattresses, queen mattresses, for $159.99. You can save up to $800 off an elite lineup like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and the all-new Sealy Posturepedic. But if you don't want to deal with any of those mattresses, that $159.99 mattress, that might be a good place to start. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear. That means pillows and sheets. Do what I did, folks. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale. Almost couldn't get Memorial Day out there that time. Shop the entire selection and find the location nearest you at the mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the first time in what feels like forever, college football fans agree on something. Straight seeding is coming to the playoff in 2025, and it actually makes sense. No more worrying about conference champs getting automatic first-round byes. Just the best teams, 1 through 12, going at it. And here's the bigger win. Hopefully, fewer first-round blowouts. It's a rare moment of clarity in a sport built on chaos. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it's going to be for the Eagles this coming season. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe, you guys with us. 215-592-94.9 for this hour on 94 WIP. Fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you have peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane. With a True Card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls here on the Phils. Are you fully buying in? They're 32-18 on pace for over 100 victories. And they're playing great baseball right now. From the offense, the bullpen's been better. The starting pitch has been great the whole season. I'm hitting the pause button, though. I'm not fully buying in yet. This has been against a lot of tomato cans, legitimate tomato cans, in the Rockies and the Pirates and the Rockies and the Nats. I got to see it a little bit longer before I believe they're this good. Hugh's feeling good. He's buying in. Where do you come down on the Phillies? And, of course, $100 gift card to Sunoco. We're looking for some wild jobs. It'd be funny to imagine us doing here on the Midday Show. Hugh is a lifeguard, horse inseminator, and pro sleeper so far as what we've heard. All right, before we go any
One
further,
of these is not like the other.
Definitely.
Hugh, we got some news this week that had nothing to do with the Tush Push. Tush Push was the biggest news this week, and awesome news for the Eagles. We're going to hear a little bit from Jason Kelce this morning about that coming up. But we got the news that the Eagles are going to be on Hard Knocks this season. Now, yeah, here we go. To be clear, it is not the summer Hard Knocks, your classic Hard Knocks in the training camp. It's going to be the in-season Hard Knocks, following the team all year. It's the division. So it's not just the Eagles. It'll be the Eagles, the Cowboys, Commanders, Giants, in-season NFC East Hard Knocks. I love this. I think it's a good thing they're on. Well, it's because you got cut on Hard Knocks.
I mean, no, it's not it. Let me look at it like this, people.
Does you do anything for us?
Okay, let's pretend for a moment, because we're pretending, that Hard Knocks was here last year when the A.J. Brown, Brandon Graham thing blew up, and how that could have worked against us. Because this is the one thing that we all know about relationships. And when you allow outside individuals to influence relationships that they have no depth on, or no, you know what I mean, no bandwidth, is that it makes it worse. Think about any relationship that you've ever been in when a friend or a family member on the fringes looks at that or has a comment or says something about something they have no depth about, and how it makes it worse. This is what Hard Knocks is going to be. This is exactly what it's going to be. And it's going to turn probably small things, because let's be honest, the way that whirlwind went up last year, that could have went either way for us as a team. Brandon went in there as a man. Just think if Brandon went in there and he apologized, and the Hard Knocks cameras were in there for that. Now you open yourself up for all types of other scrutiny, because just say, for example, somebody might say, oh, I don't like the way Brandon apologized, or he wasn't genuine, or so. Like, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it needs to be done, but I get it, because you just won the Super Bowl, and then on the back end of that, you got the Giants, and Saquon's here. It's a compelling story.
The division is compelling. It's Daniels, the Cowboys.
It's a Jerry Jones and the helicopter shenanigans and all this stuff. I get it.
So I understand your point on this is going to make small things bigger. But it blew up last year.
A.J. Brown thing happened anyway.
It blew up last year without
but
any
it could have
cameras.
been. No, but it could have been worse.
I don't know. I mean, we spent a whole week on that.
It could have been. No, when I say it could have been worse, people.
Brandon Graham went on the air for 20 minutes and flamed A.J.
No, but when I'm saying It could have been worse because it could have went the other way. It could have gotten a lot worse for the players in the locker room because we used to call it putting jumper cables on somebody, gassing them up, putting jumper cables on them. Could have made it worse by doing that. They kept it in-house for the most part. We did our reckless speculation every day, and they rose above all of that, and they were able to win the Super Bowl.
I actually think the Eagles are uniquely positioned to handle this. They handle WIP. They handle the craziest football fan base
anyway.
I know. Like, we're doing this. Literally, this station is here 24 hours a day talking about the Eagles.
Like, we are the Hard Knocks.
Yeah, like, if they can get through us and our nonsense and our conversation. I mean, they won the Super Bowl last year. I was talking about firing the head coach after 4 weeks. People agreed with me that day. I wasn't the only one. They won the Super Bowl. I think the Eagles could handle all this stuff. Last year, remember minicamp last year, right around this time, when Jalen Hurts gave that really bizarre answer about Nick Sirianni? They still won the Super Bowl. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah,
I'm excited for it.
All that stuff is on YouTube, like all their press conferences, everything they say and stuff. Like, the world we live in today, like, it's basically like Hard Knocks is just condensing it into a more accessible or like version of it that you can stream. But like, we have all of this content, we have all this info already. The coverage of teams now is, it's just different than it was. When you played and when you were on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, I know, and you have more editorial control.
A lot more social media. Players are on social media.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is this: the outside influence could be somewhat of a problem. That's just my personal feeling on it. I'm not a fan of it. And that's why I feel the way, because a lot of times, think about it like this, and I don't know how many relationships either one of you have had, but they always get a little bit more messy when you get family involved. When family gets involved and everybody has an opinion about something,
that makes it harder.
It makes it a little harder. Yeah. And that's how I look at it.
So I also think, and look, we'll see how the season plays out. But I'm not even sure week to week the Eagles are going to get the most airtime. They have the Cowboys on there.
The Giants.
I see what
you're
Cowboys.
Saying. And I thought about that too, Joe.
Right, it's an Amazon
national show. Teams in the NFC South.
You beat me to it, but you're right. You're right. I understand it.
Now,
I understand it.
Look, there's going to be a week, we know it, where the Eagles will lose a game, and maybe AJ is on the sideline reading a book or whatever, doing a crossword puzzle or something, and they blow it up and make it a big thing. There'll be a few weeks of that, but the Eagles should be really good. They should... there shouldn't be that much drama. They're coming off the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like last year, again, I thought they should fire Sirianni after 4 weeks. If they start 2-2 this year, I'm not going to say that. We're not, as a station, not going to be having that conversation off the Super Bowl. So I think it's going to be actually less drama.
It's down to the Eagles themselves. Like last season, they had the AFC North on Hard Knocks. Harbaugh and the Ravens, Tomlin and the Steelers went through that entire thing without any real serious drama coming out of that.
Yep.
Like they
and
were
they had
buttoned
quarterback
up.
controversy.
They had good, Tomlin was buttoned up. Harbaugh buttoned up. Like, if Sirianni's not buttoned up, that's on Sirianni. It's not on Hard Knocks being there. Like,
same thing with AJ. If he's messy,
like all the stuff that we pointed and laughed at was about the Browns, and they were the Browns anyway. Just don't be the Browns.
I think it's a good thing. I'm excited for this. 215-592-9494. Is it a good thing the Eagles are on Hard Knocks? All right, Hugh doesn't think so. No. You're not the only one, though. Devonta Smith recently, this was before we knew it was official, but the rumors were out there. Here's Devonta talking about wanting or not wanting to be on Hard Knocks.
I wouldn't say it's a curse. I think they just pick teams they feel got a lot of stuff going on, like a lot of drama and stuff, which I'm surprised they haven't mentioned the idea of this. Yeah. Because I'm not going to lie. In Philly, it's a movie, man. If they had Hard Knocks with us, man, they'd be like, man, it's a crazy team. So I'm glad they ain't picked us.
I don't know if they've ever done one on a team after winning a Super Bowl. They're probably gonna watch this and be like, hey.
I hope we decline, man.
Well, they didn't. I'm not sure they can.
And he said that in the nicest way he possibly could. Yep. Philadelphia is a movie. It is. Like, I am fascinated on a day-to-day basis how passionate. Because I tend to forget every now and then. I don't know how. And somebody say, how do you tend to forget? You work at WIP every day. I do. But when I unplug, I usually go and do my own thing. But after the Tush Push thing went in our favor, there were people speaking to me that I didn't even knew that I used to play football. You know what I mean? Or listen to the station, because a lot of times people say you're coming into work or whatever, and they'll say hi, but that's it. They won't say anything else. But the last couple of days after the verdict was in our favor, I was having random conversations with people that I've seen normally, but they just didn't say anything. So it is a movie. It's just I'm humbled every day about how passionate the Eagles fans and the 4-for-4 fans are about all their sports teams.
Well, that's part of the reason that I'm sure they chose the NFC East.
Yeah.
I mean, you got fan bases that care, and the Cowboys and the Eagles off the Super Bowl.
I get that.
I love it, and I'm not worried about this. All right, Devontae didn't want it. A.J. Brown also chimed in. He tweeted nope the other day when the NFL. He tweeted nope on the NFL Films tweet of that they're doing this, right? Like they put out hey, we're doing this Battle for the East, Hard Knocks in season with the NFC East premieres on HBO Max this season, and he just wrote nope. Well, I'm sorry, AJ. You don't get to choose. I mean, you're part of this, and you got to be on your best behavior with those cameras in there. All right, I think we all deep down know why Hugh Douglas doesn't want Hard Knocks here.
Why?
Well, because you're a veteran of Hard Knocks. Let's hear.
Del Rio meets privately with his staff. Releasing Hugh Douglas is a big decision. Del Rio wants to make sure it's the right one.
Let me ask you this. What does Hugh give us that Lionel doesn't give you?
I remember Lionel Barnes.
I'm just saying. I mean, what are we paying for? Look, I don't want to be hasty. I really don't. Tell me if I'm way off base, but does Hugh do anything for us? I'm not trying to stir it up. Believe me, all I want is the best guys. Yeah. That's what we all want, right?
No, yeah, I didn't fit the defense that they wanted to play.
Yeah.
You know, and Lionel did what they wanted him to do. You know, it was a lot. And I mean, hey, I'm not upset I got cut. They did me a favor.
They did. You got to come back.
They did me a huge favor.
I mean, screw Jackson.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Plus the alligators and all that.
Yeah.
I can't hear that full clip without feeling like the drops are being dropped in.
No,
you play a drop enough.
Like it's our drop that they put in the show.
But let me tell you, and this is, but it's partly on me because, you know, I know that, you know, I didn't have the greatest year and I was coming back, you know, I was trying to get healthy off the injury. But the thing that really rubbed me the wrong way is when I can't, you know, me and Jack had a private conversation, called me, hey, you know, and I'm dealing with Jack because I dealt with Andy Reid. And Andy was the type of coach that was for the players. And he never, anything me and Andy talked about, it was between me and Andy. So I'm talking to Jack, and Jack said, hey, man, we want you to do this, that, this is the weight we want you to come in. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm busting my ass getting ready for the season, right? And I never forget, I'm walking through the door. And you know how you can tell when people are talking about you? And they say, oh, there you go. You know, so the camera crew is waiting by the door. So I walk in, you know, I'm ready to go, getting ready for the season. Mine is clear, trying to salvage this thing. So they're looking at me sideways, right? So the first thing you had to do when you get in is weigh in. So I'm like, all of a sudden, I walk in and I got an entourage. And I'm like, what the hell going on? So I get on the scale and the camera's on.
You were a story right away.
Yeah. Boom, camera's on. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's like this, like, wow. So I made my weight. I made the weight. I was at the exact weight that he wanted me to be. And at that point, I was like, man, you know what? Screw Jacksonville. But it was like I was still healing. But, you know, hey, it was what it was. But I did not like that. I did not like the fact that conversation to me was in confidence. And you made it the storyline. Because that was me and you talking. But I will give him this. When they cut me, we had a private meeting. But at that point, it was done. That relationship had been done.
Right.
Because you played for the cameras. So it was cool. But that's what you worry about. I don't to your point, Kyle, the Eagles are a much better organization. They're not going to play those stupid games that they played in Jacksonville. They're not going to do any of that.
And they're coming off a Super Bowl.
Yes.
I actually think last year, with all the drama leading into last summer, now the Eagles handled it fine, right? They put the pieces together. I think last year would have been a problem. Could you imagine if it was Hard Knocks last summer when the Jalen thing happened and he wouldn't back Sirianni? That would have been, whoo!
Let's be honest about Hard Knocks, though. If it were around in that summer, you know what it would feature? A lot of us reacting to the Jalen stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, overreacting and stuff like that.
We're doing that with or without Hard Knocks.
Yeah. No, I know, but there was drama leading into the summer last year. There's not this year. There's just, can they repeat, right? And there's little things, but I'm excited for this. I think it's a good thing. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on the Eagles being part of the in-season Hard Knocks on the NFC East? I like it. Kyle likes it. Hugh, with some bad memories of the past to Hard Knocks. Doesn't like it. Where do you come down? Plus the Phils. Are you buying in fully on this Phillies team? 32-18 through 50 games. Andy in Westchester's up. Hey, Andy.
Nope. I do not want the Hard Knocks. I'm with A.J. Brown.
Oh, come on. You know you're going to watch, and you know it's going to be fun.
I never watch it. Has any team really ever had a good season after being on that?
Did we say wasn't Denver?
I got to think. I'm sure. I mean, just the odds say they've been doing this for 20 years. I mean, someone's had a good season. Plus, Andy, the one they do now in the season, they do a whole division, right? So, like, someone's got to win the division.
Right.
Someone's got to be good.
And does that air in season? I don't know.
It does.
I honestly don't watch
does.
It's almost like a soap opera.
Yeah,
or,
like week
or
by
weekly.
week.
Yeah, it's a weekly thing. Yeah.
Right. That's why I don't really pay attention. I'm not in the reality thing, but I don't live in reality, see.
Well,
yeah, me neither.
We work
I
at
try not
WIP, so we don't live there either.
So, so I'm not fully bought in on the Phillies either. I mean, I really love what they're doing right now, but they're the girlfriend that's hurt you too many times, and it's kind of wait and see. I got to go to the bar.
She's still fine, though.
With her and see if she ends up on the table.
She's still fine, though. She's still fine when she.
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
Still fine.
I'm enjoying it now, but stay off the table. That's pretty much where we're at.
I guarantee you, and there's gonna be some bad decisions made this weekend with that going on. Just right there.
Of course.
So, yeah, that's pretty much it for me. And also, I was thinking about Rojas. Did he have cleats on?
You asked that this morning.
Andy, me and you are thinking.
It's funny.
Like
I
didn't say it, Andy, but me and you're thinking the same thing because he looks like he looks like he belongs. He has to look like he belongs because they were on the field warming up.
Even if he's in shorts, he had to have cleats on.
You would think there's cleats on. But if you're the security guard and you see this guy in the bushes, I mean, what are you thinking?
It's the camera.
It's the camera.
We're on the same page. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay.
But it's like some folks need to read the room, man. I mean, Buddy looked like a baseball. He looked like I don't know what he had on, but I'm pretty sure he looked like he belonged. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
So I just before you give your odd job for us to do, Andy, I just looked. No team that's ever been on the summer Hard Knocks has won the Super Bowl. A few teams have been pretty good. The Jets, one of the years they went to the title game with Rex Ryan, but for the most part, no, it hasn't led to a Super Bowl. If that's what you were wondering.
Yeah, I just feel I don't know. It just seems like nothing ever good comes out of it. The only thing I hear of it is funny stuff, being played on the radio. The dumb things people say and do and get caught doing. So,
well, I mean,
anyway.
I'm sure the Giants. I'm sure Joe Shane is ready to just lose his mind
because he got to go back to back.
Yeah, he's got to go back on TV again, looking like a smacked ass. All right, what do you got for us, Andy? What is your odd job? You think it'd be funny if we did?
I love that it's always if we did, and then it just becomes.
I know.
I'm thinking of jockey.
A jockey?
My big ass on a horse.
No, that horse would not go anywhere.
That horse would be in struggle bus.
You know what the crazy part is? I was watching the Preakness, the Preakness last weekend, and obviously the Derby a few weeks before. Even I weigh way too much to be a jockey.
Them jockeys are petite.
I think it's like 115 is the max. They are little men. I mean, they're just tiny. Andy, we preached a phone call. All right. I mean, either of us, the jockey is ridiculous, but Hugh as a jockey just feels
that's bad.
Insane.
That would, I mean, that's cruel.
I think the horse could handle it.
Oh, well.
No, I mean, he could, but not at a fast
You're not
speed.
like making him run and all that.
No, but Hugh could sit on a horse. The horse is going to be okay.
Yeah, the horse is going to be okay, but it's not going to run that fast. It's not going to run like it would if, one of them little petite men were on there.
I don't even think we know. No, we don't know anyone that tiny.
See, I can't take shots at Moshe anymore because Moshe had it. He's Hunter. He's a hunter. Moshe's a wingman. Moshe's like he be casting that line. He be throwing it out there.
You can take shots.
Oh yeah, I do, but I don't. Moshe is like he's an icebreaker. I'm gonna start calling Moshe the icebreaker.
Yeah, but he couldn't be a jockey. I mean, he's too stocky to be a jockey.
Yeah, he got a little belly.
Well, not even that. I mean, I didn't. You see, you took it too far.
Took you 1 minute.
No, Moshe knows how these things go. Moshe is a good dude. Moshe he a little rotund.
Do you know any adult man that's small enough to be a jockey? I don't.
Do I know an adult man?
Yeah, I just don't know anyone that could be a jockey. I mean, that's really small. You have to be short, right? I mean, you have to be really short because otherwise, anyone that's like 5'11",
no, I don't know. I don't
skinny.
know anybody personally that I know that could be a jockey. No, I don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know anyone, but
Motion like that.
He's got the height.
He's a little bit too. No, I think Motion's a little bit too tall to be a jockey.
I don't know about that. I'm just not sure about that one. Thomas and
Motion out here catching strays.
Thomas, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going
on?
on?
So the Phillies, I'm kind of buying right now. A lot of the things that I was worried about, Romano earlier, Boom earlier, they really stepped it up. Romano went from like 11.63 ERA down to a 6, I believe. So I'm definitely buying in right now. The Alvarado thing, that's a heartbreaker. But, if Romano can be close enough to Alvarado, I'm definitely buying in right now.
Well, it certainly makes the bullpen issues less pressing. Like, we still need someone, Thomas. I'm like, they're going to miss Alvarado, especially as they play better teams. But I'm shocked at how good Romano's been for a while now. Like, after the first few outings, he was good. I was like, all right, let's just see how long he could do this for. But it's been like 3 weeks where he looks dominant out there.
Yeah. I want to talk about the Tush Push thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a premonition for you. So say you're Roger Goodell and, this vote passes next year. I don't know if that ever came up, like a draft pick, right? So, hey, it got passed. What do we need to get this play out of here, even though they voted to pass it? If I gave you, let's say, a first-round pick or a second-round pick or whatever, does that sway you? Or would you look at that as selling out? Like, yeah, you're getting a pick, but you're selling off.
All right, so you're bringing it from if the Eagles' perspective, right? Like, we give up the Tush Push, but they give us a pick. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Would I trade the Tush Push for a first-round pick? Yeah, I would. I think they could survive without the play.
How far down would you go? Third-round pick, fourth-round pick?
It's actually an interesting premise. Second is where I start to think differently about it. I might still take the second, Thomas. I'm not taking a third. I'm not taking a third. I like to play too much. Would you take a first-round pick for the Tush Push, you?
I mean, that's an interesting hypothetical.
Yeah. You can get a good player in the first round.
Yeah, but no.
I mean, you were a first
but maybe not.
No.
Well, but it's
I'm gonna keep the play
Guaranteed
because
1 yard, maybe good player.
It's a cheat code. Like I said, it's a cheat code.
Yeah, but you could run a quarterback sneak and get a star player.
Yeah, but you have something that the NFL
I like this question.
has tried to litigate in a court.
All right, what's your job?
So I don't know if it's the name of it, but you guys being an Amish country and picking up the stuff left behind from the horses with the
horse pooper picker upper,
horse pooper picker upper in Amish country. Thomas, I like it. Good one. Thomas brought a lot of different hypotheticals to the
I'm
show.
about to
there.
see what they call that job. What do they call people that pick up horse poop?
Got an answer for us?
No, I can't type that fast.
215-592-9494. Are you buying what the Phillies are selling? Not quite yet for me. Look, the pitching has been very good. The offense has come alive this week, Coors Field, but they what is it called?
Muckers. Or poop sweepers.
Not smuckers like the
muckers.
Muckers. I'm not doing that job. All right, I'm not fully buying into the Phillies yet. They have built up this record really on the back of beating up tomato cans. They're 17-3 against the 5 worst teams they face, including the Rockies, 7 wins against them. They're 15-15 against everyone else. Hughes buying in. I'm not quite there yet. 215-592-9494. And the Eagles on the in-season Hard Knocks. Do you like this? I do.
Hold up, Joe.
What do you got?
Muckers can make anywhere from $10,000 to $147,000.
There's no shot. Who's making $147,000 picking up horse poop?
I'm just saying that's what it says. Look at that. That's what it says.
Yeah, but AI also says that you have a famous take about defense
it is
and
super
offense.
famous. It's super famous.
It's super raw.
Put me on the map.
Phillies players. All right, Phillies players. They were asked about the best clubhouse guys and leaders. Wait to hear what name came up multiple times unprompted. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, That's when things get interesting. You can buy live prop bets in a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back at the track, at the wall, he leaps, it's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever.
Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Low 50s overnight, 65 tomorrow, but sun on Saturday.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie.
Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
To the studio. That song is very appropriate here because I saw a story. Tim Kelly of On Pattison wrote this week about, the headline was, "What makes someone a great clubhouse guy?" We asked Bryce Harper and other Phillies. And it's interesting. They go through it, and it's like Topper's asked, and he declined to say a name. I think he didn't want to leave anybody out because he's been in baseball so long. Bryce is asked about it. Top leader, a great clubhouse guy. And that's who came to mind. Now, first thing I thought was, well, that's not surprising. He was that. They did like him. He was a leader when he was here. But it also got me thinking about the next few months. Now, the Brewers come in here next week to play the Phillies for the first time. And I don't know if anyone has noticed the year that Rhys Hoskins is having, maybe the best year of his career or the best in 3 or 4 years. He's hitting 300, 400 on base, 500 slugging. He's been excellent. I saw a story this week. He could be an all-star for the first time in his career. I got to tell you, if we think outside the box, if the Phillies need a bat at the deadline, Kyle, the mind is already working. I would love Rhys Hoskins back here. I didn't appreciate him enough when he was here. I miss him.
Hugh, your thoughts?
Pop up. Okay. He asked me as we were about to come back from break. He's like, I got to grab something downstairs. Do I have enough time? And I said, no, probably not. And
no.
he walked out anyway. Real pop move. Now he's walking back in. I'm
in, first of all. Yeah. Harper can move back to the outfield.
Yep.
Rhys can play first. And defense be damned. Let's get this guy back in the lineup.
I think it is. It's something I'm going to be watching closely. Now, Milwaukee's not a very good team. The NL's stacked. He's a free agent to be after the season. If they look to sell, Hugh, I mean, Kyle played us in with a song making me think about the past and someone you miss. I got my eye on Rhys Hoskins, Hugh. I got my eye on it.
You know what's funny?
You missed this song because you're a real pop-up.
Any kind of fool could see.
See, that's how people knew you weren't here,
Yeah,
because
you
would sing along.
Everything about you. Yeah, this is a great song, man.
And the YouTube audience.
Baby, come back. Yeah, because I had to step
Invisible
out.
Douglas.
I had a senior moment. It's okay.
You good? You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
But no, I was reading a story. It was like a couple weeks ago. I think I sent it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about, it was something, the title was like the 10 best players you know nothing about, or something flying under the radar or whatever. And he was one of them. He's out there doing his thing. Rhys is out there doing his thing.
Well, he's on a team right now that isn't very good. Milwaukee is 25-26. They are out of, they're not in a great position for the rest of the season. We'll see what they do, but they don't look like a sure playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
He's a free agent after the year. I could easily see them trading him at the deadline. And if I'm Dave Dombrowski, I'm keeping an eye on that because he never wanted to leave.
No, he didn't.
He never wanted to.
So we kicking Bryce?
Right back to the outfield. Right back to the outfield.
And the timing of this is kind of crazy too. I mean, I know we're kind of spearheading this, but the fact that his name came up in the locker room as far as leadership was concerned
By
earlier in the week,
people.
yeah, that's pretty significant.
Well, maybe they miss him. I mean, you could feel that. And look, the furthest they've gone in any of these years is when he was in the lineup. The next year, he hurt his ACL in spring training. He missed the whole season. They lost the NLCS. Obviously, he wasn't on the team last year. I mean, the best run they've had with this group, Rhys has been in that lineup and a big part of it. And I did mention earlier, one of the things holding me back a little bit with this team is they don't have great power right now. They're missing that. And I think the way I view it is I'd upgrade off of Kepler with Reese. That's effectively who he'd replace if we did this, right? Bryce would go back to the outfield, and Reese would take those at-bats from Kepler. I've got my eye on it. 215-592-9494. You can react to that. The Phillies, are you fully buying in to what they're selling here as they are 32-18, excuse me, and they've played great baseball the last few weeks. Dominated the Rockies. They go to Sacramento tonight for a road trip that takes them to a park that we've never seen. They're playing in a minor league park tonight. Scott Fran's going to join us at 12 to talk about the Phils. And we also need to get Scott's thoughts on being part of the great flood of 2025 on the Midday Show last week. He was on the line with us as Hugh ran for the Hills, and I tried to conduct an interview last week. So Scott coming up. We also have a $100 gift card to give away today to Sunoco. And we're looking for, on a Tri-Day Friday, wild jobs that'd be fun to imagine Hugh or I doing here. What are the best ones we've got so far? Lifeguard, horse inseminator, pro sleeper, jockey, and in Amish country, a mucker.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Picking up the poop in Amish country. All right, let's go to Art, who's up next on WIP. Hey, Art.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Art. What's up?
Hey, I'm calling to make a public apology. He said the Phillies were going to win 80 games, and obviously that ain't happening. So I wanted to first apologize to Taijuan Walker, saying he was not going to really make a big difference this year, but he has improved.
Wait a minute, Art, wait a minute. Let me stop you right now. How long have you been a Phillies fan?
All my life, 40 years.
So why are you apologizing for being a fan?
Don't bully
Because
him out of apologizing.
no, Art. I'm trying to
apologize.
save Art from himself. Art,
he's being open and honest.
Art, you have no need or reason to apologize for being a
Continue with what you're
fan.
doing.
You know who needs to
Don't listen to him.
apologize?
Who?
John Clark.
Well, I agree with that.
John Clark needs to apologize.
And he hasn't yet,
Art,
has
you
he?
don't need to apologize for nothing. For being a fan and dealing with this team for 40 years, don't apologize for
Cutting
that.
the guy's legs out from under me.
No, don't apologize for
He called in
that.
with all this courage.
All right, don't do that.
All right,
Don't do that.
Go
Art.
ahead, Art. We're sorry.
The one thing that really changed my mind is that they're playing small ball. This team really was all about home runs, and now seeing the team really playing small ball has made a big difference. Obviously, Taijuan Walker has also improved, but the small ball, playing is making me think, you know what? They're really serious about doing things different this year.
Well, yeah, the quality of the at-bats has been there really since the first week of the season, and now the last 3 or 4 weeks we started to see it pay dividends here. I agree with that, Art. They're just better at-bats. Art, what do you got for us? A wild job you think it'd be fun to imagine one of us doing?
Okay, Hugh, imagine this. You ready?
Yes.
You're wearing a thong and you're a stripper.
Wait, hold on. What?
Hold on.
My big ass in the thong? No.
Well, all right, I wrote it down. I mean,
I would have rode him until he told me no. A stripper?
Yep.
Something you would do great.
Pound Cake. That would be my stripper name.
You already
That's
have
my
a name.
wrestling name too.
Yeah.
Pound Cake.
You have the same wrestling name as
Yes,
stripper name?
because I got layers. Like a
Peanut
pound
butter
cake.
jelly time.
I don't know if I can wear a thong though. That's a lot.
Art, we appreciate the phone call. All right, Art.
I've never had on the thong, but it don't seem like it's comfortable.
That seems as accurate, yeah. Doesn't seem like it's comfortable.
Mm.
So we've gotten, now this is on us. We asked for this is Tri-Day. I mean, we
That
asked.
is pretty funny though.
It is, yeah. I feel bad for the audience because, this is theater of the mind radio, and they probably thought about that. So we're sorry for that. Scott in Washington Township. What's up, Scott?
All right, well, I tell you, there's a lot to cover here. I'll try to get through it. The Tush Push, I would not trade a first-round pick for it. An automatic conversion practically on at the goal line and in short yardage is huge in today's NFL. Being able to extend drives, keep the other team off the field. And the other part is we're in other teams' heads with that. I mean, the Packers, it's all they're worried about. They're not worried about getting better at football and beating the Eagles. They're worried about trying to get the league to stop the Tush Push.
Well, you're right about that. Look, I'm so glad it's back. But, Scott, a first-round pick, though? I mean, first-round picks become Lane Johnson. They become Jalen Carter. They become Nolan Smith. I mean, Devonta
Sometimes
Smith.
they become Jonathan Harris. And
well, you're right,
too.
yeah. But if I gave you $100, it's up to you how you spend the $100. It's still $100.
Understood. I just think the value is more than that so-called $100.
It could be,
For the Phillies, I tell you, if we got Reese back, I tell you, I'd put him at DH. I'd rather have Schwarber in left than have Reese at first because they get more action at first. He's more likely to impact the game with his terrible defense. And Schwarber seems to be moving a little better this year than he has in the past. And I think that's the way I'd roll if that happened.
So you could do that. I mean, you could. I mean, the only thing is I just want to keep Schwarber healthy, and I'm concerned a little bit if you put him in the outfield every day, he might not be as good as he is right now, because I think it benefits him being a DH, but defensively, it might actually be better. You could be right about that, Scott.
Yeah, and Harper's so good defensively at first base.
Because we're losing a lot at first if we take Harper away, for sure.
Oh, a ton. And we've seen Reese. In a big game, something's going to happen, and he's going to cost us one.
Well, he did in the World Series. Yeah, I mean, he dropped the ball in Atlanta.
Always.
I mean, it's funny because now I want him back. He used to frustrate me so much because of his defense. I mean, he was streaky as a hitter, more good than bad, but that defense frustrated me. All right, Scott, what do you got for us? What is a wild job it'd be funny to think of us doing?
Well, I definitely don't want to think about you doing it, actually, but a female impersonator. I mean, what are you going to get those 4-inch heels or something?
So you mean a drag queen? That's what you try to clean it up. Yeah, no.
All right, Hugh dresses a woman. Yeah.
No. I mean, shout out to the drag queens. I have no issue with them.
Yeah, I was trying to make this just a Hugh thing, but all right, Scott, I appreciate it. Yeah, I got dragged into it. Yeah,
got dragged into being a drag queen.
Okay. Last couple of answers have certainly veered a different direction than I anticipated.
It's Friday. What did you expect?
Well, I mean, we
started off with the bovine semen and the semen thing.
No, we started with lifeguard.
Okay.
And then we got to the horse inseminator.
It didn't take long for us to get there, though. That's the point.
Everything before the bovine inseminator is just foggy for you.
That's because that was the first thing you thought of.
No, because I'm like, when you said weird jobs, I was like, hey, it's a weird job.
It is
a lot of money,
job.
though. Like that's one of those jobs.
Is it really a lot of money?
$44K in this economy?
Yeah, but no, it's a job, and I'm not poo-pooing that, especially if someone needs a job. I'm just saying to do that
but
work.
But between the two, I would rather be a mucker because it seems like the muckers make more money. And it all depends on where you are. For whatever reason, I was looking at this list of the pay scale for muckers. In San Jose, California, they make more than they make in Miami. And I'm assuming that's because of the cost of living in San Jose.
Or I have a thought. Maybe there's more horses. So there's more stuff to muck.
Yeah.
Can't be many horses in Miami. Who's riding a horse in Miami?
Well, if you're making $80,000 in Miami, that's still pretty good in Miami. So there's quite a few horses.
There's a few horses in Miami?
I would assume so if you're making $80K. So,
I don't know if there's any horses in Miami.
Because like all of these jobs that we're talking about, I look to see how much money we could potentially make. I'm going to look up how much drag queens make. Because that's that's the ultimate decider right there.
Yeah, your algorithm's going to be a mess here, man. Steve in Bridgeton. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Joe. Hey, Hugh. What's going on?
Hey, Steve. What's up?
So before I get my Phillies point, I wanted to say something about I was on Twitter the other day, and I saw Josh Harris's wife. I don't know if you guys saw it. She was like, yeah, right now Washington Commanders are the America's team.
Oh, we saw Marjorie. Yeah, Marjorie Harris. Yep.
Yeah, I laughed so hard. I was like, wait, the Eagles just whooped y'all in the NFC Championship, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, she's totally delusional, like her husband. Totally I guess because they're getting a stadium, she thinks. I don't know. What is she talking about?
Because I think they said that now they're going to be playing in D.C. again instead of Maryland.
Oh, okay. But no one cares.
All right. On the Phillies now, hearing you guys talk about Hoskins coming back, yeah, that would be huge. And then you put him back in first because remember Bryce said he'll go back in the outfield for the right guy.
He did, yes. Now I think I don't know what he was thinking, who the right guy is, but man, Steve, if they could get Reese back in season,
it'll be the camaraderie.
Oh yeah, and his power, because that's the one thing about their offense right now, because it's good and they're scoring and they're hitting. Other than Schwarber, there's not much oomph, right? There's not much power. Like we know Reese when he gets hot, he can hit home runs in bunches.
All right, I wanted to go on to the Alvarado situation.
What do you got?
Now, remember, I don't know, back in 2012 when the Giants won the World Series.
Right.
Cabrera got suspended.
Melky Cabrera,
yeah. Now, I think they can thrive off of that and just win and just thrive off of it, next man up. But Dombrowski, he has to make a trade soon before the Dodgers and any other contenders do. What I suggest is now I got two ideas.
Okay.
You go call Baltimore for Felix Bautista, or do you wait and maybe see if the Twins fall out of it? You get their closer, Duran.
Yeah, I love Duran. He's awesome.
Or do we go light and not hit a home run with maybe an experienced guy?
No, I want to hit the home run because I think we're still light at the back end. I mean, Romano's been good, which is great, but. I mean, other than that,
would you trade Mick Abel though for that kind of cost?
I think I would do it for Duran. Batista, although his stats look pretty good, I don't think he's quite as dominant as he was before the injury, so maybe not him. But, yeah, like if you're telling me we're getting a lockdown guy that replicates what Alvarado was or would have been, yeah, I would trade Abel. I mean, we have so much starting pitching, Steve. Even if Abel looks like a good pitcher, sometimes you got to pay to get what you need. I mean, I would trade Abel to get a lockdown reliever.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, what's your job?
I'm going to see Hugh working on an oil field like oil rig.
That would be fun.
Oil rig Douglas over here. Yeah, I like that.
I would definitely do that.
I like that. Good one, Steve. We appreciate it. All right, that one's a little bit
But
back.
does he mean like?
We've gone back on the regular path.
Well, oil rigs. We have a few. Well, I don't know if they really consider them rigs because I guess they have to be in the water. But there's a few out here, like what was the thing? Marcus Hook. That's an oil rig. I think it's an oil rig over there, and a few other ones like going down the highway a little bit.
You know what it makes me think about when we talk about oil rigs? Jerry Jones, because wasn't that where the whole glory hole thing came from? It's when you find oil.
The absolute glory hole.
There we go.
Let me see how much oil rig worker make. It's a nice little living. It's not. It's like a hair under 100,000, but it seems like it's pretty good.
Well, that seems.
Oh,
more
but
like,
you could potentially earn up to 300,000.
Yeah, that to me is more of a career. They're picking up the poop from the horses. That's not a career. I mean, they're just doing that just to get by.
Yeah,
could be a career.
I don't know. That's
you can't see yourself doing that for life.
That's a tough way to live. Let's go to Matt in Germantown. What's up, Matt?
What's up, boss? How y'all doing?
Hey,
What's
Matt.
How y'all doing today? I'm all right. Another day in the office. You understand me? I guess my first point I'll go on with the Phillies not being sold. I'm not sold that they're like right back where they are, but they're trending in the right direction. Last week when I was listening to the show, you guys were talking about how we're playing the worst teams, of course, but it's a great time for Bryce because he's in his slump. So I just think utilizing beating up on tomato cans is a good way to build up momentum. So when we do play good teams,
totally agree.
We can actually compete.
Totally agree.
Well, and you know what, Matt? They're banking these wins too, which is great because even if they play, 500-ish against some of the good teams like they have so far, if you beat all the bad teams over and over, your record's going to be pretty good.
You beat them because they're bad.
Yep.
But you're good enough. But my thing is, I just don't want us to get satiated with beating up on bad teams. Because then when we get battle tested in the playoffs, that's when we need our players to be players.
Totally. Yeah. And I think the pitching is good no matter what. But I just wonder with the offense, like, will they hit the best pitching or are they just hitting these Rockies pitchers and these Pirates pitchers because they're not any good? All right, Matt, what do you got for us? A job here that you think would be funny if we did?
Well, seeing as how Hugh hates water and you guys just don't really care about water, I was going to say an underwater welder.
Oh, no.
Whoa, that's a good
one.
But
that's a lucrative job, though. They make a lot of money.
Yes,
they make a lot of money.
But I know you. If you ain't,
I ain't getting in the water, man. Because, dude, I'm watching stuff, man, with alligators and sharks swimming by people. And I watched the video the other day. Dude said, well, if you're ever in the water and a shark opens his mouth, just calmly close the shark's mouth.
Yeah.
Calmly?
Yeah, calmly.
What the hell?
Well, you don't want to freak out.
What the hell wrong with you? Talk about calmly.
It's over. It's over regardless. He smells blood.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Kiss the baby.
Matt, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. I like this one. Underwater welder. I bet they make a good living. That's got to be a challenging thing to pull off.
Let me see. It's not what you think it is.
Well, why? Is it more than the pooper scooper guy?
Pooper scooper make more.
No.
It says underwater welders in the United States earn an average annual salary around $54,000.
I feel like you got to check
to $93K.
There's just no.
I am looking at
54
this is
and
AI.
93 is a pretty big gap.
It's pretty.
You have some.
Yeah, it is. But you're talking about picking up poop.
I try to tell you the robots. Stop using them.
No, but when you talk about picking up poop, the poop job is more lucrative than being an underwater
welder can make $150 per year.
Okay, see that's a
what we call real facts.
It said potentially earning over $100K. I'm looking at the AI overview says that's what it says.
AI sometimes.
So which one are you using? Because I want to be. We need to be on the same page.
A real source.
This is the Google.
Yeah, but it's AI taking the Google stuff they see and mixing it together. That's why they think you had a famous take. I mean, that's.
Wait a minute. Let me do this again. Wait a minute. Something else just popped up.
Oh, boy.
Underwater welder death rate. It's a highly hazardous job.
Of course it is.
This is why you get
with a relatively high death rate.
Yeah.
Data from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration indicates that an average of 13 workers die annually from fatal injuries during commercial dive activities.
Well, 13 out of what? I mean, you got to give me the numbers.
Isn't 13 enough? Isn't that enough?
Hold on. if it's 13 out of 2 million,
the numbers may be higher.
That's not much.
They say the numbers may be higher due to incomplete reporting. No, I'm good. And then
you did the same thing when we talked about going to the Everglades.
But it's
They
funny
lost one person in
because
18 years. Oh, Gators are going to eat you.
They don't want to tell you how they died. It's all they died. How they died? Tell me how they died.
Well, they probably drowned or there was an accident.
How do you drown if you got on scuba gear? You stayed too long?
Maybe the tank ran out of air. I don't know. Or go ahead.
A shark got a hold of your ass and it was a wrap. Kiss the baby.
You know how few shark attacks there are each year.
Somebody told you. You know what it is? You looked at that same TikTok that I saw. He said, "Calm down and just put your hand out and basically steer the shark in other direction."
Well, of course, you need to remain calm, Hugh.
I'm not. First of all, as soon as I hit the water, I'm panicking. It's a wrap.
Stop reacting so strongly. I mean, that was a good call because that person knew there was no way.
I'm not doing that.
We know what happened last week. I mean, a little rain and you ran away. You're not getting in the water.
My survival instinct is very acute.
I think it's a little bit too acute, if we're being honest. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to talk to Scott France. We're going to get back to all your phone calls on the Phils. Are you fully buying in? This team is 32-18, on pace for over 100 wins, best record in the NL. Are you fully buying this? I'm not there yet. Most of this, I would say, has been built on beating up tomato cans, legitimate ones. Not like when Hugh was on Carolina radio last year and just totally threw the Eagles under the bus. I mean, it was
mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak have been tomato cans.
Championship Eagles, by the way.
Yeah, but they weren't at that point.
Yeah, but
you cut their legs out from under them.
I didn't. I told the truth.
You did. You lied.
Tomato-tans. They didn't play tomato.
No, they didn't. They played.
You provided alternative facts.
Okay. I mean, tomato.
No.
I mean, what are you talking about?
You provided the teams the Rams and the Commanders and the Ravens.
The Baltimore Ravens had the ball the whole third quarter, only got 3 points.
I guess I just want to know, like, at that point, what is your bar for not being a tomato can?
I haven't set that yet. It changes. It's all subjective to
at your convenience.
Yeah.
Here's what is a tomato can. The Rockies and the Pirates. That's who the Phillies have been beaten up on lately. It's why I'm not fully bought in yet. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. The Eagles on in-season Hard Knocks. Do you like it? And I'm starting to think about the idea of the Phillies bringing back Rhys Hoskins. Multiple Phillies, when asked this week about leaders and the best clubhouse presences, brought up Rhys. I don't love what they've got out of Max Kepler so far this year. I think they could use an upgrade on offense. Bring Rhys back, trade for him, and move Bryce Harper out to the outfield. It's on my mind now. Where do you come down with all this? 215-592-9494. And your odd jobs, weird jobs. The best one we get today, imagine us doing, is going to win a $100 gift card to Sunoco. 215-592-9494. We will talk to Scott Fransky next on the Midday Show, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with WIP X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com. Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The game's over. The night's just beginning. Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club, just minutes from the Phillies Sports Complex, is your ultimate after-party destination. 5 electrifying stages showcasing the area's most stunning entertainers. A full-service bar, a menu packed with delicious bites. Catch all the sports action on their massive 75-foot HDTV wall. Unwind in their luxurious champagne court and VIP rooms. Their private booths and party packages are perfect for any occasion. Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club, open late, 7 nights a week.
Cheerleaders.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Oh, this is the big one. The Memorial Day sale at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Save $100 off every 1,000 you spend. Plus amazing savings on beautiful outdoor furniture. Plus 60-month special financing. Have all your furniture delivered locally free of charge. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at eliteacura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right, so I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Game 1 was theirs until it wasn't. Up 14 with 3 minutes left, the Knicks looked like a team in control. Then came one of the wildest collapses in playoff memory. And now they're down 0-1 to a Pacers team playing with house money. The Garden was stunned. The question now isn't just X's and O's, it's mental. Can this team shake off the choke, or does that collapse linger? Pressure's on. New York's margin for error just vanished. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Friday.
It is bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing!
Scott, I'm curious in your estimation how you think the Phillies.
It's okay. Scott, it's not okay. Scott. Hey, my partner's been a real trooper about this. Me, not so much. It's getting bad. Scott, it's getting bad, bro. It's getting bad.
Scott, it's going to be all right. Hugh, it's going to be all right. The great midday show flood of 2025. 1 week ago at this time, as the Schuylkill overflowed, Hugh Douglas ran for the hills, and Scott and I tried to talk some baseball. We welcome him back. We are much drier today, and Scott, I believe, is somewhere in the state of California as the Phillies get set to continue their road trip tonight against the A's after a big sweep over the Rockies. Scott, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you guys?
I'm dry. I'm in the studio, so I feel pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Nice and safe and sound.
Scott, I'm not sure if you realize what happened. As soon as we got off the air last week, Hugh was more right than he was wrong, that it was probably time to go. But, Scott, I'm sitting there. I'm ankle deep in the water, and Hugh ran for the hills and left me there all by myself.
Hugh's smart.
I was just, Scott, I just kept trying to give my partner warning signs. But to his credit,
you told him many times.
To his credit, the show must go on, and he did a great interview with you. He did a great interview, but I just told him.
You didn't hear a word of it. But
if it was me, I said, Scott, I would have told you, hey, man, we'll talk to you next week. Have a great time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you want to go down with the ship if you're the captain, but I'm not sure that was the situation.
No, it definitely was not the situation.
I would have bailed.
Yeah, well, someone had to stay, and that was me, and my shoes took a fall for it. Scott, we're happy to have you on the show. Of course, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. And Scott, since we talked, the Phillies haven't lost. They took apart the Pirates over the weekend, and they swept the Rockies, which isn't, I would say, the hardest thing to do, but still pretty impressive to take 7 in one season from the same team. This team's playing really good baseball right now, Scott.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I love the fact that they went out and did what they're supposed to do, and their record against sub-500 teams is incredible. They're not taking things for granted. And again, I still think this team is playing with a little bit of a chip on its shoulder coming out of that Mets series. I mean, I think they really felt the sting of that in late April, going up there and getting swept and kind of getting dominated in that series. And they've turned the corner, they've turned the page on that, and they haven't looked back. It's been quite a remarkable run.
It has, and Scott, if there was one down part of this the last week, it was what happened the news Sunday, and that was Jose Alvarado with the suspension gone for 80 games, plus we know the postseason with that. But, Scott, it's got to feel good for them that they got through this week without any bullpen hiccups. Even, I know the Rockies are terrible, but you go to Colorado and you feel like, uh-oh, it's going to be a tough week for our bullpen. I thought they did a pretty good job, and it seems like they've been able to weather the storm at least this first few days without him.
Yeah, one of the things that helps them do that is to have such a good starting rotation, right? To have those guys pitching deep into games all the time, it takes a lot of the pressure off your bullpen. And, like your closer, if you want to call him that, Jordan Romano, he threw 10 pitches this week in Colorado. Orion Kerkering threw 1 in 4 games. So the fact that you can get through those games without having to tax those guys is important. They're still going to need, more. They're going to need, different guys, whether it's Ruiz or Ross, to step up and to take more, big outs at different parts of the game. But all in all, I think, they're going to have to try to ride this starting rotation into, to make up for the lack of strength, if you will, in the bullpen.
Scott, I'm kind of curious with the way that Jose Alvarado left. How do you think his teammates felt about that? Because, we made a big deal about the fact that he just kind of left and didn't say anything to anybody. How do you think his teammates handled that?
You know, that's a great question. I haven't really gotten into asking these guys too much about, and they're not going to say anything publicly other than they're supportive of Jose and want what's best for him. But obviously, it left the team in a bad spot.
Definitely.
And I think I'm sure guys have differing opinions on his story and what he said, but I do think that as a group, they've tended to be pretty tight, and they've tended to be a group that sticks together. So I'm sure they're very disappointed. They're and he was a very well liked guy in the clubhouse too. So not having his personality around, I think, is a loss. But at the same time, they've kind of just said, look, we've got who we've got. We still have a lot of talent in the room, and we just have to keep moving forward.
Scott Fransky joining us here to Fransky Fridays. The Phils get set for a weekend series against the A's in Sacramento starting tonight. Scott, the other thing that's coincided, and not surprisingly with the win streak and how well they're playing, is Bryce Harper's bat has just exploded the last 10 days or even more than that. I mean, he's really hit well for a while, but we're wondering, was this just a matter of time? What have you noticed? And how much credit do we give the buzz cut? Because he cut that hair off.
It's the hair.
Okay,
yeah,
that's what we
sure,
figured.
For sure. Yeah. I think you saw signs before that he was starting to find it. And he was just a little bit off. And, again, we expect a lot of Bryce Harper. He expects a lot of himself. There's no doubt. He sort of wears that. He's a pretty emotional guy and really is, uber competitive. And when he's not producing, it wears on him. Again, he's set a high bar for himself. And sometimes we can take for granted just how good he's been day in and day out and how important he is to this team. But, I said all along, and I know it's kind of the same thing that Rob Thompson said, he's the least of our worries. They know that he's going to figure it out, and it looks like he has.
Well, he has. And speaking of figuring out, I am so impressed every time Schwarber faces a lefty these days. I mean, this was a couple of years ago. He, like many lefty sluggers, struggled against those guys. That's how you beat him. You put a lefty in late in the game and probably wouldn't do much. And it's turned around to the point where some of the numbers are remarkable. Like, OPS over 1,000, stuff that we haven't seen since Barry Bonds, David Ortiz. It feels like opposing managers late in games, they don't know what to do, Scott, because you put a lefty in and he hits them too.
Yeah, the subject was brought up this week, just talking with Rob, and they said, well, if you were an opposing manager and you were facing your lineup, would you perhaps think twice about just automatically bringing in a lefty to face these guys? Because they're really your two best hitters on, left on left, left on right, whatever. And so maybe you want to save if you have a limited number of lefties in your bullpen, do you really want to use the bullet there to go after Schwarber and Harper, or maybe use it in another spot to either go after, Kepler or Stott or Marsh or somebody like that who isn't as strong left on left, and force, and then that would of course force the Phillies to make decisions about, pinch hitting or whatnot. So I think it's something that teams would probably consider, is it really worth it, to make that move, when you've got another righty after it in Castellanos or Real Muto or Bohm or whatever. I absolutely think it's one of those things where more managers will have to start to consider that idea.
Scott, speaking of left on right, I feel like Rob Thompson hasn't said it like expressly. It does feel to me like we have a second base platoon, and I think it's the right thing to do. I mean, Bryce's Stott's done really well against righties leading off, and Edmundo Sosa, it's not like it was just the first week or so. I mean, we're almost at Memorial Day. He's holding a 377 batting average, a lot of that damage against lefties. Is it a second base platoon, and why do you think maybe they haven't said it, even though it feels like they've told us with their actions?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a straight out platoon. I do think you'll see probably, there's going to be some lefties this weekend, expected to face a couple this weekend. And I almost said Oakland. We're not in Oakland. And I think Stott may start one of the games, but you might see Edmundo start somewhere else, maybe at third base, give Bohm a day, something like that. But it's pretty close. If it's not an out and out platoon, I don't think they want to. I guess they probably don't want to say it, they don't want to limit Stott because I think they still believe, he can put together a good at bat against a lefty, and they feel like he's still got room to grow in that department. So I don't think they want to spell it out expressly. But I mean, Edmundo has played his way into more playing time. There's just no doubt about it, and I think they're going to continue to try to find ways to keep him active and keep him in the lineup when there's a matchup advantage.
Scott, this is the second minor league park you guys are going to be in a few weeks here. Is that the first time on all the road trips we've had 2 minor league parks in a month?
Yeah, I guess so. I was trying to think of the minor league parks the Phillies have played in recent years. They've been to Williamsport for the Little League Classic. They played in a couple of Blue Jays minor league parks, when they couldn't get into Canada during COVID.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. There was the road was behind the stadium. You could see the traffic going by with that one.
Yeah, they did the one in Buffalo and the one in they played in Dunedin.
Yeah.
The following year, and then of course Tampa and now Sacramento. I've never been here. I've never been to the city. I came in last night and just totally unfamiliar. So it'll be interesting to see. I was talking with Ben Davis about it on the bus ride in. He played here once upon a time. He was really anxious to see because apparently there's a big building in behind right field, and at a certain time of day, the sun would glance off the building, and right-handed hitters would have no chance to see the ball from the pitcher. So we'll see if that's the case. I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Scott, before we let you go, I'm kind of curious. What did Rojas have on yesterday that did not allow him access into the ballpark once he left?
I didn't see him, but I'm assuming he was just probably wearing workout stuff. You
mean Phillies workout stuff?
Yeah. But, just a pair of Philly shorts or in a tank top or something like that is probably what he was doing. I didn't see him, so but I can just guess he was probably, pretty casual. He wasn't wearing his
he wasn't wearing his pants, but
his
to your
baseball
point,
pants.
he was wearing Phillies gear. He was wearing his Phillies
shorts.
gear. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
I was just curious because
he was very upset about this. They didn't let Johan back in.
I have some thoughts about this that I won't share, but it was just kind of curious to me because as a security guard, he had to look familiar or he had to look similar to other Phillies players. And I can't imagine anybody going to those lengths to wear Phillies shorts or whatever attire that he had on to try to sneak into the ballpark.
I can't imagine most fans are trying to sneak in to see the Rockies these days anyway.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
Read the room. Read the room.
Yeah. I mean, now, I don't even know exactly what time it happened. I didn't see it. But, again, I try not to, we go into these ballparks all the time. And, I can wander around Citizens Bank Park without a credential and most of the staff there will know who I am and not worry about it too much, but they're just doing their job. I don't fault the security guard at all.
Oh no, I'm just
funny.
Yeah,
out for justice. Today.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Your job is to do security, but you also have to have spatial awareness to do that job.
I understand there's some court awareness that can be improved or whatever, but at the same time, he's just doing his job and
no, I get that part, but we
better. All joke about it. You go around and somebody can't get through a gate or isn't permitted in a clubhouse, and we're always joking. Hey, did you give them the "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah,
and, they're just doing their job. That's all.
Yeah, they are. They're the only ones in Colorado that are. Scott, we appreciate you hopping on today.
That's a good point.
Enjoy Sacramento, and we'll be listening tonight against the A's. Thank you, Scott.
Have a good one, Scott.
All right, see you guys.
There we go. Scott Fransky with us, as he is every Friday, the voice of the Phillies. And yes, as he said, this team has been beating up and doing its job against tomato cans. Again, they just took out the Rockies like they were a minor league team, which they might be.
They've been bad for a while, though.
But not this bad.
Yeah.
They're 8-42.
What is their salary, the roster, the money?
So they do have a couple of players, including Chris Bryant, who they paid and got hurt. So it's not as low as some other teams, but the players they're putting on the field, I mean, it's remarkably bad.
Yeah.
They stink.
They might get them out of Coors. They might get them out of Colorado, huh?
It's a nice stadium too.
It is. But
where are they going to put them?
I mean, somebody's looking what Oakland. I'm just kidding.
They lost the team.
No, I know, because it was just bad. No, I was just thinking, like, I can remember the Rockies being like tomato cans for a while.
Yeah, but we've got what's worse than tomato cans? Because that's what I'm watching right now from that team. 215-592-9494. All right, let's get back to your phone calls here. A lot to discuss on the Phillies. Are you fully buying what the Phillies are doing right now? They're 32-18, on pace for over 100 wins. It's wonderful. I love the way they're playing. I'm not buying they're this good, and I think a lot of it has been because of who they played. Hugh is buying in more on what the Phillies are doing. Where are you? And we have a $100 gift card to give away today to Sunoco. Get the next highest level performance out of your car with 94 octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations. $100 gift card. We are looking for wild jobs that would be funny to imagine one or both of us doing. We've gotten some, well, I would say pretty wild answers so far. Lifeguard, horse inseminator, pro sleeper, jockey.
Pro sleeper's crazy.
What was the Amish one? Amish country, what was it called? The mucker?
The mucker.
The mucker.
The mucker.
Yeah, there was a stripper, a drag queen, oil rig digger, and the underwater welder are the answers so far. Best answer we get, $100 gift card. Also, we brought up the Reese Hoskins idea. It's in my head now. There's a couple of Phillies mentioned when asked about leaders on the team and best leaders that have been around. They mentioned two different Phillies mentioned Reese. I don't think they've gotten a ton out of Kepler. I don't think we're going to get a ton out of Kepler. Bryce has mentioned before he would move back to the outfield for the right first baseman. It's in my mind. Brewers come in here next week. 215-592-9494. And we put up a poll based on a caller we had. You know, it's about 50-50, Hugh, on the poll of would you trade a first-round pick for the Tush Push?
Is that right?
I would trade the Tush.
Very interesting concept, I would say.
I would, like, if Goodell came to the Eagles tomorrow and he says, all right, I want this thing out of the game. I'll give you guys an extra first-round pick if you just stop doing it. I would do it. I'm a Tush Push guy, but I would give up the Tush Push for the first-round pick. Would you?
Because I'm thinking that Tush Push, what if the Tush Push is the difference between us being a two-time Super Bowl champion and a three-time Super Bowl
couldn't we win it without the Tush
Push?
No,
I'm not saying that we can't. That's not what I'm saying. But to have the ultimate cheat code is something, in my opinion.
First-round pick?
Yeah.
That's where all pros come from.
Yeah. I mean, but the ultimate cheat code is something that put it like this. Regardless of what happens to the Eagles this year, because I think they're going to have a good year, if Roger Goodell could promise me the first pick.
Well, I mean, that's
the only way I'll do it. The first overall pick.
Give me the number one overall pick.
And I'll let you have it.
I mean, wouldn't you trade any play for the first pick in the draft? Any, play in the playbook?
No.
I don't know. It's a play. Just
it's just one play, but it's and I'm pretty sure the Eagles have something up their sleeve cooked up for another play, but I'd rather keep it.
Man. All right, Chris at Bed Salem's up. Hey, Chris.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Chris? What's going on?
Hey, so I'm not buying the Phils. I just think they're too thin in the bullpen. I like what Romano's doing. I always thought he was going to be a second half of the year guy with his, coming off the elbow, the way he was. It was always going to be a second half year for him. But they still don't have like a bulldog back there that, Alvarado was. He's got that competitiveness that you need in the ninth, and not having that, the way that Kerkering's been shaking, kind of shaky all year. I love his stuff, but
he's been very shaky, Chris. Though he had, really, before this, I didn't trust anyone coming out of the bullpen. Now I think Romano is pitching his way into trusting him a little bit because he's been good for a few weeks, so I'm good with him. But really, they don't. I agree with you on this, and they have pushed their starting pitchers to try to avoid this. And let's hope those starting pitchers, stay upright the whole year.
Yeah, and to that point, I know there's been talk, across the station about, they're in a disadvantageous position right now. But I don't think so. They really need to take these. If they're going to trade prospects, they got to go get a Mason Miller or somebody of that ilk. Not some guy off the trash heap that you got to find his spin rate that shows that he's got an elite curveball like. Jack Fritz with Corey Knebel a few years ago, and
no one could spin a Phillies acquisition into positivity more than Jack.
I believe, yeah. But hey, for the job, I know Hugh. I know you're not an underwater guy, but let's get you up in the air for X Games. We'll get you on the big air. We'll get you on the snowboards. You already got the Hatfield sponsorship, putting pork on the fork, you put the pig on the side of the helmet.
What do you want me to do? Like
snowboarding
the
in the X Games. You put the Hatfield pig on the side of the helmet.
You know what my biggest issue would be with snowboarding is, will they have a suit big enough to fit?
Yeah, they'll make one.
Yeah.
Oh, they got it. Yeah, I'm a big guy. I'm about 260, so you got it.
Man, I tell you.
X Games snowboarding. I love this one, Chris. Good phone call.
Those the thing about those snowboards, because I've seen them, they go fast and they don't have brakes.
They do.
They don't have brakes.
Brakes.
I mean, like conventional brakes. Like you have to know how to shush.
Yeah.
And shift your body weight.
I know. I know other people.
Some of them leg brakes are bad too, boy. When they break them legs, ooh.
Kyle, some listeners may have different ones that they're their favorite so far today. Something about thinking of Hughes snowboarding in the X Games on those big, fast slopes has me just dying in here. Like, that's funny. You would fall over so fast. Like, trying to do a flip or a 180.
I tell you what, man. Shout out to the people that do that, the skateboard riders and stuff like that. I saw a young lady the other day. I guess she was in San Francisco because they were going down the hilly thing. Yeah. She's going down backwards.
Would you rather do skateboarding or the snowboarding?
Well, they're both going to hurt when I fall.
I think it would hurt worse than the skateboarding.
Well, at least when you
snow.
Well, at least when you had the snow, you could when you fall. No, because when you break the leg, at least it'll be you'll be probably half damn near frostbite.
You got adrenaline.
You know what I mean? But when you fall on the cement, that's something different. So I would probably say the snow, because you fall. Either way we go, you falling.
Yeah,
you're gonna fall.
Yeah,
you're falling.
It's part of the gig.
Yeah,
you're going to fall at some point. All right, I'm going to grab this one because I need to hear this story. Chaz in Newfield. I mean, every day there's something new around here, including I have never seen this on the call board in all my years at WIP. Chaz in Newfield. Topic: I've done the insemination. Chaz, what's up, pal?
No.
You know what? My past brother-in-law, he passed away, but he had a Sookie's horse farm. And I was going over there one day, hanging out, smoking some cigars and drinking some scotch. And he says, "Hey, I need a favor." And I'm like, "What?" And he says, "I need you to come, help me with one of the horses." I was like, "Yeah, all right." So I guess Federal Express brings the stuff. So he says, "What do you want to do? What I want you to do is just lean into this horse as hard as you can against this part of the stable." And he said, "Whatever you do, don't move." And I actually watched him do this. It's bizarre.
So
bizarre.
You're saying something came in FedEx and that's what went into the horse?
Yeah. So now
they mail that stuff with FedEx? I used to work for FedEx.
It comes frozen, I guess, with some kind of frozen package. And it's long, dude. I'm 2 foot long.
Oh,
man. Did you know this year they send these FedEx packages with the stuff?
You talking to a dude that sent poop FedEx. So what you talking about? What you talking about, Joe? I sent my poop. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we got done with this thing, I mean, the horse just kind of sat there, and that's what he did.
Did he smoke a cigarette?
I said, "Okay, what do we do now? Smoke a cigarette?"
Oh, that's wild stuff. Chaz, that's funny. I like that story. All right, Chaz, what do you got? You buying this Phillies thing right now?
Yeah, I think their pitching is outstanding. So, I mean, could they hit better? Sure, they could hit better, but their pitching is really good. I mean, I know we were playing a, bum team in Colorado, but they just don't give up a lot of runs as starting pitcher. And I mean, I know that sometimes relief pitchers are hard to come by, but the team that they were just playing, I don't know, I forget what the hell it was. They had a reliever and they stink.
Yeah, they have one or two good ones and they still stink. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't really think that's going to be a problem. But their starting pitcher, I got to tell you, maybe you guys could tell me because I didn't look. How did Painter do in his last outing?
So Painter yesterday or 2 days ago, 4 innings, 7 strikeouts, and he gave up 1 run. So pretty good. But he only went 4 innings. His pitch count kind of went high, but 4 innings, 7 strikeouts.
I mean, Abel doesn't look terrible either.
I know.
So I mean, with just that the amount of pitching they have is really good.
Well, and it's going to allow them to go get something if they want. I mean, if they really need to go trade for a legitimate back end of the reliever of the bullpen guy, Chaz, we appreciate it. They have what it takes. I mean, it's a matter of will they pay the price. 215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot to do here. We're looking for crazy, odd jobs, weird jobs that you want to see us do here. Best one we get today is going to win a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Your phone calls on everything today. The Phillies, are you buying? Eagles, in-season Hard Knocks. I think it's a good thing. I like it. Hugh is against it. I think he got fired on Hard Knocks once.
Coward.
But yeah, he's just afraid. It's not going to happen again. You're not getting fired on Hard Knocks again. Don't worry.
Do anything for us.
All right, plus on the other side, Jason Kelce joined the morning show. Details of the meeting that saved the Tush Push and what he thinks could be the biggest threat to the play's future. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. After some exciting acquisitions in the baseball offseason, New York shares the spoils of their side of the standings with the powerhouse of Los Angeles. However, the two teams will face off in a 3-game series when Los Angeles travels to Queens to take on a team who is set on cementing their place atop the league. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And it was a perfect time to have him on because he was there in Minneapolis to help the Eagles win the fight for the Tush Push. All right, let's hear Kelsey talking about the meeting and what it was like to be in there as the Tush Push was discussed this past week.
You know, I'm never in those meetings, so I don't know how typical it is that it gets that way. You know what I mean? But I think that it was tense because Jeffrey, again, is passionate and he made his point clear and known, and felt like the Eagles had not been really a part of the process along the way. You know what I mean? It felt like he felt like his perspective and the Eagles' perspective had been left out, and I think that he made that known to the league, and it was a little bit tense at that moment, but it came back. I think that all these guys have been in rooms like this and have been a part of, I'm sure, some very heated discussions, but it got, I wouldn't say, trying to think on a level of 1 to 10, I'd say like a 7. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it was like, I don't know that blows were getting ready to be thrown, but it was definitely, passionate from Jeffrey.
A 7 is pretty high. I didn't know what he was going to say there. I mean, if I'm thinking 7 in a debate, I'm thinking like Jolly and Spike was a 7 and Rhea and Elliott was a 10. I mean, a 7
that's a good assessment.
A 7 is pretty high level of intensity. I didn't realize it gets that intense in there with the owner.
Well, yeah, and I know I'm kind of harping on this part, but the fact that they were talking about having a separate session outside of Jason being there, I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably looked at it initially and was like, "Yo, why is he here?
He's not part of the. He's not part of one of us.
He's a player. Like he's for lack of a better way of saying it, he's livestock. He's cattle. He's and so." That's kind of what I took from that initially. And for them to come back and Mr. Lurie making the passionate speech that he made and them to vote the way that they did, his word did carry a lot of weight.
Well, how much? Let's hear Kelsey this morning with the morning show talking about, does he think what he did, what he said, did it sway anyone in that room?
I don't know if we swayed anybody's opinion, but I could tell just in the way the back and forth went that there were people that were still up in the air on it, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like if everybody would have been decided on it, there wouldn't have been any questions asked, right? Like, it just would have been like, all right, we already know we're voting on this. We're not listening. It felt like there was an open dialogue on the floor, which to me made it feel like there were people genuinely still trying to decide, right? And I went into it, to be honest with you, I don't know, it felt like we went into it feeling like there was some level of optimism with the votes, and I don't know how they, Ferrari and the Eagles kind of knew which people were already definitely going to be voting for it and which ones weren't, and they kind of knew there was some stuff there. But for me, I thought for sure it was going to get banned.
How about that at the end? He thought for sure it was going to get banned, and then it didn't go that way. It went their way. That I think he and Lurie, but certainly his voice is a different voice they haven't heard before. It feels to me like he swayed some votes. Like, whatever he said, however he described what he needed to describe, if people were on the fence, he didn't hurt it. It seemed like he helped.
It feels like he swayed some people, and I think that when he walked in, a lot of people felt like he gave them the secret sauce a little bit. Because I know they didn't go into detail, but I think he explained the Tush Push, and I think he gave people a better understanding of the Tush Push. Now, I don't know who was in the meeting. I don't know if it was just primarily owners or were coaches in there or anything like that. But I feel like there were some people in there taking notes. I really do.
Well, here's the real question. A few days after your declaration that Cam Jurgens should be on the Tush Push statue, after hearing Kelsey describe it, are you ready to change your mind?
No. I listen. And people, I shout out to all the people that have slid in my DMs and tried to change my mind. That doesn't work. I stand on business when it comes to this. And the bottom line is this. This is Cam Jurgens' turn. And I understand where you're coming from when you say that he is the founder. He is the one that taught him. But in my mind, all of this ire for the Tush Push came up this year, in this season, especially when you talk about the Frankie Louvu play and the way that we used it during this playoff run. That was all Cam Jurgens. And that's just the way I see it. So you're not going to change my mind on this.
Well, then
I'm dug in.
We can hear that. But they didn't bring Cam Jurgens in to seal the deal in this meeting.
No, they
brought Jason Kelce.
They brought somebody in that is well respected, Eagles legend,
that deserves
is
a
well
statue.
Respected, that does not deserve a statue to do with this team here, because he wasn't a part of this team. Respectfully. Respectfully.
I mean, you're speaking it respectfully, but
no, I mean, I get where people are coming from, and I know.
It's like when you took the pledge, but not really.
I took the pledge wholeheartedly.
No,
and
you didn't. No.
I almost put my hand over my chest like they did when you was little and you did the Pledge of Allegiance. But
that would have sold us. But you didn't. You had your fingers crossed behind your back. Everyone knows this. All right, 215-592-9494. One more from Kelsey here. As we wonder, and we speculated yesterday, is this the last year of the Tush Push, or we have more than that? Like, what's going to happen with the future of this? Here's Kelsey on what could end up being the biggest threat to the Tush Push staying long term.
To me, it's less about if defenses can't stop the Eagles. The bigger threat, in my opinion, is more about if the other 31 teams' offenses figure out how to successfully do it themselves. Do you agree with that?
I don't. No, I think that the biggest threat to the Tush Push is if somebody gets injured.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll be the thing that pushes it over the hump. And listen, it's football. It's a largely safe play, and I think the numbers have shown that. We've been running it now for 3 years, and we've been running quarterback sneaks in Philly for quite a while since Jeff Stoutland's been here, even dating back to the year we won the Super Bowl. It's a largely safe play, but somebody is going to get hurt inevitably, and that's going to probably be the last thing that people are like, all right, we're probably done with this.
I agree with Jason on this. I don't think the biggest threat is this becoming a league-wide thing. I don't think it's going to be where every team's doing it, and it's doing it a lot, and it's ruining pace of play. I think if this is out of the league in a year, it's because someone got hurt on it. And although so far, no one has gotten hurt. It's football. Jason said it, right? The more times you run a play, to me, the sheer numbers and sheer odds say someone's probably just going to get hurt, and then Dr. Sills and Goodell are going to be able to say, "See, we told you someone would get hurt, and now we got to ban the play." So I think the more it's run, the more likely it is someone gets hurt, and the more likely it is we lose this thing eventually. But what a job by Kelsey this week. Glad the morning show had him on. And Hugh, I think the whole audience wants you to rethink your position on the Cam Jurgens.
I don't have to. I get for the sake of
spend the whole weekend.
Oh no, I don't need to do that. But I will
spend the whole weekend for the show.
I will.
Reconsider your position because Cam Jurgens on a statue is not flying with anyone. We need Kelsey on that statue. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Aaron in San Diego's up. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
What's going
Aaron,
on?
what's up, pal?
I am not calling from San Diego today. I am in the middle of the Mojave Desert, my friends.
That sounds nice.
Wow. What are you doing there?
Viva Las Vegas.
Must be
Viva
nice.
Las Vegas. On the way to Vegas, baby.
All right.
Nice.
What are we playing? What are we playing tonight? Blackjack? What are you going to do?
Aaron almost slipped up. You heard that, Kyle, did you? Aaron almost slipped up.
I got my
I've been
smoking
poking
hot
Aaron a lot
wife. It's her
lately.
birthday this weekend.
Oh,
so
he said
that's
smoking
what
hot
we're
wife.
gonna do.
I thought you said smoking.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were talking about smoking.
And we got a graduation to go to.
All right. Sounds like a packed weekend.
Yes.
Graduation, birthday, gambling, all that. Aaron, what do you got for us? You buying in what the Phillies are doing?
Well, first of all, Hugh, just so you know, huevos rancheros for me is slang for a certain part of the.
No, I
male
caught.
anatomy.
Yeah, I kind of figured that when it said the rancher's eggs. I put two and two together.
And then I've used the term Momo, and that's a nice way for me calling somebody a moron.
Okay, Momo.
There's a lot of Momos around here.
Momo.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey, the Phillies are the Phillies. I mean, they just got done sweeping some AAA affiliate teams, so I don't know that they're really anything to get hot and bothered about. But what I want to talk about is the topic of the day, and that is the job that I could see both of you doing, and I think it would be just a blast watching you guys.
Okay, what is it?
Well, with Hugh's affinity for standing in a quarter of an inch of water, I would love to see him on a crab boat in the middle of the Bering Sea.
What do you think? Go crabbing? You ever been crabbing? I've been crabbing.
Don't sound fun.
Not in the middle of the sea,
with
but
you, Joe, we wouldn't need a beacon with you because if you fell in the water,
My head.
you'd be easy to spot
Yeah.
in those dark seas.
I'm
but-
shiny. Yeah, my head's shiny. Especially if the sun is beating down. You wouldn't. It'd be hard to find me. I'll go crabbing. Hugh, you in? You're out. Why?
I love crabbing.
Crabbing's awesome.
On the sea in a boat.
Not in the sea. I mean, you can just
In a boat.
You can just do it on the shore.
You know
You
what?
can do it in a
Have
bay
you
in
seen
Maryland.
what they
That's
call
where I do it.
the
The dock.
wolf eels? They catch those wolf eels.
Catch what?
Wolf eel. Is it wolf eel?
I
I
don't
think
know.
that's what it is. They had a mean, nasty bite. No, I'm good.
Worried about wolf eels?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm good.
Gentlemen, real quick.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to send something out to all the military men and women out there, both past and present. Thank you so much for your sacrifice and your service. Will you guys allow a knucklehead like me to call in and speak my mind and give my opinion on a national radio station? Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America. Everybody have a great Memorial Day weekend. See you guys.
You
as
too,
well,
Aaron.
man.
Appreciate the phone call. Well said. Enjoy the weekend. Hugh, the wolf eels, they're on the Pacific coast of North America, from California to Alaska.
That's
and
what we're talking about. Going.
South Sea of Japan. No, we're talking about just crabbing here.
Oh, I thought he said.
Well, that was his idea, but we just
Okay,
were talking about
here.
just- yeah.
Okay,
You're
because
worried
when he
about
said
wolf
okay
eels
down in
here.
Maryland, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's cool.
There's no wolf eels.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Okay. All right. I think we made some progress.
Like, where does it come from?
I'm just saying because when he said crabbing off the what did he say, the Bering Straits or whatever it
Yeah.
was. Wolf eels be out there, man. I ain't trying to do all
How
that.
come all these
You know what?
people do these
First
things
of all,
and no wolf
okay,
eels bother
let me
them?
do this real quick. Thank you for your service for all the veterans that we were celebrating this weekend. And if you're up in the Connecticut, Massachusetts way, y'all be careful because they had their first great white shark
What are you doing?
sighting this weekend.
Why are you being that guy? It's Memorial Day weekend.
Because I want you to come back Tuesday and be in one piece.
But you're scaring everyone.
I'm just being honest. They sighted. It was a great white shark sighted off the coast.
Are you being
about a week ago.
You're being a summer Grinch.
I'm being that guy.
Let people enjoy Memorial Day weekend. They're in their car driving right now, and they hear you talking about sharks off the coast.
I'm just saying it. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss, or you just wait till you get to the beach, and they'll let you know if they see
you
a know shark.
Too much. Like if you're thinking about wolf eels when it comes to crabbing, like
you can't enjoy your weekend.
Gotta put the phone down.
No, I'm just saying. No, I can't put the phone down because I'm trying to figure. John Clark ain't hit me back yet. He hit me back and laughed.
Is he ducking you?
I think he is. He's ducking.
After you prove to him that he did indeed say it didn't work.
Yeah, he did.
Well, speaking of that, a Twitter question of the day here, which of course I got to find my read, but our Twitter question is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. We had a lot of polls up today as the show has been in a lot of different areas. But number one, are you buying that the Phillies, the best record in the NL, are you buying what they're selling? Need to see more at 51%. That's where I am. 49% saying yes. Should John Clark apologize to Bryce Harper? If you missed it, John Clark, who we love, tweeted last week after Bryce shaved his head, because I think he went like 0 for 4 that first night after he buzzed it. It didn't work, he said.
Yeah.
Well, Bryce has been hitting the cover off the ball since then. So we think as a show, John Clark should apologize. Is it a good thing that the Eagles are on in-season Hard Knocks? How about all these scaredy cats like you over here? 77% saying no.
Yeah, because the way I framed it makes a lot of sense.
People are just scared. It's fun. Don't you want more Eagles content? Don't you want to watch the Eagles on Hard Knocks? I mean, what is the worst that's going to happen? What's the worst that's going to happen?
We don't need to know everything, man.
Sure we do.
Like what somebody said did the sausage thing. We don't need to know how the sausage is made.
I want to know how it's made.
I don't want to know how the sausage is made.
I mean, Spike's coming up next on the phones. But Kyle, 77% of people are saying they don't like the Hard Knocks thing. 77%. Scaredy cats.
Do you just Ron Burgundy the call screener?
I did. Well, I looked up and I saw Spike from Bristol, and I'm going to take her next. And then I just said her name. I did. It happened.
It's Friday.
Yep. It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Oh, I'm upset. 77% of people don't want to see the Eagles on Hard Knocks.
Because they're cowards. Let's be honest. Like, something's going to go wrong.
They're like you.
No, it's messy.
I just like
perfect example. I'm gonna give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
There's something going on that everybody's probably privy to right now. You know I'm going with this. It's gotten real messy, and it's probably going to divide a family.
Oh no, not
at the end of the day.
Is this our second time?
But
with
where's the lie though, Joe? Everything was cool. Like Buddy was cool. I'm talking like if anybody knows what I'm talking about, I'm gonna talk in generalities right here. If Buddy was cool until he sat in that room, and then when he started hearing all this other stuff, he had to leave because he feeling some kind of way. He found out way more than he signed up for.
Wouldn't you leave too?
I mean, it's a little too late to leave, to be totally honest.
I don't know about that, man.
It's a lot. He found out way more than he probably wanted to know.
What we're going to get is Jerry Jones putting salt on his McGriddle.
I'm trying to tell you,
and
man.
It's going to be great.
I understand your analogy, but you're taking a big leap between what you're talking about
and
no, it's not the same.
Sometimes we do these things.
Do you know what's funny? No, seriously. Do you know how hard it probably is right now for Buddy to go to the vending machine, to go to a vending machine? He can't even go get a glass of water. People looking at him like, dang, dog, for real?
I mean, a lot of times you get fixated on things that just don't matter at all.
He was okay. It was all good about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, yep.
He was fine. He was loving it. He was having a great time until people started letting all these folks in his business.
There's a public issue between a husband and wife. Has nothing to do with the Eagles on our
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
It's not the same.
It's kind of the same.
If Sirianni calls out Jalen in a practice, it's not the same as whatever you're talking about right now. It's just football.
Forget about what he was talking about. There's no correlation between a team going on Hard Knocks and it like ruining their season. Like if bad teams go on Hard Knocks,
it's messy. It's just messy.
The Eagles are messy anyway.
We are messy.
Brandon Graham went on his own radio show last year, and we love BG.
They don't need Hard Knocks to get messy.
The Eagles have been messy forever, and they'll be messy all the time. It's part of the whole thing here. And that's fine. I think it's going to be fun to have him on Hard Knocks. All right, after I Ron Bergen in it, now Spike in Bristol is up. Hey, Spike.
Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Okay,
Spike.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with no the Phillies, no on the Phillies, because I told Kyle when I see the Phillies beat the Mets, I'll buy in. But after playing teams that aren't as good, especially the Rockies, I'm not 100% behind, and I don't think I'm being too harsh.
I don't think you are either. And the Rockies thing, it was a very nice series, and we're glad they swept all four. But that team is atrocious.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They're nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, here's the job that I want to see all you guys do.
All of us?
And all of you. It's going to take 3 of you. One of you is going to have the duct tape. One of you is going to have the Velcro.
Oh, now we about to do a slick-on robbery.
One of you is going to have the rope. And here you go. Here you go. You're going to hang up on me as soon as I say it. Babysitting preschoolers. There you go.
Babysitting preschoolers.
Okay.
I can probably do
You
that.
know what? I think we could pull it off. Spike, we babysit Hugh every day.
The Velcro and the rope, you could pull it off.
Yeah, right. We need the supplies. I mean, I agree with that. Spike, good one.
If we can deal with you.
No.
A room full of preschoolers.
I think we'd be fine.
Yeah, you might be. Might be.
I'm not sure about Hugh babysitting
but you know what though?
Preschoolers
I can relate. But seriously though, I can relate to preschoolers. We would probably have a ball.
Oh yeah, no, they would sit down with
we
you
would have
and,
a ball.
and play. Yeah, no,
we would have a ball.
It's just like herding cats. That's all. They go
because
their own way.
I was out like this weekend when I went to a party. The party in what was it, Virginia, was with a bunch of kids. Had a ball. Ate pizza. Did a couple high fives. Kids, they just if you have them something to do.
Yeah.
Because you already know how this goes, Joe. Wear them out. Let them just run, play. Don't give them any sugar. And just wear them out. And then the first thing they know, they'll be asleep.
Yeah, I actually think it'd be way easier for us to watch and babysit preschoolers, even young kids. What I think the problem would be? Teenagers, because they would roast us.
Yeah, teenagers.
That's Hugh's biggest fear.
Yeah, I know
he won't even eat a glizzy.
That's right.
No,
in front
no
of
glizzy.
teenagers.
Could you imagine the scene? We're trying to supervise teenagers, and Hugh brings in a hot dog, eats it regular person.
I mean, they would erupt in laughter.
Yeah, teenagers are rough. See, y'all ain't been around. See, wait till you get my age when teenagers start talking about what do you have on.
Well, I was a teenager more recently than you.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Man, I never forget.
Did you roast old men like you?
Yes.
No. Listen, I got to tell you this. I got to tell you this story. One time we were going to a wedding, right? And it was me and Hugh, and we were going to a wedding. And I just threw something on. I had on like a flower shirt and some slacks.
Okay.
I walked out. He looked at me and said, "What do you have on?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He didn't say nothing. He didn't even want to ride with me, man. He was like,
"Oh, you were embarrassed."
He was so embarrassed. I don't think I had a picture of that outfit, but now that I look back on it, he had every right to be embarrassed because it was just like, because I didn't care what I had on. It was an African wedding, and they had all the nice little African outfits on.
Why didn't you get one?
And because first of all, I was just like, oh, we just gonna go and hang out, and they were laughing at my clothes. They were laughing, and he was thoroughly disgusted with me when I had this outfit on. I'm like, hey man, I gotta be me. When I was married, I knew how to dress up because my wife would lay my clothes out for me.
And now?
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
It's done.
That's the part that I'm lacking. That part.
Yeah.
But
at least you're self-aware.
Yeah. That's all. That's it. I'm self-aware.
All right. 215-592-9049. We're going to prize to give away. Best answer we get. So you can hop in right now. Best answer we get to odd jobs, crazy jobs you like to see us do, wins the prize. $100 gift card to Sunoco. Are you buying into the Phillies after the 7-game win streak? I need to see them beat teams that aren't actual tomato cans, right? Not Hughes Douglas version of tomato cans. I mean, the Pirates and Rockies are atrocious baseball teams. Great run the Phillies are on. I like what I'm seeing, but I need to see this against some real teams here before I fully buy in. Plus, on the other side, 2 people in the NFL that just need to relax. We'll have that for you next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show.
Thank
on
you.
Sports Radio 90.
No problem, buddy.
94 WIP.
It's that time of year again. Time to take a break from talking about bacon and share some of my grilling wisdom this weekend. I can't even get it out. I ain't even start drinking yet. It's grilling season, everybody. It's time to elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They have Tuscan herb, honey garlic, teriyaki, lemon garlic, so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for a retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
And bonus bets, win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Breaking news. Newsflash. Just announced. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Great news. Get over $500 in value by making the move to Fios. Switch to Fios today to receive a $200 Verizon gift card. Combine Fios with Verizon Mobile and save an additional $300 per year. Plus, both plans come with a price lock guarantee. So head to your local Verizon store for details on this limited time offer. Gift card offer ends 7/8/25. Must maintain Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on My Plan and Select My Home plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for details.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. A player hasn't won the MVP in the NBA Finals in the same season since Steph Curry in 2015. Last night, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was handed the MVP award. Then he dropped a playoff career-high 38 to lead the Thunder to a 2-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals. OKC is now a heavy favorite to win the title. Gilgeous-Alexander has a great chance to break the decade-long MVP drought. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's no easy way out. Down the left field line. That's a base hit.
There's no shortcut.
Start around third. He's going to come home and score. Harper trying for second. The throw is not in time.
I am killing cow.
A double for Bryce
Dude,
Harper.
it is Friday.
Are on the board.
I ain't got to go to work
It's
Monday.
Stepped all over Scott Fransky.
Man, listen.
That's our guest.
Dude, I got an hour. I'm going to be drunk by 3:30.
I'm wondering if you might have started a little bit early.
I did.
Is that where you went at 11:30? Where'd you go when you
I
walked
ain't
out?
going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere, but I'm gonna be on one. Like the kids say, I'm gonna be on one. They're gonna have a great weekend. Thank you to all the ones that served.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate you so much and I'm gonna go pour one out. I ain't gonna pour nothing out. I'm gonna pour one. I'm gonna take one down for you. For you.
Well, you're relating to a lot of our audience, I'm sure, today, who's thinking the same thing. Hour and a half left, boom.
About an hour. Ooh.
Weekend time.
Well, it's about being an hour and a half because I still got that little ride I got to take to get home.
And then it's all bets off for the
it's a
weekend.
wrap.
All right, Memorial Day weekend, Douglas over here. All right, 215-592-9494. Hugh stepped all over
we
the
got
highlight.
paid today.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh, look at God. We got paid this
now,
weekend.
You getting brand new? Is that what you're doing?
I'm going to get brand new.
Okay.
I'm going to get a little brand new.
All right, Hugh got brand new and stepped all over the highlight. Scott Fransky was highlighting Bryce Harper down the left field line yesterday. Hugh, the Phillies are playing good baseball.
Yes, they are.
32-18. And they just went on a 4-game trip to Colorado and just slapped that team around for 4 days in their home park.
I thought you was about to say something else.
They slapped him around.
I just thought.
Well, the Rockies are slappies? Yeah.
No, just,
How about that D, baby?
Kyle caught
you
it.
gonna be
Kyle
okay?
caught it. No, he only got an hour.
Okay.
We got an hour.
You going to make it an hour?
I did, but yeah, I got it. Yeah,
He's done. Especially after this, what we have planned in this last hour. I mean, Hugh is.
We're going to have to cut your mic at some
We
point.
got to count him.
All right. Can we talk about the Phillies, Hugh?
Okay,
Are you fully buying into what you're
yes,
saying?
I am. I'm excited about it, man. It's hard for us as baseball fans to sit here because we love this team so much and we see the flaws. Sometimes you just have to. You have to pull out and just see what's going on.
What are you doing?
What you talking about? Well, when I say pull out, I mean just pull back and see what's going on. Lather Vaseline on me. You guys are childish.
You giggle through your own monologue.
No, because I'm silly and
Okay.
I'm a little giddy right now. I'm just excited. I'm excited. But no, you
like
you
a
have
preschooler.
to. Yeah,
I pulled out.
But like looking at what the Phillies have been these last 3 seasons, man, and they're on pace to. And I understand because I'm been saying it all season long that you have to finish stronger than you have.
Well, you didn't take the pledge. So.
I mean, I did, but you have been one of the constants in baseball for the last 3 seasons. That says something to me. But like I've said, you got to finish it out. But they're in a good spot, man, and it's tough because as Phillies fans, we see how the season ends for us most times, and it's disheartening. But they're still in a good spot. They're in a really good spot. They're a really good baseball team, and they didn't change a whole lot.
Well, they put themselves in great position as we get to the Memorial Day weekend. They really, 32-18 is an outstanding record. They're on pace for over 100 wins, which you go back to the way we felt, a lot of people felt after they got beat up by the Mets in New York, and no one was thinking this was where this was going. I mean, I was, even with an easier May schedule, I wouldn't have said 32-18. Well, credit to the Phillies because they have just crushed these bad teams. You go look through their schedule, and I know the Rockies are the one top of mind because that was just the series this week. But if you go look at it, they have gone 17-3 against the 5 worst teams they faced, between the Rockies and the Pirates and the Marlins and the Nats. Those teams, they have crushed them, 17-3 against the 5 worst teams. Now, that's great, and I'm glad they're doing it. But, like, do I have to be the one that says, like, well, they're 17-3 against the bad teams?
You don't have to be the
one.
one.
I have to.
No, but that's
they're 15-15 against everybody else.
The only one I give you the Mets because that, and the Braves for that matter, because the Braves are surging.
Yep.
But when you look at the rest of baseball as a whole, you only have, off the top of my head, like 8 good teams.
But to be fair, like 6 of those are in the NL. So they're going to have, I mean, there's no, the playoffs in the NL, they're all good teams.
Yeah, and so you're going to have some of these committed tans on your schedule. And you just have to do what the Phillies did. Going into this week, what did we say? You got to win. How many games we had? 7?
Well, yeah.
We said, but we said we would take 5-2 or something like that.
5-2 bare minimum.
Yes, we said that. They went out and got 7. Yeah, they went out and got 7. That's what it's all about. This is the thing that people have to understand, and I know that for some baseball fans, that they like to relish in the fact they say, "Oh, but they didn't play anybody." Well, guess what? Mm-hmm. Those guys that you're playing, they pick up paychecks too.
Well, they shouldn't.
No, hold on. They have played people.
Well, not the last week.
Recently, yeah. But like, okay, I get they played the Rockies and the Pirates. They crushed them both. They 2 sweeps in a row.
I know.
Right?
It's great.
I also think the 15-15 is a little bit of spin, Dr. Douglas.
What do you mean?
Because, well, not you.
How
it's
dare?
Joe. No.
Wait a minute. I'm in my Phillies. What do you mean?
It's guilt by association. No, like, because there was a massive downstretch earlier this season, right? Up until I think they played the Mets.
Yes.
Right? That was bad. But after that,
they've been good.
After that, they've been, I think, really good.
I agree.
It's not just Commanditans. It's the Guardians. It's the Cardinals who had won 9 in a row before we played them. The Diamondbacks, decent. Like the Cubs, they're beating some of the better teams in baseball.
Yeah, because to your point, when they went to Chicago to play the Cubs, we didn't know how that was going to go.
I thought it was going to go poorly.
Yeah.
I don't even think they were looking their best in that series, but they still managed to go to Wrigley.
And won 2 out of 3. I know.
The Diamondbacks, who are, they're not a tomato can. They're a middle of the pack team, but they're not the Rockies. They're not the Pirates. We beat them, and we almost swept them. Like that was sort of where you saw the offense really start to come to life. Sweeping the Rays. I mean, the Guardians are a pretty solid team. The Cardinals were hot. Like, this goes way beyond just the Pirates and the Rockies. The Phillies are red. They have to be one of the hottest, if not the hottest team in baseball right now, regardless of opponent.
I know, and I'm happy they're doing well. I'm just not jumping both feet in. I did this last year. They had a similar record. I mean, their record last year around this time was pretty. I think they were 4 games better, but it was still really good.
I see what this is. You're afraid to love again.
A little bit. Yeah, I am because I got fooled by an early season start with some tomato cans on there. And the reality was they were good, just like they're good now, but they weren't that great.
Let your guard down, Joe.
No, I'm not doing it.
I think they have the best record in baseball versus teams below 500.
They have to. I mean, they've done such a good job. So it's probably going to be good enough to sustain them all year, which is great. But
everybody plays below 500 teams.
Yes, but we are really
also
doing a job.
I would like to throw this in too, because we just beat the Rockies up.
Yes.
You know who else gets to beat the Rockies up?
The whole NL
way
West?
More than us?
The West.
The entire West.
Oh, I'm glad we took advantage. I mean, we played them 7 times. We beat them 7 times. I mean, if the Phillies make the playoffs by a few games, we're going to be like, that was it. They did exactly what they needed to do against the Rockies, which is wonderful. I'm just not fully there yet. 215-592-9494 gets you aboard here on the Phillies. Can we hear from Topper as well? Rob Thompson spoke after the game yesterday about the sweep and where he's at right now. He's got to be feeling good about his team as they get set for a series tonight in Sacramento against the A's.
This club hasn't necessarily played that well here at Coors Field. Given not just that you hit, you pitch. I mean, how pleased are you with a 4-game sweep?
Yeah, really pleased. You know, like I said at the start of it, we haven't played very well here, but we played well. You know, the day we don't necessarily score many runs, we really pitched well and played good defense. So. Yeah, it was very satisfying.
Well, it should be satisfying. I mean, it's not easy. And I saw the stat yesterday. It's the first time in Phillies history they have swept a series over another opponent for a full season of at least 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh, as much as we laugh at the Rockies, and they are all-time bad, like the Phillies have never done this to anyone. They've never played
Historic.
a team
That's
7
crazy.
times and beat them all 7 times in a season. It is historic. It's great. And I'm glad they took advantage of it. I'm not ready to go fully in and buy in this foot. They're on pace for over 100 wins.
I don't know
about
they're
that.
a 100-win team, but that's okay.
I know.
They don't need to be a 100-win team.
No, they don't. But they need to probably be a 90-something win team.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I mean, they're on pace for 100. So if things settle down a little bit, we'll probably see them go back to 92 or something like that. That's totally okay.
It is totally okay. It's okay. I feel good. You guys are feeling great after beating up a tomato can.
Hold on.
Tomato can.
Their best player is also getting hot.
He is? Bryce has been, we know about the hair and he's shaving his head. Any update on the John Clark situation?
No, he hasn't hit me
Still
back
ducking
yet.
you?
Yeah, he's still ducking.
So, what team in the NL are you buying?
Well, I mean, the Phillies are playing better than anybody right now. I mean, if the Dodgers pitching has been a mess. The Mets have the whole Soto thing. He might hate being a Met. I'm not saying these teams are better than the Phillies right now. I'm just saying the Phillies have done it well. I'm just not fully there. Again, they have a bullpen that still has some issues. Even though they've been better, I don't trust most of those guys. They have a lineup that's been better and hitting, but not hitting for much power. Where do you come down on the Phillies? 215-592-9494 plus. This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco. All right, speaking of Sunoco, Hugh, we do have this $100 gift card to give away between now and the end of the show today.
Mm-hmm.
And we are looking for some, kind of weird jobs, odd jobs. It'd be funny if we would do. And most people are imagining you doing these, which I find funnier. I mean, I've been roped into some of these, but
we know we're probably more open to doing adventurous things.
Well, I mean, just the idea of Hugh snowboarding has got me just rolling over here.
I think it's very appropriate to target Hugh when you bring something up and his mind goes to wolf eels.
Which are not prevalent around here.
Bro, listen.
People crab all the time without
on the other side of the country.
I have to, when I have conversations now, I always have to preface it with, hey, wait a minute, I'm here, so let me get this out before we talk about what you want to talk about. But it worked. That's how my mind works now. I'm always thinking about something else. I'm like, wait a minute, wolf eels.
Thinking about the worst.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? I think this is what it is. Because we're always talking about so many different things. I'm always in show mode.
Yeah.
Like no matter where I am, I feel like I'm in show mode.
And that's how the wolf eel makes it onto the show.
Yes.
It's kept you alive.
Yes.
I mean, look, the river bailing out on us.
I mean, it's just weird because it's always I'm in show mode and I'm always like I'm in the moment, but I'm always somewhere else. If that makes sense.
I do. Yeah. After working with you for 3 years. Do you feel better about leaving us high and dry last week? Because Scott kind of agreed with you. He thinks you did the right thing, leaving us at the river.
Well, this is the thing, because we've gotten to the point where, I am the elder statesman on this show, and you would think with age comes wisdom, so you would think that y'all would, acknowledge that.
Yeah, but you're host of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. I mean, if you had never gotten fear on the show before, maybe I would have said, oh, wow, Hugh must see something bad. I have to run too. You're afraid of wolf eels in the Pacific Ocean. We want to go crabbing.
But you shouldn't have been afraid of this, because I'm looking at they had the little pontoons or whatever in the water. And I remember specifically saying, hey, the water's rising. And Kyle was like, oh, you're afraid of everything. just do the show. Why, by golly.
God
and I was
forbid,
like, fine.
I want you to do your
And I was
job.
like, okay, the water's rising. The guy was like, shut up, old man. Do your job.
You know what I think we found out?
I was not that
I
cool.
think we found out that I play the odds, Hugh plays his gut. Okay? His gut told him something bad was happening. And I was saying, what are the odds the River's going to rush up here?
But the absolute best is when I'm looking at Joe, and Joe's looking at me like, what's wrong with you? And as the water calmly rises behind you. What did you have to buy new this week, Joe? Tell everybody what you had to get new.
New backpack.
Why did you have to get a new backpack, Joe?
Well, the river ruined my backpack.
I did my best to save your backpack.
I know you did.
Yeah.
And I actually thought it'd be okay, and then a couple days went by. I was like,
This is the one that gets me, Kyle. And this is, since we're here now, this is why I got up.
Did your shoes get ruined?
No, they didn't. I don't know because I haven't looked at them since that we had them. But this is the one that made me stand up. We had this big ass electrical wire behind us, right?
You're telling me.
I mean, like it was huge, and
I
know
was
it runs
responsible for it.
No, that wasn't ours. You had ours. I'm talking about the one
well, it was connected to all of our equipment.
that connected everything.
Yeah,
and that was right behind us. And when I saw the water rising, and the dude was feebly trying to pick it up and moving slow, I'm looking at Joe, and I'm like, dog, do you see what's going on? And Joe looked at me with that Joe Giglio face, and I'm looking at him like, dog. And Buddy dropped the cord one time because he was trying to put it on a trash can. And I'm looking at Joe like, dog, you really just sitting there. And Buddy back here attempting to try to pick up this cord, and the water's steady rising.
Our street team guy was fired up, too.
Oh,
he came back hot.
And he kept saying, because he kept saying, hey, what are you guys doing? He was like, what's going on? So, I mean, it's
most fired up I've ever seen a street team.
Yeah. Y'all need to learn how to read the room. Y'all don't know how to read the room.
Well, maybe if you weren't the boy who cried wolf, we would have believed you.
I think I
bet you believe me next time.
I bailed at the last possible moment so that we could do as much of the show as possible, and I still saved the equipment. I was fine. You bailed at the first sign of danger.
You know what? This reminds me. I remember when I was playing, and y'all remember Hurricane Katrina?
Well, of course.
And I remember people saying, "Hey, we're just gonna stay. It's just rain." Yeah, that's y'all. You know what I mean?
I think this was a little less severe.
But it's in the similar vein. Y'all hung around and almost made it bad for y'all.
Yeah, almost.
Sometimes you need to just leave, man.
Right, and I sometimes the person with the gut feeling, you should listen to them. I like to play the percentages. The percentages are we were probably going to be fine. Of course, there was a chance I could have died. I mean, that's it happens. We weren't. We weren't really fine. Dean in Warminster's up. Hey, Dean.
Hey, how you doing, Joe?
Good, Dean. What's up?
Well, not too much. Two things. One, do you think that being it's such a rugby-esque kind of play, do you think Jordan Mailata had anything to do with the inception of it?
Mailata, the inception. I don't know. I mean, I think it was more of a Sirianni did it a little bit in Indianapolis because when they had Rivers as their quarterback, they would bring Brissett in for the quarterback sneak or whatever, and they would kind of be what the Tush Push has become here. So I think it was a Sirianni thing, and then Stoutland took it over and kind of perfected it. But I don't know. I mean, there's a chance they kind of asked Mailata what he thought.
I don't know. It's just a thought, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. As far as the Phillies go, yeah, I'm in, man. Why wouldn't you be?
Well, I mean, they've beaten up garbage teams. I mean, that's kind of what
that's what they're supposed to do.
Right, but
and they've fared well against decent teams. I mean, other than that sweep by the Mets, I don't think
that all you got. Sound like you petered it out a little bit. You all right over there?
I know, Hugh. I know.
Yeah.
And dude, I'm sorry. Guess what? I appreciate your tenure here. I had season tickets up until about 2005.
Then what happened?
Well, you retired. He didn't want to watch it anymore.
No, he lying.
I got too old. You know how much of a day that is to go down there?
I don't believe that.
Then you fought T.O. naked, like Carmen said.
Easy now.
Man, Dean, I can't believe we got a caller here, Dean, who gave up his season tickets because you fought T.O. What? You're responsible for this, Hugh. Dean, what do you got for us? An odd job you think it'd be funny if we did?
Well, I'll tell you, man. I told Kyle, I was a roofer for like 35 years until I fell and got hurt.
Ooh.
I'd like to see. Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to do that. I don't think anybody.
Shout out to the roofers out there, man. That's not like. Are you talking about the old school roofers where they used to have to put the tar on the roof?
I was an old school roofer, man. When
yeah,
I
shout out to the old
I
school.
used to melt asphalt, man.
Man,
I know there's
listen.
ocean full of that
Listen,
stuff.
yeah. You way to catch yourself at the absolute
I
last
did.
minute. Dean, hey, shout out to you, man. That is no joke.
Not easy work, Dean,
Yeah,
man.
and it's hot. And they do it in the summer. You got to do it in the summertime
Yeah.
too, correct?
Happy Memorial Day
Oh,
weekend.
he's gone. It's hot.
So when I had my first house, my father-in-law and I built he built it, I helped. But I built like a porch on the front of our house. But you had to redo the roofing to make it match the porch part. So I was on the roof, and it was just a ranch. I'm not built for that. I was not comfortable up there, and it was only like, I don't know, 12 feet or whatever. It was not high. Have you ever been on a roof or roofed?
No, I did. I used to work in a steel mill, and back in the day, this was like probably what 90s, 89, 90, something like that. When we used to have steel mills, Joe, because it was at a temp service, so we were there. Joe, I hid in the bathroom. Because I was like, Joe, because I thought, like, here's the thing. My dad used to be he used to be like where they used to make the molds and you pour it in and he used to flip the mold. My dad was a big dude, so he used to flip the molds and just like, you know what I mean? He used to pick up engine blocks and stuff like old school man strength. So I thought that was cool. So I tried to do what he did. Man, I went there, like the first night I was in the steel mill. Man, I'm like, what the hell? Because, you know, it's all that soot and the slush and stuff. Man, I hid in the bathroom, and they had to come get me. and that was the first and last day I did that. I went and told my dad, say, Dad, gave him a hug, and be like, hey, I appreciate everything you did.
I'm not built for this.
I am not. I'm going to school. I'm going back to school.
Well,
I'm cool.
I want to say that's a surprising story, but that's a great story. All right, before we did promise you a couple people in the NFL that just need to take a deep breath and relax. Can we start with Marjorie Harris, Josh Harris's wife? Here's what she said about the Washington Commanders now.
We have so much to look forward to. And look, the Commanders are America's team. And so what better place to have the NFL draft than in the mall?
America's team? What are we talking about? They get a new stadium and now they're America's team?
You have got to be smoking something.
Yeah, that's enough of that. And then we also have Brock Bowers here, tight end for the Las Vegas Raiders, describing his new teammate, Ashton Jeanty.
Your first impressions of Ashton Jeanty?
Oh, he's a beast. He's a beast. He's out there. You know, he's quick. He's fast. He's rocked up. He's thick. So he's pretty good.
He's rocked up. He's thick.
He's rocked up. He's thick.
It's a bad soundbite for him. It's a bad day. It's a bad day.
I mean, relax. Holy
he didn't know what to say, so he
said whatever it was the wrong thing.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
one
didn't
of
know what to
those
say.
two things would have everyone would let that fly. Like when you put them together, he's
rocked up. He's thick.
Yeah, or if he just says he's
He
rocked up.
He could have said
all
he's
right.
put together. He's
Yeah.
put together.
Yeah.
He could have said that, but he took it. He took it way too.
Way too far. All right, 215-59. Who's sounding more ridiculous? Marjorie Harris calling the Commanders America's team, or Brock Bowers calling Jeanty rocked up and thick?
Marjorie Harris.
That's more ridiculous?
Well, the rocked up and thick, but there's a lot that goes along with Marjorie Harris in the way what she said. But I would probably vote for her because she has no depth in this matter. You know.
Who sounded more ridiculous, Kyle? Marjorie?
I mean, Bowers.
I think
like
so,
that. I
too.
was stunned when I heard that audio.
He's rocked up. He's thick.
It's a lot on a Friday. It's a lot on a Friday. It's a lot on a Friday.
Yep, it is. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll hear from you people coming up. Plus, if you think what you just heard is out of control, wait till you hear. Someone needs to regain control around here. What goes on at this radio station after dark? It is a wild scene. You're going to hear some stuff that happened on the air last night at WIP. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
He's back at the track, at the wall. He leaps. It's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books at MGM Network. We're taking the Tigers on the money line tonight over the Guardians after losing 7-0 on Thursday. This is a bounce-back spot for the best team in baseball. Tigers pitcher Jackson Jobe has a perfect 4-0 record, and the Tigers have yet to lose a game that he's pitched in. He's taking on Slade Ciccone, who is 0-1 with a 5.40 ERA. We expect the Tigers to get back in the win column, and that's why we're taking Detroit on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nyrabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub. The familiar faces it's filled with and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgana.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. Unbelievable! What a play! See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match you. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Looking for an odd, weird job. I think it'd be funny if we did. We've gotten some great answers. I still keep chuckling at the idea of Hugh Douglas snowboarding, X Games style, but if you could beat that, or a couple of great ones, you'll win the prize, $100 gift card to Sunoco. All right, Phil's, Hard Knocks. We've talked about it a lot today. Let's go to Brady in Reading, talking to Phillies. Hey, Brady.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on?
Brady, what's up?
Doing well. Actually right now I work for the Philly Pretzel Factory, so I'm actually on a delivery.
Okay.
So that's what I'm up to.
Oh, you're the guy everyone wants to run into.
Yeah, they like you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I bring the good stuff. So.
Brady, what are you thinking? Are you buying in? You fully buying into what the Phillies are doing right now?
I've been bought in on the Phillies. I feel I don't know. Just after the past couple of years of the playoff experience of these guys and camaraderie. I mean, I have faith we'll, absolutely get in the playoffs and be in a position for a run. It's just a matter of, the pieces coming together at the right time. So.
Well, and playing their best baseball in October, which, a couple of
guys like turning around the count too. But yeah, no, I see like a lot more like plate discipline too, which just, I don't know, makes me feel better about things. I don't know, like you said earlier on the show about the idea, the concept of bringing Reese back was, which honestly, that'd be amazing. I think that he's kind of a little too hot and doing a little too well this year that we'd kind of have to give, I think a bit to get him. And I think I don't know, the Brewers might also be trying to make a run themselves, but yeah, no, I mean, I just feel like I feel like that we have a good, as good of a shot as anybody, truly. I mean, the Dodgers obviously have chinks in their armor, so.
Well, their starting pitching has gotten all hurt. I mean, they're on like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th starters because all the injuries have had. Now, they'll figure out a way to get to the playoffs. They always do. But you're right, no one's perfect. The Mets have fallen off. The Soto thing's not great for them right now. So it's a good spot for the Phillies to be in. Let's hope they keep winning here. Brady, what do you got for us? What is your odd job you think it'd be funny if we did?
So I was thinking yoga instructor. I think that'd be, kind of funny on a number of levels.
It would absolutely be funny.
That class would get nothing done. I tried to do yoga, man. Yoga is no joke, especially when you're not that flexible.
You did yoga?
I tried
Maybe
to do
a little
it.
bit more of the Kundalini, guided meditation stuff.
Well, and I've tried to do hot yoga. As a matter of fact, over here, they have I guess it's a senior center.
Okay.
And I saw the
guy. You're not that old yet.
But no, I saw a dude doing Tai Chi. I'll do that.
Oh yeah, no, that stuff's awesome. Guiding energy and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm about.
I'm gonna do that. I'll do that Tai Chi. I'll do some Tai Chi now.
All right, some Tai Chi. Brady, good one. So should I write down yoga or Tai Chi or both?
I would say both.
Now he's saying instructor though, not just take the class.
But I got to learn how to do it. I would love to learn how to do Tai Chi, and learn how to
Well, you should do it.
Work on my what they call my chakras and my energy levels and stuff.
Is that the correct word? The chakras?
Well, I don't know. Okay. I just made that up. Okay. But I saw a buddy outside, older gentleman, and he was, he was moving it. He was doing his motions. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I feel like you fall
how to do that
though.
No, but it's more about centering your. It's about centering your chi. It's called the chi.
Your chi.
Is your chi.
Stop acting like you know what you're talking about.
No, but
it
is chi.
It's Kung Fu Panda stuff.
Oh, okay.
The Kung Fu Panda. He does his chi.
That is disrespectful.
No, it's not. When was the last time you saw the movie? We watched it recently.
I tried to watch it the other night.
He does his chi.
Oh, speaking of the movie,
Poe.
I'm not lying. I want to see the Lilo and Stitch movie.
I think we're going tonight.
I've heard yesterday that is a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I think we're locked in to go tonight. So that's
what's up.
how I'm spending my Friday night. John Belaris is calling in. He wants to talk
Stop
about.
playing.
No, I'm not playing.
See, John Belaris was the one that tried to save you last week, by the way.
Yeah.
John, how are you? Thank you for trying to save my life.
Yeah, Joe.
John.
Joe, you know what? You put Kyle at big risk.
Well, no, I mean, he's his own person. He could have got up.
I'm good.
No. Do you know the number one killer with weather is lightning?
Well, we were under a tent.
No. Now, if you have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that tent lifts up. Even if it gets buzzed by the metal frame holding it.
It was a big tent, though, John. Big tent.
Big tent. It doesn't matter. It could go right down into the electrical system. I'm telling you, I was worried for you guys.
So you were the one feeding Hugh the information. This is why he was all afraid?
Yeah. I said, you guys.
Scared
you.
you.
Guys
He did.
Shelter.
No, listen.
You had water rising from the Schuylkill. You had lightning. You had wind gusts to 60. You had possible tornadic activity.
Sending him stuff about Wolffields, too?
But the show must go on, John. You know
No,
this.
wait a
The
minute. See,
show
look.
must go on.
Listen, I've been in hurricanes. I flew with the hurricane hunters.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I never do when I have my crew is put them in harm's way. If we're, if we're on the ground with a hurricane, and I have been with Andrew and all of them, I put my crew behind the walls, not out exposed. Like, look at me.
See now, John, I got to show.
You would never bail on him.
I have to show Joe the text now because I didn't say anything. But since we're here now, see, look at the text. What does it say?
Get away from electronics. Hughes, severe storm about to strike. Seeks shelter. I'm serious. John, you're the reason he left. You got this guy frightened.
No, this is what he does.
Well, I did this because you guys were wrecking Hughes, saying he was a baby, but I put the fear of God in him.
He said.
Well, now I'll blame you. Yeah,
he said, "Get away from electronics. I'm serious." And I said, "Oh, I believe you."
Well, I was serious.
Now I believe you. And John, perhaps everyone could have been safer if Hugh showed me your text message because I didn't believe him. You, I would have believed a little bit more.
Because I was like to be honest, that he was my ace in the hole, the weather guy. Like when I be dropping that weather knowledge.
You didn't tell me I have an expert.
Because that
You're
was my
scared of your shadow.
That was my ace in the hole. I wasn't going. You can't tell everybody everything, but since he called, we here now.
You hid in the bathroom at the steel mill.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm the secret weather guy.
John, listen, man, we appreciate it. We appreciate you trying to save our life. John, we appreciate good phone call. And now I have some more context here to all this.
Man, listen. I kept telling you because he was like, he said, "No, Hugh, you're right. The water is rising." And I was like, the water's rising.
So I hope I don't take this from anyone. We have a few people that want to chime in. But there is a job we haven't heard of before that I always thought would be thrilling to do. And I know there's no way in the world he would do it.
Chasing a storm?
Chasing a storm.
Storm chasers?
Like a tornado chaser. Now that's got to be a rush. Would you do it?
Only if I'm driving.
So you would be in the eye of a storm if you were driving.
Only if I'm driving, and we got to be driving.
Abandon his crew.
The
tornado will take the truck, right?
We better be driving something that can walk the dog too. It got a little bit of weight to it, a little girth. We got to be having something a little heavy. Yeah, I'd do that. Because those weather cars, like they get knocked around a little bit, but they're pretty sturdy. So yeah, I would do that as long as I'm driving. As long as you allow me to drive, yeah, I'll go.
All right. Well, I think that would be awesome to do. I'd be terrified, but it would be thrilling. All right. Before we go any further, we did promise telling everyone what happened around here last night. Well, I think we've lost total control at WIP once the sun goes down. So I turned on TK last night and listened to Tom Kelly and. Well, just listen to what was going on during Tom's show last night.
Where we have our hub area is what we call it. Big common area, big kitchen area, and we've got our water cooler out there. We got 2 coffee machines. And I look out during the break, and I see Buzz. Why do you not have shoes on? Like, what is good? This is a place of business. You're walking around with your smelly-ass feet out. What are you doing? Where are your shoes?
Well, they're sitting right here. And I have them off because I'm the only one sitting in the studio right now, and I like to get comfortable at night.
You couldn't put your shoes on.
Oh, I could have, but there's no one out there. There's no one out there.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Was there anyone out there?
Somebody's out there right now.
All right. Well, I don't know. It's 8:30. Different rules after 6 o'clock
No,
here.
this is a place of business, Buzz. It's disrespectful to your coworkers to walk around without shoes on. I mean, I can't believe I have to tell you this.
Listen, I got comfortable. I didn't feel like putting them back on. I ran out just to get some water, and I'm back in here.
Did you do this on purpose? I mean, part of me thinks you did it on purpose.
It's good
so
for
you
show
were hoping
content.
this would happen because you love any. We all know you love any opportunity to talk about yourself on the air. So is this?
And it worked. It was all a setup.
I agree with Tom. This is ridiculous that Buzz was not wearing shoes around here. I don't care if it's 8:30 in the morning, 8:30 at night, 2 a.m. Put your shoes on.
You know what I find funny is that I guess Buzz got wind that we were going to do this.
Yeah.
And he tried to come in here and defend himself.
He told us that a former WIP employee used to do this often.
He
even named names.
He dry snitched.
And he dry snitched on someone. He's like, well, this guy did it too.
First of all, Buzz, if you're still listening, you nasty. Because that's nasty.
It is.
You don't take your shoes off at work. You take your shoes off at home.
I know some people who work in this building who might call the police on Buzz for that.
I mean, I consider it
Some
last night.
germaphobes?
Yeah.
It's a couple. We work with a couple germaphobes. I didn't know Andrew, the sales guy.
Yeah.
He's a germaphobe.
How'd you find that out?
Because he probably didn't even realize it. But you know how when you're walking into the building and you grab the door,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
He grabs the handle
He didn't
from
want to
the
touch.
height.
He doesn't want to touch that
He
door.
grabs it high. So yeah, I was like, okay, so Andrew's a homophobe. I mean, a germaphobe.
you need a timeout. Just glad you didn't include his last name because he's a germaphobe. Okay, let's make sure we get that. Let's make sure we get that totally clear. He's a germaphobe. Anyway, I'm a phobe of Buzz not wearing his shoes around
How
here.
much time I got left?
Well,
for the day or employment? Which one?
I saved you.
Well, you didn't save me from YouTube.
No, well,
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, you people will get their opinion on all this coming up. Buzz, wear your shoes. Here's the rule. Here's the rule. If you come to work in shoes, you stay in your shoes at work. This isn't
I am
hard.
going so get caught into the office.
Yeah. Why don't you enjoy your 3-day weekend?
But I didn't mean it came out wrong.
This is the problem when we start naming names.
Well, the problem was you could have told the story without his name. You used his name.
I didn't use his whole name.
No, luckily, you're gonna start getting emails.
Andrew is not. He fooling me. No
HR is
more.
gonna come after you.
I will need the people on hold and YouTube heard this.
Okay. So, Buzz, wear your shoes. Don't do that again. Also, we had this last night. It was a Friday morning, which means, do we have ourselves an explicit snack of the night? Let's hear it.
Oh, my God. No, wait a minute. If you're going to get yourself a nice rotisserie chicken, right? There is nothing better. It's all down. I love getting and I have one in front of me here. When you go to, whether it's it's usually a supermarket. You can make some at home, but it's almost not worth it because it's for the hassle and the price. You just buy one that's already made, right, at a supermarket or a bulk warehouse. When you get it home and it's red hot, you just say, heat be damned, I'm just going to grab it barehanded. Oh, nothing beats it. The flavor. I can't do the cold. Maybe it's a mental block. But when you get it nice and warm. So if you want to fill your stomach, get a ton of protein, that's the way to go. So if you're able to get your hands on a larger,
Oh, I know what that is.
I might eat half of it in one sitting. Oh. But then the other half, make myself a nice little taco, nachos.
So did I forget to bleep out
rotisserie chicken?
Yeah, we heard it. Yep. Yeah.
Oh well.
That's
you know
all right.
what?
We've
You were
had
due. You had a good
some-
week, and you were due.
We had some faux pas earlier, so Sorry.
So
Andrew.
you were dumped. You should have been dumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it just.
Well, I got about 12 minutes before I get dumped because otherwise all three of us in one segment are going to have a moment.
Well, we gonna have. It's gonna be a time. Time's gonna be had.
That was.
I have a question about John's snack of the night. Have we run out of snacks? We're eating full rotisserie chicken.
Full rotisserie chicken. I mean,
Hey, dog, that's
smokes.
par for the course over these parts. Yeah, when he said chicken, I was like, oh, that's rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, but you're eating struggle meals. What is
I'm
John
eating
doing?
struggle meals. He's married, right? John's married,
Yeah,
right?
and he's doing it in the middle of the night. No one. I mean, there's times to eat a
Dude,
rotisserie chicken. It's not the middle
hard
of the
to
night.
do a snack of the night like all the time. That's a tough one.
Well, that's why he's on to rotisserie chickens and peanut butter week 3 times in a year.
Peanut butter. We guilty.
Guilty. All right. All right, let's go to Ed in Phoenixville, and then we'll get to you people. Ed,
do we have to get to you people today?
We do, yeah. Ed, what's up?
Oh, I can't top that, NC-17 content that you just played right there. But
nothing like a good old rotisserie
Jesus.
chicken chewing on the air.
Oh yeah. So, I'm feeling a lot. I'm fully in on the Phillies. Never was really out, but just most of the way in, and but definitely full speed ahead now. I think my one concern is if they try to tinker with this bullpen, it's like I'm just having nightmares. The whole Heath Hembree, Brandon Workman situation of trading for 2 pieces that just kind of blow up in their face. So I think they're in a good enough position now where they can just kind of wait and see how everything goes. But just wanted to hear what you guys thought.
I agree. I don't and look, it's just 1 week and it was the Rockies, but it's settled down enough that I'm not as worried. Go make a trade right now, especially because Romano Ed has pitched well for a few weeks now, where you can feel like you can trust him a little bit. I still don't love where Kerkering is, but it's all right? It's not killing us right now, and Strahm's been good for them. So yeah, I'm glad they don't have to rush into this and we can wait. And Ed, I'm okay with giving up something significant to get something we feel strongly about, rather than just trying to throw darts like the Hembree thing you were talking about. I don't know who the guy's going to be. It's Helsley, or I don't know if the A's would listen on Mason Miller, but I'd rather them trade something real and get a guy you're like, okay, he's legit, put him in.
And is there not a guy in our system who can come up and be additive, or are we kind of at the bottom of the barrel?
Well, so what's interesting is it doesn't feel like they have any real relievers that are close. They have guys that they could convert, right? I mean, they already converted Seth Johnson, and they're trying him in AAA as a reliever. And then some people brought up Mick Abel. Obviously, Jolly and I fought the other day about Andrew Painter. I mean, it feels like they have starters, Ranger, that they could convert, but I don't think they have regular developed relievers at AAA that are ready. So they're either going to have to convert a starter or trade for somebody.
Yeah. So, I mean, but like I said, I think it's not like panic mode, DEFCON 2 kind of thing.
No,
so
it's not.
I think we're in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah. Well, they're 14 games up, so you feel good about that.
Yeah. So are you guys ready for the job of the century?
We got you.
Yes.
The 3 of you as a team as Chippendales dancers.
Oh no. That's Ed. I mean, I understand the visual and the laughter out there right now, but that's a lot, Ed. Good phone call.
That's a whole lot.
Yeah, did you see this?
Did.
Yeah.
Devin Caney just sent us a picture of
so Dev shooting
the camera barefoot.
Oh,
standing up right in there.
I mean,
okay.
Joe's barefoot right where I'm sitting right now. That's gross.
That's tough.
This is HR violation. And I assume Buzz had socks on. I'm hoping Buzz had.
DeCamera's legitimately
barefoot.
Yep.
How does Richie sit in that studio? What are we doing? All right, can we hear from you people, please?
Do we have some?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Just for the sake of full accountability purposes.
Okay.
Some serious irony when we're talking about they need to get it together on the overnight, and then to have you do.
I still think it's out of control at night around here. Doesn't mean Hugh's not out of control.
What?
Sorry,
get removed
sorry,
from the
Andrew. Sorry, Andrew. Sorry about that. This is a Freudian slip.
You were so lucky the last name wasn't put out there. I mean, you are so lucky.
Our relationship probably has just changed.
I don't even know how to comport myself to do this segment anymore.
No,
it's like everything is.
I already know I'm getting cooked, so just let me have it.
So no, I think a lot of people are. Well, somebody said you had an historic week.
Well, I'm glad he was here. Whoever that person was, glad you're here all week.
You've taken over my heater, and you're going to carry it over into the weekend, buddy. Yep. All right, so I didn't quite understand this one. This was before I even said a word, the very beginning of the show. Kyle doesn't know anything. I had not spoken yet.
The preemptive strike. I don't care what his take is today. That guy knows nothing. I like that.
Excuse me. This one, even crazier. WIP doesn't exist without Kyle. Not true.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
You have a fan. You have a fan.
That's good.
That's what that means.
That's good.
You have a fan.
It was a weird chat today. Have you ever heard this term for beating the teams you're supposed to, harvesting your nuts?
I have until now.
Okay. Yeah, that's the first.
So the Phillies harvested their nuts.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
It's the first time I've ever heard this.
Nut harvest.
It's about time for you to go.
Yeah. So we put up the poll today. Is it a good thing the Eagles are on Hard Knocks?
Yeah.
One of the comments, who cares?
Who cares?
Just what, like...
There's a television show with the Eagles on.
Why do people watch sports if you're just this miserable about everything? Who cares?
Who cares? You're going to watch. So am I. Who cares? We've totally lost you, by the way. He's gone.
No, I'm here. I'm still.
He's gone.
Somebody wondered why we weren't spending any time on women's college softball today.
They playing?
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes it is on the studio when we're here.
Hugh
and I
just
vacillate between Charmed, which is on one TV most
and
nights.
then we watch ourselves sometimes.
Why are you not spending any time on it?
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
like that's almost the same comparison to people who all have an opinion about the WNBA that really don't watch it, but all of a sudden now they have an opinion. So yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yep. Hugh, obviously just jealous of Kelsey's popularity here. Okay.
I am so jealous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yep. This one I don't have the context for, but I just like pulling these because they crack me up whenever I see them. What the hell is Hugh talking about?
You could use that for any moment, any time of the show. 10 o'clock, 11,
I mean,
12.
I'll own that one. I'll own that.
Germaphobes,
because
other
it kind of gets off. It kind of goes off into its own thing.
I'm going to guess that was when, for no reason, you talked about the eels that live in Japan. Like, what does that do anything?
I love a good what the hell is you talking about? It can apply to a lot of things. All right. A few suggestions we got in the YouTube chat for jobs they'd like to see.
Oh, boy.
For us. Just one for you, Joe. A mannequin.
A mannequin.
Real
life mannequin.
I could probably pull that off.
I can see that.
Yeah. Give me a nice outfit. I'll just stand there.
Crazy, but I think it actually fits.
Yeah, okay.
Hugh is a crash test dummy.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I kind of see
Crash
it.
test dummy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Somebody said, imagine Hugh on Deadliest Catch.
No, I'm not getting in the boat, man.
I wouldn't do that either. I mean, that's crazy out there.
Yeah, that's rough.
I just can't imagine Hugh Hugh panicking as the boats get rocked.
Of course we can imagine. He told us today at one of his jobs in his life, he hid in the bathroom and locked the door until they found him.
I hid the door. I hid, man. And no, they found me before my shift was up and made me go back to work.
And the last one here. Hugh, in any job that requires accountability.
Oh, that's a losing effort right there.
Somebody's on a heater with the accountability.
Well,
it's one of my favorite recurring jokes on YouTube.
Our heater is about to run out because the show and the week is about to run out.
Get us out of here.
Yeah, that clock's ticking on Hugh. That HR email's coming in. Okay.
Damn, I was doing so well.
I know.
I was doing so well.
Yeah, you better dress up in a suit Monday, buddy.
In your defense, this felt like an honest mistake.
It was an honest mistake.
It was a slip.
Because I know that he's not that, it was just, using words that you're not that familiar with on a regular basis. I got to leave it alone. Shout out to everybody.
You're welcome to you people who get to hear that.
We're all inclusive. I just want to
to
say before we leave, we are all inclusive. We love everybody.
Get that one on the record before we get out of here.
Everybody.
Okay. We need to pick a winner. We have a $100 gift card.
Oh, you already know who the winner is.
Yeah, it's Kyle with the horse inseminator. Yeah, that's not this Kyle. The Kyle that called in earlier.
What an absurd show.
Totally absurd.
Outrageous.
Yeah, I think the listeners might need a day off from us on Monday. Everyone have a great Memorial Day. Thank you to everyone out there who served, and we appreciate everyone that is out there. Listen, have a great Memorial Day weekend and enjoy it. Hopefully the weather warms up a little bit. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the Tush Push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush, or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Describe Delilah's to Gentlemen's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentlemen's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Now that the NFL owners' meetings are over, we're getting near the end of the league's off-season content programming. There's one giant story that has yet to be resolved. Aaron Rodgers is still out there. Insiders assume he's headed to Pittsburgh, but it's hard to get excited about Rodgers parachuting into a team that already has a lot of issues on that side of the ball. The excitement level has to be going down and down in Pittsburgh. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, it is the kickoff to summer on the WIP Afternoon Show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we are at the Farley Plaza with our friends from Chickies and Pete's, where Pete is going to pay your toll on the AC Expressway from 4 to 5. It's a little chilly, it's a little windy, but they cannot stop summer from coming. Ike Reese, how you feeling, brother?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the start or the beginning of summer.
Yep.
Well, we need to pick it up. I mean, seriously, grow up, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
It's the weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend. We don't need this mid-60s degree weather here. You know, nobody wants to get in the water when the temperature is like this.
Nope.
Right?
Nope.
Right? Nobody wants to be down on the damn shore with hoodies and pants on and sweatpants on, man.
Of course not.
We want to be out here in tank tops and bathing suits. And,
Sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, what the hell? Let's go. I will say this. Very festive atmosphere.
There's a chicken over there. I don't know if you saw that. Yep.
You see that?
Yep.
Hey, listen. Despite all stereotypes, it will go home with me tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Why is there a chicken running around?
I don't know. Looking good, though. You will go on the grill. Don't play with me. We're at the Farley Plaza, man. It's awesome.
It is.
Listen, the Phillies on a 7-game winning streak?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Let's get the thing. Keep the main thing the main thing. Get it back to the fightings. Jackie Baseball. How about your boy?
2 thoughts early. 1, Ike, I thought it was the best you ever sounded on leading off yesterday. I thought you were just brilliant. I thought so many salient points. And 2, for those listening at home, Spike's in a mood early.
I'm not in a mood.
Nah, you're in a mood. Everyone can sense it. Everyone around here is tight. You made the whole place tight. I know, like, you're stressed about this concert.
I'm not stressed. I'm not in a mood.
Yeah, just like, you're yelling at Buzz, lashing out at Buzz. He's in the corner.
I'm always lashing out at Buzz.
I just want you to turn that frown upside down. It's Memorial Day weekend, damn it.
It is. And
better weather would help.
Well, it'll get there. It'll get there.
I'm in on hoodie and
Look
short.
at him. Look at him. His hoodie's twice his size.
Yeah. So we are at the Farley Service Plaza. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. It is a nice little setup here. Free crab fries over there.
Oh, we can't beat that.
Car show over there. You
Yeah.
got some produce, jams,
Nice
and jellies.
old school car show.
Yes.
I like that, the antiques.
Yeah. So, and we're here every year. This is my second Farley Service Plaza broadcast. I'm a veteran of it now. I know how it goes. I know the beats. And it's a big show, as it always is on Friday. Elliot joins us at 3, Tornado Shapiro 3:30. Debate days, our final debate happens at 4 o'clock between Broods and Al Morgani about the Talkin'
Old
hire.
school versus new school.
Yeah.
Al, please, have a heartbeat.
Yep, a little bit. Like a little bit of a pulse.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear, no worries.
Yeah, no, none of that. Come strong. Come strong. Come on. Don't stop. Jack.
I can't expect him to match
Broads
energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't expect that. Yeah.
This is the worst thing of all time.
Yeah.
Oh!
No worries.
Yeah. So as Ike and Jack mentioned, the Phillies have won 7 straight.
Yes.
So they've won 7 straight. They have the best record in the National League. They're a half game out from having the best record in baseball, just a half game behind the Detroit Tigers. They have a 2-game lead in the NL East. The starting pitching has stayed great all season, save for Nola. The bullpen seems to be coming into its own. The hitting, now they have played a couple of tomato cans the last couple of series, but the hitting has come around as well. And we are, at the WIP Afternoon Show, setting a deadline for you. Because we understand the beginning of the season, they looked iffy coming off a very bad series to end the year last year against the New York Mets. But the start of summer happens officially at 6 p.m. today. And you have to declare yourself in on the Phillies by 6 p.m., or if you do it at any point during the summer, you're officially a bandwagon guy. Look, it's okay. You've been bandwagon, and if you have doubts, that's fine. But today is an official in or out on the 2025 Phillies show. You have until 6 o'clock to officially get in. Otherwise, your fandom is suspect. 215-592-9494. I would say this. For me, as to why I'm in, is not the record is good. I'm glad that they finally started to win games. To me, the most impressive thing is the commitment this season after what happened last season to be a little bit different, the approach at the plate. I think we have seen their walk rate go up. We've seen their K rate go down. If you just watch it, it's been different. And their ability, the 2 guys I want to point out, one is Trey Turner, and the other one is actually Bryce Harper. So Trey Turner hitting .315, whatever he's hitting, has definitely adjusted his approach at the plate compared to last year. He's definitely taking singles more. He's definitely using his legs more, and has committed to being a guy who gets on base, who sees more pitches, and who doesn't try to swing for the fences every at bat, every swing. And I think we've seen the results of that, and the team has seen results. I think he's seen the results at the plate, and I think the team has seen the results in the lineup. The other guy, though, is Bryce Harper. And Jack had mentioned a few weeks ago that they were just breaking balling him to death. And it didn't seem like he had adjusted. But over the last couple of weeks, he's taking what they're giving him. He's not hitting home runs all over the place, but he's hitting singles, he's hitting doubles, he's getting on base, and I think he will force pitchers to throw him fastballs again, which means the power will eventually come. So I am declaring myself in on the Phillies before 6 o'clock, so I'm in. Ike?
Yeah.
You still in?
Yeah, of course I'm still in. And listen, once I committed to being in, I'm all in. And what I really committed to was basically saying I'll open myself up to being disappointed again. This team still has a long way to go. I like the direction that they're heading in, but I need to see it against stiffer competition. Pause.
Yep.
But that's what I needed to see it against. But I don't mind them taking advantage of whom they're playing right now. It's not their fault who's on the schedule. And guess what? Because of the way baseball is set up now, everybody gets to beat up on Colorado and Oakland and all the bad teams. Like, everybody gets to beat up on these teams. Shame on you if you're one of the teams that lost one of the 8 times to the stinking Colorado Rockies.
They are
we
dreadful.
didn't. Yes, I'm just saying, we didn't. So it's not against us. It's not against us. Everybody gets to beat up on them. I will say this, Spike. That was very eloquent, everything you threw out there.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. And it sounds great, man. I'm
Yep.
with you for most of that. I will have to address the fact that you completely omitted Alec Bone from your little
Soliloquy?
No, what I want to call it when you do a turnabout.
Monologue?
No, you do a turnabout. You do a turnabout
About
on
face?
someone.
About
face on Trey Turner, who you didn't like at the beginning of the season.
Yep.
Right?
Bryce Harper, you had in the grave.
Bryce Harper, who you had a foot in the grave with. Yep, with Bryce Harper.
No, I did not like Trey at the beginning of this season.
Yeah. We know. But that's okay, though. It's okay.
It's not true.
Yes, it definitely is true. But I love the fact that you excuse both of those guys for not hitting home runs. And that's why you're okay with them. But with Alec Boehm, who doesn't hit home runs, you're not okay with him. And you didn't throw him in there because his batting average has certainly also increased since, the last month of the season.
Hitting 261.
Give him the same credit you're giving Trey Turner and Bryce Harper. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Everything else you said was fantastic. I just couldn't forget. I couldn't help but notice you left out my guy, the Bomer.
Not impressed. 215-592-9494. Are you officially in on the Phillies? You have until 6
I am
o'clock
officially
today.
in with
All
you,
right.
though, brother.
Fritz, you in?
Yeah, and
because you had them left for dead a few weeks ago.
You know me. Hate the baseball team.
Yeah.
I will say, this is the most skeptical I had been, and I expected to watch this team with a skeptical eye. And, I think if they're winning in fraudulent ways, I would still be a little bit more like, I don't know. But I don't see fraudulence. You want some fun with numbers?
Yeah.
So they are
some numbers.
They are 19th in home run rate as a team in baseball, but they're also 6th in runs scored.
Oh, is 19 is that good or bad?
Well, for the people that say all they do is try to hit home runs,
It's not good.
But it's
I mean, you can't paint 19th in home run rate as not good.
But I can paint it in a good way in that I think when they try to get into too much home run or bust mindset, like how they're doing it right.
So we like the fact they're not hitting home runs.
Well, because
all right, I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
Well, you do need to hit home runs. I don't want that to but from the standpoint of what wins in the postseason, home runs are going to come, but I think they also dry up in the postseason.
Okay.
And you have to find different ways to win ball games.
Sure.
And I think they have found different ways to do it. So they're 6th in runs scored, 5th in walk percentage, 7th lowest strikeout percentage, and they're the 2nd highest batting average in all of baseball.
Ooh.
So, I mean, obviously that was aided by 34 hits in the first 2 games.
Hey,
of the Rockies.
man, listen, man.
Everybody
plays these guys, man.
Yep.
Yes.
So I think and then on top of that, I mean, the rotation is out of control.
Right.
I mean, it's out of control. And the one thing you could throw in there is Alvarado, but and that's going to get to a sticky situation. But
Pete.
There's Pete. Man, that wallet's getting a little bit lighter.
Free tolls. There it is. 4 o'clock.
There we go. Here we go. Pinky's all banged up.
Yeah.
But the Alvarado thing could show up, but I think they're well equipped even around the trade deadline to take care of it. I didn't expect to be in this much on May 23rd, but I am.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're in. All right, we do have a next question today. As we have one final pair of tickets. It is your choice, thanks to Live Nation. You get a choice for your next question if you win. Tickets to see Thomas Rhett at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Creed, or The Offspring. As we celebrate Live Nation's $30 Ticket to Summer special offer, you can go to livenation.com/tickets to summer, ticket to summer for more details. Next question today, very simple. As we kick off summer, best or worst thing about summer? Your choice. You get to pick what you want. Jack, what do you want?
So in true WIP Afternoon Show fashion, I'm going negative.
There you go.
And the worst thing about summer is mosquitoes slash gnats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bugs. Bugs was my thing.
Yeah.
Bugs was my thing.
Gnats are the worst.
They're the worst.
And then
They're
mosquitoes.
everywhere.
They ruin an outside experience.
Yeah, they do. They sure do. Oh, wow. So I'm going to have to come with best. Do you have a best or worst thing, Ike?
Of course I do.
Okay. All right.
Well, for me, the best thing about summer is I get to grill more
there
often
you
than
go.
not.
There you go.
Yes, I am a grillsman. So I get a chance to grill at least 3 times a week, sometimes 4.
Really?
Oh,
3 or 4 times a week?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
It all depends, you know.
You get the fills on outside.
Yeah.
You get a little grill going.
Yeah. So,
Dynamite.
yeah, I love that. I love that about being able to go outside and do that. Don't really like the heat.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But the time we get off the air.
Yep.
And I can get home by 7, get started. And as you get to summer, it gets dark around 9. So I got a couple hours in there so I can get some meat on the grill. Boom.
Bang.
Where it's not too hot.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to go good then. If Jack went bad, I'm going to go good. My favorite thing about summer is tank top and cargo shorts. I love wearing tank top and cargo shorts.
That's
I love
not
it.
good for anyone.
Oh no, I'm
Hell
telling
wants
you.
to see that.
Man, your
Me?
poor neighbors.
I don't care. I love wearing a tank top and cargo shorts.
Tattoos out everywhere.
Oh yeah, looking like a real dirtball.
Wow.
That's who I am. Deal with it,
Wow.
neighbors.
Tank tops and
And
cargo shorts.
Yes,
Okay?
I love it.
Haven't evolved from the 90s.
Nope, haven't evolved there. I don't have to. I'm almost 50 years old. Doesn't matter. All right, 215-592-9494. Are you officially in on the Phillies before our 6 o'clock deadline? And next question, you get to pick worst or best thing about summer. Kicking us off, our leadoff hitter, Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
I'm in. Capital N. I'm in, man. And,
You're really in?
I'm in. What you talking about? I'm in. What you talking about? Am I really in? Yes. I'm in.
Okay, all right.
Shave his head. Hey, man. And you know what happened when people shave their head? Good things happen around these parts. You know what I'm saying? So they shave head out there. Also, you know, Ranger Suarez back. What's his record? 3-0, 4-0 as a starter. You know, one of my top 11 last year. You know, he coming back.
Yeah, he might be back in there.
Yep, he's starting to
back
wind
in
back
top
in.
11.
Might have to be back. It's him or Luzardo.
Yep,
I'm going Luzardo over Rangers.
Sanchez?
Yeah, no, but hey, he getting there. You know what I'm saying? He getting there. Listen, he's
How many
3-0
Phillies
right
pitchers
now,
are
right?
you putting in the top 11?
We'll see how many can get in there to keep Jalen down a little bit.
Last year, he was in my top 11. Don't try to change the topic yet.
I'm not changing your topic. No one's doing anything.
He was in my top 11, so I'm just saying he's starting to form back into shape.
Right.
Also, I said, only person on this show I ever met in my life that get amnesia is Spike. This man forget what he say. Like, now all of a sudden, Alec Baum. So you Alec Baum ain't saying, you ain't say bad stuff about Bryce. You weren't saying bad stuff
Of course who, me?
No, Spike wasn't saying it.
Oh,
no,
Spike.
Spike, he got amnesia. He said, I never said
Oh,
nothing
you said
about
Spike.
Bryce.
I thought you said Ike.
No. It's absolutely.
He certainly was saying bad things
They
about
were
him.
mischaracterizing what I said.
Oh, not about
was bragging and
Brycey.
stuff.
I don't know
Not
nothing
about
that.
Brycey.
Yeah.
Not mischaracterized and all that.
Of course it is.
$50 words and all. No.
That is not a $50 word. Like even in this economy, that's the first thing. Even with inflation. The second thing is, I believe in this team more than anybody. What is going on here?
You said he need to be more than a leader. When they were telling us he was the best leader, you said that, right?
Yep.
He absolutely needed to be more. Wait a minute. Jack said it. Jack said it.
Prove it.
It's on the podcast. This is
All I know,
Prove it. Do you even
all
really
I
believe the
know
Phillies?
is you can't give nobody no deadline. Like, why they gotta have a deadline? You
Because it's about standing up for what's right. That's all they need a deadline.
Yeah.
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock deadline.
Trying to do a radio show.
Spike wasn't in on the Eagles till week 19, and then he had like all year. Come on now.
No one set a deadline. No one set a deadline. Maybe you should have set a deadline.
So all I'm saying is I'm in on them. Now I will say this: they did this last year. You know, like last year we was on a
Right.
like what?
See, I'm not getting excited about the whole best record in the National League stuff. Yeah, I'm not getting excited about
That's
that.
fair.
Yeah, but I'm with Jack though. I do like the fact that they're learning the small ball. They're playing that because in the playoffs, that's what you got to do. So I do agree with that, right? And something else.
I can't wait until we don't hit home runs and then everybody's going to be irritated.
Of course.
Right.
That's why we're getting Reese back at the deadline.
My next question. Cargo shorts. Come on, man. I don't even think I own a pair of cargo shorts. What you dress like?
Oh,
man?
come on, man. There's nothing wrong with cargo shorts.
Oh, yeah, you're so cool, I bet.
I don't wear no cargo shorts. And you lucky. Hey, you lucky. The day I got rear-ended the day you was talking about backing up. Too, I had something for
He
you.
was. He texted me about it.
Yeah.
That rear
So,
end.
yeah, because I had something for you about that reverse. You do a lot of gestures in your car, buddy. One of these days you gonna press the wrong one. People fat. You don't know how to back up.
Well, Spike's got a lot of car rules. He points at people, calls them fat if they cut him off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this? Stop texting and driving. Act like a grown-up. Don't drive 60 miles an hour in the left-hand lane on the turnpike. Like, don't back into spots. Everybody grow up.
My one thing about summer, my thing about summer is I feel like all swimming pools should be heated.
All swimming pools
What
should
if it's
be
90
heated.
degrees?
Yeah, because listen, that
You're
water
swimming
be
in
cold. Nah, listen.
Not July and August. You don't want hot water. No.
Hot swimming's
That water be
disgusting.
cold. Listen, come on now. You know that. Listen, it got to be at least, because it don't be 90 degrees every day. Not where we live. Come on.
Whoa.
Where
we all live in the same area.
Where do you live in
That's
Alaska?
why you live in Ohio. That's
Yeah.
right.
It don't be no 90 degrees all the time, so don't do that. Come on. It don't be
No,
like
I'm
that. It be
just saying.
Heated pool.
I'm just saying a heated pool in July and
How much
August.
money you think?
Listen, I need a little bit of warm water. 60 degrees.
You're swimming in fecal
Nobody
matter.
wants to.
Oh, that's
that's
thank you for the
disgusting,
call,
Jack.
Terry. That's disgusting.
Gotta go one step
yeah,
too far.
that is horrible. Why does it feel like that? That's
What the
disgusting.
hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because it's warm.
Let me tell you what.
There are a
though.
lot of warm
Let me
things.
tell you what. Let me tell you.
You could say soup.
This is why I don't get
I
in.
don't swim in
I don't
soup.
get in swimming pools.
No, I don't either.
This is why I don't get in swimming
You know,
pools.
Buzz eats soup right out of the can. Like, he doesn't even warm it up.
Yeah, what?
Is that true, Buzz?
I've been known to do that, yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting, man. Yeah. You're,
It's
what
just
a
like
weirdo.
without warming up.
Yeah.
And doesn't replace it when it's his roommates. Like,
That's
he
not
takes-
true. I did replace it.
Okay.
Takes his roommate's soup and then doesn't replace it.
I'm not a big pool guy either. To be honest with you, I'm not an ocean guy either. I'm a feet in the ocean. That's about it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Get little piggies in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll go up to the calf.
I don't really like
a
large
little knee
bodies
up
of
to the
water.
knee action. I give you some knee action.
You're not
Might give you some thigh action.
Oh.
You're not body surfing?
No. What?
Come on, man.
No,
I
I
can
ain't
see you
doing
out there
that.
body surfing.
Yeah.
Nah. I won't do that. I might sit down in the water. Yeah, I might sit down and let the water come up to like my chest.
What about like diving under the waves?
Nah, that's for kids.
Dude, get
going
me
under.
It's a young man's game.
Not
Get me
going
a
in the
rip
water.
current.
And I don't get in pools because of everybody being in pools. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
but
that.
when I say fecal matter.
All that that's part of it. It's not fecal matter, but it's pee.
Well,
You pee in the pool.
it's everything.
Kids, adults, everybody pees in the pool. They never get out of the pool to go to the bathroom. You stay in the pool and use the bathroom in there. I'm good.
Jack, your point about you just
I
said,
don't want to be in the pool.
You just
I'm right, Francisco, right?
Of course he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah, he does it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Jack, you're mentioning tide. Two things that I grew up terrified of. One was being in the ocean and the tide pulling me away far away. My mom had me so scared that the tide, that I was going to end up in a different town or something if I went too far out the tide.
Yeah.
And the other one was quicksand. Quicksand when I was younger, I was very scared.
See,
of.
I'm afraid of jellyfish.
I was also very afraid, but I'm still afraid of jellyfish. Yeah,
I had
don't
an
wanna
older
get stung.
cousin that made me eat quicksand. Like not quicksand, but
what?
But beach sand.
Oh, really?
Like like an older cousin that like bullies you.
Yeah.
Or what have you.
Yeah.
So like we were on the beach in North Carolina,
Yeah.
and it's like, come here. Nah, and yeah. I might have been like 6 or 7 years old, man.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah.
It's quite a memory.
That's actually like a form of torture, I'm pretty sure.
Angie, man. Yeah. It wasn't even a male, it was a female.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much
Yeah,
older
female
than you
cousin.
was she?
If I was like 6 or 7, she must have been like 10 or 11.
Oh, real bully stuff.
Yeah. Seriously, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
215-592-9494.
Another reason why I hate the beach. Why I hate the water. You know
Forced
what I
to
mean?
eat sand.
Yeah, poor Ike shows up at the beach, starts quivering, thinking about eating a mouthful of
I still
sand.
remember that, man.
Eating sand sandwiches.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. It is a 6 p.m. deadline to be in on the Phillies. Are you
I'm
in
in.
or out? The summer starts at 6. That's when we're starting it. So you can be in or out. 215-592-9494. Next question today for tickets from Live Nation, one of 3 shows, Thomas Rhett, The Offspring, or Creed. Your favorite or least favorite thing about summer. We are at the Farley Toll Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the official. No, not the Farley Toll Plaza. Is it the Toll Plaza? Yeah. Farley Toll Plaza.
Service Plaza.
Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the official kickoff to summer. Pete will pay your toll on the AC Expressway from 4 to 5. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And if you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nairabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, do you have storm damage at your home or maybe a shore property? Guess what? Call the home team. I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal, drive up your home's resale value, and defend your home against the elements. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Call Emmons. Visit them at Emmons.com. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered. Don't forget, tell them Mike Reese sent you.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show at Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Farley Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the official kickoff to summer, where Pete pays your toll on the AC Expressway today from 4 to 5 p.m. Metallica tonight at the Lincoln Financial Field with Limp Bizkit.
Yeah,
I'm going.
I know.
Oh, you going to the concert tonight?
Yeah, going through my normal. This is the how concerts work for me. When I decide to go, very excited for the concert. Day of the concert, don't feel like going. Then get to the concert and happy I went. So I'm in the time now during the day where I have to battle through the feeling that I don't actually want to go because I know I do.
You don't have to battle through.
Yes, I do.
You could just be excited to go.
No.
And see Metallica and you Limp Bizkit.
I love them both.
I know.
Yeah.
So then you should be only positive.
No. I always think about the hassle, how nice it would be to be home. That's I just got to get through that. And once I get to the link, I'll be home free.
T's and P's for you, buddy. T's and P's.
Toss and prayers?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing? All right.
Toss and prayers.
Yeah. All right. 215-592-9494. It's the official kickoff to summer, so it is your last chance to officially be in or out on the Phillies. You have a 6 o'clock deadline. 215-592-9494. Bruce in D.C. You're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Come on, Bruce. All righty. Off to a fast start. Think everybody started drinking yet this weekend?
No.
4:30. That'll start.
Yeah, I think it probably has to do with more about them being ready to be on the show.
Yeah.
Is sort of my concern. I see Buzz checking on him.
Yep, he's frantically checking on him.
Why don't we try? Wait, hold on. Oh no.
Oh no.
No. Now we're having.
This is going well.
Computer.
That actually sounded like he wasn't even there. They didn't sound like it sounded like the.
Oh, it sounds like no one is there.
Or one of those things where they're on mute.
Yeah.
I have no web connection.
Yeah.
Hey, Buzz, why don't we go? Oh, no, I'm going to get it in a second. Buzz, I don't need you to do anything. Don't worry. I'll have the internet just in 1 second here.
This is going well.
There we go.
We've been on the air.
Joe in Ben Salem. You're on
go.
WIP. What's up, Joe?
Yo, what's up? Happy Memorial Day, y'all. Can I get some Ike juice?
Yep. They must have been drinking that Ike juice. There you go, Buzz. Back in my good graces.
So I just want to first say behind the shows, Buzz did not check in on me to see if I was ready to go.
I love this.
There it is.
Let's just start snitching on Buzz.
Yeah, we should.
Make him feel awful.
We'll make him feel
like
accounted. No, let's not do awful. I'm Mr. Sensitive, over there. Why don't we do accountable? Yeah.
So, Mike, I need you to relax a little bit. It's summer, Memorial Day weekend. Drink some Surfsides.
I'm relaxed.
You don't
I can
sound
feel
it.
the tension from here.
Everyone can feel the tension. Rojas is going to get it at some point.
Rojas will definitely get it at some point when we lose connection.
When we're not on the air.
Yeah. That's
Fran,
when
the station's
Rojas
on
will
fire.
get it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I am not. I'm monitoring this situation with the Phillies until the trade deadline. I can't say in or out. They've been in this situation before.
Yeah.
Is there anything they
fair.
could have done? Let me ask you this. Is there anything the Phillies could be doing right now to make you in? Or is this just a leftover thing from the last few years?
It's left over. They had 34 wins at this time last year. They got 32 at this time. And they're playing some tomato cans. The Iron Pigs could beat the Rockies.
Yeah, I mean, everybody plays bad teams, though. Like, they all play the same schedule at the end of the day. The Phillies have played good teams. It's not they won a series against the Cubs. They won a series against the Dodgers. They played some good teams.
They have played some good teams, but I'm monitoring the situation to see if Dave is all in. Is he going to make it the move at the trade deadline to push this team to the next level, which he has failed to do the last 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of depends who's available, but now with the Alvarado thing, I mean, it throws a huge wrench in it because they had him the last couple of years. He was the best reliever. Can he replace
So
him?
you think that makes them more likely to do something?
So I think they're going to do something, but I don't think they're going to give up one of their top 5 prospects for it. Like, they're going to make a trade. They're not going to trade.
Not one of the top 5.
They're not trading Arun Escobar, Taiit, Painter, Miller, and they could trade Crawford. Of all those guys, I think Crawford's the most.
You don't think they could trade Miller?
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
Not under any. Well,
unless there's like a real. I don't even know what the superstar is going to be available at the deadline is, or
Right.
who it could be.
Yeah,
Right.
what level of player are you getting that will
There's
cause
no-
you to give up those guys?
Like, there's no Crochet like last year where they put together a monster package to try to get him and Luis Robert. I don't know if there's. I'm just going through it quickly. I don't know if there's like that clear guy that like the CC Sabathia in 2008, where the guy that is going to be dealt. So they're going to make a move. I just don't think they're going to touch their top 5 prospects.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, Crochet's awesome.
He is.
He's been great this year.
But it's been interesting because him and Luzardo have been pretty neck and neck.
Yep.
And obviously the Phillies only traded Starlin Caba versus what the Red Sox had to give up. But I love Crochet.
Yeah, he's been awesome. Joe, for next question, they give us something something good or bad about summer. Your
I'll say
choice.
something good. I'll say listen to Fransky in L.A. down the shore.
Oh, yeah, that's good. There's a Fransky in L.A. down the shore. Yeah. I've never been we go down to the Delaware Beach for a week every year. I didn't grow up being a shore guy, though. Like, everybody around here, my wife was in Ocean City most of her childhood, down the shore. Like, so that sounds very nice, listening to Fransky in L.A. on the deck down the shore or whatever on the beach. I never did it. It was never part of, like, growing up for me.
Phil's down the shore is my favorite version of watching the Phils.
Are you like the shores beneath you?
No, we just never did it. Like, growing up, we never did it, and then now we go for a week. But I think for the people that really, really love it, they did it growing up all the time.
Didn't you say
It wasn't beneath me.
Didn't you say the times you would go to the beach, your dad would get comped? Like,
Well, yeah, we would get hotels in Atlantic City. It's like it's not really the same beach experience that most people have.
You're not going to the boardwalk in Ocean City.
No, we would go one day. We would go to a boardwalk in Wildwood or Ocean City or something.
Howard didn't want to be on the beach.
He got comped.
Yeah, we would get hotels down the shore.
The Playboy Hotel, right?
Yeah, we did stay at Playboy Hotel once when I was a kid. Trump Plaza, we would stay.
Oh,
I'm trying to
interesting.
think. Oh, stop it. Now, the Atlantic City Boardwalk at that
I've
time.
stayed at Trump
Yeah.
Plaza.
The Atlantic City Boardwalk at that time was better than it is now. Like, there's nothing now. There was
Tropicana.
Tropicana.
All those, yeah.
Yep. Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
Yep. All those.
So we were talking earlier about like the age brackets for different shores.
Oh, okay.
So what's the young people shores?
Well, are we talking
versus
about
middle age versus older age?
So, Ocean City is family.
Yes.
I'm
I'm back.
all ages.
I'm back in the Ocean City cycle.
Yep. Now, Ocean City is a dry town.
It is.
Well, I know. I've been there. Yeah.
Gotta sneak it in.
Yeah. Well, you're allowed to have it.
Yeah.
There's no bars. They don't sell it. Yeah. Sea Isle is a early 20s town.
Yes.
Right. That's a party town.
Sea Isle's early 20s.
Yeah. Sea Isle's party town.
Wildwood early 20s.
Wildwood's family, I think, but also party.
Yeah,
right?
it's a mixture.
A mixture.
It's Delco.
Yes. Avalon.
Wildwood is family?
Yeah, I think so.
Isn't that where all the ruckus happens?
Yeah, well, those people are in families.
I guess I'm thinking of kids, like little kids.
Yeah, but I think they're little
I'm thinking
kids.
like Ocean City is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think there are little kids in Wildwood.
In
Though.
Wildwood?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
I thought it was all like teenagers.
and then Avalon is like I don't know, Brazier and Cindy Webster.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that is Avalon.
Oh, what is that? That's the older
Avalon, Stone Harbor.
Oh, that's our age.
Yeah, but like I
that's
don't
my
do.
age.
Yeah, but I think it's more of a those people going out, but not going out like the Seattle people, like not
Right.
getting obliterated.
Right now, when we go out, we're back in by 11.
Well,
That,
yeah,
yeah.
but in Avalon, they're back home by 7.
Right, right.
That's the difference.
And I think Stone Harbor is similar to
Yeah,
that.
Stone
right?
Harbor's like that's you've made it.
Right.
Avalon, they're back in by 7.
Yeah,
I would say so.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I think so. Maybe
Isn't that
maybe
what
9.
Kelsey was that?
Kelsey's a Seattle's man.
Oh, that was Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle.
Okay,
Seattle. Yeah. Am I missing any short points? What's the one right next to
Well,
Atlanta?
and then
City?
Kate
Ventnor.
and then Kate May's retired. Like
Kate May is nice. Retire or Justin or like anniversary or something.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
anniversary week.
So the older people, the real slow is slow motion there.
Yeah, well, because it's all the way down there. It's actually right across from Maryland, right? It's right across from Ocean City, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
That's where they filmed the Bob Dylan movie that Chalamet was in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now Cape May is very nice. We did a weekend or two in Cape May. It just takes forever to get there because it's so far
Now,
away.
Cape May, is that the where Cape Fear was at? That was Boston. Or was that
No, that
was
wasn't Cape Fear.
Massachusetts?
Yeah, that was Massachusetts.
Just a
That was-
bit north.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Cape May, Cape Fear.
Well, like and Ventnor, I just don't like the whole Ventnor Margate. That's a different kind of shore.
Well, but it's more now. People
are starting to go
yeah,
there more
people
and
are
more.
going to go there.
So where
more
do 40-year-olds go?
I think that's Sea
That's
Isle,
Avalon,
Sea Isle,
right?
Avalon, and then
30-year-olds.
30-year-old Sea Isle.
Yeah.
Early 20s is
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you trust the Phillies again? Ike, what do you think the poll is at? Do you trust the Phillies
I
again?
think most people do, but I think there's a sort of eye of skepticism there as well with the team. So I'll think it's in the 60s. I'll go high 60s, though. Let's go 68.
59.2.
Oh, 59.
And when we ask if you're in, that's really what we're asking, right? If
Yeah.
you trust them. Because you said something when we started talking about that I think is the crux of what we're talking about, is that you are allowing yourself to be disappointed again. And not in a negative way, in a you can't really enjoy it. Really enjoy
Unless
a
you
season.
open yourself up to
Yes.
believing it for real. Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
Because anyone could go in this and go, I don't believe in them. But, like, is that as much fun? But you also need a real amount of belief to open yourself up to be hurt again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing. Regardless of the competition, I think the one thing about baseball, correct me if I'm wrong, Fritzy, but, these hitters getting in a rhythm, I mean, I understand going up against tougher pitchers, it's not the same, but still, seeing the ball land in the green or in the stands, that's something that's a positive for all hitters from a psychological standpoint. So I would imagine it gives them confidence no matter who they're going up against.
Well, because you know athletes, right? Where like they can just convince themselves of anything, and like when they go on this little bit of a run, that they can just be like, all right, we've kind of
I'm back.
And I think the biggest thing is that it does look like they're buying in. All offseason they talked about pass the baton. They talked about using the entire field and and trusting their teammates, I guess. And I think you're seeing them do a pretty good job with that. And I think when Spike mentioned that earlier, Bryce is the one that's going opposite way and passing the baton and having Schwarber behind him, I think is a big part of that as well.
Yeah.
Like, and this is not a negative on like Alec Bohm or Castellanos, but I do wonder if sometimes when he had them behind him not doing much, that felt like he had to press.
Oh,
more.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, and by the way, it's huge that Schwarber is having the year he's having not hitting leadoff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think for him and for the team.
He got over
just-
that whole idea that I have to hit leadoff.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What do you mean,
Maybe?
He's having a great year.
Never
The
reported.
best year of his career.
Yes.
Never reported that he only wanted to hit leadoff.
He said he wanted to hit leadoff. He said
Never
it.
reported.
He said it.
Never reported.
All right. 215-592-9494. Do you believe in the Phils? Do you trust the Phils before our 6 p.m. deadline? Now, you know what else happens down the shore during the summer?
What? Driftwood?
Little kind of different kind of fun.
Driftwood.
Different kind of fun. You spend your day at the beach, Then you go out to dinner, and then it's bedroom time.
There it is.
It's bedroom time.
Yeah, that's what you do.
You know, and if you're an Avalon or Stone Harbor guy, everything's not operating the way that it used to.
Yep.
Youngins in the car on the way down.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Earmuffs.
This family's pointing at us.
Earmuffs. Look, if all right, then we'll do it the clean way.
Yes.
If you're not performing the way that you used to, we have just the thing for you. It's Blue Chew.
Yep.
It is the same earmuffs, same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon. All right, we're good. But it's a chewable. You don't have to swallow a pill. Even better. And the best thing right now is that we're hooking you up with a month for free. First month, absolutely free.
Free.
Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free. You're not going to have to go to the doctor to get a prescription. No. They do that all online at BlueChew.com.
Yeah.
Hate doctor's appointments. And now, you call and make a doctor's appointment. It's May, right? They'll tell you, all right, we'll see you in October. You don't have time to waste. So you just go to BlueChew.com. They do it right there online.
So true.
You don't have to wait for, you don't have to go fill your prescription at the pharmacy because they're going to send it to you directly. And it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so it's cheaper. And as far as cheap, what's cheaper than free, Ike?
Free.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
Right.
Nailed it.
Yep. Your first month free. Go to BlueChew.com. Use
What's
code
cheaper than free? Free.
Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free. All you do is you pay for the shipping. It's like $5, and then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
All right, 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy Memorial Day, man.
Happy Memorial Day,
What's
Chris.
up, Chris?
Guys, I am all the way in on the Phils. I know this is a surprise to you, but I'm all the way in. I'm so in and comfortable. I'm like when Buzz was producing and walking around the studio with his shoes off last night. That's how comfortable I am.
Let's address the elephant in the room.
Oh, wow.
Please put down Chris in Middletown for 1 second. Getting a lot of reports that
What
Buzz
happened?
was shoeless in the studio last night.
Shoeless?
Shoeless. Bare feet.
Not bare feet.
Probably sticky.
Wait a minute. Just because shoeless Joe Jackson was forgiven by
Right.
Major League
Because
Baseball.
they took him off the ban list.
Yeah, now we got to put a different shoeless guy. I'm sorry. Are we at work when we're at the studio? Or are we not
What
at
is
work?
going
Why
on
are your
over
shoes
there?
off?
I, stretched out the feet for a little bit, went out to go get some water, and Tom Kelly brought it up on the air.
What are you stretching out the feet for?
Yeah.
We're not in manual labor.
Yeah. Are you wearing tiny little shoes? Or are you wearing shoes that fit?
No, they're shoes that fit. I just wanted to stretch them out for a little bit.
We'll get
Yeah,
you some
let's-
Skechers.
It's an odd thing to do at work, Buzz.
Really odd thing to do.
It felt real comfortable to be walking around the station with your shoes off.
Yeah. He thinks no one's there.
Yep.
After 9, nothing. Rules are out the window.
Oh, is that
really?
true?
I would not say that on the air.
Yep. I'm sorry.
Imagine Spike the program.
Yeah. Are our advertisers that advertising after 9 p.m. Are they getting the half-assed buzz?
No, we
Think
love
it's
our
actual
sponsors.
work?
There
Okay,
it is.
all
There
right.
it is. There it is.
Okay.
Shoeless Buzz Wilson.
Yeah, shoeless Buzz Wilson. All right, Chris. Sorry. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I had no idea.
Oh, no, I don't understand why you're concerned or you think it's gross. I mean, we all know he's a very clean individual.
Oh, yeah, the cleanest.
Yep.
Anyway, guys, no worries whatsoever about the Phils. 100% in. A lot of confidence there. So I do want to I got to roll, and I know you guys got other callers. So I want to give you my answer. My answer is beach season, and Tornado Shapiro and Ike Reese know what I'm talking about. Have a good one. Take care, guys.
What do you say, beach season?
Beach season.
Yeah. What is that?
I would imagine
He's not.
bikinis.
Eye candy?
Yes, that's what I would imagine.
Oh, he's being a
Yes.
creep.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Ike Reese knows what he's talking about.
Yes, throw Ike in there.
Yeah.
Chris in Middletown's the kind of guy you go out, he's pointing out ladies by giving you the time.
Yeah.
Hey,
12 o'clock?
12 o'clock. It's all right.
He's wearing a shirt a little bit too,
a little too
schmedium.
tight. Yep. Oh, you know Chris in Middletown is a schmedium guy.
100% schmedium guy. The pipes are piping.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Bruce in D.C., you're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today?
Oh, we're doing great.
Great
Bruce.
to hear your voice, Bruce.
Yeah, I've been busy, man. I'm down in Georgia now. I had my grandson had a graduation, getting ready for middle school, and then I'll be on the plane tomorrow to to attend a wedding in San Diego, so I'm just all over the place.
Man.
Attending weddings? Who do you know that's getting married, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my nephews, definitely not me.
Well, I knew you weren't getting married. I'm just saying. All right, so it's one of your nephews.
That makes sense.
So, as we do, Bruce, and as our age, like people getting married, we figure most people our age aren't getting married anymore.
Right.
So that's why I was like, yeah, we're like, who do you know that's getting married? It's your nephew. And you're close enough that you're going to your nephew's wedding. I wouldn't go to my nephew's wedding, but that's just me.
Well, no, he's a special one. He's a special one though, but you're right about that. Yeah, because you get older, you start giving less of a
Yeah, I
damn
think
about
I'm out of marriages. Unless it's my kids getting married, I don't think I'm gonna have to go to any more weddings. All my friends are married.
And you don't think anybody's going to get divorced and then get remarried?
Yeah.
right?
They're not gonna get divorced and remarried again.
What's the rule on that? Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say you're 51, right? You have a friend that gets divorced and remarried, and they have a wedding. Do you have to bring a gift to a 50-year-old?
No.
Okay, all right, okay.
If it's your second time getting married, you're out. Yeah, you're likely not to get. You're likely not to get any gifts.
Yeah, you shouldn't, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, just making sure.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
I'm not planning or anything. I just.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just looking at just calling about the Phillies.
Yeah.
Man, I'm still in the corner of the show me. I need to see more. I'm not.
Oh, what do you need to see? Yeah.
Well. Actually, that came out the wrong way. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me just
Please apologize.
Retract. But let me just.
It's gonna be one of those shows today, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everyone's just doing an inside joke at all times.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Look, no, I don't want it to turn into a debate, with you guys back and forth, like you had. Ooh, man. Oh, my God.
Oh, the Jolly one. Who won that? Who won Jolly versus Spike, Bruce?
I think Jolly got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's saying
He
it.
did not win.
Everyone's saying
He
it.
didn't win.
No, you had some good points.
Some. Not enough.
You can't just win a debate by picking the side that everybody likes.
Ike does it every day.
He asked you out, though. But anybody else fight? Look, I got you. Look, I'm with you, Hunter.
Just as long as it's not Jolly. Right, okay. Okay.
Well, I can't get over the whole thing about the, Darren Murray and, come down the throat and all of that.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the Rhea Elliott debate.
Dude, Rhea killed Elliott. It's the first time I've ever heard Elliott, flustered.
Really?
Oh, she smoked him. Absolutely smoked him.
I should listen.
You got to replay it. No, we ought to replay it.
Even him at the end, he was like, I didn't expect.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Now, did she, Bruce, real quick, give us your best thing or worst thing about summer for next question.
Okay, so that's the worst thing about summer. You know what? Water ice season.
All right. Love water ice.
water
That's
ice.
a good one.
Water ice.
That's a little water ice.
That's one thing Philadelphia has. One of the many things, I should say. I before I came here, I was an ice cream guy.
Yeah, water ice is something special.
Well, it changed.
Yeah.
It changed me.
Yeah.
To where I don't even, the whole ice cream thing. I don't know, ice cream cone. Nah, I gave that up years ago.
Ice cream's
It's been
good.
water ice, man.
Ice cream's good, but water ice is refreshing.
Yes.
You know
it's
what I
much
mean?
better. Yeah. It's much better.
Wait, what did he just? Oh, so did Rhea just passion him to death? Because Rhea hates Josh Allen.
Yeah, but she also. So
There was
Elliott's.
a lot of passion. See, that's the thing. See, here's what's great about debates.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some of it is.
Yeah, being passionate.
That's what
Absolutely.
it is. That's how you win over the people you want to vote for you or that you're trying to convince. And Rhea, see, that's really how Jolly got you, man. He outpassioned you.
He did outpassion you.
Well, because it's hard to be passionate about my side of it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
you got passionate.
You did.
Well, I got mad at him.
Yeah.
Because it was dumb points. It didn't make any sense.
Well, it didn't make any sense, but he did outpassion you, and that was.
Well, because he hates Maury more than I love him.
Maury?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but Rhea.
Oh, stop it.
No, because Elliott's only point about him being a good owner was what they've done on the court, which sure,
Right.
But she brought up like they've done nothing. Now, you might be able to disagree with this, but they've done nothing in the community. They've
Wow. Well, that's not true. I mean,
the whole stadium debacle.
That was a disaster.
Yeah,
Yep.
she made it more about like a plea to Philadelphia
Right.
rather than just like what they've done on the basketball court.
Rhea knows what she's doing. Like, Elliot did not walk into some debate. Normally, when, Elliot's in these debates, unless he's with us, what's he going up against? Rhea knows what she's doing.
I know.
Yeah.
Only one on that show that does.
Yeah.
Well, she just called him an idiot and a moron.
What?
She called him an idiot
Probably.
and a moron.
Well, when she does that to Elliot's fine. When she calls me an oaf and laughs a little too hard, that's where it gets worked up.
See, listen, that's the OG Rhea that
Coming
I know.
out, yeah.
That's the OG Rhea that I know. You know what I'm
It was
saying?
great. It was
It's
great.
Old school Rhea there.
It was. So I think that was the best debate, and the Jolly versus Spike. I think those were the two
This week.
headliners of debate week.
Yeah.
And we'll see what kind of passion we get
I
out of
didn't have
Al.
a good one this year, man.
Nah.
Well, the camera comes in not wanting anything, not wanting any smoke. Yeah. We got to get somebody who, and you know what? Honestly,
Well, even my topic though of Saquon
Yes.
having the best season,
I would say
it was okay.
I would say our side debate about Jalen was probably
well, that's why I did
as
it.
good. Yeah, because you
That's why I
wanted
did
a
it.
little
Yes,
smoke.
I wanted a little smoke. Yes,
Well, speaking of
I
smoke,
wanted a little smoke. Yes, you know it.
speaking of smoke, and a guy that got roasted this week, Elliot Shore Parks joins us
Live
next.
from the
Yeah.
Hamptons?
Yeah, he's in the Hamptons. That's what we hear.
Did you have a debate this week?
Nah, no interest.
No interest.
I don't debate.
You're something else, man. 215-592-9494. We are at the Farley Service Plaza. Today is the day that you determine whether you're in or out on the Phillies. 6 p.m. deadline as summer begins then. And remember, Pete pays her tolls from 4 to 5. We're with
And we're giving
Chickies
away
and Pete's.
free
Crab fries over there. I already got
Yes.
one order. Maybe I'll get another. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. And if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off of it. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Memorial Day sale, save up to 70% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Save up to $800 off an elite lineup, Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and all the new Sealy Posturepedics. Only Mattress Warehouse offers bed match, plus a 1-year lowest price guarantee and 0% financing. Come in today and sleep better tonight. ShopMattressWarehouse.com.
Joe DeCamry here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models. Exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at tmobile.com/switch.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Look closely at the Oklahoma City Thunder, their 2-0 lead over the Timberwolves, and the dominance that they have shown over the last several games. This is what an emerging superpower looks like. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the newly minted MVP, has been ferociously outstanding. And maybe as importantly, the Thunder's defense in their last handful of wins has been mesmerizing. The Thunder are for real, and they finally figured out how to prove it in the playoffs. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Farley Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the annual kickoff to summer. Pete's going to pay tolls on the AC Expressway today from 4 to 5. I saw him. He's doing it all in cash. He's running around from toll booth to toll booth. Is it fun up here, by the way? Place to stop by on your way down the shore. You know, got to go to the bathroom or whatever. Pick up some produce while you're at it.
Yeah.
Speaking of going to the bathroom, joining us as he does every Friday at 3, Elliot Shore Parks. Elliot's Call-In is brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars or trucks are so cheap. Elliot, what does Memorial Day weekend look like in the Shore Parks household?
Well, it's fun, right? I mean, I feel like it's a weekend to have a good time. I'm away right now visiting my friend in the Hamptons, going to see Beyonce on Sunday. So we got a nice,
true white
nice
girl
day
summer, huh?
planned. Exactly. You got get the surf side going. Exactly right. Maybe an espresso martini. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Wow, the Hamptons. I didn't realize you rolled like that.
Going to see the Queen Bee Sunday?
Yeah, Beehive. You know what it is. Going on Sunday. Yeah.
Wow.
How much are we paying you, man?
3.5 hours. Yeah, not enough. I'll tell you that. But it's a fun time. I mean, but her concert's 3.5 hours. I actually think no concert should be over an hour. Like, I just want to hear.
Wait a minute, over an hour? You crazy for the amount that you're paying? I want at least a 2-hour.
She doesn't even have 3.5 hours worth of good songs.
Yes, she does.
Well,
come on. She's been around for 30 years.
What are you talking about, Fritz?
Yeah, I just want to hear the hits.
Don't disrespect the Queen.
Yeah, the Jack.
Don't disrespect the Queen.
So I would say 90 minutes is perfect, but 3.5 hours is horrible. That's like Springsteen or whatever. It's too much.
Well, 2.5. Only because she has so much music, and she's an actual entertainer.
See, Metallica will do 2.5 tonight, and around 1:45, I'm gonna start looking at the door, being like, "Well, I already heard most of the songs I want to hear."
Can I say this?
Yeah.
I understand music is music, and you like what you hear.
Yeah.
Looking at Metallica ain't looking at Beyonce.
Have you ever looked at the internet? There's plenty of stuff to look at on the internet.
I'm just saying, though, if you're going to the concert,
yeah,
you're not going to be disappointed looking at Beyonce.
I'd rather look at Metallica.
Nah, hell no.
Well, Metallica also has no hits. Beyonce has a ton of bangers. So
Metallica has no hits.
You are.
You're a moron.
Abort mission, Elliot. Abort.
I'm with you, E. I'm with you, brother.
I've never been at a bar and it's like, let's put Metallica on. So I think
okay, let me ask you this.
Well, what bar's putting Beyonce?
Yeah, let me ask you this, dummy.
My bar later, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
All right, dummy. Let's imagine we're at a football game and Enter Sandman comes on or any Beyonce song. Which gets the better reaction?
Well, guess what? I'm not planning my party.
I was going to say at a football game.
Yes. At an NFL game. Yeah, you putting the Rocky theme song on when you're out at night?
Well, I don't know. When you go to a bar, you don't think anybody likes Enter Sandman?
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah.
When you're 40, you shouldn't be hanging out at bars anymore anyway, to be quite honest
with you. Well, good news. I'm 37. So
we
round up on this show.
Yeah.
I know. Well, the one benefit I will say to a 3.5-hour concert is it's plenty of time to like leave and go buy merch. Like I'm fine skipping 5 or 6 songs. So that's the one.
Go get dinner.
I was with you all the way till you said go buy merch. What type of merch are you buying?
I'm buying it all. I mean,
I'm a big merch guy too. I'm a merch guy.
No, so hold on.
If you need anything.
It's now you're going to a rock concert.
Yep.
He's going to a Beyonce concert.
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Wear
what type of merch?
$135 Beyonce hoodie.
Well, I'll let you know when I come in for Tuesdays with Elliot. You better believe I'm gonna have a Cowboy Carter hoodie on. So you get.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
How do you cover football?
So. Elliot, as we wrap up debate days this week, we have one more. We have Broads versus Al coming up at 4. Just wanted to go over yours and talk about how you thought you did. Now, versus DeCamera on the Tush Push, how did that go, do you think?
I thought that was a relatively tame debate. I mean, obviously, I won that debate. Joe's now debated me twice, and I've gotten every single vote from me. He hasn't won a single vote against me in 2 years.
He's actually a really bad debater, like one-on-one.
He's really not. Yeah, it's just not his strength. And
well, yes, that's because
he doesn't want to pick a side.
He sits on that show in the morning, and he controls everything, and he talks over everybody. He's the only one who gets to talk, and they don't push back against him enough. So then when he does get someone who pushes back against him, he doesn't really know how to come back at it.
It's just like the old morning show. 1,000 voices, no pushback.
Well, I will say, as someone that is
Shots
on
at
all
asshole.
three shows, you definitely cut your teeth in the afternoon show. Like that is where,
for
like,
sure, yes.
yeah, like you guys dispersing amongst the other shows is unfair. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like welcome to Terror Dome on the afternoon
Exactly.
show. But once you're in, you're in. You know.
Exactly.
You know.
And you're in.
Yeah, it's like a gang. Like you know.
Well, that's why nobody else out debates you on the station.
Right.
Besides
that's
Rhea.
what I thought until I went up against Rhea.
Well, okay, so you debated Rhea. Now we have a clip of this. I have not heard this entire debate. You debated Rhea about whether Josh Harris is a good owner. Here is a sort of like a supercut or a clip of that debate.
People are so focused on the fact they haven't gone out of the second round.
It's a great thing that he bought the things for the Knicks.
Yeah.
How about buying the Washington Commanders and sitting his butt in the link with a Commanders thing on while there was a lot of Sixers fans in that building?
That's just a new reality of ownership. I
No,
don't know what to say.
no.
Look, it's
Don't
not
even
great.
try. You
No, it's
can't
not
defend
great.
that with a straight face.
I'm not defending
you
it. But
are.
No, I'm saying
it's the
that is
reality
just
of what it is.
It is the
Okay.
reality.
All right.
A lot of teams own different teams.
This is an ass whooping, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Ella, not on mic or something? Were you losing so badly or backing away from the mic? It
Well,
sounded like you were in the middle of the room.
I could tell I was in trouble when I got in to do the debate. Rhea left her update studio, came in, and sat directly next to me with a pile of paper. At that point, I could tell. I mean, look, there's a reason Rhea's a goat. You know, I mean, she's a radio legend. Like she was ready for it. What I would say though is that Josh Harris is obviously a good owner. So locally, I think people would probably say I lost that debate. I think if we put 10 objective people who knew nothing, they would all agree that I proved the point that Josh Harris is, in fact, a good owner. I would say somewhat very good, but certainly good. He's not a great owner, but he's definitely a good owner. But yeah, no, I ran into a buzzsaw without.
Well,
question.
and
Like,
also,
yeah.
by the way, sometimes the true skill of debating is winning a debate when you're on the wrong side. You know, like,
Right,
so
yes.
I agree with you that Josh Harris is this is what I say about Josh Harris. Just if the Sixers were owned by 23 other owners in the NBA, they would realize that Josh Harris is a better owner. Now, objectively, nobody cares about that. Even the previous two owners to the Sixers, Harold Katz and then Ed Snyder, both worse owners than Josh Harris has been.
What about Adam Aaron?
Adam Aaron was CEO under Josh Harris.
The $2 playoff ticket.
Yeah, so that was part of the Josh Harris.
Well, I just think, too, it depends on what you want to prioritize. Like, if you want to prioritize winning and spending money, then Josh Harris has absolutely done a good job of that. I agree. There are definitely things he's done that I understand why fans don't like him. Fine Washington. Rhea brought up cutting salaries during COVID. I knew I was in trouble when she brought that up. Like, so there was there's things.
Yeah, good luck arguing that, Elliot.
Yeah. There's things he's done that obviously, and I get he's not connected the way Lurie is, but you bring up other owners, Spike. I think that we compare Josh Harris to Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey Lurie might be, if not the best owner in sports, he certainly is, a great owner that does everything you would want. So, yeah, Josh Harris is not that, but Josh Harris does the two most important things. He spends money and he sets the team up for success, and they have been successful before last year. Off the court stuff's not great, but on the court, they're way better with him than they were when, like, Ed Snyder and Comcast was running them.
Well, here's what I would throw into this as it pertains to Joshua Harris, and I've always said this. You say those are the two most important things. That's debatable. I would throw this in there, whether it's number 3 or 2 or 1, being relatable and connecting. And that's the biggest strike against Joshua Harris.
Yeah.
Is that no one here feels like he's one of us. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest knock against him. He doesn't feel like he's one of us.
I agree with that. I think that part of that is just his personality, which can't be changed. It's just not.
No, his actions. His actions.
But I mean, not to get back into to debate day, but like he is at a lot of Sixers games. Last year, he bought the tickets.
I don't
for
care about
fans.
him being at Sixers games. How about him being present?
That's part of.
He owns the
team.
team. He owns the team. So what? He's going to sit down there courtside every once in a while when it's a big game and it's a photo op. That's not the point that anybody's making. How about connecting in the community? That's all I'm saying. It's something that fans would feel. Like they understand real from being phony. They know that. They know what a photo op is. He's rich. He's connected to 4 different cities. So he can't love being a Philadelphian. Because he's professing his love for others. But that's what I'm saying is, as it pertains to fans, that's a big part of it. That's a huge part of it. How could you not recognize that being here?
No, I do recognize
that's a
What
huge part of it.
It is, but I think it's something where it only becomes a big part of it when the person is spending and winning. Like if you told me I could have an owner that spent whatever needed to be taken, whatever the team needed, or was cheap and was in the community and was like one of us, I'll take the owner that spends all the money. So I think that we can only focus on the off the court stuff with him because on the court he has done everything you could really ask for in an owner for the most part. I know they haven't gotten
He's
out of the
put his money up. He's not present. He's opened his checkbook. Hold on. He's opened his checkbook and he's allowed GM after GM to just spend money and run roughshod. And as a matter of fact, hold on. He also allowed, whether it was Sam Hinkie, which I was in favor of, but they were an embarrassment to the NBA, and he allowed it. He allowed several different like ideas as far as how you should run it to be done. Where was he at as a part of what was going on?
Yeah, but
I mean, you literally had a GM tweeting about on a burner account, like it's like his wife. Like that stuff was embarrassing, and he's the owner.
I agree. The burner gate was absolutely embarrassing. The Sam Hinkie thing, I think he should be commended for.
It was an embarrassment to the league.
But it set them
They
up
lost
for
30-something straight games. They were 1-33.
Right, but then the next 5 or 6 years, they were legit NBA final contenders. So, obviously the process was worth it. And the fact that he had the backbone as an owner until the end when he did get bullied.
What backbone?
Yeah, but the fact that he was
He wasn't even here. Backbone. He was running the Devils or some other team while this team was an embarrassment to the NBA.
But he
didn't care
on purpose. They were an embarrassment.
Yeah, and he allowed that, and he was absent.
It was worth it. It was.
Hold on, but Elliot, what I'm saying is for a lot of people, and I'm with you. I was on board with what I'm saying is a lot of people weren't on board with it.
Right, I get that for sure.
A lot of people weren't on board with that.
But I also think there's something to be said about being an owner that does what's right for the team as opposed to just doing what the public wants. I think Middleton, for as much as Middleton is the complete opposite of Josh Harris. Middleton, you can feel like he really, really wants to win the trophy, and I respect that about him. And he relates with fans. I also think the Phillies can sometimes be a little impacted by what the public thinks. For better or worse, Josh Harris probably has no idea what anybody's saying about his team, right? So I do think the process, that was a good ownership move. Paying Daryl Morey, good ownership move. Paying Doc Rivers, good ownership move. And I will take an owner that cuts checks if I had to pick one or the other. Ideally, you want both, which is Jeffrey Lurie. But I'll tell you this, if the Eagles were going 5-12 every year, no one would care about Jeffrey Lurie being Mr. Philadelphia and everything he does. Those are only good stories because the Eagles win all the time. And then on top of that, it makes him a good owner. But the winning and the money is the first part of being a good owner, and that is why I think he's definitely a good owner, but not a great owner.
No, let me tell you, I can give you several different other reasons why Jeffrey Lurie is a great owner and how what he's done. Hold on, winning is also a part of it. Spending money, being a forward thinker when it comes to hiring practices, people that he's given second chances to. Like Jeffrey Lurie has done a lot more than it's just about winning. Football games.
I agree, but I'm saying that the first part of being an owner, the number one most important thing is, does your team win? That is right.
Sure.
So that's, and I also think for what it's worth.
But you're also bringing up Jeffrey Lurie in comparison to Joshua Harris, as if Joshua Harris teams have won on any level that's to the level of the Eagles.
Well,
his teams have come up short.
Before this becomes me comparing Josh Harris to Jeffrey Lurie.
Okay.
Jeffrey Lurie is a better owner. But the only point I'm making is the reason Jeffrey Lurie is a great owner, the first two, are because of what he does for the team in terms of giving money and the winning. And then also what makes him then one of the best owners in sports is who he is, how he relates. All those things are true. You brought up Josh Harris, how Jeffrey Lurie has good hiring practices and forward thinking. I would actually argue the Sixers do that quite a bit too. The Sixers.
All right. You know what? We have Pete here. I'm not.
Pete's enjoying this.
Yeah. Pete, do you want to hear Elliot continue to argue about Josh Harris?
Sure, why not?
All right, go ahead. Continue, Elliot.
All right, it's enough. That's enough.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly. I was never going to win. Look, Pete, I talk about a great owner, right? You want to talk
Yes,
about
there it
Keep
is.
talking. You're the best.
The best owner in the city, yeah.
All right, Elliot.
Forget that tornado. You stay on.
Yeah. Enjoy the Hamptons. All right,
I
Elliot.
will. All right, I'll see you guys
later.
All right, there he is, Elliot Shore Parks. I took the debate he got his ass kicked on the most this week, and then had to do it again against you
For no reason.
Yeah, poor Elliot. What's up, Pete?
What's up, guys?
Enjoy that in the Hamptons.
Pete Cherokee here with us.
Peter!
Getting
Hey.
set to pay the toll of the AC Expressway 4 to 5.
4 to 5, yeah.
And do you pay? Is it all in cash? Do you cut a check? How does this work? Do they have?
No.
Do you have Venmo?
Quarters.
Okay,
Quarters. Yeah. They're getting rid of the pennies, so now I'm in the quarters.
Yeah, and look at this. The sun's shining right on time.
Yeah, that's not always good. More cars.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay.
At least you think people sort of time their
There are people that pull over.
Yeah.
And then people
They
tell
will,
me.
yeah.
People come up to me at the store and they go, you know what? That was a great thing you do. It goes, I have to buy you a beer. I waited on the side of the road until it was time.
There you go.
I'm not kidding. Like, people come up to me, they bring, are you Pete? Yeah. You paid the toll for me. I got there at the right time this year.
And how many years you been doing this?
I don't know. I think it's about 8 or 9.
Okay.
Yeah, every bit of it.
It's a good bit,
We used to
man.
do the
I
thing
like
at Hershey
it.
Park.
Yep.
We used to do Hershey Park.
yeah.
Wow. You know, that was fun, too.
Oh, yeah, I remember the Hershey Park. You and Michael B. were at Hershey
yeah.
Park,
So I say
right?
that's
Yeah.
almost a decade.
Yeah.
And then now we're doing this, and I tell you what a crowd this year.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Dude, it was mobbed. I pulled up. I said, am I not going to be able to park at the friggin'
That's what it looked
Farley
like.
Plaza?
I had a hard time myself, but
Yep.
it was moving, so.
Yep.
But I mean, the free crab fries, there's food trucks here, there's
Yep.
emu. The woman's walking around. There's a petting zoo here.
I didn't see. Is that why the chicken was walking around? I saw
Yeah,
a
he
chicken.
was friends with the emu.
Okay.
It's a good break.
No, he was. They were together. They had a dog in there somewhere too. I don't know what happened to that one, but you just don't see an emu every day.
Yeah, I didn't see the emu. And you had the car show over there, the
Car
classic
car
cars.
show.
Antiques, yep.
And then of course it culminates. The end of it is the free toll Friday, which we do every single year, and we love to do it. I love to hear the people beep the horns and say thank you, and just see people start their day off great. Their weekend's happy.
And you go down there for it? Do you,
Of course.
On the markets that go, give them the
I
the
got
flag?
the flag. I got the checker flag.
I love it.
I actually get in a cherry picker, and they put me up over.
Oh, really?
You're like 3 stories up.
Okay.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it's probably not a bright idea.
Yeah.
But the guy assures me. I have a new driver this year that they put,
And it's windy out there, man. Be careful.
Yeah. It
That's
is a little
JTA,
windy.
that they supply that.
Okay.
Because they're our partners in this, the South Jersey Transit Authority.
So where's your shore house at?
My shore is like, close to here. Like Margate area.
Margate?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that the
Margate's kind of blowing up lately.
Yeah,
bro.
it is.
Last
earlier I was
5 years.
asking about the different age brackets and
Margate tends to be a little, I guess.
a little older,
Yeah, you know what? I used to say it was older, but
a little more money.
A little affluent.
No, I wouldn't know about that. I'm down there. Can't be too affluent. But I like all the shirts. We just had Mike LeComp here, right?
Yeah.
So Mike,
legend.
He's a legend. He really is down the
Absolutely.
shore.
Yeah.
He does like 2 gigs a day. But so I love going to see him in Wildwood or North Wildwood and Sea Isle City. I go to.
Yeah.
I go to Avalon.
So are these short towns next to each
They're all,
other?
right, yeah, they're in a row. So you go
Okay.
from Margate, you go Margate, Longport, Ocean City.
Yep.
Ocean City don't have any beer or drinks, so a lot of people just sort of pass over that one. They go, if you want to eat though, it's good. They got Mancos. They got a lot of stuff there.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's good. But then they go to Sea Isle. You just go there. They have the afternoon parties, Sunday Fun Day. It's just the shore is just something.
Okay.
It's such a treasure to have it so close and to feel like you're so far away.
Yeah. Yeah, you really feel like you're on vacation.
Except you
when
see
you're
the same
down
exact people you see at home.
there. Yeah.
It's like I just came to see you on the sand. It's the
Yeah,
same.
I drove all the way to Farley Plaza. Here you are.
Yeah. How about that? And I paid the tolls. How intelligent was that?
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh.
But I'm glad to be on before. Is Tornado in today?
Yeah, Tornado's in 10 minutes.
He's up next.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
so lucky.
Yeah.
Tornado's on.
Tornado Shapiro.
I'm gonna have to stick around so I don't get out of the earshot.
Well, and you got to hear his weekend forecast.
What type of forecast is he giving this week?
Well, my guess is 50-50.
And you're going to be involved?
Oh yeah, I
yeah,
imagine you're involved with
yeah,
some
yeah.
story. Yeah.
But if I can, I just like to say why we're here.
Yes.
You know, it's Memorial
Of
Day
course.
weekend.
Yep.
And for all the people who served for our country and paid the ultimate price, thank you so much. Thanks for giving us a free country and to do whatever we want, where everybody can have a free shot and do everything they want and have enjoyment and have their families and their barbecues. And what stemmed out of all that badness is actually very nice.
Absolutely.
It brings people together.
Yep, absolutely. And it's good that, we all look at Memorial Day as the kickoff to summer and fun and all that stuff, but the reason behind it, as you said,
there's a lot of little ceremonies that go on around there, and I go to one on Monday myself.
Yep.
And they do the shooting the guns in the air and they play taps and it's just nice. It brings you down,
Absolutely.
It brings you down to where you should be.
Well, we thank you for paying the tolls.
Thanks for driving, guys. It's a little far ride for you guys, but
not for us.
Me and Ike, it's about the same at work as it is there.
Yeah, for Fritz, maybe it's a little further.
Yeah, we're South Jersey guys.
We normally have to be the ones who go far.
Yeah.
If you want, I'll let you drive through at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because some people say, I drove through twice.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Thanks.
I'll drive through
That's original.
Yeah. I'm going to hand out my Easy Pass, and people are going to come through. I'm going to run to the front.
Yeah.
Go again. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having me on, guys. Have a great Memorial Day weekend.
Absolutely.
All right.
Same to you,
Thank
brother.
you, Pete.
Listen, what will you have on your barbecue? What do you put? Because you're
little vegetable
vegan.
kebabs.
Little veggies. Throw some
Veggie
peppers, onions, throw a little sweet
Tomatoes.
potatoes.
They're selling tomato plants here.
What's that
Taking home,
smell
never-
like?
Never run out of tomatoes.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was the little veggies getting fried on
Veggies with
face.
the olive oil on the
man.
grill? It smells great.
That's grill season when I think of grill season.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you
There we go. High horse fight.
kill an animal and drain all its blood out after you pump it full of antibiotics.
Not the
Steroid,
emu.
yeah.
Put it on the grill.
Don't kill the emu.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if you
We
can
won't
emu.
kill the emu.
Okay.
The emu's safe.
The chicken, though, we were eyeing up a little
Chicken
earlier.
was looking good.
Yeah.
You psychos. So thank you, Pete. Free Toll Friday starts at 4 o'clock on the AC Expressway. Thanks to Pete
Thank you.
Cherokee and Chickies and Pete's. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Tornado Shapiro's next.
I love getting Spike all hot and bothered. All right. I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car, my current car, both came from Scott Auto Group. And you really need to check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. A stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick and Springfield. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back at the track, at the wall, he leaps, it's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for a full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put that Heineken's back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nairabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, if you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you that hair transplants are real surgery. And that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons. How about safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team that you can trust. Visit gladhairmm.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I assume you have the big holiday weekend forecast, Tornado.
That's right, fella. Trying to manifest some drier and warmer weather in time to start the summer. How about we kick it off with a little music, please?
It's the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
We need suns out to get the buns out for Memorial Day weekend. You know it's the unofficial start of short shorts, mini skirts, and warm fronts. Sundresses, halter tops, and bikinis. Mind your zucchini. Get that heat index to rise to the occasion. Come on.
Goodness gracious.
Well, the rest of the day, I give it a 50-50 shot of sunshine. Tonight it'll stay cool with a possible shot of darkness, low 50, wind out of the south, 13 miles an hour, but fragrant. And Chickies and Pete's giving you free tolls. Reminds me of its traffic gal out of Absecon, WWWGOO Freeway Fiona. She was free just like the tolls. We called her Easy Pass. Come on. You know, I ran with Frank S. Farley a little bit in the 1960s before he helped pave the way for the expressway. One night it was Hap Farley, myself, we're hanging out with Sal Fasano at the Latin Casino in Cherry Hill. It was myself, Ike, Pete Cherokee, Hap Farley, Big Sal, and the Geeter with the heater. Well, we're eating and drinking and smoking and joking. Nobody wants to... Somebody out of the blue gets the bright idea, hey, let's walk to Atlantic City. Well, we got tired halfway down there when Hap Farley said, let's rest right here. And that rest stop has become famous. Next thing you know, they put a Farley's picture up there, and you guys are broadcasting live eating the world-famous crab fries. By the way, good luck to everybody going down to the water park at the seashore, especially Jeff Lurie. Here's hoping all of his wet and wild dreams come true. Hello!
Yeah, leave him alone.
The Phillies going for 8 in a row tonight in Sacramento. Personally, my streak is at 11 days in a row right now as we speak.
Oh, really?
I'm still reaping the benefits of the Miss Weather Gal pageant and convention earlier this month. Hello. I spent some time in Sacramento with KSAC, the SAC. Hung out with Governor Schwarzenegger. I spent time with Arnold. It was me, Ike Arnold, Adam West, and Arnold's housekeeper. We all had ice cream, and she washed our bowls.
Wait a minute. What?
What? Our bowls. We had ice cream.
Oh.
Housekeeper.
All right.
Arnold had a similar reaction. He told me, never come back. Well, the A's are a bad club. They're so bad they keep changing stadiums to hide from their fans. Are they in Oakland? San Jose? Vegas? Vegas is probably best. Nobody will know how bad they are because what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, except for that love child I found out about in 1973.
Okay. Wait, you found out in 1973. How old are you, Tornado?
Last time I was in the Bay Area, it was myself, Ike, Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco, and a weather gal by the name of Bonnie Bigums from KBOOM The Bang. Plenty of shots, no alcohol. Things got crazy when Canseco ran into his old nemesis, Danny Bonaducci. Canseco chased him down the street, screaming and yelling. Bonnie and I ended the night playing Connect the Dots on Mark McGuire's back acne. Come on! Another time I had to MC the Old Timers game over in Oakland. We went out afterwards to the Golden Corral. Myself, Ike, Ricky Henderson, Catfish Hunter, Raleigh Fingers. Catfish only ate meat. Ricky stole 5 platters, and you didn't want to smell Raleigh's fingers.
Okay, it's time for the forecast. Time to wrap it up. Give us the weekend forecast.
Prepare for cool with the sun going in and out. The warmest day is going to be Monday, and it's only going up to 75. Partly cloudy Monday, 50-50 shot of sun. I'll give it an even shot at precip. If you're at a picnic, remember the sunscreen, but don't forget an umbrella. Protect your family. Don't listen to the haters. This has been the greatest forecast of all times. Outro music, please.
You know, we're going to eventually have to get him his outro music. He wants it so badly.
Yeah,
you know.
I know.
Hey, Buzz, I know I had it in a different segment. Do you have the Chris Sims audio here? By any chance? So Chris Sims was ranking quarterbacks with Colin Cowherd, and we know Chris Sims has not always been the biggest Jalen guy.
No, made a lot of sense, though.
Yeah, here's what he had to say.
Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Matt Stafford, and Herbert. But are you comfortable with tier 2?
I would put C.J. Stroud in front of over there in front of Jalen Hurts. We have a little bit of a revisionist history here. He won the Super Bowl, and everybody just forgot about the 10 weeks before that we were like, wait, the passing game and the quarterback was the issue. His top receiver said, what's wrong with the team? The passing game. So how can now you be one of the best quarterbacks in the game? I think I would have C.J. Stroud in his place on that tier.
So, you know, as one of the resident WIP Jalen doubters, putting C.J. Stroud ahead of him is pretty audacious, considering the season Stroud just had.
Yeah.
Now, the year before, Stroud had a great rookie year. Jalen did not have a great 2023. Could see it. Could absolutely see it, especially when you look at the trajectory of what we all thought Stroud would be.
Yeah.
But Stroud didn't have a great year last year. I don't know. Putting Stroud ahead of him seems a little hatery to me.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, listen, I would not have Stroud even in the same category with Stafford and Jaden Daniels and those guys.
No.
Like C.J. Stroud, sure, you had a nice rookie year, but you followed it up with a subpar second year. I understand injuries at the receiver position. I get all of that, but it's not about making excuses about what you did. So we'll see what he looks like after this year. He gets a chance to get back in there. I still like C.J. Stroud, but
Oh yeah, it's not a statement about how you think he might be at some point.
Right.
It's just where he is now.
And for me, see, this is where I disagree with Chris Sims, and I disagree with you and Fritz and anyone who doesn't necessarily have Jalen in that upper echelon class. I think it's a year-to-year thing. Until you've proven that you've done it consistently, then you can sort of be grandfathered into that elite status to where you're not necessarily proving yourself every year. And I'll throw Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and I'll even throw Lamar in that category. He's the two-time MVP.
Burrow?
Joe Burrow, yeah. But you know what? The thing that I'll say with Joe Burrow is I like Joe Burrow, but anybody that would argue Joe Burrow's been injured a lot, doesn't make the playoffs every year, sort of living off the 1 year he went to the Super Bowl. Like, that's a legitimate argument when you want to separate who's done what and who belongs in what category. But I have Joe Burrow in the elite category. I do. He's in the elite category. Thought he could have easily won the MVP last year. And he'll certainly be a candidate this year. But where I got to put Jalen in there is that there has to be something said for what you ultimately want your quarterback to do. Do you want him to impress you with stats, or do you ultimately want him to lead your team to wins and victories? And I understand last year was about Saquon. I'm not saying it wasn't. But Jalen has shown that he has been the engine for the majority of the wins. They just got Saquon last year. He had already been to a Super Bowl before Saquon. One could argue Jalen has made AJ better. AJ's numbers are better here than they were in Tennessee. Playing with Jalen in this offense with this type of quarterback, as well as the other weapons, brought Saquon to fruition, right? Like in other words, people have come here and they've gotten better. Yes, they've made Jalen better as well, but it wasn't like Stephon Diggs didn't change Josh Allen's outlook, right?
Now Diggs left, and
Josh Allen last year. He just proved that,
right?
But before then,
yes,
it was Stephon Diggs being there, right? That helped him, right? And you can say the same with Joe Burrow. He is a great quarterback. He's never been without the best talent. That goes back to his college days as well. He's never been without top talent at the wide receiver position, right? That helps him put up astronomical numbers. Lamar Jackson, he's the only one that you can say from a receiver standpoint has not had the level of talent that the other guys have and still has done what he's done. I'll put him in there. All I'm saying is that I think those other guys, I think Jalen separated himself from the C.J. Strouds and all those guys. Those guys have to fight to get in a category with Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen fought his way into the category with those other four guys. He's gone to two Super Bowls. He's been an MVP candidate. He's been All-Pro. He's been Pro Bowl. Like, he's done all those things.
Do you put Stafford in that category too?
Yes. Well, I mean, I don't view Stafford as an elite quarterback.
Okay.
Very good, though.
Okay.
Very good. I would even say you can make the argument he's definitely a better thrower of the football than Jalen.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he's definitely a better thrower of the football than Jalen.
Yeah.
I think there's an argument for Stafford there. I think there is. I mean, he was back in the division round last year, right? The year before, he took a team with a bunch of young players and carried them to the playoffs the year before. So I think there's an argument for Stafford to be there.
It's a big year for him, by the way. And I know he's later
and
in his
he's
career,
older.
But I think what he does over the next 3 years, I think will help determine how he's remembered.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think he could be remembered either way. If they have another run, if they happen to get to another Super Bowl, even if they don't win one, I think Stafford gets remembered as like maybe not all-time great, not Peyton Manning and Tom
I would
Brady,
put him there.
but below that,
Yeah.
the level below that, I think you could make it if he gets to another Super Bowl, you could make an argument he's been like over Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like now, Rodgers, to your eye, Rodgers was outstanding and made.
But he came up short in big games.
But he did. But he did.
He did. Yeah, Stafford, I would say. I mean, I've been impressed with Stafford's career as a Ram. Even though with all the numbers he put up in Detroit, I thought he underachieved in Detroit.
Sure, yeah.
At least he went on and won a Super Bowl, and I think those Rams teams the last 2 years have overachieved.
Oh, absolutely.
They've overachieved.
Absolutely. 215-592-9494. All right, so Memorial Day weekend, we're here, by the AC Expressway. Maybe you're going down the shore. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not until, I don't know, Sunday or something. Colonial Hyundai is hooking you up this Memorial Day weekend with the Memorial Day weekend sales event. So Thursday, which is yesterday, today, Saturday, and Memorial Day, 2 things you get to choose from at Colonial. Everybody does. 1, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Any new Hyundai that's up to $10,000. You want a Palisade, you want an Ioniq, you want a Elantra, whatever it is, Tucson, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, or you get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. You could push it up there. Could have 2 wheels. Might be missing a steering wheel. What is going on?
It's the smallest little dog
It's
I've
a
ever
dog.
seen. That's
Okay.
so loud.
I didn't know if it was a person or a dog. Just wanted to make sure it was a dog.
I thought it was Seltzer.
Yeah. Colonial Hyundai, all weekend long, 20% off or $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. And you're going to get the best financing in the business, rates as low as 0%. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. Okay, Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who is a bigger deal, Metallica or Beyonce? That is the Twitter question. Wow. What do you think? Well,
Beyonce.
What do you think the percentage is at?
I would go 70% Beyonce.
65.2% Metallica.
Wow.
That's
there
our fan base.
Yeah. Well, Metallica's been around 40 years. They're playing the Link. Let's not act like it's a club band or something.
Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't know their music.
You would know some songs.
I mean, I probably would know some of their songs.
Yeah, you would know some.
I certainly know more Beyonce songs than
That's
I do
for
Metallica.
sure. Yeah, you would know some Metallica songs. I think we'd probably get to 5.
I think
Recognize?
So. I think so.
Recognize 5? Yeah. 215-592-9494. Big Aaron in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Big A?
Hey, happy Memorial Day, fellas. And I'm about to go off in a minute. What
Let
the
him
hell
cook.
is Elliot talking about? What the hell? I think
We don't
only
know.
supposed to open a checkbook. Like, that's a big deal, opening a damn checkbook.
Well, it is compared to other owners. Not every owner opens their checkbook. No,
open some kind of checkbook, man. That ain't nothing, man. Open up the damn checkbook.
Were you around for Ed Snyder and Harold Katz with the Sixers who didn't want to open up their checkbook? It is a big deal.
It's different now because we have a cap. You have to open up. You have to open up
Nope.
stuff.
I mean, that's not true. I mean, there's luxury tax and.
I don't want to talk about.
Now you don't want to talk about it. You're about to go off 30 seconds ago. Now you don't want to talk
I
about
don't
it.
want to talk about that.
All right.
Listen, Jack, did you swim?
Did I swim?
Yeah. Do you swim in a pool? Do you swim in the ocean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm Michael Phelps, but I can swim.
Okay, listen, stop right there. You're the only foxhole guy there in the summer. What the hell's wrong with you, Ike? Oh, let it go to my chest. Let me sit.
And then you have to dip his toes in Spike. Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
You don't know what's in there.
Exactly. I don't trust the
Wait a
water.
minute. Have you ever watched like Discovery Channel or something? See what's in the friggin' ocean?
Listen, I was swimming in the pool I was swimming in the ocean when Jaws was out.
Oh yeah. You're
Ron
tough,
Jaworski.
Mr. Tough Aaron.
Yes.
With your
Come on,
swimmies.
man. Foxhole Jack.
Yep.
Yeah, let him go. He can go in there.
Yeah. By the way,
he's a hole, all right.
By the way, we're in New Jersey. We're not in where the scary parts of the ocean.
There's sharks in New Jersey.
Not real ones.
Yeah, they are.
Are you kidding?
What's the bit? Was it a great white?
Well, I mean, you needed.
Does it have to be a great white?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think we're doing here? There's some jellyfish.
Yeah,
they're
I
a
don't
little
want to
scary.
step on. I don't want to step on a jellyfish.
You go to Cape May. There's nice dolphins.
I've seen the dolphins in Cape May.
You ever swum with dolphins?
No.
Let me give you this. The brothers.
Swum.
Let me
That's not a
tell you
word.
this, can you hear me? The brothers.
Yeah, we got you. Loud and
We
clear.
used to go to AC back in the day. That's all we did. Go to
Oh.
AC. That's all I found.
Oh, so I'm glad somebody from the delegation stepped up. Is that where we go to we go to AC?
Yeah, back in the day we did. We don't go no more. Right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, right.
Wildwood now. You go to
There it is.
Wildwood?
North Wildwood. We do that. We don't hit all these little beaches, all between and all that. That ain't for us. We don't go down there. We don't hit all Avalon.
You're allowed.
Stuff. We don't go there.
Yeah, I know.
You skip that. We skip them and go to Ocean City, Maryland. We go to Ocean City, Maryland. Or we go to the Delaware Beach.
Okay.
Ocean City, Maryland, Delaware beaches are great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Delaware guy.
Okay, yeah, that's what we do. We don't stop in them other ones going down. We don't stop there.
What's wrong with you, man?
It's too much. It's too much. Like you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that.
With certain
I don't like
rules?
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of rules down here. They ain't tell you about rules down here. Jack. It's ruly. Very ruly down
They
here.
didn't tell you about the
We
rules.
got out of there. I'm all in with the Phillies. I'm all in.
Oh,
there it is.
Way to bring it back. Way to
But
bring
they
it
got
back.
to do something, though, Jack. They got to do something.
They do.
When Painter come up, is he going to start or are you going to go to the bullpen?
He's starting.
Starting. So who's going to go to the bullpen?
I think they're probably going to go 6-man. Well, and it depends on Nola being healthy, but they're probably just going to go to a 6-man rotation. There's no one going to the bullpen right now. They're all pitching too well.
Well, Taiwan will be in the bullpen.
Taiwan's already gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Taiwan will be in the.
No.
Just keep bouncing him back and forth.
Yeah.
No, well, there'll be an update on that in the High of Jackie Baseball.
Oh.
So we need somebody to get in the bullpen for the stretch run. We need somebody in there.
I kind of like the 6-man rotation with Painter there, because that way you use him less and you have him for longer.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. What do you love and hate about the summer?
Yeah. What do you love or hate? Yeah. For next question, we all know you want those Thomas Rhett tickets, the Creed tickets.
I don't want none of those tickets. No.
All right.
It's my birthday in the summer.
Ah.
I love it. It's my birthday.
Yeah.
I mean in June.
All right. Okay. Big
I don't
A.
even want to know how old you'll be.
No, I think Big A's younger than you think.
Yeah, I don't think he's 60 yet.
Really?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Oh, he talks
well,
like
because
it.
Aaron's in his probably in his
Early
30s.
30s, yeah.
Yeah, Aaron's in his 30s. So.
Big Aaron talks like he's like 75
I know.
or 80.
Yeah, I don't think he's 60.
No, we met him. He's not in his 70s or 80s.
No.
We met him in Chickies.
So earlier when you were arguing with Elliot about Sixers ownership and you brought up Harold Katz,
Yeah.
and then he brought back up Harold Katz, do you think he had any idea who that was?
He has no idea.
He has
who
no
Harold
idea
Katz
what
is.
Harold Katz is, right?
He can't.
Oh, Big A?
No, we're talking about Elliot.
Oh.
Because Elliot brought him up in his argument earlier. And,
Did he?
Yeah, after Spike said it earlier in the argument. And knowing Elliot, I think I know Elliot, there's a 0% chance he'd ever heard who Harold Katz was before you.
Well, I don't know. He probably to get ready for the debate with Rhea.
I know. Maybe.
He might have looked up some stuff.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. He might have just picking up the context clues of what I said.
Yeah.
Because Harold Katz was a cheap owner.
Well, that's his thing, and it's his basically saying that Joshua Harris isn't those guys.
Yeah, and he's not.
Right.
He's not. It's I think, yeah. I understand why people don't like Josh Harris. Let's put it that way. Like, I understand why people don't think he's a good owner. He is the thing that you pointed about him not being around. What it does is he doesn't get any leeway.
Yep.
You know, if the team has been better than it was, and if they had won a championship, I don't think anybody would care about Josh Harris at all. But when you don't win a championship, that other stuff buys you a little bit of. And by the way, you know, John Middleton is around. If this team in the next 2 or 3 years doesn't get there, he's going to see heat
He'll
too.
catch heat, yep.
But he won't catch as much heat as Josh Harris does, I don't think, because he's around and he is seen as a.
And by the way, I don't think Joshua Harris is a bad owner.
No, he's not. Yeah,
like, I don't think he's a bad owner.
Yeah.
I was just trying to really convey to Elliot why most people, which I think is a big part of the reason why they don't connect with him.
Sure, yeah.
And won't give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's not around.
Yeah.
You know, he's not around. He doesn't seem like he's engaged. He doesn't, you know. Now
it's just like it's just like it's a team he owns.
Yeah.
Like, it's another business.
Yeah, he just doesn't.
another business.
He doesn't look at these things. And I do think there are going to be more owners like him in the next 25 years. We'll see owners that are spread around that own a bunch of different things. But, like, that's not what people want here.
Not
you know?
here, yeah. You
that's
can
not
do
what
that in
people want.
Miami, LA. Like, yeah, you can do that in some of those other cities.
But Jeff Lurie probably has a bunch of different investments.
I agree.
But we don't see him sitting, you know, sideline of a, you know, he didn't buy the Celtics.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
he didn't. So, all right, coming up next, the final debate of debate days.
Yes.
Morgani versus Bros.
Speaking of owners,
What?
who own the Flyers?
Comcast Spectacor.
Okay.
Yeah. It was at Snyder, but under
yeah,
Comcast
yes.
or whatever. Comcast owns them. Yeah.
All right.
So Bros.
Faceless owner.
Yeah, I guess Jonesy is the face now. He's not an owner, but Jonesy
no,
is the
it's-
face.
it's
Are we like the Packers now?
Who is it?
Isn't it Dan Hafferty?
Hilferty.
Hilferty.
Quit trying to act like you know hockey.
I thought I know hockey, and I know I think he's the face of the group.
The face of Comcast Spectacor.
Yes.
All right. So that is next. Also,
Deny that.
your chance to be in or out on the Phils by 6 p.m. That's the deadline. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, we're down here at the Farley Plaza. We're talking about kicking off the summer, right? Yep, so kick off the summer, this Memorial Day specials all month long with my friends over at Elite Acura. Now, there's always more to explore and many miles ahead in a 2025 Acura RDX that's now available to lease for just $459 a month, or you can cruise into a special pricing on a new 2025 Acura MDX. You can lease it for only $559 a month. There's no time like right now to lock in your Memorial Day specials. Elite Acura has over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock and priced to move. Their large selection means that you'll find the perfect Acura for your summer adventures. No waiting, no delays. Now's the time to check out their Memorial Day specials. Don't wait. Kick off your summer today only at Elite Acura. Make sure you visit them in Maple Shade or check them out online at EliteAcura.com. Tell them Mike sent you. And remember, no one can compete with Elite.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 6/2/25.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough, but with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The college football playoff has finally done what should have happened last year. They're going to seed the teams not based on conference championship winners, but based on the actual best teams in football. Yes, this is a power play by the SEC and the Big Ten, and almost certainly assures that those conferences, as always, will have the advantage in chasing down a title. But it also means the better football teams will be rewarded for being better. What a concept. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show, like Spike and Fritz. Why don't we get real dogs?
Yeah.
Why don't we grow up and get a real dog?
We found the first dog that Spike hates.
We are at the Frank Farley Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the official kickoff to summer. Pete's going to pay your toll starting now on the AC Expressway all the way up until 5 o'clock. So we are wrapping up debate days as the official Flyer show in Philadelphia with a huge Flyers debate between Broads and Al Morgani. Broads, do we have you, sir?
Yes, you have me. How are we today?
Oh, we're good. Morgani, you there as well?
I am here, ready to roll.
Oh, you sounded, buddy.
Yeah. So before we get to it, I just want to know, we want you guys to attack each other, even if you have to get personal. Are you ready for that or no?
I don't mind that. It's kind of like the Stanley Cup playoffs. You beat up your brother and you shake hands afterwards, right?
There we go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I don't respect you within the lines. That's all. You know what I mean? When we're out there on the ice. This is the thing. I'm going to say all this stuff, and he's going out to dinner with Jonesy and Tockett at 4:45. So you're just going to sit down and we're going to talk about what I had to say.
Are you saying he's bought and sold by the team?
Say that again, Jack?
Are you saying that Al's bought and sold by the team?
Well, I think he's part of the brass, if you will.
All right. So the debate here is the Flyers hire of Rick Tocchet a home run hire? So, Broads, you are going to pick a number that is 1 or 2. If you get it correct, you get to decide who goes first. What is the number?
1.
That is incorrect. The number is 2. Al, would you like to go first, or would you like Broads to go first?
Oh, I will genuflect to the youth there.
Okay. Broads, your opening statement.
All right. Is Rick Tocchet a home run hire? Of course not. It's a single. You can live with a single, but it's about the long ball. We love Schwarbombs in this town. He's just a typical retread. There's a group of second-tier retreads, Alain Vigneault, Peter Laviolette. You know what you're going to get. A few years, and then a nice culture, and then it's time to go to the next guy. But who knows? Since they're best friends with Rick Tocchet, he's probably going to overstay his welcome. He doesn't have an impressive head coaching resume. 2 playoff berths in 9 years. It's safe. There's not much intrigue to this. I know what I'm getting. Just another standard guy who's going to run out of juice after a couple years until they move on to the next one. But hey, let's make our fan base happy and get people back into that barn, and let's get those season tickets rolling. And that's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing a team that wanted to try and bring life back to the logo, so they're starting to pick up all the old fly guys again to make people happy.
Wow. Strong. Run of the mill, you call him. All right, Al. I don't know what you're going to do with that. But your opening statement, sir.
Well, it's really cool to follow a glass banger. I mean, really, when you make echo noises like that, just an average coach. He's beloved in the NHL. He has success beyond the NHL internationally. Canada wins the 4-nation tournament. He's one of the coaches behind the bench. Since he left the Penguins as an assistant coach, the Penguins, with four Hall of Famers, they have won exactly 1 playoff series, 1 with 4 Hall of Famers. The only team they've beaten in the playoffs since Rick Tocchet left as an assistant coach was the Flyers 1 year. That's it, and they haven't made the playoffs the last 3 years. And I like when you say he's just an average coach. Look at the numbers. What you're doing, bros, is what everybody does that has an empty head. They're looking at the notes and not hearing the music. When you try to compare what Rick Tocchet did coaching for organizations like Tampa and Arizona, which basically had Toys R Us as ownership, how are you supposed to do anything? And he still managed to get Arizona into a playoff series and win Coach of the Year last year in Vancouver. And you want to say that NHL coaches are like teas, you just use them and throw them away? That's true. Average length of coach as of right now today, 1.98 years. Not very good. But he's managed to stay. And he managed to get this job in Philadelphia with other people, not just the NHL, but other people in networks trying to hire him because he's so popular. No, not just with people, with players, with personnel, with front offices. And when you want to look at just an old guy coming back to the Flyers, that's the most ridiculous argument ever. How easy would it have been to go and do something like be really cool and go get a college coach or something because the Flyers are doing something different. Wouldn't that have been a lot easier? You know, the kickback on this that they have to deal with? If Danny Briere wanted to look like, you know what, I want to calm the fan base, I would just do something different. But no, he went and decided, I'm going to get the best guy. I know there's going to be kickback from guys like Rhodes that think that just because the guy played here 23 years ago, we're going back the old road. No, this was a bold hire.
Wow. Incredibly strong.
Rose is in the corner.
Go on, bro.
Rose in the corner.
Go, bro.
Well, listen, this is the thing. The Jack Adams thing means diddly nothing to me, considering Torch
Who the
has
hell's
one
Jack
of those.
Adams?
Jack Adams Award means you're the best coach in the league for a year. Torch has one. Elaine Vigneault, you can go through the list. Everyone has a season here or there where it's nice. But how come all the success when he left Pittsburgh wasn't really generating with some of these other teams? Is it because the franchises you said stink? Well, what the hell are the Flyers? They probably stink too!
Have you looked at the rosters? So he doesn't make the playoffs this year. His goalie goes down with injury. You're dealing with an organization right now that's trying to play two things, chess and checkers at the same time. Tocchet gives you a chess look because guys want to come here and play for Rick Tocchet.
Well, I better see that then.
You better.
Is Quinn Hughes coming?
You're not. That's the secret. There's the secret sauce right there. Do you think that there's a better chance? I'll ask you point blank, be honest. Is there a better chance that a free agent like Hughes, when he's a free agent, comes to Philadelphia because Tocchet's here?
If the money's right, the money's right. I think it's
no.
thing.
The money will be more in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary. It would be more.
Well, he's not taking less to come play for Rick Tocchet in Philadelphia.
You're not taking less. People go play less for in Florida and Dallas because of tax situations.
Well, that's different.
Things happen. People want to play for him. Rick Tocchet, when he's known throughout the league as he's like a star whisperer. Gino Malkin wouldn't get along with anybody. Malkin goes there and Tocchet turns him into the player that he is now. If you look at Kessel, would play for nobody. It was Tocchet that got him to play. Why do you think TNT so desperately wanted him on their panel? Why do you think he's a Spittin' Chicklets favorite guy? Because he attracts players and fans. He is a guy that everybody respects, and that includes players. Look, you played the game. You were a lumberjack, right?
Yes.
No, okay, you're there. So you got to know that there's something to a coach that players want to play for. There is absolutely something there. And if this is only a 4-year deal, so in the NHL, that's a lifetime. So that's a pretty good bridge to get where you want to go.
So you just said it, though. It's a bridge, right? Because I thought that.
Well, what isn't a bridge? How are you not a bridge? Who's the only bridge?
I want a guy. I want the now and the later. I want both.
Give me the God. Who would you have?
That's on them to go do the research. I don't think it's the guy with this resume.
I want you to tell me who you were. You know the coaches that were available. Sullivan.
Go get David Carl. Make it happen. Give him the money.
David Carl is not leaving Denver.
Well, you make it happen.
He's made it clear he's not leaving Denver.
Well, then how come? Why couldn't they get Mike Sullivan? He went to the Rangers the next day. Get in there.
I just told you that Mike Sullivan has won one playoff series since Tocchet left.
Well, that's
they haven't made the playoffs in 3 years.
Now you tell me Tocchet gets all that.
You tell me you don't want Tortorella, who's like bound at the hip with Sullivan? They're the same guy.
Well, so are all these guys. That's my point. There's 75 Tocchet's.
So what are you going to? So your argument is everybody's the same. Let's. What are you going to? What do you want to do?
Here.
Go just hire some pretzel salesman as a coach because it's different?
Maybe it's the NHL. Who knows?
Well, you have no answers. All you have is complaints.
Pat Ferschweiler. Go get something interesting.
You're a
Go
college
get
coach.
interesting.
So there's been 5 college coaches to come into the NHL. One of them, Hackstall, who came here. The only way for a college coach, unless it's Herb Brooks, is to go and be an assistant. You look at what's happened here.
He was an assistant. Ferschweiler was an assistant for the Red Wings.
But right now to come in, now he's gone back to college. You want to go that way. You're thinking just because it's Rick Tocchet, it's an old school guy. It's not what happened here. You're not going to sell tickets with that bald noggin. It ain't happening. That's not happening. They're going to sell tickets with Michkov. This is a guy that works with star players. Crosby, Gretzky, Lemieux, all buddies of his. He knows what makes those players tick. That's why he's here. And he can be a hard ass. but he's a communicator, a good communicator, and that's what makes him different from John Tortorella, who wanted people to come through to his door. Tocchet will go to them. This is a good, solid hire. You just have complaints.
It's a single.
You think this was easy? A single. Give me a double then. Give me an ace.
Well, is it a hustle double where it's like maybe one of those ones that Bryce stretches, but you hate it?
So why did everybody? Why was he like number one on people's list?
That's a great question. People get it wrong all the time.
Well, people, what? You're arguing from a negative.
Man.
You're arguing from it can't. Your argument is it can't happen.
No, he's fine. He's fine. But I wanted something where where it moves the needle. Where wow, that's outside the box thinking. That's creative. This is like another guy.
This is not another
And then there's
guy.
500 season ticket holders there to watch his introductory press conference, and I'm supposed to believe this wasn't to tickle the undercarriage of the Flyers faithful.
They did this last time too. They decided to give season ticket holders an opportunity to come. You don't like that? Do you spend $1,000 a month on tickets?
Hell no. But
Okay.
I know my dad would, and my dad loves Tocchet.
All right, so your argument is it's wrong that some people like this hire.
Well, I think they know what they were doing. They were hitting the specific
They were not
group
doing it.
of the fan base.
I just told you played in Vermont. You must be familiar with the French, right?
Sadly.
Okay, so you've got Danny Briere, who's an absolute killer. Yeah, it might look like he's in the 7th grade there, but he's a killer. He'd break your chicklets if you played against him with that stick. So he fires LaPerriere, and that's a good friend of his. And you're telling me this was a feel-good thing for the organization when they just did something like that? So it's obviously just bottom line. That's it. What do we have to do to win?
Fellas, I heard you guys chirping over there, so I just want to make sure we don't overstep our boundaries.
No. I think we're going to call it here.
Okay.
Now,
I like
think
the passion, by the way. I'm very pleasantly surprised with your...
Yeah, because you got cooked.
Yeah, you got your ass
not.
kicked.
You got your ass kicked.
You got your ass
Yeah, you
kicked.
did. That was the old dog breaking out a new trick.
You guys are on. You guys are on.
Bro's did a great job.
Thank you, White.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great job
For the
there.
first time, because we're not involved in the debates, we are going to take a vote of the three of us as to who won this debate between Broads and Al Morcanti. Jack, who is your vote?
Al by a million.
Oh, come on.
Ike?
It was not Al by a million. I got to be honest with you. This may have been one of the better debates.
I agree.
All week of debate week.
Dude, how about that, Al?
Man, and I gotta be honest. Al was pleasantly energetic throughout this debate. But I gotta admit, Al, I love you, brother. But Broads, Broads is right, man.
Yes.
Broads is right here. I love the passion coming from Broads.
So
I do.
So my vote is the tiebreaker.
Uh-oh.
So I understand Broads' point here. The Flyers have this history of just going back to old Flyers, and he wanted something, and I'm a guy who likes new, different thinking. I understand it. However, Morganti cooked his ass.
Oh, come on.
You had no answers.
You
had no answers.
That just went off for
You start
15
naming
minutes.
random French people in the middle of
Well,
it.
that's because you're clueless about puck.
Whatever.
Obviously.
You're a glass banger.
Oh, man, this is great.
That's good hockey talk, though.
That was good
Good
stuff.
hockey talk.
Al, are we doing our handshake at center ice right now after a Game 7?
We are indeed, and they owe you more time. I don't like this 50 seconds.
Oh, cut him off.
No, you're making sense before.
You tell Skinny, Baldy, and Needy over there.
I love it. I love it.
Skinny ball. I'm
I'm down 20. Everyone's talking about it.
Oh, man.
All right. Thank you, Al. Thank you, bro.
No worries, guys.
See you, fellas.
Holy moly.
Wow.
That was good, man.
That was
Good passion.
outrageous.
Good Flyers passion right there.
Jack, could you post on the for the Twitter question who won that debate? I would love to know. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. That was
good.
That was outrageous.
You know what that was? That was like when an older player has a nice throwback performance. Like when Kobe scored 60 in his last game, and they show everyone like I'm still the big dog around here.
Yeah.
Like that was Al to Broads. It was actually an Al. He got out alphaed by Al.
Well, because you know what? Broads went in thinking, oh, Al's going to, be mild-mannered, doesn't really, and he cooked him. He cooked him. Raji and Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Raj?
Hey, hey, man. As someone who doesn't care about the Flyers too much, I'm gonna say the winner is Al because I just got a noise complaint from hearing Rose voice. You know what I mean? Police knocking on the door, trying to quiet. But nah, man. I really enjoyed debate week, man. I love listening to you guys. Ike, man, I love you, man. You got me listening to you guys a lot. Spike, I love the hoops talk. So
appreciate it, brother.
I want to have but Ike, I want to say, I heard earlier this week you mentioning, I think Jack said something about Scotty Scheffler's like the Tim Duncan, and you were like, Tim Duncan's not elite. So I got to have a little mini debate, and I want Spike.
Tim Duncan debate?
Yeah, I want to Spike and Jack's input and to see if I can convince you guys that Tim Duncan's better than Kobe Bryant.
Wow, this is dangerous territory.
Good luck. All right, Roger, you can have 60 seconds on that. Go ahead.
All right. So, both won 5 championships. Tim Duncan's got more MVPs, more finals MVPs. One was the catalyst between winning his 3 out of the 5 championships as the best player on the team. Kobe was the best player on his team in 2 of the 5. And Kobe Bryant has a lower winning percentage, field goal percentage, as well as the fact that Kobe Bryant missed the playoffs 4 seasons. Tim Duncan's never missed the playoffs in his whole career.
Ike, your thoughts?
That was his argument. Well, he's not going to convince me. Did he convince you all?
Yeah.
There's nothing he can say to me that's going to convince me.
I'll be honest with you. Tim Duncan is greater than I give him credit for, but I'm never going to give him credit for it because I just was bored by it. And like I guess I didn't like the whole Spurs run, so I don't know what to say. In that, I would almost always rather watch Kobe Bryant than Tim Duncan, and it's just really hard for me. Most big men, it's just hard to rank them against
with the guard.
Yeah.
wings.
See,
know
to
what
me,
I mean?
Tim Duncan was a little bit like Bill Russell. So I look at Bill Russell and I say Bill Russell was a great team player, and he had great teammates, right? Playing a great system. Hold on, I'm just let me finish.
All right.
I'm not taking away from Tim Duncan's greatness, but Tim Duncan never shouldered the load that Kobe Bryant shouldered as a franchise player. He just didn't. His position didn't call for him to. He never averaged more than 21 points, I believe. Like, his position just didn't call for him to do that. So much so when his offensive skills diminished the last 5 or 6 years of his career, he was able to still win by just being a piece of the puzzle. When Kawhi Leonard was the best player, when Tony Parker was the best player, when Manu Ginobili was the best player. Like Tim Duncan's last 5 or 6 years, all he had to do was be a defensive player, right? Like that's and San Antonio is a great system. He had great teammates around him. He was the focal point of it. He was a great player. I'm not even bringing up the head-to-head matchup in the playoffs that Kobe has a 4-2 advantage over Tim Duncan in the playoffs.
But I want to say Tim Duncan never had a top 10 player.
He had David Robinson.
Old David Robinson. He's not top 10. He's not even.
Old David Robinson in '99. David Robinson was old.
He's not a top 10, top 20 player.
That's not Kobe's fault. I'm just telling you that Tim Duncan had great players around him.
I agree. I think Kobe did too. But Paul Gasol.
Sure, they did.
But my thing is, I think Phil Jackson and Popovich, Phil won without Kobe, won with Jordan. Popovich will never win a championship without Tim Duncan. He's never been. He never won before, and he's not going to win after. And my thing is.
So what if I tell you? What if I tell you that Tim Duncan himself said Kobe Bryant was the better player?
Well, I think he's more talented. I think it goes back to, you guys were talking really good about the quarterback. I think it's like you can be a talented player and make the Hall of Fame like Aaron Rodgers, but you can also be a winner like Troy Aikman and be a catalyst. So I think it's the same. I just want you to know, I respect your opinion, and I think both these players are top 10 all time. So,
of course, I agree with you.
Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Right,
No doubt. I think Tim Duncan's the greatest power forward ever, and I would have Tim Duncan.
Where would you guys have him?
I can't put him in front of Shaq because he was never the offensive player that Shaq was. Right? He was never the dominant player.
No, he just did it much longer.
Yeah, he just did it much longer. Yeah.
and made his teammates better. But yeah,
Sure,
I
he
get
did.
your point.
Yeah, no doubt.
absolutely. Raji, for next question day, you got a best or worst thing about summer?
Yeah, man. The only reason why I like summer is I don't have to stress about baseball until the fall.
That's one of us.
If I were to ask you, Spike,
Yeah.
not you, Fritz, I could throw you in there.
Nah, don't worry
No, you consider yourself a basketball person, too.
He's a basketballsman.
So, in my top 10, if I'm trying to get Steph into my top 10.
Yep. All right, so we have in there. Are we going to start from the beginning? No, go ahead. I'm sorry, finish.
So we probably have the same 10 in there. Like I got Jordan, Kobe, Magic, Kareem, LeBron, Shaq, Bird, Russell, Elijah Wan, Tim Duncan.
So that's 10.
Yeah. So I want to put Steph in there.
I would take Elijah Wan.
Yeah, I'd take Elijah Wan out.
You're going Elijah Wan out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elijah Wan was great, but if
you're
we're talking about all
against
this
those
stuff,
against those great players,
he wasn't great for like Steph.
As long.
Steph having the number of championships he has as the best player, and then Elijah Wan only having 2, and having them, by the way,
when
Jordan was gone, like I just that's what I would.
So I'll take Elijah Wan out.
Yeah.
How's that make you feel? We get another big man out
Good.
of
Well,
your top 10.
Can I tell you, if Steph had if that team, if he hadn't gotten hurt and maybe they win, then you could take a different guy out.
Who?
No one's doing
Who'd
that.
you take out? You can't take LeBron out.
No, you can't.
Oh, can't I? Oh, can't I? I give credit to Raji, by the way. Him coming at you with a Kobe.
I wasn't even expecting that, yes.
Yep. That's what the debate days are all about, baby. Coming up next, now this could be a week where the belt could change hands.
Yep.
You know, there's been a lot of fighting on the station. And the belt is currently held by Elliott Shore-Parks because of his Ace Bailey take for last week. So we'll see if Elliott was able to keep the belt or if it has been awarded. And I will say this, the results of the belt voting have been kept from me. So I do not know who has the belt. A lot of times I'll go into this knowing I do not know. That is coming up next.
Get a stronger umbrella.
Yeah, come on,
The
man.
pink umbrella.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Tucker? We are at the Farley Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for Free Toll Friday. They kick off to summer. Pete paying your tolls all the way up until 5 o'clock. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Memorial Day weekend is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Now, Dietz & Watson's cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. Oh, you like those, don't you? The Dietz Nuts meat snacks. Something for everybody in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium nuts, premium meats, and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. And we're taking LA's other team tonight, which is facing Miami, whose starter is simply broken and not a major league pitcher. His ERA in May, 7.47. In his last 4 outings, he gave up 4 runs to that awful team from the south side of Chicago. But there's more, and it's not good. His ERA on the road this season, 14.81, where he's 0-3, and opponents are batting .391 against him. Meanwhile, LA starter has now gone 4 straight outings, giving up 2 runs or less. So we are taking LA on the money line out west. That's going to do it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Now is the time for you to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers without a pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
All right, here you go. It's a long weekend. Maybe you're not headed down the shore, but you still want stuff to do. Delco. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right. They're right on Memorial Day weekend. Here's the list of stuff that you can find in Delco. You want a nice night out with your lady there. Maybe a nice dinner. Delco's got great restaurants. Maybe you want to go watch the game with your buddies. Great bars, great places to go get a beer. Maybe you want to take the dogs for a walk, take the family, tracks and trails, all that. Festivals, outdoor festivals, wineries, award-winning gardens, something for everyone in Delco. Check out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That's visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they are right.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at the Farley Service Plaza, right next to the AC Expressway with Chickies and Pete's for the official kickoff to summer. Pete still has 31 minutes left of paying your tolls.
Yep.
Get to the toll plaza so Pete has to pay for it safely. Don't rush. Speed limit, but get there. Within the speed limit. We will award the belt on the WIP Afternoon Show in a moment, right after we talk to George in Maryland. 215-592-9494. George, you're on WIP.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? I'm down here in Washington, D.C. area and all this, man. And I'm hearing you telling me that this guy is not a good owner. You know what I mean? That he's a good owner. He's a decent owner. But you know, every other week I hear this guy on these channels down here screaming out how he praise the Commanders and this, that, and I'm gonna bring them back to the old Washington Redskins and all that. But what he did with the Sixers was he just made a business move. He just made a business move because he's got $500 million of garbage that he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't get rid of $500 million of garbage. If that was Lurie, he would have got rid of that 2-bit general manager 2 years ago.
What are you
So he
talking
would've
about,
left
man? What are you talking about? Dial in here.
What I'm talking.
All right. So
No,
did you
now you
did
wanna
did
play
nah?
football.
Hang on. Yeah. So, are you saying that Josh Harris, as an owner of the Commanders, has not done a good job?
He does business move. He does an okay job.
Okay. They just had the best season they've had in 15 years.
Oh my God! Hey, you. I'm talking about the Sixers, man.
Okay,
I'm not
all right.
talking about the Commanders.
Okay,
I'm talking
so
about what he's doing
so
for the
let me
Sixers.
ask you this.
He's doing nothing for the Sixers.
Okay, he's at okay. So in the last, he's owned the Sixers for 13 years. Do you think the 13 years before he owned it or after he owned it were better?
Oh, I can't really say.
You can't. You can't.
I can say
You can't. They're not in the same
They were in the
position.
same position.
But they're
They were
not.
in the same position.
But they're
They
not.
were in the same position.
No, they're
They
not.
got knocked out the second round with Iguodala and that crew. They were in the same position.
That team got lucky because Derrick Rose got injured. And
Can you answer this question for me? Can you answer this one? Would Lurie let a 2-bit owner drive his team to the rate the Sixers would? He would have got rid of them.
I don't even understand what you're saying about Lurie. Lurie's a great owner. I'm not saying that Josh Harris is Jeffrey Lurie. Nobody is. It's different. Yes, Jeffrey Lurie is objectively an awesome owner, one of the best owners in football. There, conceded. The question is whether Josh Harris has been a good owner of the Sixers, and I think he has. I don't think he's perfect. I understand why people don't like him, but I think he's been a good owner.
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay.
All right, we got there. We got there.
George,
he hired a bum general manager. You think
Who?
this guy's good, but he's a bum.
Oh, Daryl Morey.
Who?
He's a bum.
He's a bum.
Okay.
He's a bum.
Okay, how is he a bum?
He's a bum because
How?
How
is he a bum?
Is the Sixers now? You came. Is the Sixers better before or after him?
I would say they're the same, aside from last year.
Yeah. So he's a bum to me. That's what I say.
Well, so since he's become the general manager, aside from if we take last year out, they averaged 52 wins a year.
What
All
has
right.
he done?
There it is. All right. I don't even know what to do anymore. He's just so mad. He just wanted to be mad, so I'll make him be mad. Chad?
I actually think I'm rooting. I'm not rooting for Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
To get it right.
Well, it swung a little hard the other direction, I think.
I mean, we did it with Howie, too. I mean,
Yeah.
It's what
Yeah.
happens
Yeah.
with general managers in this town. I mean,
Don't worry.
It'll happen to Dombo.
Until about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
Dombo was on the clock.
He was.
Yeah.
And he might be on it again, by the way,
Well,
after the trade deadline.
It's just so funny, Lurie would have fired the 2-bid general manager. Well, I mean, Howie, before he won a Super Bowl, was viewed as like an analytics nerd boy.
Right.
Even after he won the Super Bowl in 2020, we had a sign outside our building saying "Fire Howie." So
that was the one on the bridge right by the
Yeah.
river, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I remember that.
It swings. And now he's going to Hall of Famer.
Yes. How things can change.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So, and ultimately, the funny part about it is, it is about the performance of the players that the general manager picks. And then sometimes you can make the right decision or what everybody would have thought the right decision is, and it doesn't work out with those players, and it is what it is. Now, that's the job. That's the job, but still,
And I'm one of those people that the general manager's job is to bring the players here. Then it's the players' jobs to perform.
Right.
So I'm I get a general manager's credit for acquiring the talent, and then I don't blame the general manager when the talent doesn't necessarily live up to expectations.
Yeah, like the thing about Morey is Morey did not choke against the Celtics.
Right.
Right. Joel and James Harden
did,
choked
yes.
against the Celtics. Now, you could say it's his fault for getting James Harden. There is
But the alternative was keeping Ben Simmons.
Right. There's this thing where, and that's, I think, the most difficult thing in the NBA is that, if there is a, okay, if not him, then who sort of thing, because you still have to acquire one of those guys, one of those guys. So the belt is currently held by Elliott Shore-Parks.
Yeah.
But I am not in possession of the new or current. I don't know if Elliott's keeping it or not.
No shot.
So I'm going to hand it over to you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. So, listen, first off, Buzz, if you could please hit the sounder, it is time to award the belt at WIP.
There could only be one.
Yes.
The boss, the chief, the top of the mountain. The WIP Afternoon Show presents the belt.
So, it was a very spirited week on the station.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of debates that stuck out. There's a couple of debates that fell flat. Last week, I would say we gave it to Elliott just because. It wasn't an unbelievable performance by Elliott. There was a lot at stake during debate week.
Yeah.
But there was one debate that stood above the rest, and it was Jolly versus Spike.
Am I getting the belt?
You're not getting the belt, pal. We're giving the belt to Jolly. Yup. Listen to this takedown from Wednesday.
Daryl Morey has not been a perfect GM in the NBA, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been excellent. And at some point, the failures of its team have to be blamed on the players who do not come through when it matters most. Joel Embiid holds that, for sure. James Harden holds that, for sure. But the general manager who gets the players at the end of the day, if he gets players that are good enough and they don't come through, that's on them. That's not on him.
He's selecting players. He's doing all this artificial intelligence stuff, changing the way the game is played.
You're making things.
Hold a second.
Do you even know how artificial intelligence works or what he's doing? Do you?
By the way, the game is played. Nobody likes the game right now. The game is boring. Nobody likes the NBA, so screw that as well.
The team that you think is going to win the NBA championship, the Oklahoma City Thunder, play in a way that Daryl Morey optimized. Yes, they do.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
They play with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They play with players. I'll tell you what. If you want to be a guy who uses all these analytics to get your team, get a team with mental toughness. Don't extend Joel Embiid. Don't get James Harden.
People like you, say, you would win if you got somebody else. Who? How is Daryl Morey magically just going to get another top 5 player in the NBA?
Well, other people magically get him. Other people win.
How?
Other people win. Don't give me that excuse.
How?
How's anybody else going to do it?
No.
He is paid to do it.
Right.
Not
And he
anybody
walked into
else.
a team, any smart person would walk into a team with Joel Embiid and say, I'm going to do my best to win with that guy.
And he hasn't.
They haven't won because of Joel Embiid.
You use the worst, in my opinion, the worst verification of anything. He wins games. Nobody cares if you win games.
Is Sam Presti a good GM?
Sam Presti's a pretty good GM.
Okay, has he won any championships?
Got to win a championship.
Has he won any championships?
No, I don't think he's a great GM either yet.
Okay, so
Gotta win.
isn't it possible to be a good GM and have not won a championship?
It is, but Daryl Morey's not.
Of course
Just because
he
it's
is.
possible doesn't no. Winning games, nobody cares. Nobody ever goes around and goes, hey, my team was 54-28 last year. Did you go to the parade? It was great. Ever, because nobody cares.
But yeah, of course they care.
No, they don't care.
It means you have put your team in a position to win, Jolly.
No, you gotta
can't
win.
win a
I don't care,
championship.
position to win.
You can't win a championship unless you have a team that wins 50 or 60 games.
It's all
It's
Embiid,
just the
but
truth.
I use the word all the time. It's called transmission. You can get all the talent, all the coaches, all the whatever, the know-how of how to play the game. You got to transmit that into something.
What does
He doesn't
that
transmit
mean?
anything.
He's the general manager.
I am so insulted by the fact that you gave Jolly the belt.
Now, I will say,
yeah,
had the voting already not been commenced, I do kind of want to give it to Al.
Yeah.
Like, Al was the most surprising thing. I mean, Al had a real back.
Al and Rhea probably had the two best weeks.
And Rhea's in there. Listen, the Jolly debate was the funniest thing I've heard. I couldn't even look at you two. I was just like under the desk laughing. So, what a week.
Unbelievable.
Jolly, a two-time
I'm
holder
so
of the belt.
insulted. This is an insult to the belt. It's an insult to the belt.
So in listening back,
yeah,
you did kind of cook him, but he had so much passion. He had so much passion. It made up for it.
Unbelievable.
And I will say, he walked out of like a prize fighter. He knocked down the screen behind him, which is great. He saw Buzz. Buzz, you were getting out of the elevator, and he was still talking about how he was cooked Spike.
Yeah, he was like, I feel bad for Spike that he thinks that way.
It's unbelievable. And he said, he said before the debate even started that you poked the bear, which I appreciate. Like, he was dead serious.
This is a very personal thing. This is because I'm hosting the show and you're not. Is that why Johnny has the belt?
Oh, we've been over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine.
215-592-9494. This weekend, long weekend, it's going to be nice out. Dog's going to be playing out in the backyard, right? Have you gone to Dogs and Cats Rule and gotten your dog some new toys to play outside this summer? No? Shame on you. Because there are 7 locations, and they're waiting for you. The lead dog, George Perenni, has put together 7 locations of the greatest pet store that has ever been created. And greatest not just because of the products. The products are awesome. Pet nutrition, #1. Supplements, #1. Toys, collars, leashes, whatever you want, #1. But #1 because they have the staff to help you. The answers for these things, whether it's about natural flea and tick prevention, whether it's about pet nutrition, whatever it is, these answers are hard to come by. Sure, you can Google them, but you're going to find 10 different people giving you 10 different answers. Dogs and Cats Rule, that staff is there. They're informed. They are patient. They are helpful. They are great. 7 locations, like I said, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Rick in Harleysville. You're on WIP. What's up, Rick?
How you doing, guys? Baldy, skinny, needy? How's everybody doing?
Oh, yeah. Put it on a T-shirt.
By the way, he had that ready to go.
He wrote that days ago.
Yeah, he's been saying that to himself for weeks, just waiting for a moment to use it.
Awesome. I met you out in McGurk's for the championship party out there. I was talking to you at the end, Spike. Met Jack and talking to him about washing his hands. Hopefully he found the sink in the bathroom. Service Plaza. Yeah. Real quick, I am in on the Phillies at this point. Starting pitching's awesome. And I like how Romano, he reminds me of Patrick Roy with his facial tics.
Yes. Yeah. He never sits still up there.
No, he's crazy.
Yeah. He does seem like a psychopath. Is he a good interview? I haven't heard him talk.
Yeah, he's actually
Yeah,
he's fun.
You should get him on. The thing
now
about
that he's pitching well, we'll talk to him.
Well, well, when he had a 17 ERA, I don't know if we want to talk to him. I think the thing about the starting pitching is like, if this starting pitching is this way, it really does just put them in a position to win every single game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if the other team is scoring 2 or fewer runs over the first 7 innings of the game, it's just like it can help them weather the storm of the season when this offense goes, heats up but also goes cold. The thing that we're just hoping for is that this new approach that they have in the postseason, they're able to.
Hope that it works.
Yeah, hope that they battle through those times when they're not hot.
Because it's more likely that the bats go cold than the pitching somehow falls apart.
And that's where I do like the not going for the home run all the time, because I think the home runs do dry up as well.
Right.
So obviously,
especially in the postseason.
So you need to hit home runs. I'm not saying they can small ball their way to a championship, and obviously teams that usually hit the most home runs in the postseason win. But I think they're adding more tools to when the home run's not exactly there, and the pitching's better than the postseason.
Hey, another point. The reason why I called, I think you just made an egregious comment a segment ago when you said what when we were talking about how where Jalen belongs in the ranking, and with Chris Sims and his list is always an adventure, but you said that AJ Brown is probably better because of Jalen. Fine.
Yeah.
But you said Saquon is better because of Jalen? I think it would be the other way around. Jalen is better because of Saquon. Jalen's my quarterback.
Jalen being hold on. Let me ask you this: how was Jalen better because Saquon was here last year?
Because of the ability of the running game. And,
how did that make Jalen better?
it made the defense not rush the box as much as they did in previous years.
So you think Jalen was? Hold on. You think Jalen was better last year because Saquon was here?
I think Jalen is better because Saquon is on the team, not necessarily vice versa.
Well, I think the offense is better because Saquon is on the team.
Is better because Saquon
I haven't seen where. Well, hold on. I haven't seen where it's made Jalen better, other than us winning. You would agree the offensive passing game was the 29th or 30th ranked passing offense last year.
Yeah.
Well, how did that make? Well, how's that making?
No,
I'm not understanding how Jalen is better because of Saquon.
I'm saying, Jalen becomes better. Okay, I mean, especially when he got to the last two games.
But Saquon was here for 21 games. We can't just take 2 games. What about the other 19?
Okay, but are you saying that Jalen makes Saquon better?
Yes. Because Saquon is in an offense. Saquon has always been great as a runner. Right. But we get to see what Saquon can fully do because he's in an offense that's efficient, that has a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over, that has offensive skill position players on the outside. That opens things up for Saquon. Because here's the thing. If Jalen was a terrible quarterback and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith were out there, why would a defense worry about defending those guys if the quarterback is terrible?
Oh, yeah, but I'm not saying that Jalen's a terrible quarterback.
No.
I'm just saying that.
What I'm saying is because of Jalen's play, it allows Saquon, because Jalen's play affects the entire offense. So that allows Saquon to do what he's doing. If Jalen was bad at his job, I don't think Saquon, it'd be much like it was in New York. When Daniel Jones had a good year, Saquon had a good year. Right?
Right.
Okay. When Daniel Jones didn't have good years, Saquon was hurt, and they're loading the box on him, like all those type of things, right? You keep the extra defenders in the box.
Right.
So when you have a quarterback who's playing well, it's going to make the running back's job easier, like Saquon.
Right. But after the bye week and after we started just with focusing more on the run, Jalen was able to do his job better because Saquon was there.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Winner.
You said winner.
I think it's a little of both, by the way.
That's what I was going to say. I think it's both of them.
Yeah.
I got my brothers listening on. I'll take this.
You'll take it. Okay, that's all good.
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, well, also Jalen being able to run helps Saquon as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh no!
Top 5 caller WIP. What a psycho!
Hey,
what a psycho!
Hey, Rick. For next question today, why don't you give us something you either really like or really hate about the summer?
Oh, really like about summer? I like hosting parties. We have a nice yard. I like having people over.
There you go. Partiesman.
Preparing the mac and cheese.
All right.
Out of a box, just talking from scratch. So.
All right, Rick.
When's your housewarming party?
We're getting there.
No,
got some other stuff we got to get done, get ready.
Do you like hosting? Do you guys like hosting parties?
Have you been to my house?
No.
Okay, there's the answer.
We already decided when we have our first party, we're giving Rebel drugs. We're just drugging him a little bit.
Yeah.
Give him a little Xanax. Yeah, the little dog Xanax.
Is that illegal?
Yeah, they do. When we go on long, dude, he is so now. When he's my boy, he's my boy. But when we take him to the vet, he got so crazy. They were like, "Look, you can't bring him back unless you give him a little bit of drugs.
You got to give him something."
Yeah,
yes.
And when we go on long car rides, like
Benadryl.
Benadryl doesn't do it for him. He fights through Benadryl. Like when we would drive to the Outer Banks, it was like 7 hours, whatever it was. He would stand the whole time.
Dude.
Yeah, he's a psycho.
He is like a ridiculous dog.
Yes.
I mean, a ridiculous dog.
Yeah, he's a legend. He's a legend.
You want to come over, Jack?
What?
You want to come over?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
I'll tell you what, I won't be serving apple slices.
No.
Well, yeah.
No, we'll be having so much meat when we go to your house.
You gonna go to his house, put some meat in your mouth?
Yeah. Baby back ribs, steaks,
glizzies.
Yeah, man, stuff. Yeah. Right. I'm wearing my Birkenstocks too.
Jason Kelce was on the morning show today.
Oh, man. We're
talking Tush Push.
Yep.
Here's what he had to say.
To me, it's less about if defenses can't stop the Eagles. The bigger threat, in my opinion, is more about if the other 31 teams' offenses figure out how to successfully do it themselves. Do you agree with that?
I don't. No, I think that the biggest threat to the Tush Push is if somebody gets injured.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll be the thing that pushes it over the hump. And listen, it's football. It's a largely safe play, and I think the numbers have shown that. We've been running it now for 3 years, and we've been running quarterback sneaks in Philly for quite a while since Jeff Stoutland's been here, even dating back to the year we won the Super Bowl. It's a largely safe play, but somebody is going to get hurt inevitably, and that's going to probably be the last thing that people are like, all right, we're probably done with this.
Yeah, there's such a focus on it now that if a player got hurt during a regular QB sneak, nobody would say anything.
Right.
But if they get hurt during the Tush Push, and I also think the amazing thing is the thing that everybody's worried about somebody getting hurt with is how low the offensive line is going. But that's not what they're trying to litigate out of the play.
Yeah.
What they're trying to get out of the play is the pushing part of it. If they were really, I guess I would think that if what they're worried about is the injury, it would be the necks of the offensive linemen and defensive players who are getting very low, and that isn't. They could still do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? On a regular QB sneak, even if they make the Tush Push illegal, that part's still going to be legal.
Yeah. See, I think the injury thing is down the list of things that would make them change. Here's what's going to be ironic about this. I believe. Check this out. I think more teams are going to start doing it.
Try doing it. Yep.
I think more teams are going to do it, and I think that's what could actually cause it to be banned. Because now all the aesthetically pleasing and all this other stuff and the pushing and the advantage that the offense has, once more teams start to do that, then you're going to get more teams to vote against it.
And I also think the more teams that are doing it, the more teams you'll have that aren't quite as good as the Eagles. And I think the injury risk goes up. Where you have teams that aren't quite – they don't have an offensive line as skilled and as practiced as the Eagles are at doing it, too.
I agree.
Jack, what does everyone have coming up in the top 5 at 5?
He's excited.
Oh, yeah. I don't like this at all.
The most notable things that happened at the open house the other night.
Oh,
he was scouting it.
Wow.
Scouting.
Is there going to be something about the morning show host?
Yeah.
All right.
As always,
yes. Yeah. I know what's coming up there. Wow, that is big.
Yeah.
We are at the Farley Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for Free Toll Friday. Still got 7 minutes for Pete to pay your toll. He does it all the way up until 5 o'clock on the AC Expressway. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Others came and went. But Jack Dellas stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control, a lot may have changed. But one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Caesar's Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesar's Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The New York Knicks found out the hard way in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals that no lead is safe up against the Indiana Pacers. Tonight we'll see if the Knicks can get off the mat after a humiliating Game 1 loss. The Knicks haven't lost back-to-back games this postseason, and I think New York gets the job done tonight, as I have the Knicks winning by 5 points and evening up this series at 1 game apiece, which will lead to a big Game 3 showdown on Sunday night. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz at the Farley Service Plaza. This time of the broadcast, this is the second time I've done it, it's sort of like being in a bar after it's closed.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the festivities are over. Now everybody's just trying to get to the shore.
Everyone's trying to get out.
Yep.
And we're still here, baby.
We're still here.
Yep. Never leaving.
Yeah.
Never leaving.
Pete has finished up his toll paying, so you got to pay for it from now on.
Yeah, now you got to pay.
Yeah. Jack, are you ready, my friend? All right, let's do it.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
So the other night we had a nice event at the station, of course.
At Odyssey, Philadelphia, for all our partners.
All the partners came down. The 2 Lombardis were there. I saw Ike cheesing in the
See my picture today?
The photo that came out
I did.
today.
I saw it. Yep.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
And, of course.
As close as I've been.
Wasn't going to bring it up. But, of course, most of the WIP was staff.
Yep.
Staff was there.
Yep.
I say most, not everyone. So what I have for you today is the top 5 most notable. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Fran wasn't there.
At least all the on-the-air people were there, which is rare.
Yeah, all the daytime, full-time. Yeah.
Yeah, we were all there.
Kyle didn't go.
Oh.
Come on, Quinn.
Kyle Quinn?
You gotta be.
What the hell was he doing?
You know he wasn't doing anything.
Exactly.
He's got to start working his way around.
Why wasn't he there? Did you question him about it, or was this the first time you brought
This
it
is
up?
the first time I brought it up.
On the
Yeah,
air.
you kidding me? You think I talk to people behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Everything goes on the air. So the most notable things that I saw at the open house. Number 5 was Ike bullying me. You know, having a nice conversation with people that I don't often talk to at work. He comes by, talk to people you don't already know.
That's the truth, though. He's trying to coach you.
You create a whole scene. Everyone started looking at me, and they just walked away.
But I mean, it's the truth.
I did not create a scene.
You don't go to that event and just talk to the 4 people you always talk
exactly,
to.
that he already knows.
Yeah.
Hadn't seen him in a while.
You gotta press the flash, man. You gotta talk to our partners.
I gotta do what?
You press the flash, shake hands. Yeah.
I know that's what they called it.
Yes. I'm not saying you need to sleep with them. I'm saying you need to meet them and shake their hand.
Yeah, I didn't think that's where we were going.
Yeah, well, that's what you were hinting at.
Never heard that term in my life.
I didn't say you had to bump uglies with him. I said you had to press the flash.
Yeah, just keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. It's good. Dynamite stuff. Dynamite stuff. So I was bullied by Ike yet again in public.
I was just
trying to help you, man.
I was trying to encourage you to talk to others.
Yes.
At the outing.
It's
That's
a big
all I was
moment.
doing.
Get your name out there.
Show's hot.
He literally got mad at me, too, about it.
Did he?
Yeah.
Show's hot.
Just let him stand in the corner, drink his IPA, and talk to Seltzer. Come on, man.
I was drinking a Miller Lite.
Okay.
The fourth most notable thing that happened at the open house was Moshe macking on everyone.
Oh, was it?
Oh, my God. Someone has breathing air. There was Moshe. There was
Moshe's.
This is sort of true, yeah.
Really? I didn't see it.
Oh, the cheerleaders.
Poor Moshe.
They were getting an earful.
Really? Get up that high?
Let Moshe do his thing, man. Let him do his thing, man.
Now, what was he doing more of?
Eating?
Macking or eating?
Well, he definitely was going back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
He was eating and macking, snacking and macking.
We should call that the
Snacking and Macking.
Yeah.
That's the name of Moshe's podcast, Snacking and Macking.
You know, the cheerleaders are there, which, they're there to take pictures with people.
Yeah.
So they're just friendly by nature.
Yes.
It's what they do.
But you can't do that around Moshe. You can't be friendly.
Moshe is taking that as, they really like me. I'll just stand here and talk to them for 20 minutes.
Not knowing that they go to these events, that's what they do.
What they do, yes.
Yeah. Moshe went home thinking he had a shot.
Yep. Mom, guess what?
That's dirty, man. That's wrong. It's 5 o'clock. Is he left yet? Is he out of the building yet?
Oh, yeah. Memorial Day Friday? There's no way he's in there.
I don't think anyone was there.
Yeah, Buzz left an hour ago.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Moshe.
You're not sorry at all.
Sorry, Moshe. All right.
Snackin' and Mackin' is such a good podcast name, by the way.
Just walking around with a boombox playing Return to the Mac all the time.
With a bag of chips.
Yeah.
All right.
The third most notable thing that happened at the open house was Elliot with a straight he knows he was playing the game.
I don't even think I saw Elliot.
Well, you know what their problem was? They were trapped right by their booth. Like they're not.
When they had to take the tour.
Yeah.
Every
So
time
they were just at the podcast studio the entire time talking to people.
Yeah. And we were walking around snacking and macking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But he was charming clients and laying out the case why Jalen's the second best quarterback in football.
Is that what he was doing?
No doubt that's what he was doing.
He did it 3 times. I had to walk away each time. So I'm not. You can do this with the clients. You gotta sell. You gotta be Elliot.
Right.
I don't need to sit around for this.
Well, by the way, it works because everybody shows up in like a Birds jersey or something. So everybody just wants to hear about, oh my God.
Yeah.
Smart move by Elliot, but disgusting.
It was disgusting work.
Yeah.
They also all want to know why Spike and Jack not like Jalen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's not that I don't like him. Well, Jack can speak for himself. I'm speaking for me. It's not that I don't like him.
Yeah. I'll eventually get there. Second most notable thing that happened at the open house was Spike being the first to leave again.
Wow.
I mean, it's every time. We had the
wait a
draft event, first one out the building.
Hold on. I told Rod I had an 8 o'clock podcast and I could stay until 7:05.
It seems like you always have a podcast.
And by the way, somebody was following me out, then he got hung up.
No, dude.
You got hung up.
I was letting you finish. I was going to tell you what happened.
Okay, yeah, what happened?
Yeah, you led me right into the trap.
Was Rod there?
Rod was sitting right there.
Now, I already told Rod. So
I'm following Spike out of here.
Yep.
Thinking I'm escaping with him, and meanwhile, Rod is sitting right there. I'm like, oh, Lord.
So I stayed in the hallway, and I sort of watched, and I'm like,
oh, yeah,
I got to save myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can go ahead and go.
Yep.
Because you had an actual excuse to leave, and I did it.
I did.
I was just ready. I was ready to go.
No, I know.
And Jack.
That's a big social event.
So I don't mind those things. Those things are fine. Look, it started at 6 o'clock. What's the latest you could go? 7:30, 8 o'clock? Fine with me.
Well, I found out. Like, they even had Hugh there the whole time.
I know.
Wow. I thought he was gone. He was still there.
Did you go to 8? Is that what
yeah,
we're to?
It was 8,
okay.
Yeah.
Around that.
Yeah.
But the number one most notable thing that happened at the open house was the camera walking around with a handwritten name tag. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Hand, as if people don't know who Joe DeCamera is there,
Yeah.
And he looked 5 months pregnant.
Yeah. Look, I don't know if this is appropriate, but we were standing off to the side, and I won't even say who pointed it out to me. Somebody pointed it out. I looked over, and I quick snapped a pic for Jack, just in case he needed it. Joe.
And then, by the way,
Joe looks like he's with child.
He does.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, I didn't know you did that. I walked past him. I noticed it. I
also took a photo.
I got closer.
Yes. Jack got right next to him.
Right next to him.
Yeah, I thought I had a sneak one.
No. Yeah, he's locked in on Merrill. Yeah. He's talking to Merrill, and it's not a good look.
It's not a good look. If you post that thing, listen.
You can't post it.
I thought mine was bad.
I know.
No,
I think that's worse than mine. Yeah.
This is so much worse. You can't post it. It's that bad.
Yeah, but if he
at some point he will post
if he
it.
steps over a line, or I go 5-0, or whatever.
0-5.
No. Well, that won't happen. I'm saying like if I go 5-0, I'm going to post it anyway. But it's a tough look.
It's troubling.
It is troubling.
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
As a grown man.
I mean, I'm thinking Rod may need to institute some type of fitness requirement.
Remember, I had told Joe and John once when I saw them the way that they were eating during the midday show meetings, and John was in a bad place at the time.
Yeah.
I was like, you guys are going to die. You keep eating like this, and my career depends on you surviving. So I'm going to need you to do better than this.
Eat better.
Yeah. Now, John, look at John.
Yeah, looks great.
John looks great.
Looks like a lion.
The camera is falling apart.
Looks like a llama.
Yes. Like a reverse llama or something.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, it doesn't look good.
It's a bad picture.
It doesn't look good.
It really is.
This hour sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. 215-592-9494. Matt or Mike in Sewell?
I'm not eating like I'll eat.
Buzz, what are you doing?
What was that?
I talked to him last break.
Last break, it's 5:10.
Dominic in Westchester. You're on WIP. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First of all, we need to get a pulse check on Rhodes after that beatdown. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, Broads got sliced and diced by Al, I believe. I mean,
Yeah.
that was – I don't think – truthfully, Dominic, I don't think Broads saw it coming.
I don't think he did either.
And
I didn't either.
He was stunned by it. He was stunned.
Well, anyways, I came in to talk about the Phillies. I think you guys know my stance on the Phillies, but I have facts here that I could support it with, unlike you, Spike, when you talk about how Jalen led the league in turnovers in 2023. I tried Googling it. I couldn't find it. It turns out he was fifth that year.
Oh, no.
Anyways,
Well, that's
amazing.
something to celebrate for sure.
Well, I'm just saying. You go running
That
around
means he had a good
ranting,
year.
I mean-
That means he had a good year, you know?
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
listen. So this year they're what? They're 7 or 8 games over 500.
The Phillies
So last
are, I
year
believe, 13 games over 500.
Last year, this time they were 34-17, and then the year before that,
Oh.
No.
in those losses, okay, they
Can
lost to the World
you?
Series
I'm going to give
winner.
you a chance to say that again, Dominic, because your cell went out. So go ahead. They were 34-18 at this point last year. Go ahead. I know you have it written down, so just say it.
Yeah, I have everything written down, and then there's
Yep.
22-25 the year before that.
Yep.
And during those years, during those 25 losses, they lost to the World Series winner. Okay, they lost to the Yankees and Red Sox, all these teams that made the playoffs. Okay, and then following that, this year, there's no faith that they're going to get the bullpen settled out. If you look at the last 2 years acquisitions at the deadline, who has been great? Estevez was an okay mid reliever. Okay, Lorenzen had one good game. So I don't have any faith that they're going to bring anyone in the bullpen. And they're scared of Scott Boras. They're not going to put Ranger in the bullpen, even though it's the best thing for the team. But they're going to keep up with the 6-man rotation. Then they're going to bring up the guy I think they should trade for all the prospects. But I don't know how
All
you
right,
see
you
that
want to
this
trade
isn't
Andrew
just-
Painter. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I would rather trade Abel, to be honest with you. After one good performance, keep Painter if everyone's talking about it like he's the real deal. My point is, though, where are they showing you any belief that they're actually going to win the thing? When they play better opponents, and you're doing the right thing.
But
You're
they
keeping
have
the-
played better opponents. They took 2 or 3 from the Guardians out there. They took 2 or 3 from the Cubs out there. They swept the Rays. They
Took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers.
They haven't played just. They took 2 or 3 from the Diamondbacks. They've played tomato cans this week, but they have played good competition and played well. They've struggled against the Cardinals.
Yeah, well, that was my next point. The Cardinals aren't anything special either.
Yes.
And I
yeah.
think if you were to play the Dodgers again, I think it would be a little bit different. The real test is going to be coming up next week when they play against the Braves.
Well,
but
and if they take 2 or 3, what are you going to say then?
I'm still going to say they're dead.
I know, because nothing they're going to be able to do is.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're 37-14 at this time last year at the 93 run differential. So you're wrong on that.
No, I was whatever. They had a better record last year. Is what
Of
I
course
was
they
trying to
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what difference did it make?
Well, it makes a difference because they've shown that they can have a good record at this time last year, and still, it just seems like every year's a regression. They made
So when
the World
you
Series, and they made the championship.
So when you watch them, what do you see that you don't like?
I still don't like the outfield, and I think when the security guard saw Rojas out there and didn't let him in, I think they should have sent him back to AAA. The security guard was on to something. He's trying to do us a favor.
Wow,
Dominic, do you like? So I'm not. I guess I'm not super familiar with this debate. Do you just not like what in your gut, just without all the like? What do you not? You just don't believe in them at all? Is it just like this core of this team that you don't believe in?
Yes, that, and I just think it's almost like Aaron Judge. Not comparing Bryce Harper to Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is better, but it's almost like until Aaron Judge wins something, he's kind of on the same level as Bryce Harper. They never won a championship with Aaron Judge. And I'm not saying that he's like that level, but it's just like you could be really great and have all these you could win the MVP and everything, but until you win the World Series, does it really mean anything? We talk all the time with the Sixers.
Yeah, I
don't see
think
much of a
baseball's different. Baseball's different. And then, now I think
Bonds had the same postseason struggles for many years.
Yeah, and you know what?
The World Series.
The thing is, I think Bryce Harper would agree with you. I think if you asked Bryce Harper, he would tell you that is the thing he's chasing, and his personal success wouldn't mean anything. But unfortunately,
he's done everything else already.
Right, but unfortunately, the best player on a baseball team, and the big difference between Aaron Judge and Bryce is, and I think Aaron Judge is a much better player, but Bryce has performed in the postseason, and Aaron Judge has not. And the irony here is Shohei Ohtani goes and wins the World Series last year. He hits 200, but he gets a World Series trophy on his resume, whereas Bryce goes into the Mets series and has an OPS of like 1,100, and they lose, and it's on him. So that's just how it goes sometimes. But I don't think I guess I just it's very hard for me to pin it on a baseball player.
Yeah,
I guess.
and just not to talk about the Dodgers or anything, but when he's just DHing, that's kind of like a little asterisk too. I think you got to be playing the field and be a little bit more of a contributing player than that. But I'm not going to say he's not great either.
Yeah, same page. Yeah. For next question today, Dominic, do you have a best thing or worst thing about the summer?
Yeah, the worst thing about the summer is when it's really friggin' hot. You just keep getting swamp ass even when you're just walking around.
There it is.
Little swamp ass.
Little swamp ass action.
Yep.
The Buzz Wilson.
Hey, no, that's a different. I don't even. That's past swamp. I don't even know what that is. Soupy. Yeah, that's trying to think of another body of water.
Yeah, keep going down.
Yeah. Hey, Buzz, do you have the Saquon audio where he talked about the Eagles? Here is Saquon on the Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean podcast.
Exciting mics.
Talking about where he thinks the Eagles are in NFL history.
I firmly believe when you look at our team that we had last year, I think we're a top 5 team of all time. And I tell my boys this all the time. If you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, it was belt to ass. How dominant you guys were on defense and how dominant we were on offense and special team. Yeah. People don't realize how great of a team that actually was.
We were working together.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have training camp, but it's kind of different when it's just in game. How your coach really is, how's he calling the game, getting used to that, and kind of getting used to the guys you play with. But after the bye week,
I think we just all bought in.
We just bought in.
Yeah, I think we all just bought in, and you hear the outside noise and expectation. We didn't care how it looked. Only thing we cared about was winning football games. And when you have the talent, skill that we have in our team mixed with the coaches, we all play together like how we played. Teams really stood no chance.
This might not be fair, but I do believe that last year's Eagles team, where it gets put in NFL history, depends on how they play the next few years. I think sometimes, a one-and-done team, no matter how good they are, I think history sort of forgets them a little bit more, or they don't get the same, it doesn't stick the same way. If you had only had one of those Cowboys teams win a Super Bowl, I don't think we would think of one of those Cowboys teams as an all-time team. But if they win a bunch of them, it raises the profile of the other ones. I think if they get another run with this core, it'll elevate not what we think of the 2024 Eagles, but what everybody else thinks of the 2024 Eagles.
Do you agree that it's a top 5 team all time?
I probably not, but I don't know. I guess I haven't even thought about it that much.
I think it's top 5 since 2000.
Since 2000?
All time is pretty tough.
I would say no all time.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure it's top 10 all time.
Right. Yeah.
All time is all time.
Yep.
So that means you have to go back through all the damn teams.
Yep.
And now Saquon had an all-time individual season.
He did.
There aren't any other all-time performances on the team from last year.
No.
The defense wasn't all-time.
No, it was good.
It was good. It was a good defense.
Yep.
But, they didn't set any records.
Nope.
That was to be an all-time defense. And the receivers didn't have all-time years. They didn't even have their best years last year.
It's almost like...
And the quarterback we know didn't have an all-time year.
Now, they do have the Tush Push, which is a signature play that it will be remembered.
It's almost like they're
calling... I don't know how fondly it'll be remembered.
Just letting you know.
Well, it's almost like their calling card is good at everything almost, instead of most of the teams that you look at as an all-time team, like you're like, wow, that was one of the greatest defenses of all time, or that was one of the greatest offenses.
Yes.
The Eagles are like a 7.8 at everything as opposed to being a 10 at one thing. They're almost like, when you look at I've argued with my friends about how good last year's Celtics were, and they're all like, they weren't that good. And I'm like, well, when you look at it, they won 65 games at a point differential of 11. They lost like 4 games all playoffs. Of course they are. But they didn't have like that one season from anyone or that one like calling card. Like, it's weird. The Eagles.
Nor did they beat all-time teams to get there.
Right. That's the other
know what I'm
thing.
saying?
Yeah. And this Eagles team, they beat the Chiefs with Andy and Patrick Mahomes. But we'll look back as that was maybe not one of the best Chiefs teams that was, of the era. Yeah. So
I mean, it was a great season by him.
Yeah.
And I know he's in the moment that he's feeling good.
His season was all time.
Yes, his season was all time. But there are some Super Bowl teams. The '89 49ers.
Oh yeah.
Great team.
Yep.
The '85 Bears is an all-time team.
Yep.
Right? Like there's some all-time. The '99, the Greatest Show on Turf. Is an all-time team. There's some all-time teams out there.
The Legion of Boom Seahawks, all-time team.
Right.
Yep, for sure.
I think since 2000, you made the case top 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to look at them.
Yeah. I mean, those Patriots teams, they were great, but they weren't. I think this Eagles team, if they were lined up, now you'd give the Brady Belichick kind of. I get it, but like
damn good defenses also.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know. They weren't. I think their defenses in the early 2000s were better than later.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't know which Patriots Super Bowl you're talking about.
I don't know which Patriots were better.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're.
Well, the 16-0 Patriots are probably the best one.
That's the best. Yeah, that's still the best team I've seen since 2000.
Yeah. Well, they were terrifying.
It's a shame that Eli won that game. It really is.
It is. It really was a shame. No, it wasn't a shame.
Yes, it was. I wish they won that game.
I was actually rooting for the Giants that game.
Really?
I was hating the Patriots a lot. That was 2007. It was still fresh.
Yes. They robbed them.
Yes.
They cheated.
It was still fresh.
Come on, Jack.
And that was right in the middle of that. Yes.
Yeah. I got you. I wanted to see I say I saw the greatest football team I've ever seen. I was sick of the
So
Dolphins.
you wanted to do the whole. Yeah, I'm tired. Well, here's the funny thing about that Dolphins team, is that they were 17-0. That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing great about that. They just happened to go undefeated that year.
Yeah.
It seemed like a lot of people in the area that were rooting for the Giants in that game.
Because we hate the Patriots.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I was rooting for the Patriots. I'm a Brady's man.
Ugh. Rooting for the Patriots is disgusting.
I like all-timers.
Oh.
And I didn't know you yet.
You were rooting for the Patriots.
Jack,
wow.
Your Eagles,
I love Brady.
Your Eagles credentials.
It's really coming out.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. That's my man. I think he's the best.
The high hopes, Jackie.
Well, he is the best.
Yeah, just like
you have to be a fan of it.
Were you rooting for the Giants in 2007?
No. You know what? I don't even remember.
There's
no way I was rooting for the Patriots.
I didn't root for either one in 11 when they had the repeat.
Sure, I didn't.
I didn't root for either one.
I'm sure I was rooting for the Giants.
But I was rooting for the upset of the Patriots.
Because at the time, we hated the Patriots more than anybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
But out of the respect,
they were the evil, because that was right when the whole cheating stuff came out. It was that year, right? That was
yes.
Yeah, it was that year.
Yeah.
Respect greatness, though. That's what I was about.
Not you don't have to root for something to respect it.
Why? Like,
well, listen, I didn't root for the Bulls either. So
I know you've always been
a
hot
didn't
take
do that
artist.
either. Yeah,
you've always been a contrarian. But to see a team go the full gambit and close it out, I was rooting for it.
All right.
215.
The High Hopes Jackie Baseball
Brady
Report
jersey
is
at home.
next. Yeah.
I wish I did.
Oh, you're disgusting. You and AJ Brown.
Yeah, you and AJ.
Yeah. We're at the.
had something in common.
Man, Edelman.
All right, enough. All right. We're at the Farley Service
fired
Plaza
up
with
about
Chickies and
Vrabel.
Pete's. All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now's a great time to upgrade your kitchen, Spike. I know that you just went through
I
that.
did it.
Yeah, listen.
I did it.
And there's no better place to go into your appliances than National Appliance Warehouse.
Look, it was the final piece of the kitchen puzzle.
Yeah, some would say, I know we were talking about greatness. They're the greatest.
They are at everything.
They are.
Greatest price, greatest selection, greatest staff to help you through it.
Yeah, and the one thing that we always talk about is the price, right? We always
Yeah.
talk about Price Assure, which if you don't know is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. So you have that. You're also in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware, where their showrooms are.
By the way, that's a big difference, tax-free.
I know. But on top of that, they always have great savings events going on, like the Memorial Day Mega Sale.
Oh!
That is underway.
I should have waited.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, but either way, you still got a great price.
Right.
Now this is for everyone else. My friend Brian was there today. I said, hey, if you mention me,
Yep.
confetti falling from the ceiling.
Did it happen?
Nope.
Okay.
But we'll work on it. So, but obviously, the Memorial Day Mega Sale, if you've been wanting to get down to National Appliance Warehouse, you've heard us talk about it. It's a perfect time to get down there. And listen, we know it's grilling season. It's grilling season. They got all the top brands from the grills, so you don't have to go anywhere else. They got that covered. Again, when you're looking for appliances, they have over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget, 15,000 square foot showroom. You will walk in there, whatever you could possibly need. Contractors, your customers need the perfect place to go to refurnish.
Are you doing okay?
I'm doing all right. We're bouncing back. But the place where you never need to bounce back is National Appliance.
There it is.
Is National Appliance Warehouse. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Tell them Fritz sent you.
Hey, tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies stay out west to battle the Athletics. Tonight, leading off starts at 9. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back at the track, at the wall, he leaps, it's gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Others came and went. But Jack Della stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Del Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Del Toyota. Plus at Del Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are a brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. Now, you like the simple classics, right? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Don't worry, I haven't got about you donut lovers. There's options for days for you guys. You got the frosted mini donuts. How about the powdered mini donuts? And you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. Now, I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, you think they're listening on the drive into the stadium?
Probably not.
No, you don't think so?
We are at the Farley Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's for the official kickoff to summer. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who won the debate about Rick Tocchet, Al Morganti, or Hunter Brody?
Something tells me Al crushed this.
68.5% Al Morganti.
Yeah, listen. I would never say I doubted Al, but I was surprised. I was wondering what the intensity level was going to be.
We doubted Al,
and we doubted him, and he knew we doubted him.
And I think Broads being so over the top at the beginning got Al's back.
Yeah.
If Al goes first, you don't get that response.
Yep.
Right.
By the way, is 3.5 hours too long for a concert? 54.6% say yes. All the 45.4% say noers are Springsteen
Psychos.
people.
Or
Yeah.
Fish people.
Yeah.
Or Grateful Dead.
3.5 for one act?
For one act.
Yeah, that's a
Too
little
much.
long. Yeah,
Now,
that's a little long.
because Elliott's thing is
The whole night is fine. 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
for the whole
that's what
night.
I was kind of thinking. Yeah, one act. Yeah, I don't need 3 hours. Of
7p to 11p. All good.
Right.
All good for one night, but not for one act.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, because Elliott's thing is when he goes to a concert, he wants it to be an hour and only the hits.
Yeah, well, because Elliot is kind of like a girl with music.
Wow.
I mean, it just kind of is.
Yeah, well,
He just assaulted Elliot and women.
he's gonna get an espresso martini tonight at the Beyonce concert.
Yep. With his Cowboy Carter hoodie.
No, the finger's up tonight. He's
yeah.
jamming tonight. You know he is.
Man,
he is jamming tonight.
How we let him cover football.
Yep, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It really is.
Let's talk about our baseball team, why don't we?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Well, first I want to make sure I get this out of the way. I wrote a book. I co-wrote a book alongside my good pal Kevin Reevey, and we're going to be with Joe Conklin July 12th down at in Ocean City Music Pier. So obviously I will not be doing stand-up. I'm not a stand-up guy. But
shocker.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. But I'll be there signing copies of Ring the Bell.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Ringthebellbook.com to pre-order, and you can still get a signed copy and free shipping. So
there you go.
And Ike might sign it, might sign it.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe.
There's gonna be a lot of people that are going to get a book that isn't signed by Ike that we're going to have to remedy.
I might just forge Ike's signature.
There you go.
There you go.
I'll say, holla at your boy.
Yeah.
And then a fake Ike.
5'8".
Yeah. 5'8". Yeah. That's all going to be. So, Fransky's going to be on TV tonight. I'm sure you guys are going to be up for the 10 o'clock start.
I'll be up. I'll be home. But that's when I'll be getting home.
Yeah. You'll be up?
Me? Well, yeah, because the end of the Knicks game.
Knicks Pacers. Go Pacers. Go Pacers.
Go Pacers.
By the way, I mean, what a game the other day.
What a game. What a choke job.
So sad to see the Knicks choke. Oh, really? Just so disappointing. I never thought I'd be cheering for the Pacers so hard.
Really.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Usually I don't like when athletes try to do something that was iconic in the past, but I appreciate the Halliburton the choke thing.
And pointing to Reggie Miller while he did it. Oh, my God.
By the way, how is Reggie Miller allowed to call these games? I mean, I know it's...
Dude, and
he was laughing.
Dude.
Yes. The videos of him laughing at Radio City Music Hall.
I don't know if y'all heard the game, right? Late in the game, he couldn't hide his bias. Like, he couldn't hide it anymore.
Yep.
Like, he was clearly rooting for the Pacers to win that game.
Yep.
It was so good.
Yes.
Just an unbelievable. The Pacers done that 3 times now, these playoffs. It's unbelievable.
I think
they might have it.
Yep.
They might have it.
Can't believe Morey
sucks. We're gonna get an Indiana OKC finals.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be on NBA TV.
The first ever.
Yeah, on True TV. Check out the finals on True TV.
Thursday night football version of the the NBA
Man.
title. So in some Phil's news, Orlando Arcia DFA'd today by the Braves.
I saw that for Acuna.
Yeah. So Acuna's back, but Arcia, of course, from Attaboy Harper.
Sure.
Yep.
24 months ago, he was an all-star, and now he is
DFA'd.
He is done.
Wow.
He is done, so. Harper ended his career.
Braves in Philly this week?
Next week. Yep. So this upcoming week.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. All games on, I think, all national TV on
7 o'clock every game. Yeah.
Braves are 500 now, but get Acuna back and Strider's back now.
Yeah.
So
what'd you
His
have?
Braves.
What?
His
Braves.
They're not my Braves. I just thought they were a good bet.
No, the Braves are going to be your Rams.
Yep. You know they are.
Of this season.
Acuna coming to save my fantasy team too.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. I think we need to pour one out for Gene Segura.
Pour one out. He just retired.
I don't
he didn't
care.
die.
No, I know. I don't know what to say when they retired. I was kind of stuck in the middle of what to say at that point.
Yeah.
But who could forget his 200th double?
Yeah.
I mean, 200 was stopped.
He didn't forget it.
He sure didn't. But man, Segura had such an interesting arc here. He got blamed for McCutchen tearing his ACL.
Yep.
And that actually turned him into he started drinking heavily after that, and he got overweight, and it kind of derailed him for a little bit. And then being able to bounce back 2022, and he wasn't a great player here, but I mean he had the hit against the Cardinals that kind of spurred this whole thing.
Yeah.
He had the big Gene Segura game in the NLCS, couple diving plays and a big hit to give him the lead. I love Gene Segura. Every time they walked someone ahead of him, he seemed to come through with a big hit. He was a fun little player here.
Yeah, I like Gene Segura. I did. He was a part of that 22 magical season. It sucks that whole incident with the McCutchen sort of led to him being depressed or what have you.
But it did lead to Angelo versus Gabe.
Yeah,
which was great.
Yeah, it's great radio.
Gene Segura is the kind of guy who hit 295 and have an OBP of 298.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a hitter. He's not here to walk.
No.
Now, the one thing that I think is going to be something to monitor with Jose Alvarado being down and then being down bullpen options is Thompson. He's going to start stretching these starters maybe an inning too far than we think. and whether or not that's going to come back to bite him. Like Ranger probably went an inning later than he had to yesterday.
Yeah.
Luzardo the other night, he went back out there even though he was grinding it out for the first 5 innings of it. And he said after the game, like we're down arms, so it's going to be even more pressure on this starting staff to go deep into ball games.
But doesn't
that means Dave needs to go out and get us a damn
or one of these guys should just go into the bullpen. I just like, yeah. What's worse, putting Ranger in the bullpen or letting all these guys pitch extra innings, and then we get to mid-September
and
they're all
we got
cooked.
nothing. Yeah.
Well, but that could be the benefit of the 6-man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Gives them a little bit more of a break there.
Yeah.
So I think that's certainly something to monitor here. These starters going a little bit deeper into games. Now, he did say that when Nola's back, so Nola's throwing a bullpen over the weekend, could be back soon, that they're going to put Taiwan in the bullpen and just leave him there. So he said that there's no plans. Like, if we need a starter, we'll put Taiwan back in the rotation. They're interested in what Taiwan looks like as a real reliever. And they want to, I guess they're going to try him in some high leverage spots, and we'll kind of see how it goes.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
I don't think it's going to work either. I don't think it's going to work either, but whatever. We'll see.
We'll always have that 3-inning he threw against the whoever
Rays.
it was, the Rays.
The Rays. Wheeler on the mound tonight. The A's have lost 9 in a row.
Let's make it 12.
I hope so.
Can we steal that Miller kid from Sacramento while we're out there?
Oh, Mason Miller?
Yeah.
You gonna see your boy? Yeah.
Yeah.
They got some talent. I'm surprised they've lost 9 straight. They were a little frisky. They're 22 and 29 now, so obviously they were over 500 when this whole thing happened. So, but yeah, either way, Wheeler on the mound's not a bad way to start a series.
Speaking of being frisky.
There it is.
He gave you the eyebrows.
540.
Well, the deal is that, you have these summer nights where you're having a good time and you want to end it with the best time. You might need a little help. We all need a little help every once in a while. Blue Chew's a little help. It's a little help. It's a chewable.
So it turns into a big help.
There you go.
Yeah.
For some of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the tools are the tools.
Yeah.
But Blue Chew can help you get the most out of your tools.
Yeah, everyone's got different tools.
Yeah, it's you're there. This is gonna go till 50, isn't it? It's a chewable, not a pill. Easier to take.
Yep.
Nobody likes pills.
Is that what they say?
Same active ingredients as Viagra, Levitra, Staxon, and Cialis.
Yep.
There it is. It is. We're going to give you the first month for free just so you can try it, just so you can be better and you'll know it was the right choice. I know you've been thinking about it, but free, hell yeah, free. First month free. Go to bluechew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free. It's on us. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. It's like $5. You can handle that. And then you can really handle that. Look, you're not even going to have to go to a doctor's office because it all happens right there at bluechew.com. They figure it out there. They figure out the right mix for you. Answer a few questions. Takes 5 minutes. And then no pharmacy either. Just gets delivered into your mailbox in a discreet,
hard
package. BlueChew.com, I said. Code 94, I said. Free first month, I said. Just pay for the shipping. And then you can.
Chew it and do it.
Do it. Do it.
Can I get this off my leisure real quick?
Yeah.
Totally forgot that Wilt Chamberlain is in the top 10. So for everybody out there who heard my list earlier, that was just a brain cramp that I didn't mention Wilt Chamberlain. Of course he's in the top 10.
Real players have to be in your top 10, though, right? Or they're not that.
Not urban legends.
Yeah.
Wilt Chamberlain's in the top 10, which means Elijah Wan is definitely out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, is your top 10 now really just 15? But there's 15 players.
No, it's 5 big men, 5 perimeter players.
Okay.
Do you want to? Okay, so Wilt, Shaq, Kareem, Bill Russell,
and Tim Duncan.
That's the 5.
Yep.
And then LeBron, Michael Jordan, Kobe, Magic Bird.
Yep.
That's the 5.
Yep.
I think that's a pretty impenetrable top 10.
Well, that's the thing with Steph.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. How does Steph get in there?
Well, I can't wait to take Tim Duncan out.
They're very similar in some ways. Good team guys. Won a lot.
Steph has had a bigger impact.
I think so. Yep, I agree.
Tim Duncan's a winner. That's his greatest contribution. He's a solid winner. What else?
Well,
it sounds like someone else I know.
So you want to drop him down the list because that's the only skill he has?
Yeah, interesting.
You said he had really good teammates, I guess, right?
Is he an elite winner?
Yeah.
Well, he is an elite winner.
Okay.
Jake and Delco, you're on WIP.
Wow,
What's
what
up,
do you want us
Jake?
to do?
Yeah.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Jake?
What's up, Jake?
Good. Hey, I want to talk for a second about the Tush Push. I know you were talking about it a little bit earlier in the show. I'm happy that the league, did the sensible thing and upheld it and everything. And the talk of the injury risk, I know that you were going into that earlier, and I know you played the clip from Kelsey. I really have a hard time, absorbing that because I've been practicing the Tush Push for about a year now in my backyard with my kids, and
nice.
I have yet to get injured.
Well, how big are your kids?
Yeah. What, are you pushing them? Or are they pushing
who's
you?
doing the pushing? Yeah. What's going on?
A little of this, a little of that. It's like, but no one's been hurt yet. My kid kind of messes it up now and then. He's donkeying around back there, but for the most part, everyone's gotten out scot-free. So I think they made the right decision. I think that we need to just sort of let that part of it go because I'm obviously living proof that there's no injury risk.
Yeah, well, kids, if you're my age, you also were doing Superfly snooker stuff off the couch.
Top rope, yeah.
Never got hurt either. So that's a good one, Jake. Jake, for next question today, you got something you really love or really hate about summer?
Oh, yeah, I do, actually. I sort of have a bone to pick with an answer that was given earlier about swamp ass being one of the worst things about summer. I actually think it's one of the best things about summer.
You enjoy it, interesting.
Yeah,
I do. I really like how it feels. Your body sweats for a reason.
It's natural.
Off, and in the summer, my ass is hot, and that happens, and it cools it off.
There you go.
That's a good spend zone.
That is an excellent call from Jake.
We're at that time of day and week.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Where the calls are there.
5:45 before Memorial Day.
Swamp ass is a good thing.
Yep.
It's got to be the first time I've heard that one.
Yep.
Someone wants to make a case for swamp ass.
Yep. Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP.
Well, 3.5 hour concerts are rough, but 3.5 hours at the Farley Service Center, that's too long.
And dreams are made of.
I have to see you and talk to you on the same day?
People are happier getting a Whopper than coming by you guys. And it's so cold and all those flowers. Is there a funeral going on over there? I don't know this.
Hey, take my wife, please. It's like you just have one-liners here.
The 92 Cowboys, the 93 Cowboys, and the 95 Cowboys. Bam, there you go. There are some great teams right there.
95 Cowboys.
That's right.
Yeah.
Spike,
I don't know. 92, 93 for sure. Yeah.
Spike, your common sense and compassion for the Cowboys makes you top of my list as host. Jack, you're the only host to let me win a prize, and with your common sense, you've named me top 5 caller. Ike, let's get to you. All right,
Yeah.
Ike?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to quote to you a line from The Walking Dead, something Rick said to Negan. I'll change a few words, though, here. The Cowboys will have the revenge. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday soon the Cowboys are going to have revenge on the Eagles. And when that day comes, Ike, I will bathe in their glorious victories, and you will understand my pain. Goodbye, losers. It's cold out here. Bye.
Cowboy Jim showed up today.
Yeah. How about you just bathe?
Yeah. In a light blue shirt, handmade, that said top 5 caller with Cowboy Jim on the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to respect it.
Oh, I have to respect it.
Gotta respect it.
He is
He's a treat.
No, he's awesome. He really is. He really is. I didn't think he would find his way.
He did, though.
But he's found his way.
I didn't think he'd find his way through my ear, to be quite honest with you. I didn't like it at all. But he's become an excellent caller. Well, okay caller. Good personality.
Yeah, good personality.
Yeah. So do we have, Buzz, do you have a list of our best and worst answers today?
I do,
for the
yeah.
prize?
Thank God.
What do we got?
Swimming pools, I thought was a good best one. Fransky in LA is a good best one. Beach season, water ice, some of the highlights.
Well, hold on. Corey's answer was hot swimming pools.
Yeah, that was a terrible answer.
Yeah,
what a heated swimming pool. Yeah.
It did
I would
not
say
specify the
Fransky
heat.
in-
I apologize.
Fransky in LA is-
Baseball, hosting parties, swamp ass there at the end.
I think Fransky in LA is a good answer. Yeah, give it that. So That person will get their choice of tickets to go see Thomas Rhett, Creed, or The Offspring at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, all in July, as we celebrate Live Nation's $30 Ticket to Summer special offer. You can go to livenation.com/ticket-to-summer for more details. We want to do text line?
Yeah.
All right. Text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at benarijewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Don't worry, Buzz. Spike is talking trash about you now, but all you have to do is string together a couple of good shows and he'll be your biggest fan. Trey Turner and Bryce Harper.
Yep. Never said anything negative about him, did you?
I was never negative on Trey this year. And Bryce, I said it was your show.
1 foot in the grave.
It was your show.
I
Jack.
said I was disappointed in the actions, not the play. Want that clear.
Forgot that was his show that day.
Yeah,
everyone forgets that.
Me becoming too negative on the Phillies this year.
It's going to drive you
something
crazy.
else. Oh, yeah. I might quit.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. He was right there. Easy.
Put Gilio there anyway. What's next?
To finish up debate days, we've saved our spiciest debate for last. Spike from 3 weeks ago, who repeatedly said Bryce was cooked.
There
We'll
it
debate
is.
Spike from today, who is apparently the gatekeeper of Phillies fandom. Alex in Lancaster.
That's a tough battle.
Yeah. I give up.
They don't even let you. Yeah, they can't even let you be pro Phillies.
No,
man.
no, it was never going to work. Honestly, you had a good point. Every time I would do it, you would be like, this is not you. This is not you. And the audience has decided it is not me. So I hated him all along. What's next?
Is Elliott single-handedly trying to bring back the term metrosexual? Knee-length pea coat, eye cream, perfectly coiffed hair, and now espresso martinis and Beyonce merch? Mark in Modco.
It's coiffed hair.
It is
not
coiffed.
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 He is an idiot.
Dude,
Coiffed hair battle? What are we
just
doing?
look it up.
Yeah.
How did you not know that?
Coiffed.
Coiffed hair?
Coiffed.
Have you ever heard anyone say coiffed?
That's what I'm saying.
Battle's almost 50, isn't it?
No, he's younger than me.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Coiffed. What's next?
I think I might actually be a bad owner. Josh Harris, after listening to Elliott lose twice trying to defend him.
It's really the wrong guy.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy. All right.
It's all right. I'm never going to be good at not getting distracted by stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's next?
Of course Metallica is bigger than Beyonce. Duh. The specific Eagles players that went to the White House.
That's not right.
You know, you remember Steve Everett?
Yeah. How's Steve Everett? You talking about my former teammate?
Yes.
Yeah, his former teammate.
So I saw Steve Everett at a Metallica concert.
That makes sense.
I've never seen someone so drunk in my entire life.
That makes sense too.
He was pushing me, and he grabbed my arm really hard, and he said, "You should kill all of these guys." Talking about everybody else at YSP.
Jeez.
Then he ended up on the injured list, and they said it was something that happened during practice, and I was like, "Nope, that happened in the pit at Metallica."
He was drunk. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Steve Everett. Man.
Yeah. Is it him?
Well, he was different.
Yeah, he was. He was enormous.
Yes.
Yeah. What's next?
Mike is the nicest guy on the radio until your call has gone on too long and he interrupts to